For 10 long years he lay hidden in the shadows, burrowing deep into the darkest reaches of the underground world. From an elite cadet of the police academy, he became an anonymous pawn in undercover piece no one knew existed. In those 10 years he lost his identity, his name, and ultimately himself. Everyone believed he had finally been swallowed by the darkness. Until that day, when the entire situation overturned. His handler moved to erase him, and both sides, law and crime alike, began to hunt him down. Yet he turned the tables, laying his own trap, and in a single night purging the entire system. Major factions were reshuffled, the old order completely collapsed. Those who once commanded from above became targets to be erased. He was no longer a mere piece on the board, but the one overturning the board itself. 10 years undercover, only for that single moment of counterkill. Beyond the border somewhere in Southeast Asia. With a deafening roar, lightning tore apart the night sky as a torrential downpour crashed to the earth. No, you can't do this. You're a hero. How can you kill me? How dare you kill me? Lightning flared again as Chun-Jun stumbled and crashed onto the muddy path, terror etched across his face as he watched a young man clad in black walk slowly toward him. He could not bring himself to believe that this undercover he had planted inside the criminal syndicate, this insignificant pawn who always obeyed his every word, would one day dare raise a hand against him. Lin Jiao, have you lost your mind? I am your handler. If you kill me, how will you ever return to the force? How will you ever live openly and honorably again? He panted, desperate. You always wanted to be a hero, didn't you? I can help you, I can help you. Please, I beg you, let me go. I know I was wrong. In the downpour, Lin Jiao, drenched from head to toe, looked at the pleading Chun-Jun with a heart devoid of the slightest ripple. It's not that you know you were wrong. It's that you know you're about to die. Lin Jiao raised his pistol, aimed at Chun-Jun, and curled his lips into a grin. Rest assured, I'll send your family down to accompany you. Chun-Jun knocked his forehead against the muddy ground in frantic kowtows, tears streaming down his face. No, don't. I beg you, give me another chance. If you kill me, my son. Before he could finish, a gunshot cracked through the storm. A bullet punched into the center of Chun-Jun's brow, and he collapsed instantly. If you hadn't mentioned it, I almost would have forgotten. When you cut the grass, you must pull up the roots as well. Staring down at Chun-Jun's corpse, Lin Jiao emptied the magazine into him, then turned away and walked off, disappearing into the night. 10 years earlier, Lin Jiao had just graduated from the police academy. Because he acted bravely to uphold justice, he was falsely accused, and his future was ruined. It was at that time that Chun-Jun appeared. Chun-Jun told Lin Jiao that there was now a chance, an opportunity to clear his name while also entering the police. That chance was to go undercover in the northern Myanmar region, gathering criminal evidence against the Tianchi group. As long as he completed the mission, Lin Jiao would be able to join the police with merit and honor, his name fully cleared. Lin Jiao hesitated. Ever since his parents vanished when he was young, he and his younger brother Lin Xian had clung to each other for survival. Being an undercover did not frighten him. What weighed on him was leaving Lin Xian behind. Chun-Jun patted his chest with solemn assurances that he would take good care of Lin Xian. In the end, Lin Jiao agreed. Back then he thought the undercover assignment would last at most a year or two. He could not have imagined that in a single blink of time 10 years would slip away. 10 years later, everything had changed beyond recognition. Lin Jiao had risen from a mere errand boy hacking his way through thorns and dangers to sit as the second-in-command of the entire syndicate, one man beneath tens of thousands above. His dream of entering the police force had long since lost its allure. Yet for the sake of his faith, when faced with temptations of wealth and women, Lin Jiao never succumbed. Until a single piece of news arrived and utterly changed him. Lin Xian, his younger brother, the only blood he had left in this world, was dead. His brother was the hero's sibling. Yet this younger brother, who once walked a promising path, was wrongfully imprisoned and beaten to death. A week earlier, Lin Xian had been working a summer job at a KTV. Because he bravely intervened to stop the mayor's son from assaulting a girl, he was beaten so severely he was sent to the hospital. Lin Xian called the police, but those who arrived faster than the officers were a gang of street thugs. They again savagely beat Lin Xian. When the police finally arrived, they arrested the thugs. It seemed that justice had simply come late, but in truth that was only the beginning of the nightmare. Lin Xian, who had already been admitted to Tsinghua University, was instead dragged into court by the very girl he had saved, accused of rape. From arrest to filing the case to final judgment, the proceedings moved as if on a green-lit highway. Witnesses, evidence, every piece perfectly in place. With nowhere else to turn, Lin Xian followed the contingency instructions Lin Jiao had left him and sought out Chun-Jun. At first, Chun-Jun promised he would absolutely seek justice for him. But the moment he learned the case involved the mayor, he turned his face and denied any connection. In the end, the promising Lin Xian died in prison. The official explanation was suicide from depression. But through his own investigation, Lin Jiao discovered that Lin Xian had been preparing to appeal, and the mayor's son had arranged for men to beat him to death. On the night he received the news of Lin Xian's death, Lin Jiao seemed unmoved. He did not weep, did not rage, did not confront Chun-Jun, did not pursue any so-called legal justice. He chose to avenge his brother in his own way. Right and wrong no longer concerned him. There was no need to distinguish, no need to argue. Using the bait of a vital intelligence deal, Lin Jiu lured Chen Jun to Southeast Asia, then used torture to pry open his mouth. That was how he learned the whole truth. Chen Jun was dead, but this was only the beginning. In northern Myanmar, within the Tianchi group inside the general manager's office, Lin Jiu stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the heavy rain outside, his fists clenched tight. Xiao Xin, don't worry. I will make their lives worse than death. I won't spare a single one of them, including their families. All of this has only just begun. A crisp knocking sound echoed. Lin Jiu answered, and the office door was pushed open. A young man with a buzz. Jiu, everything is arranged. Far away in Longwa Binhai city of Baining province, a young couple traveling from out of town sat in a taxi, excitedly taking in the scenery outside the window. Wow, what's that place? It looks so beautiful. The girl, staring curiously at a resplendent building not far away, asked, Uncle, what's that place? Is it fun? The taxi driver glanced at the glimmering building and shook his head. That place is called Tianshang Renjian. It's not a place to play. It's a demon's lair that eats people and leaves no bones behind. Tianshang Renjian shimmered with gold and jade, its parking lot packed with all manner of luxury cars. Hostesses in revealing outfits, slender and strikingly beautiful, stood at the entrance, bowing respectfully to welcome and see off guests. Thick-necked, broad-shouldered security guards ringed the area, exuding an oppressive air. Inside VIP room 888 of Tianshang Renjian, 2 security guards stood watch at the door. From within, faint screams could be heard. A young Master Shin, please spare me. Help. Save me. Soon there was movement inside. Get in here. The 2 guards opened the door and went inside, expressionless, carrying out a girl whose body was covered in wounds. On that floor, the staff turned a blind eye as though long accustomed to such scenes. Inside the room, smoke curled in the air. On the sofa sat a young man, eyes bloodshot, dark circles under them, his face twisted in irritation. Damn it, the quality just keeps getting worse. Can't you get me a couple of student chicks that are truly top tier? His attendant Wang Kong could only suffer in silence at the complaint. After what had happened, they naturally needed to lie low for a while. Rumor had it that the kid named Lin Xian even had an older brother. If things blew up and affected the old man's political career, it would hardly be worth it. A mobile phone buzzed. Seeing the caller ID, Shin Kuo perked up and answered. Hey Lao Yin, where the hell have you been lately? Myanmar. Is it fun over there? Seriously. But my dad won't let me go. He says after what happened before, we need to keep a low profile for a while. You'll arrange it. That's perfect. Alright, got it. At his side, Wang Kong hesitated visibly. Kuo, I heard things over in Myanmar haven't been too stable lately. Before the follower could finish, Shun Kuo waved impatiently. What the hell do you know? It's all just rumors. Besides, do you even know who I am? I'm not like those commoners who would dare lay a hand on me. Even if you lent them 10 lives worth of courage, they still wouldn't dare do anything to me. Hearing this, the attendant nodded in agreement, and it did seem so. Shin Kuo was the mayor's son. Who would dare offend such a figure? Outside Binhai, they might keep a lower profile at worst. Besides the caller just now, Yun Yi had some notoriety in Myanmar. Both the black and the white sides would give him face. With that double insurance, what could possibly go wrong? It seemed he had simply been overthinking. Right, what was that kid's name again? Prompted Shin Kuo. Wang Kong immediately answered. Young master, you mean that hot-headed brat from last time? Lin Xian. Shin Kuo picked up the wine glass on the table and took a sip, cursing as he spoke. Damn, it's all that idiot's fault. I got scolded by the old man like a dog because of him. You know, that idiot said before he died that his brother would definitely avenge him. It almost made me die laughing. He said his brother was a hero. Truly ridiculous. Hero, so what? What is a hero worth? In Binhai, I am the sky. Damn it, the more I think about it, the angrier. Every stray cat and mangy dog dares to provoke me now. Wang Kong nodded repeatedly in agreement, and to contradict him at such a moment would only earn a beating. Yet for some reason a chill crept up Wang Kang's spine. At the border between Myanmar and Thailand in the Kaka compound, Yun Yi knelt on the ground, clutching his phone and trembling violently, because at that very moment a gun was pressed against the back of his head. If he comes, you live. If he doesn't come, Early the next morning, when Shun Kuo finally returned home after vanishing for an entire night, he was greeted with another harsh scolding. Instead of dampening his mood, it only pushed his desire to go traveling in Myanmar to a feverish peak. Acting as soon as the thought arose, Shun Kuo called Yun Yi. After learning the method for secretly leaving the country, his mind turned swiftly. He dragged Wang Kong along, using the excuse of going out to relax, and headed toward Diannan. Wang Kong was utterly unwilling, but he had no way to refuse Shin Kuo. After all, the price of turning down this notorious rich second generation was frighteningly high. In addition, we will secretly spread the news declaring that Lin Shun is privately intercepting cooperative benefits and betraying agreements with Of course, Shin Kuo knew that Wang Kong did not want to go with him, but as the saying goes, better my fellow Taoist die than this poor Taoist. If danger appeared, he could always abandon Wang Kong to secure his own safety. Shin Kuo had heard about Myanmar many times, yet had never set foot there. Moreover, Yun Yi had warned him that Myanmar had recently become unsafe and offered little in the way of entertainment. Therefore, their destination this time was not Myanmar, but Thailand, which was both entertaining and relatively safe. The reason they did not fly directly to Thailand was that the Shun family forbade Shin Kwa from leaving the country, so he could only head for the border and slip across into Thailand. Seeing Wang Kang's anxious unease, Shin Kwa looked betraying an impatience he can hardly contain. After a long silence, he finally cannot help but speak up, saying, "Brother, when now that the Ilian Hall has completely collapsed." At that moment, Wang Kang was silently cursing Shin Kwa's entire family. He had always kept his distance from places like Myanmar, deeply understanding one truth in Binhai: Shin Kwa was somebody sheltered by a mayor father, but once he left Binhai, he was nothing at all. Since childhood, Shin Kwa had always been short a few screws in his head. The Qing dynasty had been gone for so many years, yet he still fancied himself a pampered wastrel noble. If not for that mayor father shielding him, that fool would have died and reincarnated countless times already. Watching Shin Kwa's inexplicable honey-thick self-confidence, a strong sense of dread welled up in Wang Kang's heart. Unbidden, he recalled the calm, inscrutable gaze of that youth named Shin Xian. At Yuen Kuan Airport, a flight from Binhai landed smoothly and rolled along the runway. Inside the airport, 3 young men with bleached yellow hair stood at the arrival exit, holding a sign and a photograph. As soon as Shin Kwa emerged, he spotted the eye-catching yellow hair and the placard bearing his name. Shin Kwa patted Wang Kang's shoulder. "Look, someone's here to pick us up." Hearing this, Wang Kang turned to look at the 3 glaringly conspicuous yellow-haired youths. "Quoj, why do I feel like these guys don't look like good people at all?" Shin Kwa cast Wang Kang a sidelong glance and snorted. "Look at you, such a coward. What are you afraid of? If they're not good people, does that somehow make us good people?" Wang Kang scratched his head. There was a certain twisted logic to that. "Enough, stop dawdling and hurry up. If the old man realizes what's happening, none of us will be leaving," Shin Kwa urged. Seeing the 2 men walk toward them, the 3 yellow-haired youths glanced at the photograph, exchanged a look, then nodded and strode up to greet them. "Young Master Shin, young Master Wang Yun, ye sent us to pick you up." Facing their respectful attitude, Shin Kwa felt quite pleased and gave a reserved nod. Don't waste time. Let's go." Under the guidance of the 3 yellow-haired youths, Shin Kwa and Wang Kang headed to the underground parking lot and climbed into a luxurious business van. Inside the van, a driver with narrow triangular eyes smoked silently. One glance at him was enough to know he was not a proper sort. Once they were seated, the 3 yellow-haired youths smiled and asked to collect their passports. Shin Kwa frowned slightly. "What do you need our passports for?" he asked. The leader explained that they would not be leaving the country through official channels this time. Put nicely, it was taking a different route. Bluntly, it was illegal border crossing, simple smuggling. Unease stirred in Shin Kwa's heart, so he called Yun Yi. Once he confirmed that this was indeed Yun Ye's arrangement, the last trace of doubt within him instantly dissipated like smoke. Shin Kwa handed over his passport and ID with ease, while Wang Kang hesitated, torn by fear. Seeing this, Shin Kwa felt his pride threatened. He slapped Wang Kang hard on the head. "Damn it. I told you this is arranged by Yunch. What are you still worrying about? Look at that pathetic courage of yours. No future at all. Hand it over." Though Wang Kang was unwilling, the more he resisted, the more excited Shin Kwa became about opposing him. After their passports and IDs were confiscated, the business van drove farther and farther into desolate areas, eventually switching to an off-road vehicle midway. As time passed, darkness gradually fell. The off-road vehicle wound along a narrow path through thick forest and finally stopped amid a chain of mountains. The driver with triangular eyes spoke in a muffled voice. "Any farther and we'll run into inspections." We walked the mountain trail out of the country. They all got out. Shin Kwa and Wang Kang stared up at the oppressive night sky, their hearts thudding. Seeing this, the 3 yellow-haired youths instantly began fawning, showering Shin Kwa with over-the-top flattery. With his heart pounding moments earlier, Shin Kwa now felt quite flattered. In a daze, he followed the group up the mountain along the winding path. Deep into the night, the stars were strewn across the sky. The 3 yellow-haired youths led the way, threading through a narrow path hidden within dense undergrowth, taking Shin Kwa and Wang Kang with them, while the triangular-eyed driver walked at the very rear. Beneath the starry sky, they trudged through the uninhabited mountains, Shin Kwa and Wang Kang shivering with cold and fear. Raised in lavish comfort and bullying others since childhood, neither of them had ever experienced such a scene, wandering through pitch-black mountains in the middle of the night. Both of their phones had been taken away by the triangular-eyed man, who claimed that if they stayed on, the signals could be tracked, and once they neared the border, patrolling soldiers would be alerted. Unable to hold back, Wang Kang asked, "Hey brothers, do many people normally walk this road? I'm getting the creeps." The youth in front smiled. "Young Master Wang, don't be fooled by how insignificant this path looks. Plenty of people walk it." Shin Kwa's interest was piqued. "Oh, really? Who would be so bored as to abandon a proper road to take this godforsaken trail?" He scoffed. The yellow-haired youth chuckled. "That's because many people don't want to go through official checkpoints, or they've been coaxed onto this road without realizing. These days fools are everywhere. Tell them you'll take them abroad to make money, promise high-paying jobs, and they'll follow you without a second thought. Plenty of them know the danger is huge, yet still believe that one bold gamble can turn a bicycle into a motorbike. They dream of earning big money abroad, never realizing that they themselves are the big money." Wang Kang's heart lurched. Under the pale moonlight, he could not help but glance back. The triangular-eyed man behind him was like a lurking fiend staring at him with naked ill intent. Shen Kuo, however, remained entirely oblivious. Idiots appear every year, but this year there are especially many, he said carelessly. They never think it through. If they can't make money at home, how will they earn anything in a strange place where they know no one? If you ask me, those who get swindled have only themselves to blame, pig-brained fools. The yellow-haired youth in front gave Shen Kuo and Wang Kong a meaningful look and nodded. Exactly. Idiots appear every year, but this year there are especially many. They continued threading through the thick forest. No one knew how much time had passed before they finally reached a riverbank. The yellow-haired youth looked at Shen Kuo and Wang Kong, his eyes narrowing. Young Master Shen, young Master Wang, once we cross this river, we'll be in Myanmar. Let's give it one last push in a single breath. Yunch has laid out a banquet over there waiting to welcome you both, he said. Shen Kuo had planned to go out and live freely for a while, but now with the final step before him, hesitation rose again in his heart. Wang Kang's heart was pounding up into his throat. His sixth sense screamed that they could not go any farther. There was still time to turn back now. No longer caring about decorum, he stammered, I just remembered I've got something to do tomorrow. I'd better not go after all. With that he turned to leave, but before he could take more than a step, the triangular-eyed man kicked him viciously to the ground. Come when you want, leave when you want. What are you dreaming? Do it. Someone barked. Seeing Wang Kong kick down Shen Kuo's heart lurched. Forcing himself to speak boldly, he shouted, how dare you? What are you doing? Are you trying to rebel? One of the yellow-haired youths simply slapped him hard across the face and cursed, damn you, who are you pretending to be? The slap left Shen Kuo with stars in his eyes. Compared to the fiery pain on his face, he was consumed. How dare you hit me? Do you know who I am? My father is the mayor. The mayor. With a resounding slap, the yellow-haired guy knocked Shen Kuo to the ground. What mayor? Do you even realize where you are? The mayor. Even the provincial governor wouldn't be of any help here. Wang Kong curled up, covering his head, and watched Shen Kuo take a beating, feeling an inexplicable sense of relief wash over him, though soon anxiety took its place. The triangular-eyed man, impatient with Shen Kuo's cries, spoke up. All right, let's get across the river first. Tie these two fools up. Those who resist will be thrown into the river to drown. With a splash, Wang Kong and Shen Kuo were thrown into the river. The icy water caused them to flail instinctively, and they gulped down a few mouthfuls of water, followed by the suffocating sensation. The more they struggled, the more fear took hold. Just when they thought they were going to drown, someone pulled them up from the water. The feeling of being resurrected made them greedily gasp for air, their lungs burning. Just as they shouted for help, they were pushed back under the water, choking on a few more mouthfuls, and they became obedient. Wang Kong looked at the receding path they had come from, and angrily yelled at Shen Kuo, damn it, you big idiot. I told you not to come, yet you had to drag me along. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Shen Kuo was taken aback, his anger flaring up even more. What the hell did you— Seeing the two of them arguing, the yellow-haired man slapped Shen Kuo on the head. If you keep shouting, I'll cut out your tongue. The two fell silent immediately. Before long, the group reached the shore, and a business car was waiting by the roadside. They got in, closed the door, and drove off smoothly. The car's taillights disappeared around the corner, leaving no trace. In northern Myanmar, the city outskirts buildings towered against the night sky, with guards at the entrance gathering in small groups smoking. At the entrance, the sign read XXX Technology Company, and faint screams could be heard from within the courtyard. Soon a business car arrived, the window rolled down as the yellow-haired man waved. The guard at the door opened it, and the car drove into the compound. It soon stopped in front of a building. Under the moonlight, a banner was faintly visible. Don't pretend to work hard, the company's electric batons won't play along. With a whoosh, the car door was yanked open. Shen Kuo and Wang Kong were dragged out and made to walk towards the building. Wang Kong struggled while mustering his courage, saying, guys, there seems to be a misunderstanding. I'm good friends with Lord Yun. I came to Myanmar at Lord Yun's invitation. Are you sure you've got the right people? Can you let me call Lord Yun? Shen Kuo also gathered his courage. My father is the mayor. I want to call Lord Yun. The triangular-eyed man ignored their pleas and ordered 3 yellow-haired guys to drag them into the dormitory building. At this moment, in the center of the compound, a fleet of cars was neatly parked in front of an office building backed by— In front of each car stood a stern-looking man in black, and the 9th floor of the office building was the private territory of Yun Yi, the owner of this compound. At that moment, Yun Yi knelt in his office, not daring to breathe. Behind the desk sat a young man with a cold expression, appearing to be in his late 20s, yet exuding an aura of authority. Yun Yi took a deep breath and steeled himself to explain, Lord Ju, the heavens can bear witness, even if I had 10 times the courage, I wouldn't dare to act against you. My dealings with the Shen family are merely business. I'm not familiar with them at all. Please spare me, Lord Jiu. As he spoke, the office fell silent, and Yun Yi closed his mouth. A spark ignited. Lin Jiu lit a cigarette, and smoke filled the air, obscuring his features. Outside the door, a steady sound of footsteps approached, and shortly after, a young man with a buzz cut pushed the door open. Brother Jiu, the people have arrived. Hearing this, Lin Jiu replied, bring them in. Soon a dazed Shen Kuo and Wang Kong were dragged in like 2 dead dogs. Compared to before, the two were much quieter, now the wet marks on their pants still fresh. With a thud, they were tossed onto the floor. Wang Kong and Shen Kuo didn't dare to make a sound. They had always played the role of the aggressors, they had never been victims before. Additionally, being in a foreign land made them realize they were like fish on a chopping board at the mercy of others. Shen Kuo firmly believed that his brother Yun would come to save him, while Wang Kong lay on the ground staring wide-eyed at the middle-aged man kneeling before him. Brother Yun. Hearing this, Shen Kuo was slightly taken aback, feeling a wave of desolation wash over him. It seemed Wang Kong had gone mad. If brother Yun were here, would they still be kneeling? Shen Kuo raised his head, looking at the young man sitting in the boss chair, momentarily stunned. How strange, why did this face seem familiar? Sir, have we met somewhere? You seem a bit familiar. I'm friends with Lord Yun. Could it be that we've lost our way, not recognizing each other? Hearing this, Yun Yi, who was kneeling on the ground, felt his heart drop. Lord Jiu, this kid is talking nonsense. I'm not familiar with him at all. Shen Kuo was momentarily stunned, looking at the middle-aged man begging for mercy in front of him, completely bewildered. Why was Lord Yun here? Knock, knock, knock. Lin Jiu tapped on the desk, and Yun Yi immediately fell silent, his heart racing. Although this young man spoke little, Yun Yi knew he was the kingpin of Southeast Asia. Even the top dog in Myanmar had to stand straight and speak respectfully in front of this young man, let alone him, a mere compound owner. He had only heard of this name before, but thanks to this foolish Shen Kuo, he had the chance to meet the real deal. However, this was not a fortune Yun Yi wanted at all. Shen Kuo's eyes widened in disbelief. What the hell? The ally he had always hoped for was kneeling here, just like before Shen Kuo could react. The young man sitting at the head of the table had already risen and walked in front of him, causing Shen Kuo to look up with a tightening heart. The young man did not appear angry, yet an intimidating aura of murderous intent left Shen Kuo gasping. Lin Jiu looked at Shen Kuo and curled the corners of his mouth, although he wished to tear Shen Kuo into 1,000 pieces. That would be too easy on him. Ahu, from today onwards you must treat these two well, making their lives miserable and their deaths impossible. The buzzcut youth, Ahu, nodded. Brother Jiu, don't worry, I've already prepared a variety of tortures throughout history for these esteemed guests to enjoy. Upon hearing this, Shen Kuo and Wang Kong were instantly dumbfounded. Shen Kuo felt a jolt and attempted to cling to Lin Jiu's leg, but was kicked to the ground. My father is the mayor of Binhai, you can't treat me like this. Lin Jiu's eyes darkened as he scoffed. Mayor? Is that impressive? That position represents power, but it does not mean the person embodies that power. If Zhang San can sit there, so can Li Si. Even if your father is Li Gang in my presence, he's just inconsequential trash. Wang Kong quickly knelt, banging his head on the ground. Sir, I beg you, spare me, please. Hearing this, Lin Jiu looked at Wang Kong with mild interest. Since that's the case, he'll give you a chance. Lin Jiu extended his hand, and Ahu handed him a revolver. With a click, the chamber opened, and orange-yellow bullets clattered as they fell into his hand. Lin Jiu then spun the cylinder before tossing the gun onto the ground. This gun contains only one bullet. Whoever survives will be spared. Upon hearing this, the two who had been in a daze rushed towards the revolver like ravenous dogs with Shen Kuo. As Shen Kuo raised the gun, Wang Kong, who had lunged at him, immediately became docile, trembling all over. Seeing this, Shen Kuo hesitated. After all, Wang Kong had been with him for many years, and it was hard to suddenly act against him. However, this thought was fleeting as Shen Kuo looked at Wang Kong and thought, Wang Kong, don't blame me. I just want to live. Without hesitation, Shen Kuo pulled the trigger, causing Wang Kang's heart to leap into his throat, cold sweat soaking his body as he trembled uncontrollably. With a click, the crisp sound of the hammer echoed. The two experienced a drastic shift in emotions. Wang Kong crumpled to the ground, while Shen Kuo began to shake. There was no turning back now. It was Wang Kang's turn to be the arbiter of fate, controlling Shen Kuo's life. Wang Kang's trembling hand aimed the revolver at Shen Kuo, and looking at the dark muzzle, Shen Kuo's pants were soaked, his body drenched in cold sweat, as he trembled, as if afflicted by a serious illness. With a crack, Shen Kuo's eyes widened. On the brink of mental collapse, Shen Kuo instinctively tried to flee, but what awaited him was a full-power electric baton, causing him to spasm, as two strong men held him in front of the gun. One of the strong men yanked Shen Kuo's hair, forcing him to face the gun's muzzle, which loomed close like the grim. In this world, hardly anyone can confront death with tranquility, let alone Shen Kuo, the second-generation heir who has always bullied the weak. Shen Kuo's mental state was on the verge of collapse. Lin Jiu took a puff from his freshly lit cigarette, watching the scene unfold. Wang Kang's heart raced, his hand holding the gun trembled incessantly. At that moment, he felt no fear, replaced instead by excitement. At that moment, he felt like God, with Shen Kuo's fate in his hands. After all those years of being bullied and scolded by Shen Kuo, he had become nothing more than a dog in Shen Kuo's eyes. This made Wang Kong feel as if he were a slave rising up in song. Looking at Shen Kuo's pale face, trembling as if scared to death, Wang Kong felt a sense of satisfaction. If it weren't for Shen Kuo, that idiot, how would he have ended up in such a miserable state? With this thought, Wang Kong shouted, pulling the trigger. Die. Shen Kuo shrank his neck and closed his eyes. Click, an empty sound echoed. Shen Kuo gasped for air, collapsing to the ground, while the smile on Wang Kang's face instantly froze, becoming stiff. Looking at Shen Kuo's face, which now bore a smile, Wang Kang's mind flooded with memories of the humiliations he suffered beside Shen Kuo. Having already fired 2 shots, the third shot could very well be his last. But if it weren't for Shen Kuo, that idiot, how would he have ended up here? It was all his fault, cursed Shen Kuo. It was Shen Kuo who deserved to die, not him. With this thought, Wang Kong steeled himself and raised the revolver again at Shen Kuo, who had been prepared to catch the gun, now widened his eyes in shock. No, this is against the rules. Hurry, arrest him. Shen Kuo panicked, trying to rise to evade, but was pressed down to his knees by 2 strong men. No. Why? This isn't fair. Lin Jiao, sitting in his chair, chuckled lightly. Oh, you, a second-generation heir who has committed numerous crimes, when have you cared about fairness? In your eyes, isn't so-called fairness just a fairy tale performed for the common people? When you bully others and harm them, did you ever think about fairness? Wang Kong, initially apprehensive, perked up immediately at Lin Jiao's words. Without a second thought, he pulled the trigger at Shen Kuo. Click. Another empty sound. But before Shen Kuo could rejoice, Wang Kong pulled the trigger again. Shen Kuo's heart, which had just calmed down, sank once more. Click. Another empty gun. For shots fired, Wang Kong looked incredulous. How could that idiot Shen Kuo have such good luck? However, Wang Kong was no saint either. Having gained the opportunity, he naturally wouldn't give up easily. He continued pulling the trigger at Shen Kuo. Shen Kuo was already mentally broken, desperately struggling and shouting, Kill me. 5th shot empty. The final shot, Shen Kuo seemed to have gone insane. Wang Kang's hand trembled slightly. This last shot would surely go off. But there was no turning back. He couldn't hand the gun to Shen Kuo and let him kill him. That would be foolish. Thus Wang Kong sneered, Die, you big idiot. As Wang Kong pulled the trigger, Shen Kuo instead became calm. He only wished for death. Having been tortured 4 times, teetering on the brink of death 4 times, death was liberation for him. Yet both men were unprepared for what happened next. As Wang Kong pulled the trigger, the sound that echoed was not a bang, but the familiar click. Clap, clap, clap. Lin Jiao applauded. Wonderful, truly wonderful. Wang Kong collapsed to the ground, and Shen Kuo stared at Wang Kong, the dog he had raised, who just moments ago had tried to kill him. As the 2 strong men released their grip, Shen Kuo lunged at Wang Kong, the two engaging in a chaotic brawl, throwing punches while hurling insults at each other's families. Yun Yi, kneeling to the side, felt incredibly anxious. After all, who would want to die when they could live? At this moment, his life and death lay in Lin Jiao's hands, who sat in the chair. Life and death rested on the whim of another. He hadn't felt this passive sensation in many years. Watching the 2 fight, Lin Jiao tapped the table, and the 2 strong men stepped forward, pulling them apart and administering a spa treatment with fully charged electric batons. Lin Jiao extinguished his cigarette and spoke. Drag them away and castrate them. These 2 are treasures. Hire the best doctors to take care of them. They must not die. They are still young and have a long life ahead. The 2 strong men nodded and proceeded to drag the 2 away. Soon the desperate pleas for mercy and heart-wrenching screams echoed through the sky. At this moment, the world gained 2 more eunuchs. Those involved in Lin Xian's affairs, including their families, would pay a painful price. This was just the beginning. Lin Jiao stood up, walked in front of Yun Yi, and tossed a list in front of him. I don't care how you do it, bring these people to me. If they come, you live. Yun Yi nodded repeatedly. Rest assured, Master Jiao, even if I risk my life, I will bring these people to see you. Lin Jiao said nothing as he left the office amidst the crowd. In Singapore, above a skyscraper in the city center, the logo of the Tianqi Group shone brilliantly under the sunlight. Inside the chairman's office, a middle-aged man with graying temples sat in a chair, silently gazing at the report in his hand. Hua Tianqi, the founder of the Tianqi Group, was a legendary figure in Southeast Asia. Since Lin Jiao took over as the general manager of the Tianqi Group 5 years ago, news about Hua Tianqi had become increasingly rare. At this moment, the information Hua Tianqi held in his hand was about Lin Jiao. To be precise, it was Lin Jiao's police academy records. Lin Jiao had been with the Tianqi Group for 10 years, rising from a mere lackey to the position of general manager, a feat attributed not only to his own capabilities, but also to Hua Tianqi's favor. This dossier was sufficient to prove that Lin Jiao was an undercover agent of the police, yet Hua Tianqi showed no signs of emotional disturbance. He ignited the document in his hand, the flames illuminating his imposing face. Knock, knock, knock. A crisp knocking sound echoed. Hua Tianqi responded, and an elderly man with a full head of white hair pushed the door open and entered. His name was Ashun, Hua Tianqi's assistant, who had followed him from the ground up, a trusted confidant. Sir, Lin Jiao has dealt with that Chinjun. Hua Tianqi nodded at the burning dossier. Good, he truly is someone I value. Ashun, what do you think I should arrange for Lin? Ashun, hearing this, showed no change in expression. Isn't the answer already in your heart, sir? Hua Tianqi stood up, walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, and gazed at the evening glow outside, his eyes filled with inscrutable meaning. The law of 300 years of dynasties, internal strife, and external threats. As one ages, one should return to their roots. In Longhua, at the municipal official's family residence, Shen Cheng sat in his study with a furrowed brow, while a middle-aged woman sat opposite him. Isn't it just going abroad? Do you need to be this upset? If I didn't know better, I'd think you had committed a crime. With a bang, Shen Cheng slammed the table, pointing a finger at the woman across from him. Fool! A loving mother often spoils her child. Have you not broken the law over the years? When have I not cleaned up after you? Even now you still protect your foolish son. My friend in Thailand said he hasn't seen Shin Kuo at all. Upon hearing this, Zhang Guifan became anxious. What? Not in Thailand. I can't even reach Xiao Kuo on the phone. What if something happened? You need to find someone immediately. Shin Shing impatient replied, what are you looking for? Do you think him a deity? If that kid went to Thailand, then that would be fine. What I fear is that he might have been tricked into Myanmar. According to the investigation, their phones are located at the border between Thailand and Myanmar. I've already arranged for someone to look for him. What you need to do is stay calm. If others find out that Shin Kuo went abroad, it will be very detrimental to me. Zhang Guifan was extremely anxious. After all, he was her precious son. Do you think Xiao Kuo was tricked into a scam? What should we do? Will those people beat him? Shin Chung shook his head. He should be fine. Even if they were tricked into a scam park, it shouldn't matter. With my status, they won't be able to do anything to Xiao Kuo. In Myanmar, in the northern region. Inside the Kaka scam park, Shin Kuo and Wang Kong were tied up, hanging from the beams, blood staining their pants, and Celine hanging from their arms. Yun Yi, puffing on a cigar and exhaling smoke, had taken on the appearance of a boss. Keep an eye on them. Don't let them die. If they do, we all have to move. The triangular-eyed man scratched his head, somewhat perplexed. Yeh, who is that Jui? I've never heard of him. Is he really that impressive? Upon hearing this, Yun Yi sighed lightly and took out a cigarette to light. Have you heard a song? The triangular-eyed man was momentarily taken aback. What song? I once asked about the Heavenly Palace, not knowing what year it is tonight. The triangular-eyed man's pupils widened. Damn, I stumbled into the Heavenly Family advising you to put down his sand. Suddenly, buzz, 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 the phone rang. It was a call from a subordinate in Thailand. Yun Yi, the Shin family called, asking us to find their son. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi's eyes narrowed. He was just contemplating how to trick those people over, and now someone came to offer him a pillow while he was sleepy. Thinking of this, Yun Yi immediately instructed his subordinates to reply to the Shun family in a few days, specifically to contact Shin Kuo's mother, informing her that Shin Kuo had been kidnapped and needed a sum of money. However, Yun Yi would cover this expense. Nevertheless, Shin Kuo was injured and could not return for the time being. They needed to find a way to trick Zhang Guifan out. The triangular-eyed man was somewhat puzzled. Boss, why not directly approach Shin Chung? What use is that woman? You wouldn't understand. Shin Cheng's identity is significant. If we directly act against him, the repercussions would be extremely severe, especially since he still holds an official position. Bringing his wife over is to undermine him from within. Just think how many have died at the hands of their own wives. The triangular-eyed man nodded repeatedly. No wonder the big brother is the big brother. I never thought of that. Open that woman's mouth and send Shin Chung in. After he takes off the hat, dealing with that old man won't be a problem at all. Yun Yi glanced at Shin Kuo and Wang Kong, who were hanging deep in thought, then turned to the triangular-eyed man. Think of a way to have these two brats trick everyone on the list over. As long as they leave the country, it doesn't matter which. The triangular-eyed man nodded, patting his chest. Big brother, don't worry. I may not be able to handle other things, but tricking people is my specialty. Upon hearing this, Yun Yi felt pleased for a moment, but then sensed something was off, though he couldn't pinpoint what it was. In a 5-star hotel somewhere in Myanmar, Lin Jiao stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, looking at the night view of countless lights outside, expressionless. Since the death of his brother Lin Xian, the previous undercover agent Lin Jiao had also perished. The current Lin Jiao was the general manager of the Tianchi Group. All those who harmed his brother would have to pay the price. Since justice cannot give me fairness, I will use my own means to reclaim it. Don't you enjoy bullying others with power? This time I want to see if you can still laugh when the roles of victim and perpetrator are reversed. Ding ding ding. The phone rang. Lin Jiao looked at the caller ID and answered the call. Big brother. The golden morning sun cast its rays over Singapore International Airport as a private jet bathed in golden light descended onto the runway. A convoy awaited at the airport with sharply dressed men standing in front of each vehicle, their eyes fixed on the bombardier gliding down the runway. The tail of the bombardier was stamped with the logo of the Tianchi Group, showcasing the identity of the aircraft's owner. The plane came to a halt, the cabin door opened, and the stairs descended. Ahu and a group of bodyguards were the first to disembark, meeting with the security personnel on the ground. Soon after, a tall young man appeared at the cabin entrance. Lin Jiao, the general manager of Tianchi Group. Lin Jiao stepped off the plane and left the airport in a car heading towards the Tianchi Group in the city center. Inside the car, Lin Jiao leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes to rest, his fingers rhythmically tapping on the armrest. He had been with Tianchi Group for 10 years, yet to this day, he still could not fathom Hua Tianchi, nor could he understand his elder brother. Over the years, it could be said that Hua Tianchi had left him speechless. Having been called back, suddenly Lin Jiao pondered whether it was due to the matter of revenge that had caught Hua Tianchi's attention. Before long, the convoy arrived at Tianchi Group. At Tianchi Group, on the 33rd floor in the chairman's office, Hua Tianchi stood before the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the morning sun outside. The sound of footsteps approached from afar, stopping behind him. Elder brother. Hua Tianchi turned around, looking at Lin Jiao, who faced the morning sun, and felt a moment of daze. The son of an old friend, the resemblance of the old friend. Jiao, how is the matter being handled? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao did not appear nervous. It is basically in the final stages. Hua Tianchi nodded, saying no more. Currently, the development of Tianqi Group has also slowed down as Southeast Asia is ultimately too small. Only by venturing overseas can one truly spread their wings. However, the international market is often closely tied to nations and regions. Yet behind Tianqi Group, there is currently no one. We are both from the Dragon Country. The idea of returning home is deeply ingrained. The country has contacted me a few times, and they sincerely hope that we can return to develop our hometown. Ajia, what do you think? Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao could no longer misunderstand Hua Tianqi's intentions. Currently, Tianqi Group can be said to dominate Southeast Asia, but this small pond can no longer sustain its growth. The international market is fraught with challenges, with major capital often backed by nations and regions. This is also Tianqi Group's Achilles heel. If we wish to advance, we must naturally head to the seas. The reckless will advance, the timid will retreat, but we must be able to advance and retreat. With the Dragon Country as our fallback and overseas as our new path, only then can Tianqi Group take every step steadily. Hua Tianqi nodded, moving to sit on a nearby sofa. After Lin Jiao took his seat, Hua Tianqi spoke. Tianqi Group must establish itself firmly in the Dragon Country, expanding its territory. As for this Grand Commander, no one but you can take on this role. Ajio, who you are is not important. What matters is that you are. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiao felt a warmth in his heart. He looked at Hua Tianqi's slightly graying hair and nodded. All right. Hua Tianqi poured Lin Jiao a cup of tea. We do not have much time left. 3 years. I give you 3 years, after which I will retire, and this burden will be. Lin Jiao took a sip of tea. That won't work. By the time Xiao Yu takes over in a couple of years, I want to enjoy my life. How can that be so good? Hua Tianqi shook his head. That guy is only suited to be a second generation, not to take charge. Your sister-in-law thinks the same. We have no great expectations for that kid, just that he stays safe and sound. Looking at the entire Tianqi Group, you are the only one capable of bearing such heavy responsibilities. This is not just my saying, good is what your sister-in-law said. If you don't agree, you can talk to her. Lin Jiao felt a warmth in his heart, understanding Hua Tianqi's intentions, and thus did not argue about these matters. At this moment, in the coastal city of Longhua, Zhang Guifan received the news of Shun Qua's injury. Upon learning that her precious son was hurt, she was anxious and restless, wishing to rush to Thailand immediately. She had just called her husband Xincheng. Xincheng, however, urged her not to act impulsively. At this time, he still cared about the impact and was concerned about his official position. She understood Xincheng's temperament, but the times had changed. If she waited for Xincheng to return, she would not be able to go to Thailand at all. Thinking of this, Zhang Guifan went straight to the airport and bought a ticket for a flight to Thailand that was about to depart. By the time Xincheng learned of this news and rushed to the airport, Zhang Guifan's flight had already taken off. A sense of foreboding arose. The series of events occurring was a bit too coincidental, as if someone were orchestrating it all behind the scenes, or perhaps she was just overthinking. With a thunderous roar, a clap of thunder erupted. A torrential downpour followed as Xincheng sat in the car, his expression dark. This woman really was unreasonable. Didn't she understand the principle that a small patience avoids great chaos? At this moment, Yin Yi had already learned of Zhang Guifan's flight to Thailand. Watching Xin Qua and Wang Kong, who were enjoying the sensation of needles pricking their fingers, Yin Yi grinned wickedly. This was just the beginning. Offending that person was far more terrifying than provoking the king of hell. The phrase life worse than death was not just a saying. What that person said was like an imperial edict. These two individuals, oh no, everyone on the list, would face a long and torturous fate in their lives. The punishment that would make life worse than death would span their entire lives. In Beining province, at the provincial governor's one residence, Yuling sat in the courtyard playing chess with a middle-aged man with graying hair. Second uncle, I heard that Tianqi Group is coming to Beining to invest in the near future. Upon hearing this, Yu Zhongbei nodded. Tianqi Group has a great reputation in Southeast Asia, and its founder is also from Beining. This return can be seen as giving back to the hometown and building the country. Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly. She had indeed heard of the illustrious name of Tianqi Group. However, this time Tianqi Group's investment in their hometown did not appear to be a small-time affair. With the development of the times, Beining had undergone tremendous changes in recent years. The economic development of a region often accompanies the expansion and rise of power, a product of the prosperous times and an essential phenomenon. With Yu Zongbai's reassignment, the Deep Sea Group of the Yu family had moved from Kyoto to Beining 3 years ago. Currently, the Deep Sea Group's development in Beining could be described as smooth sailing, leaping forward. The local powers had mostly been severely damaged in the last round of reshuffling. Those who did not choose to submit faced an obvious outcome. Regarding the aggressive Tianqi Group, Yuling was pondering whether the Deep Sea Group had been too prominent recently, prompting a warning from above. Being far from the emperor does not mean one can act recklessly. Yuling was somewhat dissatisfied with certain actions of the Deep Sea Group. They had been a bit too overbearing, a flaw that came with their smooth sailing. Having hitched a ride on the fast train of the times, they had not endured any storms, leading to a certain arrogance. This could not continue. If heaven wishes to destroy a person, it must first drive them mad. Yu Zhongbei looked at his niece with a hint of emotion. Yuling was very capable and was brought to Beining by Yu Zhongbei against the odds. The purpose was to have Yuling reform the Deep Sea Group. Beining was the disaster area for the Deep Sea Group. A stubborn illness requires a strong remedy. Things that the older generation cannot do the younger generation is most suitable for, as they do not understand the consequences. Yuling naturally understood the intention of her second uncle. To be precise, her trip to Beining was the unspoken agreement between her father and second uncle. She took up the position of general manager of the Beining branch of the Deep Sea Group, and as the legitimate daughter of the Yu family, her status was akin to that of an envoy wielding a decree. However, despite her status, she was still young, and those elderly individuals who relied on their merits did not truly regard her with respect. The arrival of the Tianqi Group might just open a breakthrough. Utilizing external forces to reshuffle the Deep Sea Group could be a viable strategy. As for whether it would invite wolves into the house, Yuling felt confident it would not. While the Tianqi Group had considerable strength in Southeast Asia, they had virtually no foundation domestically, and calling them a piece of fat meat would not be an exaggeration. How could they compete with the well-established and powerful Yu family? It was merely a knife. It wasn't worth overthinking. Yu Zhongbei placed a chess piece down and looked towards Yuling. Linger. Yuling came back to her senses, looking at the chessboard where the situation had deteriorated. She had lost again. How can you win if your heart is not calm? Yu Zhongbei shook his head, stood up, and walked to the nearby fish pond. Yuling followed him, and Yu Zhongbei pointed at the koi that had gathered, but did not throw down any fish food. Jumping around will not make you a winner. Saying this, Yu Zhongbei threw the fish food towards a distant koi. Fish that follow the crowd will seldom achieve greatness. Yuling pondered upon these words. Are you saying that being unconventional makes one a winner? Yu Zhongbei clapped his hands. What does it matter whether you lose or win? In the end, you are still just a chess piece, so what you need to do is not distinguish between winning and losing, but to be the one playing the game. The person sent by the Tianqi Group this time can be considered a general of great importance. He is also the second in command of the Tianqi Group, which shows how much the Tianqi Group values investing in the homeland. Knowing both yourself and your enemy ensures victory in every battle. You still need to understand more about the opponent who is about to arrive. In Singapore, a convoy departed from the Tianqi Group and headed towards the airport. Inside the car, Lin Ju leaned back in his seat, holding a dossier. Yuling, female from Kyoto, 28 years, graduated from Y Country's XXXX Academy, holds a doctorate, currently a director and shareholder of the Deep Sea Group, general manager of the Beining branch. Looking at the photo of Yuling, Lin Jiu felt no ripples in his heart. Over the past decade, his rich experiences had allowed him to cultivate a heart as calm as still water. He placed the dossier into the shredder, watching as that bright, charming face was torn apart. The convoy arrived at the airport, and Lin Jiu, accompanied by security personnel, like a who embarked on his journey back to Beining. At the Thai airport, Zhang Guifan hailed a cab as soon as she got off the plane, eager to see Shen Kuo at the first hour. However, as the taxi ventured further off the beaten path, Zhang Guifan sensed something was amiss. Before she could react, the taxi came to a stop by a small river. Immediately, the car door was opened, and two burly men dragged Zhang Guifan out of the vehicle. Help, they're killing me. Zhang Guifan struggled desperately, but it was futile. With the electric batons fully charged, her screams faded to a whisper. By the time Zhang Guifan regained consciousness, she found herself tightly bound on a cross. Looking at the red-hot branding iron and iron rods, the usually pampered Zhang Guifan was on the brink of collapse. The man with triangular eyes looked at Zhang Guifan with a sinister smile. You'd better quickly reveal the illegal activities of Shen Cheng, otherwise don't blame us for being ruthless. Once we start, there will be no, and you'll have to confess sooner or later. Why suffer so much before confessing? Zhang Guifan hesitated, considering betraying her husband. Is this even human? The next second, as the man with triangular eyes lashed out, Zhang Guifan screamed like a pig. Off. He'll talk. He'll talk. After receiving a lash, Zhang Guifan spilled everything about Shen Cheng's illegal activities like pouring beans. She even included some corresponding evidence she had secretly collected, fearing that Shen Cheng would abandon her one day. Now it all turned out well, enabling Yun Yi and his group to obtain the evidence and immediately begin their arrangements with the aim of stripping Shen Cheng of his official title. Without this title, Shen Cheng would be an ordinary person, easy for them to handle. After Zhang Guifan finished confessing, she thought she would regain her freedom, but instead she was taken to another warehouse, where she saw Shen Kuo, who had been castrated. Zhang Guifan instantly fainted with a thud, which scared Yun Yi so much that he nearly wet himself. He immediately arranged for a doctor to perform emergency rescue. After consecutive rescues, Zhang Guifan managed to regain her life, and Yun Yi breathed a sigh of relief. That one could confess was crucial. They absolutely could not let those on the list die easily. There was still a long life ahead with many tortures awaiting them. If they died, those tortures might fall upon him. In Beining, at the municipal family compound, Shen Cheng paced back and forth in his study, repeatedly dialing Zhang Guifan's number only to receive the same cold voice message again and again. A bad premonition rose in Shen Cheng's heart. He feared that his wife had also fallen into the hands of thieves. This fool, does she have no brains at all? I told her repeatedly not to go, and now look what has happened. If she really dies outside, that would be one thing, but what if others want to target him? Just as Shensheng was feeling anxious and worried, the doorbell rang. With a frown, Shensheng opened the door, but upon seeing two men in suits, he was immediately frozen in place, cold sweat soaking his back. Comrade Shensheng, we are from the Provincial Discipline Inspection Commission. There are some matters that require your cooperation in the investigation. Oh, please come with us. With a thud, Shensheng's phone fell to the ground, shattering the screen, while the cold voice message echoed around him. Hello, the number you dialed is turned off. Shensheng felt as if all the bones in his body had been removed, completely limp, as he was assisted into the car by two commission personnel. In the municipal number 1 compound, a gray-haired, middle-aged man watched this scene from the window, shaking his head. Whether in politics or business, what one fears is not the threat of weapons, but the incompetent squanderers. Good and evil will eventually be repaid. It is not that they are not repaid, but the time has not come. That afternoon, the Discipline Inspection Department disclosed the serious disciplinary violations of former Mayor Shin. In the luxurious entertainment city of heaven on earth, some rejoiced, while others worried. A young girl looking at the scars on her body shed tears. Is delayed justice really justice? Why does justice not appear when one is in need? After being tormented by evil to the brink of death, after suffering the destruction of her family, justice arrives to eliminate evil. Should she be happy or sad now? The girl gazed in confusion at her reflection in the mirror. This question seemed to have no answer. At the time, Myanmar border, under the vigorous efforts of Yun Yi, everyone on the list except for Shensheng had already been accounted for. Scalding hot oil poured over Shun Kwa's hand, and he struggled desperately, but to no avail. The excruciating pain tortured him relentlessly. The wound scabbed over only to be torn open again, then filled with chili oil, and after that washed with saline, an endless cycle with doctors on standby, 24 hours a day. Yun Yi injected them with morphine to save their lives. To prevent them from committing suicide, they were tied up all day, biting one's tongue to die. After watching too many dramas, one realizes that as long as you bite your tongue, the doctors will act immediately. No matter how many times you do it, they will stitch you up each time without anesthesia. Aside from a little more pain, it is utterly meaningless. Each time they are tortured to the brink of collapse, desperately wanting to die, they are injected with morphine, sinking into a fleeting ecstasy, only to awaken and face torment again in an endless cycle. Yun Yi, cigarette in mouth, gazed at the dozens of surveillance screens in front of him. Among the 32 names on the list, 31 had arrived. Only Shensheng was missing for it to be complete. Yun Yi was also somewhat curious, given the vast differences in social status among these individuals. From the mayor's son and daughter-in-law to a KTV security guard and a student. Among them were KTV owners and thugs. One could say all walks of life were represented. Although curious years of struggle had taught Yun Yi one important lesson. The more you know, the more dangerous it becomes. After all, as the old saying goes, ignorance is bliss. Now the Grim Reaper's scythe was drifting further away from him, and the priority was to find a way to rescue Shensheng. Although Shensheng had lost his official position, extricating him without causing a stir was not an easy task. Yun Yi felt a bit displeased. Damn it, if it weren't for the Shun family's stupidity in offending that person, he wouldn't have to be on edge every day. Thinking of this, Yun Yi gestured for the triangular-eyed man to increase the intensity for these fools. Over 30 people who had been howling and suffering had previously played the role of perpetrators. They never imagined that one day they would become victims. A deep sense of despair enveloped them. They now had only one thought: to die a quick death. Yet this thought was destined to remain unfulfilled. In a daze, they seemed to see the victims they had bullied and beaten. Those with poor psychological endurance had turned into raving lunatics. But anyone could go insane except for the Shin family and the Wang family. After all, if they went mad, how could they achieve their goals? Baining Binhai. The fall of the old mayor did not cause much of an impact. It merely provided another topic for the citizens during their tea breaks. If the old ones don't leave, the new ones won't come. At Binhai International Airport, a private plane from Singapore landed smoothly. Looking out the window at Binhai, Lin Jiao felt a moment of daze. It had been 10 years that seemed the city had not changed much, or perhaps a few more buildings had been added. Or maybe memories had blurred and faded. Lin Jiao's arrival was taken very seriously by Bei Ning. After all, from a certain perspective, Lin Jiao was a god. To demonstrate the importance of Lin Jiao, Yu Zhongbei personally led staff from relevant departments and outstanding entrepreneurs like Yu Ling and Chu Xian to welcome him at the airport. Several coasters were parked inside the airport, with an Audi leading the way, accompanied by police cars clearing the path. The level of formality was quite high. Those who did not know would think a high-ranking leader was coming to inspect. Such grand arrangements to welcome an entrepreneur were quite rare domestically. No, in fact, there was no precedent for this. When Yu Zhongbei initially mentioned this in a standing committee meeting, he faced considerable opposition. After all, once this precedent was set, it would inevitably attract ridicule from neighboring provinces. However, Yu Zhongbei pushed through the opposition, stating that as long as it benefited Bei Ning's economic development, what was wrong with lowering their stance? Putting the people first and prioritizing development, what status or facade were these but dross? With Yu Zhongbei saying so, who could argue? Continuing would only alienate them from the masses, a label not everyone could wear. In the crowd, Yu Ling watched the silver-white private jet land, feeling somewhat emotional. It was different for those returning from overseas. A private jet was glaringly ostentatious. Unlike them who had to hide when taking a private jet, being too ostentatious was not a good thing. Meanwhile, Chu Xian was deep in thought. The arrival of Tianqi Group might not necessarily be a bad thing for her. The Deep Sea Group under the Yu family was too domineering, too aggressive in its dealings. Now with the dragon crossing the river, they could sit back and watch the tigers fight, enjoying the ease. The private jet slowly taxied, finally stopping on the runway in front of everyone. Although there was no red carpet, the formality shown in welcoming an entrepreneur was already excessive. The cabin door opened and the stairs were lowered. All eyes in the crowd were fixed on the doorway of the cabin, and in the next moment a tall figure appeared at the door, descending the stairs. A gasp escaped from someone in the crowd. Who would have thought the head of a multinational group would be so young? This was quite a shock to those who usually valued seniority. After all, the impression that one cannot act without experience was deeply ingrained. Yu Ling stared at the youth walking down the plane, somewhat dazed. This person was quite peculiar. Not particularly handsome, lacking any sharpness, very calm and steady, reminiscent of the older generation. Chu Xian watched Lin Jiu disembarking from the plane, feeling a different kind of meaning in her heart. Yu Zhongbei walked forward and Lin Jiu stepped down from the plane, accompanied by his entourage, both sides sharing a sense of mutual approach. Yu Zhongbei extended his hand, shaking Lin Jiu's firmly. Mr. Lin, you've come a long way. Thank you for your hard work. It is rare for a successful entrepreneur like Mr. Lin to not forget his roots. I deeply admire you. Oh, Secretary, you flatter me. As a member of my hometown, being able to contribute to its development is the aspiration of Tianqi Group. Having this opportunity to return home to invest fulfills Tianqi Group's wish. I hope to communicate and learn more with all you outstanding business representatives in the future, and I believe that under your leadership, Bei Ning's development will surely soar ahead. After a simple exchange of pleasantries, Lin Jiu, surrounded by Yu Zhongbei and others, boarded the coaster that the convoy left the airport with green lights and traffic police directing at every intersection. Drivers waiting at the intersections were curious which high-ranking leader had come to inspect. The roads were almost pristine with yellow earth laid down. This shows that Bei Ning was currently placing great importance on the return of Tianqi Group. The convoy arrived at Binhai International Conference Center, a complex that integrated dining, conference, accommodation, communication, and learning. Here the Bei Ning Provincial Party Committee and provincial government organized a ceremony where elementary school students presented flowers, and a banner welcoming the returning children was hung above with the provincial TV station covering the event. The phrase "returning home in glory" was perfectly illustrated here. At the Binhai International Conference Center, Lin Jiu and Yu Zhongbei stood at the center position, with the young man in the spotlight standing out especially against the backdrop of everyone. However, Lin Jiu felt no turmoil in his heart regarding this. One must remember the phrase "no profit, no early rise." These people lift you high today because you can bring them benefits. Perhaps one day in the future these people will discard you as worthless. The world is bustling all for profit. Nonetheless, Lin Jiu was happy to be part of it. Oh, why not don a tiger's skin as a coat? As time passed, people gradually departed, and the further one walked, the fewer remained. By the time they sat at the dining table, only one table of people was left. After some polite exchanges, Yu Zhongbei took the seat of honor, while Lin Jiu sat to his left in the second position. Following Lin Jiu's seating was not a leader from a relevant department, but rather Yu Ling, the general manager of the Bei Ning branch of the Deep Sea Group. As a general manager of a group branch, appearing at such a high-profile banquet was quite perplexing. However, Lin Jiu understood well, having connections in the court makes one's career easier. Yu Ling's identity served as a ticket to the arena of fame and fortune. At the banquet, they exchanged toasts. Yu Ling raised her glass and clinked it with Lin Jiu's, downing it in a manner reminiscent of a heroic woman. Moreover, the fact that others noted this was their first time seeing General Yu toast made her intentions quite clear. This gathering was entirely centered around Lin Jiu to express their regard for him. If it were any other entrepreneur, they would have been overwhelmed and speechless from such adulation. However, Lin Jiu was not easily swayed. He had weathered many storms and had rich experiences. Dining and conversing with heads of state in Southeast Asia was as common as a daily routine for him, so he would not be dazed by such a small scene. After the meal, Yu Zhongbei excused himself for a break, with Yu Ling accompanying him. A handsome man and a beautiful woman walked side by side. Yu Ling looked up at this man. "General Lin, I've long admired your name. There are no falsehoods behind your fame. Today I finally meet my idol. In the future I hope to learn from General Lin, and I ask for your guidance." General Yu is joking. I, an outsider, should actually learn more from you, General Yu. After exchanging some pleasantries, they swapped contact information. Subsequently, Yu Ling stood at the door watching the vehicle depart until it turned a corner and disappeared from view before she turned to leave. Inside the car, Lin Jiu gazed at the woman in the rearview mirror, her eyes slightly squinted. "Ahu, check if there's anything we can exploit within the Yu family. By the way, how is the preparation for the company's opening going?" Ahu nodded. "All right, Brother Jiu, the group began preparations 6 months ago. With the active cooperation of the Baining government, the site selection has been finalized and the headquarters has purchased a 29-story building. For the opening of Feng Shui Master selected an auspicious day set for a week from now. The management team for the branch has been drawn from the headquarters and the work processes have basically been perfected. The National Investment Department has also allocated several projects. Lin Jiao turned to look out the window. 10 years had passed. How many decades can one have in life? He worked hard for his brother, but now that his brother was gone, how should he move forward? If he could return to the past, perhaps he would choose to live an ordinary life with his brother rather than the way things are now. Suddenly a rumble echoed and a thunderclap sounded as torrential rain poured down without warning. The Maybach sped through the suburban roads, racing towards the distant mountains and waters. Looking at the torrential rain outside, Lin Jiao remained expressionless. He did not like to grieve, he preferred to let others mourn. Everything was just beginning. Soon the Maybach stopped at the entrance of a cemetery. A row of men in black suits held black umbrellas, standing on either side in a strict and orderly manner. The door of the Maybach opened and Lin Jiao stepped out under the umbrella. Amidst the flashes of lightning and rolling thunder, Lin Jiao stopped in front of a nameless gravestone, staring at the photo where a young man clenched his fists. Shin, rest assured, brother will make those who deserve it suffer a fate worse than death. They will pay for their sins in this lifetime. The Baining prison was heavily guarded and airtight. Inside a single-person cell, Shin Chung sat in a chair looking dazed. He never expected that the transition from heaven to hell would only take a few days. 2 days ago, he was still the mayor of a provincial-level city, the father figure for millions of citizens. But just 2 days later, he became a prisoner. If it had ended there, it would have been one thing, but his son and wife were still missing in a foreign land. Who exactly? With such ruthless methods, he had been careful throughout his years in office, always cautious and considerate. Even when dealing with Shen Kuo's troubles, he would investigate thoroughly before making plans. Those with power and influence would seek forgiveness. Those without would act recklessly. Shin Chung could not fathom how he could have offended anyone under such circumstances. Was everything just coincidence? Was it heaven's judgment? Was it karmic retribution? Just as Shin Chung was lost in thought, the door of the cell opened with a beep, interrupting his confusion. Shin Chung looked at the source of the sound and saw a prison guard walk in. Mayor Shin, I never expected that you would become a prisoner, and so many people are still thinking of you. What do you mean? Shin Chung was taken aback, frowning instinctively, posing with an air of authority. What do you mean? Shin Chung thought, could it be that someone is trying to rescue him? No, it didn't sound like good news. The prison guard shook his head. Mayor Shin, do you know how much you are worth now? 5 million, a whole 5 million. If you cooperate obediently, you might suffer a bit less. A bad premonition surged in Shin Chang's heart. 5 million. Who would spend 5 million to save him? No, this was wrong. He wasn't worth that much. Just as Shin Chung was about to cry for help, the prison guard covered his mouth and injected him with the drug. In the next second, Shin Chang's gaze became vacant and he lost consciousness. After the prison guard destroyed the syringe, he feigned a patrol and discovered Shin Chung on the ground, immediately calling for help via the intercom. Soon Shin Chung was rushed to the hospital, but before arriving he was declared dead and sent to the crematorium. The entire process was remarkably smooth. In fact, Shin Chung was captured and imprisoned for less than 3 days, which was too fast to be quite suspicious. But whether it was suspicious or not, it was no longer related to Shin Chung. When Shin Chung opened his eyes again, he found himself in a dim room. He instinctively struggled, only to realize that his hands and feet were bound. He tried to cry for help, but his mouth was covered. Just as Shin Chung emitted a helpless whimper, screens suddenly lit up in front of him. Shin Chung counted there were a total of 32 screens. In the next second, the screen in the center displayed an image, and Shin Chung was momentarily stunned. The person in the image was none other than himself. Before he could react, the screen to his left lit up. Shin Chang's pupils contracted. He stood frozen in place. On the left screen was a cross with a naked young man bound to it. The injuries were so severe that the phrase "covered in wounds" could not even begin to describe it. There was not a single good piece of flesh on him. Most importantly, that face, that pale face, was none other than his son, his beloved son Shin Kuo. The heart-wrenching screams echoed in the small room. Shin Chang's eyes were bloodshot as he struggled desperately, only able to emit painful whimpers. Before he could mourn, the screen on his right lit up the next second, and Shin Chung felt as if struck by lightning. The person appearing on the screen was none other than his wife, Zhang Guifan. Zhang Guifan and Shin Kuo were in nearly identical predicaments, subjected to various cruel punishments right before Shin Chang's eyes. Wails and screams continuously reverberated. Soon after, one screen after another lit up. Shin Chung was stunned, as some of the people on these screens were familiar. Wu Long, the owner of the Tianshang Rin Jian, along with his family. The section chief who handled his matters, the prison guards, people from the Underworld, and the Wang family. What on earth was going on? 32 screens lit up in succession before Shin Chung, and the endless cries mixed together left him in a daze. Familiar and unfamiliar faces suffered various tortures on the screens. In the center of the 32 screens, the one depicting Shin Chung reflected his incredulous and agonizing face. The helpless and despairing whimpers mingled with the screams, playing a unique requiem of atonement. Dad? Dad? Where are you? Come save me. Dad? I don't want to live anymore. Kill me. Kill me. Old Shin, where are you? Save Xiaoqua. Shin Cheng's eyes turned red as tears streamed down his face, heartbroken as he watched his wife and son endure inhumane torment. Just then a sound of footsteps approached. Like a ray of light in the darkness, Shin Cheng turned to look, grasping at it like a drowning man grasping a lifeline. With a loud snap, the lights turned on. Accustomed to the dark, Shin Kwa squinted to open his eyes, and through the haze he saw a young man in a suit. As he drew closer, the man's face became clearer. Shin Cheng's first feeling was one of strangeness. He had never seen this person before. Lin Jiao casually walked up to Shin Cheng, whose mouth was taped shut, and looked at the people on the screen who were suffering inhuman punishment. So how does it feel to see your wife, son, and friends being tortured while you are powerless to help? With a sob, Shin Cheng struggled violently and glared at the young man before him. It was him, this devil. With a snap, flames ignited as Lin Jiao lit a cigarette and spoke leisurely. Don't worry, there is still plenty of time. I will provide your son with the best medical care. Even if he doesn't live to 100, he can live to 80. He is 30 now, so he has another 50 years. Every day, every minute, every second in those 50 years, I will take good care of him. It's just a pity that you probably won't be able to see it. But rest assured, I am a very fair person. Your living conditions will not be poor either. I will ensure you live well. You will spend the rest of your life experiencing what true suffering means. Smoke filled the air, and Shin Cheng could barely make out the young man's expression, but at that moment Lin Jiao appeared to him as a remorseless scoundrel. Lin Jiao paid no mind to Shin Cheng's protests, as they were of no effect. He waved his hand, and Ahu stepped forward. With a tearing sound, Ahu ripped the tape off Shin Cheng's mouth. Just as Shin Cheng opened his mouth, a loud slap struck him. It was powerful and forceful. He thought it was the end, but little did he know it was just the beginning. Slap after slap fell on Shin Cheng's face, turning it into a swollen mess. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Jiao tapped the table. The slaps finally ceased, leaving Shin Cheng with a battered and bruised face, blood streaming from his nose and mouth, and his eyes nearly closed. Suddenly a bucket of alcohol was dumped over his head. Shin Cheng, who had been dizzy, instantly became alert, letting out a scream akin to that of a slaughtered pig. Seeing you in such a pitiful state, I can offer you a chance. You must choose between your son and your wife. Whoever you choose, I will let go of that person. Hearing this, Shin Cheng grasped at it like a lifeline. I choose my son, I choose my son, please let him go. Lin Jiao shook his head. Abandoning your wife. Heartless. Your choice is unsatisfactory, so you must be punished. As he spoke, the screen showed Shin Kwa having his ear cut off, and before that wound was even sewn up, another cut began. The desperate screams tormented Shin Cheng. I will give you another chance at choose again. Shin Cheng, filled with hope, anxiously chose his wife, Zhang Guifan. Lin Jiao shook his head. Abandoning your son. No responsibility, no accountability. You will be punished. The next second, the screen showed Zhang Guifan having all her hair forcibly ripped out. Shin Cheng was furious. Who should I choose? Who am I supposed to choose? Lin Jiao shook his head. Hesitation, indecision. I don't like it, so you will be punished. The next moment, Shin Kwa and Zhang Guifan on the screen were electrocuted, causing heart-wrenching screams. Shin Cheng wept, begging for mercy. I beg you, please spare us. Lin Jiao chuckled softly. Oh, begging for mercy. You can also plead for mercy. Ahu handed over some documents, and Lin Jiao skimmed through them. In 1990, your son raped a poor college student, the hope of her entire village, whose dream was to escape the mountains and change her hometown through education. But her life was ruined at the hands of your son, who even took photos to send to her parents and fellow villagers, driving her parents to their deaths. In 1991, your son, over a trivial matter, colluded with social miscreants and left a student paralyzed. When the parents came seeking justice, they were arranged to be imprisoned by you. In 1991, your son held a selection banquet at Tianshang Renjian, where gangsters captured people on the street. Those who resisted had their hands and feet broken, and the worst were beaten to death. In 1992, your son drove drunk and hit a family of 3. Did you ever consider that one day you might become the victims? Shin Cheng was momentarily speechless. Yes, we made mistakes. We can accept the judgment of the law. We are willing to accept the judgment of the law. I beg you, please, we are willing to surrender. Spare us. Lin Jiao sneered. The law. I remember you said that the law protects the strong and restrains the weak. The strong can wield the law as a weapon. You said to abide by the law, yet you also said the interpretation of the law is in your hands. A lawbreaker is not worthy of being judged by the law. If reasoning and rules were useful, then why have fists? Since the law cannot provide fairness or justice, we weaklings can only find our own way to pursue fairness and reclaim our own justice. Rest assured, I will have people take you around the world to experience the heat of Africa and the cold of Antarctica. This is just the beginning. Shin Cheng looked horrified. No, you can't do this. Lin Jiao turned and left. Since being a good person does not yield justice, then I will be a bad person. It is difficult to be a good person, for a single thought can turn one into a demon. It is easy to be a bad person, for a single thought can lead one to enlightenment. Letting go of the sword can lead to immediate Buddhahood. As for Wang Cheng and his 30-plus companions, they will never have the chance to let go of their swords in this lifetime. In Binhai City, Longjiang No. 1. This is a villa area nestled beside mountains and water, also known as a wealthy district in Baining. Those who live here are either rich or noble. Courtyard No. 9 was purchased a year ago by a mysterious buyer. It is regularly cleaned, yet no one has ever seen anyone live there. Today the villa welcomed its owner. In the study on the second floor, Lin Jiao sat in a chair contemplating the current situation. At that moment the phone he had placed in the drawer rang. Lin Jiao was slightly taken aback and retrieved an old mobile phone from the drawer. This phone was for his direct contact with Chen Jun, who was already dead. Who else knew this number? The number was from Binhai with no notes attached. Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes slightly and answered the call. On the other end was a man's voice, around 40 years old, with a local Binhai accent, exuding a disconcerting confidence. Mr. Lin, sorry to disturb you. My surname is Ma Guoyang. I used to work in the Criminal Investigation Division of Binhai City. Chen Jun was my senior brother. Lin Jiao's finger holding the phone tightened slightly. Is there something? Chen Jun has been missing for nearly 2 months. Ma Guoliang's voice was steady. His family reported it, but it was suppressed and no investigation was allowed. I inquired privately, and the last time Chen Jun crossed the border, he was headed to Southeast Asia. During that time it seems Mr. Lin was also there. Lin Jiao remained silent. Mr. Lin, please don't misunderstand him, not here to cause trouble. Ma Guoliang chuckled dryly. I've seen part of what was locked away in Chen Jun's drawer. To be honest, if something really happened to him, I wouldn't be surprised. But recently I've been a bit tight on cash, and would like to borrow 5 million from Mr. Lin to tide me over. It's not much, just 5 million. Lin Jiao leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Mr. Ma, where did you get this number? And why do you think I would give you 5 million? Based on a page from Chen Jun's notebook. Ma Guoliang's voice lowered, a data string of numbers followed by a character Lin. I don't know what it means, but I know who it refers to. Mr. Lin, if these things fall into the wrong hands, could it affect you? The line fell silent for 2 seconds. Of course I keep my mouth shut. As long as Mr. Lin is willing to help me with this, I guarantee these things will rot in my stomach. 5 million is not a small sum. Let's meet to discuss. Ma Guoliang hesitated for a moment. All right. When tomorrow at 3 in the afternoon at the old pier in Binhai. Come alone. Mr. The call ended. Lin Jiao tossed the phone onto the coffee table. Ma Guoliang. Chen Jun's Jr. Did Chen Jun leave behind a notebook? He chose not to hand over the items to someone else, but instead called to demand money. This indicates 2 things. First, he is in urgent need of cash. Second, he has not informed anyone about the notebook and intends to keep the money for himself. In that case, this works perfectly. The next afternoon at the old pier in Binhai, when Ma Guoliang arrived, Lin Jiao was already waiting in an abandoned warehouse. Who stood behind Lin Jiao, and the warehouse door was closed once Ma Guoliang entered. Ma Guoliang in his 40s wore a faded jacket, and the wrinkles on his face were deeper than his actual age. His eyes were lively. Upon entering, he scanned the warehouse inside and out before looking at Lin Jiao, who was, Mr. Lin, where's the money? Lin Jiao did not answer. He fished out a cigarette from his pocket, lit it, and took a drag. Where's the notebook? Ma Guoliang paused for a moment, then smiled. Mr. Lin, didn't we agree? 5 million for the money, you get the items. Cash for goods. Lin Jiao flicked the ash from his cigarette. I asked you where's the notebook. Ma Guoliang's smile froze. He glanced at Lin Jiao, then at who standing by the door, his throat bobbing once. The notebook is not with me. Chen Jun handed it over to someone else before he went missing. However, I have seen the contents of that page, though I remember it clearly. Mr. Lin, I don't need the notebook. I only need. Lin Jiao raised his hand, interrupting him. Who else is? Just me. Ma Guoliang's voice became urgent. Only I could open Chen Jun's drawer. He trusted me so. You said you've seen that page. Lin Jiao stepped closer, a date, numbers, and a character Lin. What else was there? Ma Guoliang's forehead was sweating. Nothing else, just that. After I read it, I put everything back. Mr. Lin, I really only wanted to borrow some money. Well, I owe gambling debts, and they want to cut off my hands. Who is Zhao Cheng? Ma Guoliang's face changed instantly. He opened his mouth, but couldn't make a sound. His expression shifted from panic to fear. How do you know Zhao Cheng? Lin Jiao did not answer. He truly did not know who Zhao Cheng was. He had only asked the who to check Ma Guoliang's call records, and found that before calling himself, he had frequently contacted someone named Zhao Cheng. He had simply tested Ma Guoliang. The test worked. Zhao Cheng has also seen the notebook. Ma Guoliang's voice trembled. He was Chen Jun's informant. After Chen Jun's incident, he came to me asking if I knew where Chen Jun had gone. I told him about the notebook. But we didn't tell anyone really, Mr. Lin, only the 2 of us know. Where is he? Ma Guoliang shut his eyes. In Yunnan. His cousin is involved in border trade there. He went there to hide from his debts. Lin Jiao turned around and walked towards the warehouse door. He paused beside a who. Clean it up. A who not? Ma Guoliang's voice rang sharply behind him. Mr. Lin, you said that as long as I spoke up you would. His voice abruptly cut off. Lin Jiao walked out of the warehouse without looking back. The wind at the pier was strong, carrying a salty, fishy scent. In the distance, several cargo ships were docked with faint black smoke rising from their chimneys. Lin Jiu leaned against the car body and lit a cigarette. Ma Guoyang thought he was the hunter. He clutched a page from Chun Jun's notebook, believing it to be a chip that could turn his fate around. He meticulously designed this deal, asking for 5 million, not handing over the notebook, but offering only his mouth. He thought as long as he kept quiet, Lin Jiu wouldn't dare to touch him. But he had made one mistake. Lin Jiu would never entrust his life to another's hands, especially not to someone who would use leverage to threaten him. Today he could demand 5 million. Tomorrow, if he loses at gambling, he could demand 10 million. A person like this cannot be silenced, for he himself is a sieve. The only solution is to make him permanently silent. As for Zhao Qing, Lin Jiu crushed the cigarette, but underfoot. Ma Guoyang claimed Zhao Qing was in Yunnan. Then let a wise people find him in Yunnan. 3 days later in Yunnan, Zhao Qing's body was discovered in a river ditch at the border. The local police concluded it was an accidental drowning due to intoxication. Zhao Qing indeed loved to drink. His cousin verified that he had left after finishing a whole bottle of liquor alone that night and never returned. On the same day in Binhai, Ma Guoyang's family reported him missing. The police reviewed the surveillance footage and found he was last seen near the old pier, after which he vanished. The case was classified as a missing persons case and listed among unsolved mysteries. No one connected these two incidents, a gambler and drinker in Yunnan and a former police officer in Binhai drowning in debt. There are too many people like this. A one less makes no difference, and no one cares. In Baining, at Longjiang No. 1, Lin Jiu sat in his study, while a who stood at the door. Wei has sent word. Zhao Qing's cousin said that Zhao Qing mentioned something before going to Yunnan. Before Chen Jun died, he handed over something to a jade dealer in Yunnan. The dealer's surname is Pan. Lin Jiu's fingers paused on the table. A jade dealer. Yunnan. Surname Pan. He recalled that Wei had previously mentioned that the Tianchi Group had a partner in Zishuing Bana involved in the jade business, also surnamed Pan. Is it the same person? Wei is checking. But that jade dealer surnamed Pan went out of the country to Myanmar last month and has not returned since. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair. Chen Jun had given something to a jade dealer. The jade dealer had gone to Myanmar. Myanmar is the Tianchi Group's territory. That old dog Chen Jun was plotting until his death. He didn't hand over the items to Zhao Qing or Ma Guoyang. He entrusted them to someone who had business dealings with the Tianchi Group. He knew Lin Jiu would take care of anyone who knew the secret, so he chose someone Lin Jiu wouldn't dare to easily touch, the partner of the Tianchi Group. But why did that Pan choose to leave the country? Did he know that what he held would bring about a death threat and fled early? Or did someone inform him that Chen Jun was dead and the person holding that item would be in danger? Lin Jiu crushed the cigarette, but this matter is not over. But for now he had other tasks to attend to. Find the one surnamed Pan. Get the item back. The person must be alive. Then he leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. It is a time of turmoil. The osmanthus tree outside the window swayed gently in the wind with a few leaves falling onto the bluestone slab. Currently the Tianchi Group is a newcomer in Baining. While outsiders are often welcome, the Tianchi Group is no mere monk. An outsider with no background yet exceedingly wealthy is seen by certain prominent families as a juicy piece of meat, one that anyone can take a bite of. However, the Tianchi Group has just arrived and is still in a period of protection. But this protection period is very short, so a breakthrough must be made quickly. Wherever there are people, there is a world of rivalry. To put it simply, where there are people, there are disputes. The business world in Baining is not a solid block. Previously, the leading position in Baining's business world belonged to the Chu family, but after the arrival of the Yu family, signs of a change in leadership emerged within just 3 years. This is not due to the Yu family's great capabilities, nor is it that the Chu family has faltered. The situation is not that complicated. On the contrary, it is quite simple. The reason for the Chu family's decline is the death of the elder of the Chu family, while the Yu family's rise is due to the elder of the Yu family still being alive. Though it sounds amusing, isn't this the reality? How could the Chu family accept being overshadowed by an outsider? Previously there were no opportunities, but now there might be. Ding dong, a notification popped up. Title: Investigation Report on the Deep Sea Group. Lin Jiu glanced at it and felt a bit surprised. He never expected the situation before him to be even more chaotic than he had imagined. However, if the waters were calm, how would there be opportunities for outsiders to take action? After all, one can only fish in troubled waters. The investigation report indicated that the Deep Sea Group currently has numerous factions, and the Baining branch is a hotbed of factional strife. The previous general manager was a veteran figure in the Deep Sea Group, but now he has been quietly demoted to a lesser role, while the Yu family's legitimate daughter, Yu Ling, has taken over as the general manager of the Baining branch. This situation is truly spectacular. However, it's uncertain which side will lose patience first. Baining, the Chu family. This family that has lived in Baining for generations now shows signs of decline. At the crest of time's tide, there are always people standing atop, yet very few can remain there for long. Those who rise to the top are numerous, while many prominent families have fallen into the river of time. Chu Xian stood in the study. Father, the opportunity has arrived. The middle-aged man by the window shook his head while gazing at the round moon in the sky. For us, it is an opportunity. For them, it is also an opportunity. Shinra, how much do you know about the Tianchi group? To be precise, how much do you know about this Linjiu? The middle-aged man speaking is Chu Weirong, the current pillar of the Chu family, whose administrative rank is even higher than that of the second-in-command of the Yu family. A rank difference of one is akin to the difference between heaven and earth. Yet the path of the Yu family's second-in-command has not reached its end, while Chu Weirong's political career will halt here if he does not encounter significant opportunities. Upon hearing this, Chu Xian pondered before speaking. The Tianchi group is considered an exceptional presence in Southeast Asia. There are even rumors that the Tianchi group holds power above the governments of various Southeast Asian countries. Thus, the Tianchi group is unlike other capital entities. Their strength cannot be described merely in terms of capital. They should be referred to as a financial conglomerate or a powerful clan. As for the general manager of the Tianchi group, Lin Jiu, we have also conducted an investigation. Over the course of 10 years, he has risen from being a subordinate to becoming a leader. It can truly be described as legendary. However, there is very little information about this person, and even the reason he went to Southeast Asia back then remains. Nevertheless, to go from having nothing to wielding great power within 10 years illustrates his means and capabilities. Chu Weirong sat down behind the desk. He had interacted with Lin Jiu twice. The return of the Tianchi group is also coordinated with the Ministry of Commerce, and as the head of the ministry, Chu Weirong knows much more than those so-called investigators. The Tianchi group can be summed up in one sentence regardless of whether it is a black cat or a white cat. As long as it can catch mice, it is a good cat. And the founder of the Tianchi group, Hua Tianchi, was forced to leave the country back then. If one were to speak of his feelings for the country, that would be sheer nonsense. The nature of capital is to seek profit. Any talk of sentiment or nostalgia is pure nonsense. The rise of the Tianchi group is not glorious, or rather the current Tianchi group has been whitewashed. However, most of those events occurred in Southeast Asia and have little to do with the domestic situation. Compared to Hua Tianchi, Lin Jiu is even more enigmatic. People say he is the young version of Hua Tianchi, ruthless and with the demeanor of a warlord. Yet Chu Weirong feels that Lin Jiu is harder to deal with than Hua Tianchi, because Hua Tianchi is already old while Lin Jiu is still young. Previously, Chu Weirong had some doubts about Lin Jiu's identity. He suspected that Lin Jiu might be Hua Tianchi's illegitimate son. Otherwise, why would Hua Tianchi place such importance on an outsider? However, this idea was quickly dismissed by Chu Weirong. It seemed he had some conjectures, but this bold speculation was destined to remain merely a guess. Shinra, in my name, please invite Lin Jiu for a meal. This person can only be treated as a friend. Chu Xian was taken aback for a moment. While she felt somewhat confused, she still went downstairs to make arrangements. In the center of Binhai City, within a building in the commercial CBD, Yuling sat in her office playing with a pen. Currently, her situation is not good, although she appears to be thriving and is respected by everyone. Yuling is well aware that these proud elders do not regard her highly. The best approach is to leverage external forces to eliminate these arrogant elders. After all, if this matter is not handled well, it could be disheartening, and the losses for the Deep Sea Group would be incalculable. Yuling rose and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the neon lights outside. Lin Jiu, quite interesting. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded at the door. Yuling responded, and the office door was pushed open. A tall, capable woman in professional attire walked in. Miss, we've received a letter. The Chu family intends to invite General Manager Lin of the Tianchi Group for a meal. Upon hearing this, Yuling narrowed her eyes slightly. In that case, let Vice President Zhou visit General Manager Lin and say he is my esteemed guest. He must not be treated with neglect. The secretary acknowledged and left. Not long after, in another office, a middle-aged man dressed in a suit and tie felt displeased upon hearing this news. If it weren't for Yuling's sudden emergence, the position of general manager of the Binang branch would have been his. He had even prepared to celebrate, only to have a newcomer appear out of nowhere. Having achieved no accomplishments, yet robbing him of what should rightfully belong to him, how could Zhou Quan maintain his composure towards this young lady after struggling for decades? Upon receiving this news, Zhou Quan sneered inwardly. He had thought this young lady had some talent, but it turned out he had overestimated her. Although the Tianchi group is formidable in Southeast Asia, this is Binang. Even the powerful Chu family is retreating step by step under the pressure of the Deep Sea Group. How could an outsider with no foundation fare any better? Moreover, this outsider is clearly here to seize the market, yet they intend to treat them with courtesy. This is simply foolish. According to the rules, it should be the Tianchi group coming to pay their respects. A mere child is hardly worth mentioning. In Zhou Quan's view, the Tianchi group does not understand priorities and lacks decorum. Not only should they not visit, but they should also be given a show of strength. However, one must still maintain appearances. Not long after, a public relations lady from the Deep Sea Group arrived at the villa area presenting a gift of local specialties from Binang to Lin Jiu on behalf of the Deep Sea Group. Lin Jiu did not refuse and accepted the gifts, but the public relations lady was extremely nervous. After all, just by looking at the location and the bodyguards, one could tell this person was not ordinary. Bringing these gifts to their door could be seen as offending them. There is no such thing as not harming envoys during a war between two countries. If the other party is unhappy and tosses one into the river to feed the fish, that would be a loss that cannot be compensated. The public relations personnel had not yet left, and the intricacies of the matter were laid bare on Lin Jiu's desk. Naturally, Yuling's little tricks could not escape Lin Jiu's insight. To drive the tiger to swallow the wolf, to use a knife to kill someone. Lin Jiu put down the documents in his hands and lit a cigarette. The storms of the past decade had taught him a crucial lesson. As long as you are powerful, whatever you do is justified. Therefore, in the face of such a situation, the best approach is to do nothing at all. When the news returned to Yuling's ears, she was like a patient hunter quietly waiting for her prey. Was Zhou Quan? No, on the contrary, Zhou Quan was quite clever. Smart people tend to complicate matters. To put it simply, Zhou Quan believed that offending Lin Jiu would result in lesser losses than allowing Yuling to have her way. The results of weighing the pros and cons are what smart people do. That night, as Zhou Quan was preparing to go to his lover's place, a mishap occurred on the way. On the suburban country road. Inside a BMW, Zhou Quan sat in the back seat, gazing at the scenery outside the window. He had been in Beining for 3 years, and during these years the Beining branch had truly soared, taking flight. The chairman of the group had mentioned his name more than once in meetings, generously stating that he was the greatest contributor. In these past 3 years, Zhou Quan had been riding high. Navigating the world of fame and fortune, these 3 years had been more exhilarating than the previous 50. Once a person has money and power, everything changes. It is easy to pick it up, but difficult to let it go. This is why Zhou Quan was particularly vigilant and resistant to Yuling. Setting aside the position of general manager, Yuling's arrival felt like a plucking of peaches. It even made Zhou Quan feel that the group wanted to use him to set an example. Moreover, Yuling had taken the position of general manager without any merits. Not only was he dissatisfied, but even those below him felt the same. With each person occupying their own place, how could those below progress if those above did not move up? Just as Zhou Quan pondered how to break the deadlock, a sudden screech of brakes jolted him, nearly causing him to tumble from the back seat to the front. Before Zhou Quan could curse out loud, with a crash the car window shattered, the door was flung open, and he was dragged out. With a bang, Zhou Quan lost consciousness in a dilapidated building on the outskirts of the city. When Zhou Quan awoke again, he found himself suspended on the rooftop. Beneath him was a 100-meter-tall building. Falling from this height would certainly be painless. A normal person would be afraid, and Zhou Quan was no exception. But he did not scream, because in this place shouting would be futile. Since they had tied him here, it meant there was still room for negotiation. At this moment, Zhou Quan pondered whom he had offended recently. I wonder which brother this is. If I have offended you, I hope you can be magnanimous. Just pull me back, and we can talk it out nicely. It's not easy for anyone to struggle out here, and let's not ruin the peace. Zhou Quan initially thought they would pull him up to talk, but unexpectedly the next second a strong sense of weightlessness hit him. Oh, help. As the rope loosened, Zhou Quan fell straight down 5 or 6 meters. This terrified him so much that he nearly wet himself. Although he had seen many storms, few could face death calmly. Sir, please spare my life. Looking down from the 100-meter height, Zhou Quan had lost all composure, sobbing and too scared to open his eyes. Sir, I beg you, pull me up, please. With a crash, Zhou Quan's scream echoed through the night sky as he suddenly dropped another 10 meters. After all this, Zhou Quan seemed as if he was about to die. When he was pulled back up and his feet touched the ground, he collapsed like a limp shrimp. A steady sound of footsteps made Zhou Quan involuntarily look up. He saw 9 sternly faced men in suits standing on either side of him. A young man in the middle lit a cigarette and walked toward Zhou Quan. Upon seeing this young face, Zhou Quan was momentarily stunned. Who is this person? It seems I have not offended someone of this caliber, right? No, why does he look somewhat familiar? The young man stopped 3 steps away from Zhou Quan, while the suited men on either side lifted the soaked and pitiful Zhou Quan up. Lin Jiu looked at the disheveled Zhou Quan and chuckled. Zhou Zong, do you recognize me? Zhou Quan's mind was blank at that moment, and he stuttered, opening his mouth. I recognize you are Lin Zong, right? Lin Jiu nodded. Do you know why I asked you to come here? I think there may be some misunderstanding between us. Zhou Quan swallowed. Lin Zong, I am also just following orders. Being in someone else's hands leaves me powerless. Lin Jiu narrowed his eyes, extinguishing the cigarette in his hand and clapping his hands. Throw him down. After that, 2 suited men dragged Zhou Quan toward the edge, and Zhou Quan's pupil shrank as he struggled fruitlessly. As they got closer, Zhou Quan immediately shouted, Lin Zong, it's me. I have offended you without knowing. You are magnanimous. Spare me this time, and I will certainly follow your lead in the future. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu raised his hand, and Zhou Quan was dragged back in front of Lin Jiu. Those who recognize the times are wise. In my view, Zhou Zong is indeed a wise man. Zhou Quan was now like a dog terrified out of its wits, nodding repeatedly at Lin Jiu's mocking words. Yes, you are absolutely right. Seeing this, Lin Jiu's interest waned completely. Ahu, take care of the rest. Ahu nodded, and Lin Jiu left the rooftop surrounded by several suited men. Ahu stepped forward and patted Zhou Quan's face. Our Jiu Yi said this matter is not solely your responsibility, you were also used by others. But while the death penalty can be avoided, the living punishment cannot be escaped. Next, it depends on your performance. Our boss likes useful people. Oh, I hope Zhou Zong can be a useful person. Otherwise, Who said no more. Having someone set up a camera, Zhou Quan began to recount the wrongdoings of the Deep Sea Group over the years to the camera. After processing everything, Zhou Quan was dully taken downstairs. Watching the convoy of Tianqi Group leave, he couldn't help but shiver. Having lived for so many years, he was no fool, and precisely because of this he deeply felt the terror of Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu was not ferocious, not ruthless, but indifferent. Indifferent to life. Zhou Quan knew that if he did not comply or acted stubbornly, he would likely have already drunk. Lin Jiu was not threatening him. If he did not recognize the situation, he would genuinely lose his life. True or false, light or heavy, Zhou Quan still understood clearly. At this moment, Zhou Quan also realized Yu Ling was deliberately messing with him, making him a pawn to test the waters of Tianqi Group. Not to mention wanting to use a knife to kill someone and get rid of him. With this thought, Zhou Quan took a deep breath. Since you family are like this, don't blame me for being ungrateful. Zhou Quan, originally already dissatisfied with the Yu family, at this moment felt like a powder keg about to explode. It was as if he found a vent for his frustrations, or perhaps he was just giving himself a suitable reason. With a rumble, thunder exploded. The heavy rain fell suddenly, and on the rainy night a black Maybach moved through. At Jiu Shi Rose Garden Villa No. 8. Yu Ling stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, swirling her wine glass, watching the torrential rain and the bamboo forest swaying in the wind. Zhou Quan's actions could be described as exceedingly excessive. Even people at the group headquarters were discussing it. In Yu Ling's view, every step Zhou Quan took was under her control. However, Lin Jiu surprisingly showed no signs of action, neither anger nor revenge, which left Yu Ling like a missile originally locked onto its target and following closely, but the next second the missile hit cotton. Yu Ling drank the wine in her glass in one go, already formulating a plan in her mind. Zhou Quan was a member of the Deep Sea Group, but the head of the Beining branch was not Zhou Quan, or it was her. Zhou Quan had done wrong, and as the leader, she naturally had to have the ability to mediate. Lin Jiu was an outsider. No matter how strong he was, what could he do to her? The next morning, Yu Ling convened a meeting for the branch, subtly pointing out that Zhou Quan had botched the visit and offended Tianqi Group. Originally, Yu Ling thought Zhou Quan would argue with her, and even that his subordinates would jump out to embarrass her. But to her surprise, Zhou Quan not only did not lose his temper, but even took the initiative to take responsibility and fired the public relations officer who sent gifts. His attitude was extremely proper, leaving no room for criticism. Although Yu Ling found it somewhat unbelievable, the objective had been achieved. After Zhou Quan admitted his mistake, Yu Ling appeared to take responsibility for easing the relationship between both parties. After the meeting, she set out on the path of apology. Zhou Quan stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the Bentley leave the company, a hint of a mocking smile tugging at his lips. In the suburbs at the Tianshui Lake Golf Manor, Lin Jiu swung his club, the golf ball, tracing a beautiful arc before landing in the hole. A slender and stunning woman stepped forward to hand him a towel. If anyone were here, they would surely recognize that this woman was a top-tier star. On screen, she was high above, basking in glory, but at this moment, she acted like a servant attending to the man before her. An hour ago, this woman, hailed as the goddess of the screen, was kneeling on the ground, devotedly serving this young man who was barely 30. In public, she appeared glamorous, but behind the scenes, she suffered. Looking at the tall, resolute man, she couldn't help but feel a bit dazed. Yet she understood what was within her reach and what was beyond it. Having seen so much of the world, she realized that once they reached a certain status, they were like goods summoned at will and discarded just as easily. For someone like her, emotions were a luxury. In this industry, who could truly maintain their integrity? Nevertheless, to share a moment with such a man was indeed a rare and precious opportunity. After finishing his game, Lin Jiu handed the club to her and took a sip of water. Ahu then approached and whispered, "Boss, Miss Yu Ling from Deep Sea Group has arrived." Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu remained unfazed and nodded slightly. Soon Yu Ling's voice came from outside. "Mr. Lin, I hope for your understanding for my unexpected arrival." If such words had come from a naive person, Yu Ling would have merely laughed it off. However, it was evident that Lin Jiu was no fool. Such overt displeasure left Yu Ling feeling quite at a loss. Meanwhile, the female star remained silent, lowering her head and playing the role of a backdrop. The guest was either rich or of noble status, someone she couldn't afford to provoke. Yu Ling smiled. "Mr. Lin, who has offended you? You can't blame an ordinary person like me." Initially, she intended to lighten the mood with a joke. However, who would have thought? Lin Jiu took up the golf club and swung at the ball. "An ordinary person? Ms. You are truly being modest. In the past, you were certainly a lady of status. This Beining is your territory. We common folk dare not stand on equal footing with you." An awkward breeze swept across the golf course. The suited men on either side remained stern-faced and silent. The female star, exhibiting good professional conduct, said nothing at all. Yu Ling clenched her fists very well. The only man who left such a deep impression on her besides Lin Jiu was no one else. This lifetime she feared she would never forget him. Usually wherever she, the great princess Yu, went, she was treated like royalty, with suitors lining up from Beining to Siberia. She had never encountered someone like Lin Jiu. Oh, every man she met was courteous and poised. Yuling felt a bit dazed, like a teacher being beaten by a student. No, this was not a big boss from a multinational corporation. This was clearly a ruffian. Taking a deep breath, Yuling picked up the nearby golf club. Ahu couldn't help but glance sideways, fearing that this woman might swing the club at their boss. Fortunately, Yuling had not lost her mind. She walked up to the tee and hit the ball with precision and strength, as if releasing her pent-up frustration onto it. The golf ball soared through the air. Mr. Lin, let's speak frankly. This matter has nothing to do with me, otherwise I wouldn't be here today. I came to sincerely apologize. Upon hearing this, Lin Jiu put down the club and waved his hand. The female star quickly departed. Ms. You, Lin, have just arrived and haven't offended Deep Sea Group, have I? The actions of Deep Sea Group are truly difficult to comprehend. Could it be that Deep Sea Group is so domineering that even entrepreneurs wanting to invest in their hometown must be suppressed? Upon hearing this, Yuling's eyes darkened. This barrage of accusations was too much for her to bear. Mr. Lin, it's all a misunderstanding. Our Deep Sea Group is welcoming the Tianqi Group back to invest in their hometown with open arms. Lin Jiu looked at Yuling's slightly flushed face and chuckled. Oh, welcome with open arms. Isn't that equivalent to surrendering? Time and again, even Yuling, born into a prestigious family, found it hard to endure such words. The principle of knowing when to stop and the unspoken rules were utterly useless against Lin Jiu. Yuling's face turned red, not from shyness, but from anger. A true man indeed. At this moment, Yuling was inwardly cursing Lin Jiu, yet her face betrayed none of her thoughts. Throughout her life, the concept of restraint seemed ingrained in her very being. At this moment, Yuling was a noble lady from a prestigious family. The myriad of tricks she had learned over the years were rendered useless against Lin Jiu the ruffian. What frustrated Yuling was not just this, but the fact that Lin Jiu, as the second-in-command of a multinational corporation, should surely understand the ways of the world. Yet such a high-ranking individual chose to deal with her using the methods of a naive youth. The key was that she couldn't retort like a naive person, as such a feeling was truly stifling. Mr. Lin, I truly did not come in vain today, though I didn't expect you to be such a person of character. The previous matters were indeed inadequately handled by our Deep Sea Group. As the head of the binary branch, I am here to apologize to you, Mr. Lin. Please be magnanimous, Mr. Lin, and forgive us. However, Lin Jiu glanced at her and slowly replied. Magnanimous? Ms. You've truly misjudged me. I am known for being notoriously petty, so you may not be aware of that. Yuling took a deep breath, feeling as if she might explode. Lin Jiu was indeed despicable. Throughout her life, she had never encountered such a detestable man. Mr. Lin, at this point, further discussion is futile. I can only say that the actions of certain individuals in Deep Sea Group do not represent the stance of Deep Sea Group as a whole. Once more, I emphasize that as the head of the binary branch, I warmly welcome Mr. Lin to invest in his hometown. Lin Jiu, reclining in his chair, grunted in response. Ms. You, I despise it most when people scheme behind. Ms. You claims to come an apology, yet comes empty-handed. Is that sincerity? If all it takes for wrongdoing is an apology and is sorry, can I not use the same method against Deep Sea Group? At this moment, looking at Lin Jiu, who lay lazily in his chair, Yuling wished he would kneel down and lick her feet. Junior, is this a punishment? This is clearly a reward. So according to you, Mr. Lin, what should we do? Lin Jiu patted the recliner beside him. Ms. You don't be angry, let's sit down and talk this through. There's an old saying in Long Country that suggests one should know their limits and stand straight when being struck. Since a mistake was made, punishment must be accepted. After all, without rules nothing can be accomplished. Yuling gritted her teeth and walked over to sit in the recliner beside Lin Jiu. Then please, Mr. Lin, set the rules, let's see what you're made of. Lin Jiu took a sip of water and looked at Yuling. I want you. Yuling clenched her fists, ready to explode. I want you to agree to one thing for me. To be honest, I am very interested in the resort project that Deep Sea Group is developing in Binang. I wonder if we can collaborate on this. Upon hearing this, Yuling was momentarily taken aback. Compared to wanting her, this request didn't seem excessive. What am I thinking? How could these two matters even be compared? A resort. Isn't that under Zhou Quan's responsibility? What does Lin Jiu want? Collaboration. Or is there another plot? Amidst her swirling thoughts, Yuling conceived a plan. She appeared quite troubled. To be honest, I arrived in Binang almost simultaneously with President Lin. I came here with no knowledge of the situation, and I fear President Lin may find my ignorance amusing, as I am still unfamiliar with my work here. However, this time it is indeed our Deep Sea Group that has fallen short. What do you think about this? A mutually beneficial partnership would be excellent. I will discuss collaboration with President Zhou in charge of the resort project when I return. Seeing Yuling's demeanor, Lin Jiu secretly shook his head. This woman, though young, is cunning, and her words are laden with calculation, and she is not to be trusted. If that's the case, there's nothing more to discuss. Please take your leave, President Yu. Yuling seemed to have built an immunity to Lin Jiu's blunt and unsociable demeanor. Her purpose for coming had yet to be fulfilled. If she left now, all her previous grievances would have been in vain. With this in mind, Yuling spoke up. President Lin, as Deep Sea Group's general manager, I should extend my hospitality since Tianqi Group has just arrived. Deep Sea Group has a city bridge project in Baining with an estimated investment of 1 billion yuan. I wonder if President Lin might be interested. Lin Jiu feigned reluctance upon hearing this. Since President Yu is sincerely inviting me, I cannot refuse her goodwill. Ahu pour tea for President Yu. Yu Ling's eyes widened. Throughout her life, she had never encountered someone as brazen as Lin Jiu. Today she gained new insight. No wonder people often said this world was a grand farce. She previously believed herself superior, thinking that the circles they moved in were different, but she now realized she had been too naive. A general manager of a multinational corporation is not necessarily a gentleman. He could just as well be a rogue. Yet Yu Ling secretly sighed with relief, who despite the tumultuous process, her ultimate goal seemed to have been achieved. Zhou Quan had caused trouble, and now as the general manager of Deep Sea Group's Baining branch, she personally extended an invitation for a 1 billion yuan project collaboration and offered an apology. Who could argue with such foresight and ambition? Not only had she established a partnership with Tianqi Group, but she also put Zhou Quan in a passive position, and today Lin Jiu had given her another opportunity. This involved the resort project, a high-end leisure club that Deep Sea Group meticulously crafted, integrating tourism, entertainment, and education. She aimed to create a top-tier estate in the 3 eastern provinces. From site selection to planning, and from planning to building connections, transforming industrial land into commercial land, and then into residential land, the effort and thought invested were immense. As the project leader, Zhou Quan had a grand vision. Even the head office of the group wanted to intervene, but was vetoed. Did Lin Jiu think he could get a share? Impossible. Even if he twisted Zhou Quan's head off and used it as a chamber pot, Zhou would never agree. However, this was perfect. Amidst her swirling thoughts, Yu Ling conceived a plan. Zhou Quan was already extremely displeased with her, and he was insincere in his work. Given the project's significance, if she merely mentioned it to Zhou Quan, it would undoubtedly be rejected. At that point, she just needed to stoke the flames and watch the two factions battle it out, becoming the fisherman who benefits from their struggle. Having achieved her aim, Yu Ling was naturally unwilling to endure any more humiliation from Lin Jiu. She found an excuse to take her leave, and Lin Jiu did not try to keep her as he had more pressing matters at hand. The Maybach slowly departed from the golf course, with Lin Jiu sitting in the back seat, his brow furrowed. A wise man had found someone named Pan in Myanmar. To be precise, they had found his corpse. In a rented house on the outskirts of Yangon, the locals reported it only after smelling a foul odor. There were no external injuries, no signs of struggle. The room was in disarray, as if someone had searched for something. The Myanmar police concluded it was a sudden death. Pan had a history of heart disease and lived alone, so no one knew he had died. Al Wei and his team searched the rental house thoroughly and found a waterproof sealed bag in the ceiling of the bathroom. Inside the sealed bag was a small notebook. They placed the sealed bag on Lin Jiu's desk and stepped aside. Lin Jiu opened the sealed bag and took out the notebook. It had a black cover the size of a palm with worn corners. The first line read, April 7, 2010. Below was a brief note. Lin. First meeting. Yangon, Myanmar. Alias Agio. An outer circle lackey of Tianqi Group. Lin Jiu flipped through the pages. June 2010. Lin. Promoted to team leader. Contact with mid-level Tianqi Group members. November 2010. Lin. First kill. Target a defected member of Tianqi Group Lu. The method was clean. March 2011. Lin. Gained the trust of Tianqi Group's executives. Entered the core circle. When Lin Jiu flipped to a certain page in the middle, his finger paused. August 14, 2013. Lin. Came into contact with Hu Tianqi. Hu appreciated him and took him as a brother. This kid is useful. Lin Jiu continued flipping through. Lin Jiu reached the last page of the notebook. The date of the last entry was 10 days before Chen Jun's death. There was only one line of text, the handwriting different from the previous entries, written forcefully, almost piercing through the paper with the ballpoint pen. Lin cannot be trusted. It is advised to activate the backup plan. If I die suddenly, the murderer is Lin. Lin Jiu stared at that line for a long time. What had he discovered? From when did the suspicion arise? What was the backup plan he mentioned? Has it been activated? That letter K. Who is K? Is it a code for a person, an organization, a location where something is stored? Lin Jiu picked up the notebook again. The letter K on the inside cover was particularly clear under the light. Black ink written quickly, leaving a long tail when finished. Throughout the entire matter, there was someone he had not seen. That person obtained Lin cannot be trusted's judgment before Chen Jun's death. Lin Jiu picked up the notebook again, the letter K on the inside cover particularly clear under the light. Black ink written quickly, leaving a long tail when finished. Was he overthinking? Or? Lin Jiu closed the notebook. How is the investigation on Chun Hai going? Boss, the investigation into Chun Hai's whereabouts is ongoing. However, there has been no news so far. That kid seems to have evaporated from the world. Lin Jiu looked out the window. Chen Hai, son of Chen Jun. An ordinary university student, he did not regard him highly. After dealing with Chen Jun, Lin Jiu planned to send someone to take care of Chen Hai. After all, if you don't uproot the weeds, they will grow back with the spring breeze. When dealing with enemies, you must pull them out by the roots, never giving them the chance to thrive in another 30 years. Yet a single oversight led to a complete failure. This Chun-Hai seemed to have vanished as he could not track the kid's whereabouts. Was he mistaken, or was it a coincidence, or was someone covering for him? In the M country in the state of Florida, within a villa located in the suburbs, the delicate-looking Chun-Hai sat in a chair, gazing silently at the photograph in his hand. In the photo, Chin-jun lay in a puddle on the road, shot multiple times, his eyes wide open in death. He had once been a university student with a bright future, but now he found himself brought here in a muddle. In a foreign land, in an unfamiliar environment. Who exactly was responsible for the death of his father? Who had destroyed his family? Just then the sound of footsteps approached, breaking Chun-Hai's train of thought. He looked up, and 3 seconds later the door to the room was pushed open by a figure dressed in a black robe and a playing card mask. Who are you? Why have you brought me here? A harsh electronic synthesized voice echoed. You can call me Black Spade. The reason I brought you here is to ensure your safety. Most importantly, I can offer you a chance for revenge. Chun-Hai frowned upon hearing this. Why should I trust you? Where's my father? Black Spade K remained silent, merely picking up a remote control to turn on a nearby screen. The screen showed news from Myanmar reporting on a dragon countryman who had been shot there, and the photo was of Chin-jun. Upon seeing this, Chun-Hai was stunned. He could no longer discern whether this was an illusion or reality. Would he wake up from this dream and find everything back on track? But this question seemed to have no answer. The deceased photo on the television was all too clear. Chun-Hai did not cry or make a fuss. He did not even appear like a university student. At this moment, he was exceptionally calm. I want to know who killed my father. Black Spade K narrowed his eyes as he looked at the delicate young man before him. He had seen many people, many who had found themselves in similar situations. Some were distraught, some were powerless. With rage, some begged pitifully, and some spoke recklessly. But this young man was different. He was too calm. He did not resemble a dazed university student at all, but rather someone who had weathered many storms. You are too weak right now. Seeking revenge is nothing more than a pipe dream. By the way, I am curious as to why you— Chun-Hai looked at the person with the playing card mask, his expression unwavering. Crying and making a fuss solves nothing. Only a child who has tasted candy would act this way, and I want, because I have never tasted candy. Upon hearing this, Black Spade K seemed to understand. I originally thought you were someone of substance, but it seems you are just a pitiful creature. When you were 6 years old, Chin-jun brought you from Southeast Asia to the Dragon Country. That could be considered a form of nurturing. If you wish to give up now, I will let you leave. Conversely, if you wish to avenge Chin-jun, I can also assist you. Choose one path. How will you decide? Chun-Hai: naturally, it will be the latter. Black Spade K became interested. Oh, and why is that? Do you know that the person who killed Chin-jun is a powerful figure beyond your reach? Do you still want revenge? Do you still dare to seek it? Chun-Hai showed no surprise or fear. It was as if he had anticipated this. I know that well. If the other party were not strong, how could you have gone through so much trouble to bring me here? Clearly they are looking for me. Even if you don't act against me once I leave here, I probably won't live for more than 3 days. The outcome is evident. Whether for Chin-jun or for myself, I must choose this single option. Question. Black Spade K nodded. Indeed, you are a smart person. Next, you should rest well. In a few days, you will undergo a complete transformation. From now on, Chun-Hai is dead. Chun-Hai remained silent, for he understood that he was now like fish on the chopping block at the mercy of others. Lin Jiu sat in his study, looking at the emails on his computer. Hadead. Ahu nodded. Boss, the investigation result is as follows. A body was recovered from the river near Chun-Hai's residence, and DNA testing confirmed that this body is indeed the Chun-Hai we were looking for. Before cremation, our people also conducted a test, and the results were identical to those from the forensic side. Hearing this, Lin Jiu stood up and walked to the window, deep in thought. No, it's too coincidental. Ahu responded. Indeed, it would be odd to die at this time, neither before nor after. Boss, do you think this kid was silenced? Lin Jiu shook his head. The current issue is not how Chun-Hai died, but whether he is dead or alive. He is just an ordinary university student. How could he evade our people? This means that if Chun-Hai is not dead, then there must be some unknown forces at play. However, what value could Chun-Hai possess that would warrant such trouble on their part? Ahu was equally puzzled. An ordinary university student, a youth brought back from Southeast Asia, a foster son. What value is there? He is just an ordinary person. Could it be that they are overthinking things? Could it be that Chun-Hai is truly dead? Lin Jiu did not dwell on this question further, merely instructing to continue the investigation. Whether it is true or false, there is currently no good way to tell. Since it cannot be resolved, let's set it aside for now. Because there are more important matters to attend to. Is the return of the Tianchi group truly a homecoming? No, it is far from that simple. The main goal of the Tianchi group is not to return. Instead, there are other objectives. Lin Jiu walked to the desk and opened a drawer, revealing a report and a project proposal. One is for talent development. The other is for talent search. Opening the project proposal for talent development, the strategic goals are clearly defined. Within 3 years, 300 orphanages will be established. Whether by purchase, acquisition, or construction, this goal must be achieved. Not just in one province, but the Tianchi group lacks people, specifically loyal individuals who center around the Tianchi group. Because the goal of the Tianchi group has never been to do business. As for the second report regarding talent search, its purpose is also evident. Looking across the world in terms of cultural heritage, lineage, and tradition, who can claim second place to the Dragon Country? 5,000 years of cultural heritage has forged countless reserves of knowledge and cunning. The saying the best exist among the common people is not just a jest, and this talent search plan aims to find masters among the common folk. In technology, agriculture, medicine, metaphysics, martial arts, and more. These individuals are exactly what the Tianqi Group needs. Because the true purpose of the Tianqi Group is to build. This is not a castle in the air, nor a fleeting illusion. It is the very endeavor that the Tianqi Group has been pursuing, and everyone believes that the Tianqi Group is merely a powerful capital in Southeast Asia. However, the truth is far more terrifying than it appears. In times of chaos, heroes emerge, and amidst the turmoil of Southeast Asia, the Tianqi Group stands above all classes. In fact, it is not an exaggeration to say that Southeast Asia today is not only Southeast Asia to the world, but also Southeast Asia belonging to the Tianqi Group. Now the Tianqi Group has set its sights on overseas markets, with the Middle East and Africa being fertile grounds in regions where various armed forces intersect and poverty prevails. These are the targets for the Tianqi Group's infiltration. The four guiding principles of the Tianqi Group are: first, infiltrate; second, establish a foothold; third, solidify; and fourth, claim supremacy. The purpose of this return home is twofold: to seek and cultivate talent, and to act as a mediator of bond. In the study, Lin Jiao squinted at the national map on the wall. The people of Baining still think that the Tianqi Group is here to snatch their livelihoods, blinded by short-sightedness, unaware of what it means to look up to towering mountains. On the other hand, after returning to the group in a fit of anger, Yu Ling called Zhou Quan to the office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of knocks sounded. Yu Ling responded while sitting in the chair, and the office door was pushed open, revealing the gray-haired Zhou Quan. Director, Zhou has arrived. Yu Ling stood up to greet him, smiling and nodding. Uncle Zhou, please take a seat. Shall I prepare a cup of tea? Zhou Quan looked around the office, feeling a bit disoriented. Once upon a time, he had always dreamed of being the owner of this office. He had exhausted all means to finally get this office within reach, to grasp the chair that symbolized power. Yet fate often plays tricks. Just when everything seemed settled, a wild card unexpectedly appeared. If it were anyone else, Zhou Quan would have used all his methods to ensure they could not stay in Baining. But the newcomer was no stranger, it was his master. This feeling is incomprehensible to those who have not experienced it: frustration, coldness, anger, and confusion. In terms of seniority, talent, and ability, no one in the entire Deep Sea Group is more suited to be the general manager of the Baining branch than him. He had thought the same way before even organizing a celebration banquet, but little did he expect that all the so-called efforts and sacrifices would become utterly fragile in the face of relationships. Zhou Quan was now extremely resentful of the Yu family. When he first arrived in Baining, it was at the Yu family's behest that he boldly took risks. But now, having worked tirelessly to achieve results, he found himself not rewarded, but rather treated as a scapegoat. Considering all these factors, along with Lin Jiao's interference, Zhou Quan could say he had become a different person. He finally realized that he was merely a worker. No matter how hard he tried, he could never be the master. If that is the case, why work so hard? He might as well take it easy. After sitting down, Zhou Quan asked Yu Ling what she... Yu Ling, however, maintained a very proper demeanor, her attitude neither imposing nor overly humble. She briefly narrated a process. They raised the situation. Our company's billion-dollar bridge project has invited the Tianqi Group to collaborate. After all, the Tianqi Group, being new to the scene, receiving such treatment undoubtedly slaps the upper management in the face. But I didn't expect Lin Jiao to be so aggressive, even wanting to interfere in the resort's development. Seeing Yu Ling looking somewhat angry, Zhou Quan felt calm as still water and even wanted to laugh. She intends to use someone else's hand to offend Lin Jiao, then play the good guy. I won't fall for that. Yu Ling looked at Zhou Quan in silence, secretly amused. Uncle Zhou, I know the resort project is crucial, so I unhesitatingly rejected Lin Jiao's excessive request. Our Deep Sea Group has weathered many storms over the years. How could we fear a newcomer? If he doesn't know his place. Before Yu Ling could finish her harsh words, Zhou Quan abruptly interjected, that's not out of the question. Yu Ling was taken aback, almost losing her composure. What did you just say, Uncle Zhou? Seeing Yu Ling's somewhat flustered expression, Zhou Quan felt particularly pleased. Isn't she fond of scheming? Doesn't she think everything is under her control? What's wrong now? Has she lost her wits? Damn, she used to cling to the resort project, offending many. To put it bluntly, whether within the group or outside, he had offended everyone possible. The reason for this was essentially greed for merit. The importance of the resort cannot be overstated, as it is the top project of the Deep Sea Group. Although it hasn't reached T0 level, its value is undeniable for a branch. Greed for merit leads to progress, which is why Zhou Quan was willing to go to great lengths even at the cost of offending others. But now the path to progress has been blocked. If that's the case, why stubbornly hold on? Selling himself to the Yu family is not a worthwhile trade. Whether it ends in loss or gain, he doesn't benefit at all. With this in mind, Zhou Quan sat back, exuding an air of calm. I say I agree to share a portion of the resort project with the Tianqi Group. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling frowned. Uncle Zhou, this is your hard work. How can you? Before Yu Ling could finish her sentence, Zhou Quan waved his hand. Director Yu, I understand your intention. However, given the current situation, we must think carefully. After all, the Tianqi Group is a cash cow that took considerable effort to recruit. A newly built toilet still smells for 3 days. Furthermore, regarding the Tianqi Group, rumors abound in the outside world that our Deep Sea Group is arrogant and domineering. At this crucial juncture, retreat is better than advance. The interests of the group must come first. I can set aside my personal interests. Seeing Zhou Quan speak so confidently, Yu Ling felt a pang of unease. Had Zhou Quan taken the wrong medicine, or was he up to something? Could it be that there were dealings between Zhou Quan and Lin Jiu that she was unaware of? Observing Yu Ling lost in thought, Zhou Quan paused, then spoke up. Of course, in business, there's no such thing as giving away for free. In my opinion, we should hold a bidding meeting. The capable shall take the lead. This way we not only demonstrate fairness, but also dispel the rumors of a one-man show. As for who the winner of this bidding meeting will be, that will depend on their abilities. Upon hearing this, Yu Ling's wariness faded. I knew Zhou Quan wasn't so kind. Turns out he has learned from past mistakes, opting for cunning when force isn't effective. However, Zhou Quan's astuteness was indeed somewhat beyond Yu Ling's expectations. After all, Zhou Quan had previously been disobedient and uncooperative. Why has he suddenly changed so much this time, becoming more sensible? Yu Ling pondered, but could not discern the reason. At this moment, she felt quite displeased, as this meant she could not achieve her goal. The good role has been taken by Zhou Quan. Isn't that stealing her part? How could this play continue? Nevertheless, Zhou Quan spoke in such a manner, now seeming to sacrifice personal interests for the group, embodying a dedicated spirit. What else could he say aside from expressing support and encouragement? Watching Yu Ling's forced smile, Zhou Quan felt quite pleased. Having been schemed against by his master for most of his life, he could finally turn the tables. Yu Ling had no intention to continue discussing with Zhou Quan. After he left, she paced back and forth in the office. What could have caused an old fox to change its nature? Something was off, no matter how she looked at it, it didn't seem right, but Yu Ling couldn't pinpoint what was wrong. Standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, she took out her phone and dialed a number. Find out what Zhou Quan has been up to lately. Meanwhile, Zhou Quan, having exited the office, also took out his phone to call and arrange matters regarding his wife and child in Country M. One must always prepare for the future. Having lived for over half a lifetime, Zhou Quan, after the recent forced jump incident, suddenly had a clear perspective. Nothing is more precious than one's own life. Once he handled his current matters and completed tasks for Lin Jiu, he planned to settle down in Country M or Australia. After striving for most of his life, it was time to retire and enjoy his twilight years. With this thought, Zhou Quan's steps became noticeably lighter. When Deep Sea Group announced the public tender for Huijing Resort, it was like a heavy bomb had been dropped in the entire real estate circle of Baineng Province. The arrogant and unreasonable Deep Sea Group actually opened a tender for their precious project. In no time, major players in the business world were inquiring about the reasons behind this. Ultimately, this matter pointed towards the new entrant, the Yetupin Tianqi Group. In an instant, Tianqi Group gained unprecedented attention in Baineng. Just as one wave settled, another rose. Chu family's Coastal Group announced a strategic cooperation with Tianqi Group in finance, foreign trade, retail, and medical markets. Following this, Deep Sea Group, unwilling to be outdone, announced a consensus with Tianqi Group on a certain road and bridge project in Baineng, and both sides would engage in deep cooperation. In an instant, the name Tianqi Group appeared on the front pages of major news outlets, becoming a hot topic. However, Lin Jiu, the general manager of Tianqi Group's domestic branch, was indifferent to all this. Tianqi Group quietly ventured into the charity sector. Unlike other companies, Tianqi Group did not go through any associations, but independently implemented its charity projects. Lin Jiu did not care for titles or certificates. Meanwhile, Tianqi Group publicly announced the establishment of a talent fund plan, open to the entire country and even the world. If your proposal was adopted by Tianqi Group, you would receive strong support. Lin Jiu referred to this talent fund plan as the Dream Realization Plan. What surprised various regions in Baineng even more was that Tianqi Group did not seek loans. This was simply unbelievable. It was well known that the money available for lending belonged to oneself, while whether it could be swapped was another issue. Every enterprise, regardless of size, had a significant need for loans. When Tianqi Group arrived, major banks in Baineng began preparing to lend to this international giant. In the bank's words, it was about aiding enterprise development and allowing money to circulate in the market, which would in turn stimulate local economic growth. It could be said that all major banks were envisioning a proud accomplishment in their year-end summaries. Within just a few days of Lin Jiu's arrival, he received numerous greetings and gifts from banks. They practically asked, "Sir, do you need a loan? Are you short on funds? Just give me a nod and I will immediately deliver the money to you. Whether or not it would be repaid was of no concern. My job is just to lend. As long as the money is lent out, that is my performance. Whether it can be recovered or not is unimportant. Even if it can't be recovered, so what? It's not my money and I don't have to pay it back. I only know to lend money and I can profit from it. Since that's the case, why not enjoy it?" The brand name of Tianqi Group is more genuine than gold, hence these bank presidents naturally flock to it. Meanwhile, Lin Jiu, accompanied by a long, boarded a plane heading to Yunnan. Lightly packed and discreet. As Tianchi Group's domestic branch was about to open, it was indeed surprising for Lin Jiu, the leader, to travel to Yunnan. Ahu, who had followed Lin Jiu for many years, was somewhat aware of the situation. It was said that the boss' hometown was in Yunnan. Departing from the vast black land when endless rice fields appeared outside the window, it signified their arrival in Yunnan. Yunnan is beautiful, but it cannot hold on to the children of its homeland. After more than 10 years, Lin Jiu once again set foot on the land of Yunnan. 15 years ago, he had ventured alone to Baining, where he met Lin Xian. Lin Xian was his brother, though not by blood, but an important person in his life. He felt responsible for Lin Xian. Being overly cautious often leads to mistakes. As the plane landed smoothly, Lin Jiu dispelled the chaotic thoughts in his mind. Stepping onto this familiar, yet strange land, Lin Jiu felt somewhat dazed. However, this was not his hometown. His hometown had no airport. After disembarking, Lin Jiu, accompanied by Ahu, boarded a train heading to his hometown. The reason for not taking the high-speed train was that his hometown did not have a high-speed rail station. Sitting on the green train, Lin Jiu felt quite nostalgic. After many years, he was once again on this love-hate. What the passengers on this train didn't expect was that there was a significant figure traversing Southeast Asia aboard. As time passed, the train to Yunnan was gradually filled with more and more passengers. Although it was not a holiday, there were still many people, because it was the time for autumn harvest. Men who had been working away from home were now returning to harvest rice. Everyone wore smiles, as this was also a rare opportunity to reunite with family. The green train carried the myriad of human emotions. Some were joyful, while others were worried. Sitting opposite Lin Jiu was a middle-aged man, with graying hair, appearing to be in his 50s. His eyes were red, filled with sorrow, as he gazed out the window, somewhat lost in thought. Lin Jiu did not like to meddle in others' affairs. Everyone has their own fate in this world. He was not a savior, and did not possess a compassionate heart. An old-fashioned phone rang. The middle-aged man took out his chipped phone and answered the call. A sound of crying could be heard from the other end. The police said that Huzi was tricked and taken to Myanmar. What should we do? Upon uttering those words, the gazes of the surrounding travelers converged towards this side. Over the years, due to the government's vigorous crackdown and propaganda, the mere mention of Myanmar has become like a malevolent ghost, causing people to turn pale and avoid it like venomous snakes, deeply ingrained in their hearts. The place that was once portrayed as beautiful and free has now turned into a den of despair with no way back, leaving countless families shattered. Myanmar, that child is doomed. Indeed, it's a place that devours people without spitting out bones. Alas, the hearts of parents everywhere. What can we do now? The surrounding people debated among themselves, while the middle-aged man's eyes turned red, trembling hands and cracked lips barely moving. Having lived honestly his entire life, he had painstakingly raised his son with strict adherence to the law, yet never imagined that his only child would be lost in a foreign land, unaware of his fate. Listening to his wife's cries from the other end of the phone, the middle-aged man forced himself to remain calm and told her to report to the police first. He would rush home immediately. After hanging up, the backbone of this family bent down, and he covered his face with tears. Men seldom shed tears unless deeply wounded. Ahu remained expressionless, having followed Lin Jiu through countless life-and-death situations over many years. He had long been accustomed to the joys and sorrows, already familiar with such heart-wrenching scenes. If Ahu felt this way, Lin Jiu was even less inclined to elaborate. He disliked meddling in others' affairs, as it had nothing to do with him. The train continued on schedule, while the middle-aged man stared out the window, his face stained with tears, lost in thought. He did not understand, having been kind to others throughout his life, being honest and hardworking. Isn't it said that good people are rewarded? Why in the end did fate deal such a heavy blow to this honest man? Lin Jiu gazed at the rolling fields outside, feeling a tinge of sentimentality. This hometown here is where he truly belongs. As the train arrived at the station, Lin Jiu, accompanied by Ahu, disembarked with the crowd. Upon exiting the station, the drivers of unlicensed taxis called out names of various localities. The familiar sense, the familiar formula. Everything was as before, yet old acquaintances were nowhere to be seen. A business vehicle had been waiting for some time. Lin Jiu and Ahu got in and left the train station, heading south. The vehicle left the rural road, meandering along a small path, eventually stopping in front of two collapsed mud brick houses. Before Lin Jiu could get out of the car, the sound of a 125 motorcycle approached from afar. The night was dim, but the moon shone brightly. He saw a middle-aged man riding a motorcycle, bringing along a farmer woman along the small road. Lin Jiu sat in the car, narrowing his eyes as the two figures drew closer. What a coincidence, it was that man. The motorcycle continued along the path, heading south, and Lin Jiu vaguely saw it stop in front of a brick house not far from the mud brick ones. Lin Jiu froze for a moment. A faint memory stirred deep within him. Before he left this place, a mother and her child from next door had brought him several meals. Yes, Lin Jiu remembered. Could it be them? Before long, Lin Jiu found a document in his hand. Looking at the document, he sighed softly. This truly echoed the saying, do good deeds without asking for a return. Ahu, call Yun Yi and have him look for someone named Zhang Ming, 20 years old, once found, bring him back. Upon hearing this, Ahu nodded. Myanmar Kaka Industrial Zone. In the general manager's office, Yun Yi nodded repeatedly. Sure thing, master. Who rest assured, I will dig 3 feet into the ground to find him. Alright, I know you can rest easy. After hanging up the phone, Yun Yi exhaled a sigh of relief. Oh my, this is too— Yun Yi had no time to ponder further. He immediately instructed Scarface to arrange for people to find this Zhang Ming. After making arrangements, Yun Yi scratched his head. Who exactly is this Zhang Ming? Leaning back in his chair, Yun Yi opened his computer, glancing at the 30-plus individuals currently undergoing punishment. His mood was particularly heavy. In recent days, he had been living in fear, worried that those little brats would go too far and accidentally kill someone. Fortunately, after these days of discipline, they had come to understand each other. Though their actions were brutal, they were not lethal. Moreover, a specialized medical team stood by 247, making it difficult to actually die. Looking at the crowd, none of whom bore a single good piece of flesh, Yun Yi smacked his lips. Despite being a cruel character himself, this was his first time torturing people like this. He was genuinely curious about how these people had offended that lord to end up in such a dire situation. Surely they must have committed some heinous act to deserve such cruel punishment. Meanwhile, in a small compound not far from the Kaka industrial zone, Zhang Ming stood trembling in a corner, his face filled with terror, facing 2 men who looked like thugs brandishing electric batons with malicious intent. Damn it, are you trying to run? I heard the boss say he wants to chop you up and feed you to the dogs. If you have any sense, call your family for money now, or you won't have another chance. Thinking of his hard-working parents, recalling the wrinkles on his father's face and the calluses on his hands, and his loving mother, Zhang Ming felt an overwhelming sense of regret. If it weren't for his greed for small gains, how could he have ended up in such a situation? If he could start over, he would definitely treat his parents well. When he heard them talk about tricking money from his parents, images of his small flat flashed through Zhang Ming's mind. Looking at the 2 men with fierce mocking grins, Zhang Ming felt a surge of blood rush to his head, his mind going blank. At this moment, he had only one thought: to kill these 2 bastards. Zhang Ming suddenly lunged, knocking one of them to the ground and fiercely biting down on his ear. Oh, damn it. What the hell are you waiting for? Get him. The other man jabbed the electric baton into Zhang Ming, but ended up shocking his own companion. Hey, are you doing this on purpose? The 3 of them instantly became a chaotic mess, and upon hearing the commotion, the supervising staff rushed in one after another to separate them. Seeing Zhang Ming forcibly bite off the group leader's ear, everyone gasped in shock. Who the hell is this reckless youth? The group leader, clutching his bloodied ear, looked furious. Go. Beat him to death, chop him up, and feed him to— Zhang Ming looked at the thugs charging towards him, clenching his fists. Dad, Mom, son is unfilial. If there is a next life, I will definitely listen to you and treat you well. Damn it, I'll fight you to the end. Though Zhang Ming was determined, he was outnumbered and soon fell to the ground. The group leader, covering his bleeding ear, pointed at Zhang Ming. Kill him. The night was as dark as ink, with the chirping of insects echoing in the countryside of Yunnan. Lin Jiao sat in the back seat of the business car, gazing at the brick house in the distance, illuminated by a dim yellow light. The night was as dark as ink, with the chirping of insects echoing in the countryside of Yunnan. Lin Jiao sat in the back seat of the business car, gazing at the brick house in the distance. Brother Jiao, I've already reported Zhang Ming's situation to Yun Yi. Hu hung up the phone and reported in a low voice. Lin Jiao responded with a hum, his gaze still fixed on the brick house. Memories flooded back like a tide. He was 12 years old that year, and after his parents went missing, it was the neighbor aunt who handed him a bowl of hot sweet potato porridge, saying, "Child, eat while it's warm." Later he left Yunnan, went to Baining, and then to Southeast Asia. 15 years passed in a flash, and everything had changed. Let's go. Lin Jiao withdrew his gaze. Hu started the car, and the headlights illuminated the winding country road ahead. Just then the door of the brick house suddenly opened. A middle-aged man stumbled out, still clutching his phone, his face filled with deep creases, tears flowing under the moonlight. He knelt on the ground, bowing to the night sky. Heaven, I beg you, please bless my son Huzi to return safely. I have never done anything wrong in my life. I beg you to open your eyes. His forehead struck the concrete ground, producing a dull thud. Hu glanced at Lin Jiao in the rearview mirror. Lin Jiao had a blank expression, but the rhythm of his fingers tapping on the armrest faltered slightly. Stop the car. The business car pulled over to the side of the road. Lin Jiao rolled down the window and lit a cigarette. The smoke rose into the night, obscuring his features. The middle-aged man continued to bow, his forehead now oozing blood. A woman rushed out of the house, embracing her husband and crying loudly. Darling, get up, please get up. The police said there was nothing they could do. Once someone reaches Myanmar, they can't come back. Our Huzi, our Huzi. The cries drifted across the empty fields, desolate and helpless. Lin Jiao took a deep drag from his cigarette and exhaled slowly. Hu urged Yun Yi, I want to see results before dawn. Yes. In Myanmar at the Kaka Park, Yun Yi was drinking red wine while watching surveillance footage when he received a husk call. On the screen, over 30 people were barely alive, with Shin Kwa hanging from the beam, his body a mess of bruises, his eyes filled with despair. Zhang Guifan was slumped in a corner, her bald head covered in blood clots, repeatedly muttering, "Kill me, kill me." Shin Shang was tied to a chair, watching helplessly as his wife and child were tortured, his tears long dried, leaving only a hoarse whimper in his throat. Yun shook his wine glass, feeling somewhat contemplative. If only I had known this day would come, I wouldn't have acted that way in the first place. Just then the phone rang, startling Yun, causing him to spill wine on his pants. Tiger Lord, have you found the person? A husk's voice was as cold as ice shards. We are searching. Don't worry, Tiger Lord, I have mobilized everyone. Oh well, dig 3 feet into the ground in all of northern Myanmar to find him. Master Geo said he wants results before dawn. Understood. Understood. The call ended, and Yun wiped the cold sweat from his forehead, rushing out and shouting, Everyone get your act together. If we can't find that Zhongming, none of you will live. Immediately the entire Kaka Park was in chaos, with hundreds of underlings rushing out. Meanwhile, 3 kilometers away in a small compound, Zhongming was being beaten to the ground. Damn it! How dare you bite my ear? The group leader clutched his bloodied right ear, kicking Zhongming with his left foot, and then his right. Zhongming curled up, blood dripping from the corners of his mouth, yet his eyes stayed locked on the group leader like a mad wolf. You still dare to glare at me? You dare to glare? The group leader ripped the stun baton from the wall, grinning as he approached Zhongming. Today I'll let you know what it means to wish you were dead. Just then hurried footsteps approached from outside. Stop! Everyone stop! The crowd turned to see a chubby man in a long coat, holding a walnut enter. Methrayan, nicknamed Buddha Master, was the boss of this area, and had some power in northern Myanmar, but compared to Yunyi, he was still considerably weaker. Methrayan lived up to his name, always displaying a benevolent smile, but now his face was grim, devoid of any hint of a smile, sending chills down people's spines. After all, he was notorious for being a smiling tiger, a ruthless character. The group leader froze, seeing Methrayan's grim face approaching, and quickly forced a smile, saying, Buddha Master, what brings you here? Before he could finish, Methrayan slapped him across the face. How dare you touch him? The group leader was stunned, clutching his swollen face in confusion. Buddha Master, this kid bit my ear off. Biting your ear off is the least of your worries. Methrayan pointed at Zhongming, his voice trembling. Do you know whose man he is? The group leader shook his head in bewilderment. Methrayan took a deep breath and turned to the subordinates who had followed him in. Quick, carry him to the infirmary and call the best doctor. The subordinates exchanged glances, but still hurriedly lifted Zhongming. He was already losing consciousness, mumbling, You don't think you can trick my parents? I'll fight you. Upon hearing this, Methrayan's face twitched, and he quickly leaned in, switching to a benevolent smile. Little brother, there's been a misunderstanding. We are here to save you. Someone asked us to take you home. Zhongming glanced at him, dazedly, the corner of his mouth twitching before he passed out. Methrayan straightened up, his smile vanishing, instantly turning to the group leader and coldly uttering 2 words, break his legs and throw him in the water dungeon. The group leader's face turned pale. Buddha Master. I'm wronged, Buddha Master. 2 big men stepped forward to restrain the group leader, and the sound of bones breaking echoed in the yard. Methrayan wiped the sweat from his forehead and took out his phone to dial Yunyi. Master Yunyi found the person on the other end of the line. Yunyi let out a sigh of relief. Alive. Alive, but has sustained some injuries. As long as he's alive, that's good. Hurry and bring him to me. No, I'll go personally to pick him up. At 4 in the morning in northern Myanmar. When Yunyi personally arrived with the convoy at the Methrayan Buddha's garden, Zhongming had already been lifted onto a stretcher, his body wrapped in bandages, with a bruised and swollen face, unconscious. Methrayan Buddha jogged over, a smile plastered across his face. Master Yun, the person is here. The person is here. Yunyi didn't even glance at him, walking straight to the stretcher and squatting down to closely examine Zhongming's face. Confirming it was the person from the photo, Yunyi let out a sigh of relief, stood up, and patted Methrayan Buddha on the shoulder. Buddha, I remember this favor. Methrayan Buddha quickly waved his hands. Master Yun, you're too polite. It was just those incompetent fools below who beat him up. I've already broken the leg of that fool and locked him up in the water prison. Yunyi nodded, said nothing more, and turned to his subordinates, waving his hand. Lift him onto the car. Be careful, don't let him bump around. The convoy turned around and sped towards Kaka Garden overnight. Methrayan Buddha stood in place, watching the convoy leave, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. A subordinate leaned over and quietly asked, Buddha, what's the background of that kid? Even Master Yun is so nervous. Methrayan Buddha shot him a glare and slapped his forehead. Don't ask what you shouldn't. If you want to die, don't drag me down with you. Kaka Garden Medical Room. Zhongming was placed in the best ward with 2 doctors taking turns to check, confirming he only had superficial wounds and mild dehydration with no life-threatening danger. Yunyi stood in the corridor, took out his phone to check the time. It was 4:20 in the morning. There were still more than 2 hours. He took a deep breath and dialed a HUS number. Tiger, the person has been retrieved and doctors are being arranged to treat his wounds. Tomorrow morning, I will personally arrange for him to be sent back home. On the other end of the line, Ahu replied with an and hung up. Yunyi gripped his phone tightly, silently cursing. Damn it, all this chaos in the dead of night, just for a stranger from the countryside. What kind of background does that guy have? Unable to comprehend, he dared not think further. In southern Hunan, the sky was slightly bright, mist swirling between the fields. Lin Jiao did not leave. The business vehicle was parked under the old locust tree at the village entrance, and Ahu leaned against the driver's seat, resting with his eyes closed. Lin Jiu walked alone along the ridge heading south. Dew dampened his shoes, and the cuffs of his pants were covered in grass seeds and dirt. He had walked this path for over a decade. As a child, he took this road to school. Later, he walked this road when leaving his hometown. This time returning, he was still on this same path. At the end of the ridge was a dirt slope. The dirt slope was overgrown with wild grass, with a few crooked willow trees swaying in the morning breeze. Beneath the willows lay 2 graves. There were no tombstones, no inscriptions, just 2 slightly raised mounds of earth. The mounds were covered in green grass, blending into the surrounding environment. Lin Jiu stood silently in front of the graves. The morning breeze passed by, the willow branches swayed, and dew slid off the leaves, silently sinking into the soil. "Dad, Mom, I'm back." His voice was soft, as if afraid of disturbing something. "It's been 15 years since I last bowed to you. Please don't blame me." Lin Jiu squatted down, reaching out to pull the weeds from the grave. One by one, the dirt covered his fingers, but he paid no mind. "I'm in Baining now, and I have a younger brother. His name is Lin Xian. He shares my surname." Lin Jiu's hand paused, his voice growing softer. "That kid is so sensible, it's heart-wrenching. The first time I met him was at the school gate. He was squatting on the curb, gnawing on a steamed bun with a stack of books beside him. I asked him why he wasn't going in to eat, and he said he was saving money to buy materials." Lin Jiu closed his eyes, memories flooding back like a tide. That was Baining 12 years ago, deep autumn. He had just arrived from southern Hunan, with a few hundred yuan left from his parents' disappearance, renting a basement, working at a construction site during the day, and delivering takeout at night. That day, after finishing his last delivery, he passed by a middle school gate. The streetlights were dim, and a small thin boy was squatting on the curb, holding half a steamed bun with a neatly stacked pile of books beside him. The autumn wind was chilly, and the boy was only wearing a faded school uniform with sleeves that were too short, exposing his thin wrists. Lin Jiu initially had no intention of intervening. He was barely surviving himself, so he had no spare energy to take care of others. But after a few steps, he stopped again. The sight of the boy gnawing on the bun reminded him of his own childhood. He was just as thin, just as squatting, just as gnawing at something that could fill his stomach. "Hey, why aren't you going in to eat?" Lin Jiu turned back, standing before the boy. The boy looked up, his eyes bright with crumbs on his face. "Saving money to buy materials." His voice was small but clear. Lin Jiu glanced at the stack of books. They were all study aids, some corners of the pages already curled, clearly having been flipped through many times. "Where are your parents?" The boy lowered his head, his voice even smaller. "They're gone." Lin Jiu didn't ask further. He took a bottle of water from his pocket and handed it to the boy. "Don't just gnaw on the bun, you might choke." The boy took the water, opened the cap, took a sip, and then handed it back. That was the first time Lin Xian called him brother. Lin Jiu opened his eyes, gripping a handful of pulled grass. Later, I asked him if he was tired. He smiled and said he wasn't tired, just wanted to get into university. The morning wind suddenly grew strong, the willow branches wildly swaying, making a whimpering sound. It was as if it were crying. Lin Jiu looked up at the gray sky. One winter it rained heavily. I was delivering takeout and my electric bike ran out of power halfway, so I had to push it. He appeared from nowhere, holding a broken umbrella to shield me from the rain. Soaked like a drenched chicken himself, yet he insisted on tilting the umbrella toward me. I scolded him, asking if he was stupid, not knowing how to use an umbrella. He didn't say a word, just followed me, holding the umbrella the whole way. Lin Jiu's voice was hoarse, his eyes reddening. When we got home, he was completely soaked, shivering from the cold. I poured him some hot water, and he held the cup, not drinking for a long time. I asked him what he was thinking. He suddenly cried, hugging me, and saying, "Brother, I will study hard, and when I earn money in the future, I won't let you suffer like this." That was the first time he cried, and it was the last time. Lin Jiu lowered his head, looking at his hands. Those hands were covered in dirt, and also stained with blood. He remembered the events that followed even more clearly. Lin Xian got into Tsinghua, and when he called him, his voice was trembling. "Brother, I got in. I got into Tsinghua." He laughed for a long time on the other end of the line, saying he would treat everyone when he came back. But he never got to wait for that day. Lin Xian worked part-time at a KTV, bravely saving a girl. He was then beaten into the hospital by the mayor's son, Shin Kwa. When he called the police, the ones who arrived were not the officers, but a group of thugs. He was beaten again. The police came and arrested the thugs. He thought justice had arrived, but little did he know that was the beginning of a nightmare. The girl he saved turned against him and accused him of rape. The case proceeded smoothly with witnesses and evidence fully in place. Lin Xian, left with no options, found Chen Jun using the backup plan left by Lin Jiu. Chen Jun initially said he would help him, but upon realizing the involvement of the mayor, he immediately turned against him. Lin Xian was thrown into prison. He intended to appeal. Then he was beaten to death. The official report stated it was a suicide due to depression. When Lin Jiu received the news, he was attending a meeting in Singapore. He remembered that day the sun was shining brightly, and outside the window was the azure sea. The phone rang. It was Chen Jun calling. "Lin Jiu, about your brother, my condolences." Condolences? He held the phone, standing for a long time. He did not cry, did not make a scene, did not question. He simply asked, "How did he die?" Chen Jun replied, "Suicide." He did not believe it. A university student who had just been accepted into Tsinghua, a child who said, "Brother, I will study hard," would commit suicide due to depression. He did not believe it. So he investigated. He spent 3 months using all available connections. He uncovered the truth. Lin Xian was beaten to death in prison by people arranged by Xinhua. Before he died, he was still calling out his name. Brother, save me. But he could not hear him. He was in Singapore attending meetings, drinking with others, smiling and socializing. And his brother, hundreds of kilometers away in prison, was beaten to death calling out his name, but no one answered. Lin Zhou's voice was soft, as if he were talking to himself. You taught me when I was young to be a good person, to be upright, to be kind. I remembered. I followed it. But after a lifetime of being a good person, Xiao Xian is still dead. What about those bad people? The mayor's son continues to live it up, still harming others at the KTV. The girl saved by Xiao Xian took the money and went abroad, continuing to live well elsewhere. The judge, the police officer, those accomplices, each living more lavishly than the last. Lin Zhou's voice grew louder, as if he wanted to pour out all the words he had suppressed over the years. The law cannot touch them, justice cannot reach them. Then I will take matters into my own hands. No one on the list, Shun Kuozhang, Guifan Shun, Cheng Wang Kong, and those accomplices, including their families. I will make them wish they could live or die. In this life and the next, they won't have it easy. The wind stopped. The willow branches drooped, unmoving. Lin Zhou gasped heavily, his chest heaving violently. After a long time, he slowly calmed down. He took out a pack of cigarettes from his pocket, lit one, and placed it in front of the grave. Then he lit another and held it in his mouth. This time I came back. Besides visiting you, there's one more thing. The aunt next door once fed me. Her son was deceived. I had someone bring him back. Consider it repaying the kindness from back then. The smoke rose, dissipating in the morning mist. Lin Zhou stood up and brushed off the dirt from his clothes. Dad, Mom, I have to go. There are matters to handle in Bainang. Next time I come back, I don't know when that will be. You both take care over there. If you need anything, let me know in a dream. Lin Zhou bowed deeply. He turned and walked back along the path he came. The morning mist grew thicker and his figure gradually blurred. Finally, he disappeared at the end of the field ridge. The smoke in front of the grave was still burning. The blue smoke curled and scattered with the wind. Under the old locust tree at the village entrance, Ahu had already woken up. Seeing Lin Zhou approach, he hurriedly got out of the car and opened the door. Brother Zhou, there was a call from Yun. Yi Zhongming has already boarded the flight back to the country, arriving in Kowloon this afternoon. Lin Zhou responded with an and sat in the car. Did that couple notify him? They've already sent a text. Lin Zhou leaned back in the seat, closing his eyes. Ahu, we're not leaving today. Ahu was slightly taken aback, but did not ask further. Yes, Brother Zhou. At 3 o'clock in the afternoon, Kowloon Airport. Li Dihao and Wang Xiulan got off the bus and rushed into the waiting hall. They had received that text message. Although they didn't know who sent it, and whether it was true or not, they still came. From the village to the county town, from the county town to the city, from the city to Kowloon. After a convoluted journey of more than 10 hours, they hadn't slept a wink. Wang Xiulan's legs trembled, her eyes swollen like peaches. Could it be a scammer? Li Dihao gripped his phone, his knuckles turning white. Even if it's a scam, we have to see. The two of them looked around at the arrival area where crowds surged, but there was no sign of their son. Wang Xiulan's tears fell again. Just then Li Dihao's phone rang. An unknown number. Li Dihao, your son is at exit A, wearing a blue t-shirt with injuries on his face. The call ended. Li Dihao grabbed Wang Xiulan and ran toward exit A. In the distance, they saw a tall, thin figure. Wearing a blue t-shirt with bruises on his face, he stood at the exit looking around in confusion. Who's he? Who's he? Wang Xiulan screamed and rushed over, hugging her son tightly and crying uncontrollably. Zhang Ming was stunned, then he cried too. The three of them hugged each other, crying together. Surrounding travelers turned to look some side. He must have been rescued. It's a miracle he made it back. Li Dihao wiped his tears, looking around for the person who made the call. But with so many people, there was no trace of him. Dad, who are you looking for? Li Dihao shook his head, choking back tears. Benefactor, our benefactor. After paying respects to his parents, Lin Zhou wandered through the small village, his memories already blurred and indistinct. Only when he occasionally saw some familiar old houses would it evoke buried memories within his heart. Ahu followed silently behind Lin Zhou, mirroring his every step. Over a decade had passed, yet this small village seemed hardly changed. This is a characteristic of the villages in southern Hunan, where the restrictions of arable land ensure that they do not transform as rapidly as large cities. However, aside from the Zhang family of 3, there were no others remaining in this small village. Those who moved away have moved, and those who have gone to work have gone. Nearby, the graveyard added a few more solitary graves. Lin Zhou walked the path of his childhood, but everything had changed. Time truly is fearsome. The two paused in front of a small pond, and Ahu looked towards the fields, unable to help. Boss, I don't understand why the Tianchi group wouldn't thrive overseas. Why return to this cage? Lin Zhou lit a cigarette, his expression calm in the face of Ahu's question. Because this cage needs us, and we need this cage. Ahu, why do you think Chairman He wants to bring the Tianchi group back for development? Ahu frowned at the question. To seek and train talent. Lin Zhou shook his head, looking at the fields ahead. Yes, but also no. It was only by standing here that I had an epiphany. Before coming back, I thought just like you. But standing here, I suddenly understood the true purpose of the Tianchi group's return. Ahu scratched his head. A true purpose? Isn't it to make money? Lin Jiu looked up at the sun hanging high in the sky, squinting slightly. The reason the Tianxi group came home is that this home is sick. Throughout 5,000 years of Chinese history, you'll find that the 300-year dynasty cycle law is not just mere talk. The lessons written in blood and tears by our ancestors are worth remembering. In the first 100 years, from nothing to everything reaching the pinnacle of prosperity, the next 100 years internal strife and external troubles, undercurrents swirling, and in the final 100 years the great edifice crumbles, dynasties change. Ahu's expression tightened. But hasn't it been less than 100 years yet? Lin Jiu turned to look at Ahu. History is history, and the present is the present. Let's go, we need to head back to Baining. Ahu was momentarily stunned, then quickly followed. Aren't we going to Shaolin Temple? Lin Jiu shook his head. It's no longer necessary. The business car facing the sunlight left the small village far behind. Songshan Shaolin Temple. A monk clad in his robes sat cross-legged in the main hall, meditating and turning his prayer beads while reciting scriptures. But in the next instant the prayer beads snapped and the Bodhi beads fell to the ground, rolling in all directions. The monk slowly opened his eyes, gazing at the sunlight streaming through the window, silent for a long time. The sea of suffering has no bounds. Turning back is the shore. But to turn back, how easy is that? He walks a path of no return. At this point further words are futile. Without making plans, he fears he cannot extricate himself. With this thought the monk called out towards the hall's exit. Wang, I have attained enlightenment in Buddhism. From this day forth I shall close the hall for contemplation. Do not disturb me unless it is urgent. The monk at the door, hearing this, clasped his hands together in piety. The disciple understands. As the hall doors slowly closed, the robed abbot also returned to darkness. Master Yongxin gazed at the scattered beads, his eyes unruffled. Yet his heart sank. A broken prayer bead, he picked up a Bodhi seed from the ground, his fingertips rubbing its smooth surface, remaining silent for a long time. The sea of suffering is boundless. Turning back is the shore. He murmured to himself, the corners of his mouth curving into a faint bittersweet smile. Turning back. He had walked for 40 years from a small novice monk to his current position. How many people's secrets he held in his hands, how many interests he entangled behind his back, even he could not count. The consequences of turning back would be worse than not turning back. Yongxin stood up and walked into the inner hall. Behind the altar in the inner hall there was a hidden door. Pushing open the hidden door revealed a stone staircase leading deep into the mountain. He walked slowly and steadily. Each step echoed dully on the stone steps. He had maintained this secret passage for 10 years. No more than 3 people knew about this secret passage, and those 3 were already dead. At the end of the stone stairs was a hidden chamber. Inside the hidden chamber stood an ordinary black van with a fake license plate and fake documents. Everything was a facade. Yongxin took off his monk's robe and changed into the prepared plain clothes. A gray jacket, black pants, and old cloth shoes. In the mirror he no longer resembled a head of the Buddhist sect, but looked like an ordinary rural old man. He took out a passport from a hidden compartment and glanced at it. The photo was him, but the name was not. Lu Diwang, 63 years old, from Zhoukou City, Hunan Province. This passport had been prepared 3 years ago. He took out his phone and dialed a number. Is the car ready? A hoarse voice came from the other end. Abbot, everything is ready. From Songshan to Kunnan, take the non-expressway. You can cross the border tonight. Yongxin replied with an ahu and hung up the phone. He took out the SIM card, snapped it in half, and flushed it down the toilet. Then he sat in the car and started the engine. The van slowly drove along the secret passage with the exit located in a dense forest at the northern foot of Shaosha Mountain. Once out of the secret passage, the day was already bright. The morning fog dissipated and the air in the mountains was exceptionally fresh. Yongxin did not look back. He knew that once he left he would never return. But he did not regret it. Rather than being used as a pawn by others, it was better to take charge of his own fate. The people from the country of Japan thought he was a docile dog. Little did they know this dog had long since prepared an escape route for himself. Southeast Asia. There the Buddhism also had his people. In Cambodia, Thailand, and Myanmar, which of the abbots in those temples had not received his favor? Reinventing himself and enjoying life was the best strategy. In Kyoto, in a certain government compound, in an unmarked office, smoke swirled. A middle-aged man in a jacket sat in a chair, the ashtray in front of him piled high with cigarette butts. His name was Zhao Tiejuan, deputy director of a certain Bureau of National Security. On the computer screen on the desk, the information about Master Yongxin was displayed. Photos, resumes relationships, densely packed. Boss, there are movements from Yongxin's side. A young man pushed the door open holding a document in his hand. Zhao Taijun took the document, glanced through it, and furrowed his brow. Closed door meditation. Yes, he said it was to gain insight into Buddhism and would be in seclusion for a period of time. When did this happen? This morning. Zhao Taijun stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the traffic outside. Insight. He had known Yongxin for 20 years. When had that person ever gained insight? Greedy for wealth and lust, manipulating power and deception, that was his true nature. Something's not right. Zhao Taijun turned around and picked up the phone on the table. Give me the Hunan Provincial Department. After the call was connected, he said in a deep voice, Old Zhang, keep an eye on Yongxin's side for me. Yes, the one from Shaolin. I suspect he might be trying to run away. The voice on the other end paused for a moment. That shouldn't be the case. He is deeply rooted in the country. Oh, where could he run to? Zhao Taijun sneered. You know better than I do how many things he is involved in. The higher-ups have been investigating. Can he not be anxious? Okay, I'll arrange for someone to keep watch. With the call ended, Zhao Taijun leaned back in his chair, his fingers rhythmically tapping the desk. Run. Where could he run to? Even if he managed to escape the country, not a single person on the wanted list would get away. In Tokyo, in a high-end club, on a tatami mat, a middle-aged man in a kimono sat. Kneeling in front of him was a low table. On the low table lay a telegram with only one line. Yongshin closed door. Contact interrupted. The middle-aged man picked up the teacup and took a gentle sip. His name was Yamamoto Ichiro, the head of a certain intelligence agency in Japan. He had managed this line with Yongshin for 15 years. From an ordinary temple abbot to the president of the Buddhist Association, every step Yongshin took had his shadow. Money, women, power, all of it was given by him. Yongshin thought he was a pawn, not knowing he wasn't even a pawn. He was merely a discarded piece that could be thrown away at any time. Yamamoto-kun, do you think Yongshin wants to run? A young man sitting opposite spoke up. Yamamoto Ichiro put down the teacup, a faint smile forming at the corners of his mouth. Run? Where could he run to? He holds our secrets and we hold his secrets. He wouldn't dare to run. The young man furrowed his brow. But what if he really does run? Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head. He has status, wealth, and followers in the country. Once he goes abroad, he is nothing. He will come back. The young man wanted to say something else, but Yamamoto Ichiro waved his hand. Arrange for someone to go to Songshan and take a look. If he really wants to run, then. Yamamoto Ichiro made a throat-cutting gesture. The young man nodded and got up to leave. Yamamoto Ichiro sat alone on the tatami looking at the cherry blossom tree outside the window. The cherry blossoms had yet to bloom, the branches bare like dry fingers. For some reason, he felt a sense of unease in his heart. In Songshan Shaolin Temple, as night fell, the mountain gate was tightly closed. The little monk Wu Wang stood outside the abbot's hall holding a bowl of vegetarian noodles. Master, it's time for the meal. No one responded from inside the hall. Wu Wang called again, but still no reply. He hesitated for a moment and pushed the hall door open. The hall was empty. The incense before the Buddha had already burned out, leaving only a bit of ash. The monk's robe was neatly folded and placed on the meditation cushion. The prayer beads were scattered all over the ground with no one to pick them up. Master. Wu Wang walked into the inner hall, searching all around. There was no one. The hidden door was open and cold wind rushed in, causing the candle flames to flicker. Wu Wang approached the hidden door and took a glance inside. It was pitch black and he could see nothing. He froze momentarily and the vegetarian noodles in his hand fell to the ground, the bowl shattering. Master is missing. The abbot is gone. As night fell, the Mekong River shimmered with a dark red hue under the moonlight. Yongshin sat in the back of a dilapidated van, gazing out at the tropical rainforest that flew by outside the tinted windows. He had changed vehicles 3 times and identities twice. From Songshan to Kowloon, from Kowloon to northern Myanmar, from northern Myanmar to Thailand, and then smuggled into Cambodia from Thailand. 4 days and 3 nights, traversing 5,000 kilometers. He hadn't closed his eyes. Uncle Lou, were approaching the Orangewell province, said the driver, who spoke fluent Cambodian, his dark skin and sharp eyes reflecting shrewdness. Yongshin replied with a hum, pulling out a stack of US dollars from his pocket, counting out 10 bills and handing them over. Take me to my destination and it'll double the fare. The driver took the money, grinning widely to reveal a set of yellowed teeth. Uncle Lou, don't worry, I've been driving this road for 20 years. I could do it with my eyes closed. The van continued to bump along the rough dirt road flanked by dense rubber forests where the occasional stilt houses glimmered with dim yellow lights. Yongshin leaned back in his seat and closed his eyes. The voices seemed to echo in his ears. Abbot, this is a small token of Mr. Yamamoto's goodwill. As long as you cooperate, the position of president of the Buddhist Association will be yours. Abbot, the Japanese side has said that if the mission succeeds, you will become the new Jinjin. Jinjin? He scoffed. He never believed in such figures. He only believed in himself. But this time, could he still trust himself? In Tokyo, at a certain underground command center, the lights were bright, and the atmosphere was so tense that it felt like it could drip water. Yamamoto Ichiro stood before a massive electronic screen displaying a map of Southeast Asia densely marked with red and blue dots. He had changed out of his kimono into combat attire with a handgun strapped at his waist. This was a rare occurrence. Report. A young man in a black suit rushed in, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Yamamoto Yongshin's last signal was detected at the border of Thailand and Cambodia, after which he completely went offline. Yamamoto Ichiro turned around, his gaze sharp as knives. What do you mean by completely offline? The young man swallowed hard. He switched out the satellite phone we gave him and disposed of the tracker. All the personnel we arranged around him have been shaken off. He's like he has evaporated from the world. Bang! Yamamoto Ichiro slammed a fist on the table, causing the teacup to jump and tea to splatter everywhere. Baka! The entire command center fell silent, everyone afraid to look up. Yamamoto Ichiro took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. But his hands trembled. Not out of fear, but out of anger. More so out of fear. Yongxin was the most crucial link in Japan's strategic layout against Longhua. There was no other. 15 years. A full 15 years. From the time Yongxin was merely the abbot of a small temple, Japan had begun this plan. Every year they invested billions of yen employing hundreds of intelligence personnel to infiltrate various fields in Longhua's religion, ethnicity, and border areas. Yongxin was not only a pawn but the linchpin of the entire plan. He knew the names of all the infiltrators. He knew all the accounts for the flow of funds. He knew all the channels for information transmission. He was aware of Japan's strategic deployments for the next decade. If Yongxin was captured by Longhua, all of Japan's 15 years of planning would turn to ashes overnight. This wasn't a loss, it was annihilation. Yamamoto-kun, we have a call from headquarters. An officer handed over an encrypted telegram. Yamamoto Ichiro took a look and his pupils suddenly constricted. The telegram contained only one line. At all costs find Yongxin before Longhua. If capturing him alive is impossible, execution is permitted. Yamamoto Ichiro clenched the telegram, his knuckles turning white. Execution. Headquarters had already made the worst-case scenario contingency. This meant that if Yongxin really fell into Longhua's hands, the responsibility for the failure of the entire plan would rest on him. Seppuku, an apology would be a light sentence. Notify all action teams in Southeast Asia. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was as cold as ice shards. Alive or dead, we must see him. Tell the people in Cambodia that even if we have to dig 3 feet into the ground, we must retrieve Yongxin for me. Yes. Everyone replied in unison, and the command center filled with the sound of rapid keyboard typing and ringing phones. Yamamoto Ichiro stood before the screen gazing at the blinking dots on the map. Yongxin, you can't escape. You must die. In Kyoto, at a certain bureau of national security, the conference room lights had been on all night. Zhao Taijun sat in a chair, the ashtray before him filled to the brim with cigarette butts. His eyes were bloodshot, yet his spirit was highly tense. Report. A young intelligence officer pushed the door open holding a document in his hand. Director Zhao, we intercepted a segment of encrypted communication suspected to be operation orders from the Japanese side in Cambodia. Zhao Taijun took the document, quickly scanned it, and frowned deeply. Elimination. Yes, the Japanese have abandoned the plan to capture Yongxin alive and are preparing to kill him directly. Zhao Taijun stood up and walked to the map on the wall. Cambodia. A place where various forces intermingle. There are allies of the Dragon Kingdom and pawns of the Japanese. Additionally, there are local armed groups, drug lords, and smuggling syndicates. It's as chaotic as a pot of porridge. Finding a person in such a place is akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. But if he fails to locate him, the consequences will be even more severe. Contact the Cambodian authorities and request assistance. Also notify our operational teams in Southeast Asia to enter a state of first-level combat readiness. The intelligence in Yongxin's possession must not fall into the hands of the Japanese. Even if it's just the corpse, we must secure it first. Understood. The intelligence officer turned and left, and the conference room returned to silence. Zhao Taijun stood before the map, remaining silent for a long time. Yongxin, where on earth are you hiding? Cambodia, Phnom Penh. In an unremarkable hotel, 3 men in plain clothes sat around a small table. A map was spread out on the table with several circles drawn in red ink. The leader was a middle-aged man in his 40s with dark skin and a cold gaze. His name is Nguyen Van Hyong, the leader of the Japanese operations team in Cambodia. Officially, he is a manager of a trading company, but in reality, he is one of Yamamoto Ichiro's most capable subordinates. Have we found him? Nguyen Van Hyong's voice was soft, yet carried a sense of pressure. The 2 men across from him shook their heads. Brother Hyong, we have searched through Phnom Penh, Siem Reap, and Sihanoukville, but there is no trace of Yongxin. He might be hiding in some remote temple. Yongxin has deep connections in Cambodia. Many abbots of temples are his people. Nguyen Van Hyong fell silent for a moment and picked up the intercom on the table. Notify all teams to expand the search radius. Focus on inspecting the temples in the provinces of Krati Battambang and Siem Reap, especially those with past ties to Yongxin. Additionally, arrange for people to monitor the airport, train stations, and border crossings. If he intends to escape, he will definitely leave from one of these places. A voice on the other end of the intercom responded, understood. Nguyen Van Hyong set down the intercom and leaned back in his chair. Mr. Yamamoto has issued a death command. If Yongxin is not found, he won't be able to return. Nguyen Van Hyong touched the gun at his waist, his gaze becoming sharp. Yongxin, you better pray that you are well hidden, because the moment I find you, it will be your death sentence. Cambodia, Krati Province. Putua Temple. An old van stopped at the temple gate, and Yongxin got out. He looked up at the plaque which bore the characters he had inscribed 15 years ago. Putua Temple. At that time, he was just a small abbot coming to Cambodia to exchange Buddhist teachings. No one knew what his true purpose was. The courtyard gate opened, and an old monk in a yellow robe walked out. Upon seeing Yongxin, he paused for a moment, then quickly stepped forward, hands clasped together. Abbot, why have you come? Yongxin returned the greeting and quietly said, let's talk inside. The 2 entered the temple, crossed the courtyard, and entered the back hall. In the back hall stood a statue of Buddha with incense smoke swirling. The old monk closed the hall door and turned to look at Yongshin, his eyes filled with confusion. Abbot, what happened? Yongshin did not answer, but walked to the Buddha statue, lit 3 sticks of incense, and placed them in the incense burner. Then he turned around and looked at the old monk. Ajahn, I need a place to hide for a while. Ajahn was the person Yongshin trusted most in Cambodia. 20 years ago, Ajahn was just a wandering monk whom Yongshin took and sent to Thailand for further studies and helped him secure the position of abbot in this temple. Ajah's life was given by Yongshin. Rest assured, abbot, this place is very safe. Ajahn did not ask further, just nodded. There is a secret chamber in the backyard known only to me. Yongshin hummed in agreement and followed Ajahn to the backyard. The secret chamber was located beneath a dry well in the backyard with a hole chiseled into the well wall leading to a small room of about 10 square meters. There is water, food, medicine, and even a satellite phone. Yongshin looked at these items and felt slightly reassured. Ajahn, if anyone outside inquires about my whereabouts, just say you haven't seen me. If someone comes looking for trouble. Yongshin pulled a revolver from his pocket and placed it on the table. You know what to do. Ajahn looked at the gun, his pupils constricting slightly, but he nodded. Rest assured, abbot. Yongshin sat on the simple army cot, letting out a long breath. After 4 days and 3 nights, he could finally rest for a while. But he knew that this was only temporary. The people of the Dragon Kingdom were looking for him. The Japanese were also searching for him. And he could only hide in this dry well like a rat in the dark. Yongshin closed his eyes and images from years past emerged in his mind. 20 years ago, he was an abbot in a small temple living a hard life with a bleak future. A middle-aged man in a suit found him and handed him a business card. Abbot Yongshin, I am Yamamoto Ichi. I would like to be friends with you. He took the business card. He also took on his destiny. What would have happened if he had not accepted that card back then? Would he still be the president of the Buddhist Association? Would he still possess the status and wealth he has today? Or would he still be that unnoticed abbot in the small temple ringing the bell and chanting scriptures to pass the remaining days? Yongshin did not know. He only knew that he had no way back. In Kyoto, in an unnamed courtyard, the gray bricks and tiles, ancient trees towering above. The courtyard gate bore no sign, and there were no guards, yet within a radius of 100 meters there were at least 6 hidden sentries. This is the place where the 6 prominent families of Kyoto hold their regular meetings. It has no name, no records, and cannot even be found on a map. Yet everyone knows that this place determines half of the Dragon Kingdom's power. The night has deepened, but the main hall within the courtyard is brightly lit. On either side of a long redwood table, 6 individuals are seated. The Qin family Qin Huayuan, the Yu family Yu Jingyuan, the Zhao family Zhao Beichen, the Bai family Bai Jingxing, the Su family Su Muji, the Rong family Rong Heading. The heads of the 6 families are gathered here tonight. Qin Huayuan sits at the head of the table, his face thin, his gaze steady. He is the leader of the 6 families, seldom speaking at regular meetings, but when he does, his words set the tone. Zhao Taijun stands at one end of the long table, not sitting down. He is tonight's reporter, responsible solely for presenting the situation, not participating in decision-making. Gentlemen, to keep it brief, Zhao Taijun says, opening the dossier with a deep voice. Yongshin has escaped. He fled from the secret passage of Shaolin Temple 4 days ago, and has now been confirmed to have smuggled into Cambodia, his whereabouts completely unknown. Yu Zhenyuan furrows his brow, lifting his teacup to take a sip. A monk has run away. Is it necessary to summon us old fellows? Zhao Taijun raises his head, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. Old Yu Yongshin is not an ordinary monk. He is the president of the Buddhist Association, controlling the intelligence network of the national religious system. More importantly, he is backed by Japan. For the past 15 years, Japan has infiltrated our religious, ethnic, and border sectors through him. The intelligence he possesses is enough to cripple the network that Japan has operated within us for 20 years. If we cannot capture him, or if the Japanese silence him first, the consequences would be dire. Yu Zhenyuan sets down his teacup, his expression finally changing. Japan, are you certain? Zhao Taijun nods. The evidence is irrefutable. Zhao Beichen leans back in his chair, his fingers tapping on the table. He has already escaped. The discussing this is futile. The real issue now is how to bring him back. Zhao Taijun replies in a deep voice. We have already deployed personnel in Cambodia, but the local situation is complex with various forces intertwined. Yongshin has operated in Southeast Asia for many years. At least 30 abbots of temples are his people. These individuals can provide him with protection or even help him relocate again. Our strength in Cambodia is limited, making it difficult to find him in a short time. Bai Jingxing suddenly speaks up. Isn't the Tianchi group quite powerful in Southeast Asia? Upon hearing this, the hall falls silent for a few seconds. Everyone's gaze shifts to Bai Jingxing. Bai Jingxing continues, the Tianchi group has occupied Southeast Asia for 10 years, with their influence stretching from northern Myanmar to Cambodia and from Thailand to Laos. It is said that even the local government has to show them some respect. If we leverage their connections to find someone, wouldn't it? Su Muji shakes his head. That would be unwise. The Tianchi group is, after all, overseas capital with a complicated background. Our relationship with them is nowhere near strong enough to entrust them with such matters. If word leaks out and Yongxin is alarmed into fleeing again, or if the Japanese act first, who will take responsibility? Bai Jingxing frowns. Old Su, you are being overly cautious. Since the Tianqi group can be invited back, it shows that they are recognized by those above. Moreover, this is not the time. If the things in Yongxin's possession fall into the hands of the Japanese, how much is our face worth then? Su Muji, my concern is not about face. Do you know the true nature of the Tianqi group? How did Hua Tianqi leave the country? Can his years of rise withstand scrutiny? That Lin Jiao in 10 years has gone from a lackey to second in command. How much blood is on his hands? If we seek their help, what if they turn around and threaten us? Zhao Beichen waves his hand. Old Su may, but Old Bai is also not wrong. The real issue now is that we are indeed powerless in Cambodia. That old fox Yongxin is far more familiar with the local area than we are. If we rely solely on ourselves, by the time we find him, he may have already fallen into the hands of the Japanese. Rong Heading, who had been silent, gently coughs at this moment. I think we should give it a try. The gaze of the crowd shifts to him. Rong Heading raises his teacup and leisurely takes. Although the Tianqi group is overseas capital, their roots are in the Dragon Kingdom. Hua Tianqi is from Baining, and Lin Jiao is also a citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Their sincerity in returning to the country is clear for all to see. Moreover, this sort of matter does not need to be explicitly stated. We only need to let them know that someone is looking for Yongxin. As for whether they are willing to help, that is their business. If they take the initiative, we welcome it. If they do not act, we also do not lose anything. Su Muji shakes his head. Old Rong, you are too optimistic. Why would the Tianqi group help us? They are business people, and no one rises early without profit. If we approach them empty-handed, what reason do they have to assist us? When the time comes, if they set conditions, will we agree or not? If we agree, having opened that door, what will happen next? If we do not agree, they will mock us for lacking sincerity in our request. We will be caught between two ends. Bai Jingxing interjects, so your intention is to rely solely on ourselves. By the time Yongxin is silenced by the Japanese, we won't even have time to cry. Su Muji's expression darkens. I did not say we should not search. But who to find and how to find them must be methodical. Zhao Beichen taps on the table. Let me say a few words. I have also considered the matter with the Tianqi group. The pros and cons are very clear. The advantage is that they have extensive connections and can find someone quickly. The disadvantage is that we need to owe them a favor, and it may even come at a cost. But the real issue now is that time is not on our side. With each day we delay, the likelihood of Yongxin being found by the Japanese increases. I am inclined to give it a try, but it cannot be overt. Qin Huayuan asks, how do we do it covertly? Zhao Beichen looks at Yu Jinyuan. Brother Yu isn't your Yu Ling. She has had dealings with Lin Jiao a few times and has business interactions. Let her go, it is a legit. Just pass on a message that someone is looking for Yongxin and that the Tianqi group has extensive connections. You ask her to keep an eye out. No promises, no transactions, no traces. If Lin Jiao is smart, he will know what to do. If he pretends to be foolish, we will not lose face either. Yu Jinyuan raises his eyebrows, not immediately expressing his stance. Su Muji interjects, let Yu Ling go. Can she handle it? A young girl, how can she negotiate with an old fox like Lin Jiao? Rong Heading shakes his head. No negotiation is needed. It is just a matter of delivering a message. Yu Ling is a junior and a businessperson. Her approach to Lin Jiao will be discreet. Even if the negotiation does not succeed, it will not affect anything. If it succeeds, the credit will still belong to the Yu family. The last sentence is laden with meaning. Yu Jinyuan glances at Rong Heading and says lightly, Linger is still young. I worry she may not grasp such a significant matter. Zhao Beichen says she does not need to grasp anything. It is merely a matter of passing on a message. Whether it succeeds or not is up to Lin Jiao himself. We do not make an appearance, leave no traces, and make no promises. This way we can advance or retreat as needed. Qin Huayuan, who has been silent, finally puts down his teacup. Let me say a few words. The crowd fell silent, their gazes turned towards him. Qin Huayuan's voice was not loud, but each word was steady. The matter of Yongxin is not just a family affair, it is a matter of the state. In this issue, personal gains and losses as well as family interests must be set aside. If the Tianqi group can be of use, then let it be used. If it cannot be used, we must also find a way to retrieve our own people. We must walk on two legs, we cannot place all our hopes on others. Let Yu Ling convey the message that is acceptable, but we must not give them any leverage over us. As for the conditions proposed by the Tianqi group, Qin Huayuan paused for a moment. That is a matter for later. First, let us find the person before discussing anything else. In matters of great importance, I believe Lin Jiao will see clearly. If he does not see clearly, then we will see him for who he truly is. This account does not incur a loss. Yu Jinyuan nodded. I agree with old Qin's opinion. Zhao Beichen raised his hand. I agree. Bai Jingxing raised his hand. I agree. Rong Heading raised his hand. I agree. Su Muji was silent for a moment, then also raised his hand. Agreed. The motion passed unanimously. Qin Huayuan stood up. Then it settled. The meeting is adjourned. One by one the crowd stood up and exited the main hall. In the night, 6 cars drove away in succession, disappearing at the end of the alley. Zhao Taijun was the last to come out, standing at the courtyard gate, lighting a cigarette. He took out his phone and glanced at the time. 1 o'clock in the morning. Hopefully everything is still on time. By name, Joshi Rose Garden. The lights in Villa No. 8 were still on. Yu Xingyuan sat in his study, the teacup in front of him already cold. He picked up his phone and dialed his daughter's number. The phone rang 3 times before it connected. Daddy. Yu Ling's voice was hoarse as if she had just been woken up. Yu Xingyuan leaned back in his chair, his tone calm. Linger, there's something I need you to take care of. Go to the Tianchi group tomorrow and look for Lin Jiu. Yu Ling became a bit more alert. What is it about? Yu Xingyuan paused for a moment. It's a personal matter. Find a way to have Lin Jiu help me locate a monk whose dharma name is Yongxin. The Tianchi group has extensive connections in Southeast Asia. Please ask Lin Jiu to keep an eye out. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds. Yu Ling understood that the personal matter her father mentioned might not truly be personal. But since her father did not elaborate, she would not inquire further. All right, I will go tomorrow. What should I say when I arrive? Yu Xingyuan's voice remained calm. Just say it is your matter. No need to say more. All right, get some rest early. Yu Xingyuan hung up the phone and placed it on the table. Outside the window, the moon was half obscured by clouds. He picked up the now cold tea and took a sip. Yongxin, this person must be found. The next day in Bainang. Longjiang No. 1 No. 9 Courtyard. Sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows on the bluestone pavement. Yu Ling did not make an appointment in advance. She changed into a simple and elegant outfit and instructed the driver to stop the car at the courtyard gate. Getting out, she took a deep breath and pressed the doorbell. The courtyard door opened. Anna, who stood inside. President Yu. Yu Ling smiled slightly. Is President Lin in? I have a personal matter I would like to consult him about. Hu stepped aside to let her in. Brother Jiu is in the study. Please come in, President Yu. Yu Ling crossed the courtyard and entered the main hall. Lin Jiu was sitting behind the desk, flipping through a document. Seeing her enter, he did not stand up, but merely lifted his chin slightly. President Yu, it's rare for you to visit. Please have a seat. Yu Ling sat down on the sofa. Hu brought in a cup of tea and then stepped back. The study fell silent with only the ticking sound of the wall clock. Lin Jiu put down the document and looked at Yu Ling. President Yu, coming over so early, do you have something to discuss? Yu Ling picked up the teacup, took a sip, and spoke slowly. President Lin, to be honest, I came here today to ask for your help with a personal matter. A personal matter? How did President Yes personal matter come to me? Lin Jiu raised an eyebrow. Yu Ling smiled. President Lin has extensive connections in Southeast Asia. I would like to ask for your help in finding someone. A monk whose dharma name is Yongxin. Lin Jiu's gaze subtly tightened, but his expression remained unchanged. Yongxin, the one from the Buddhist Association. Yu Ling nodded yes. I have a friend who asked me to look for this person in Southeast Asia. It's referred to as a personal matter, but I'm not very clear on the specifics. If it's convenient for President Lin, please help keep an eye out. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, his fingers lightly tapped. He did not answer immediately. The study was quiet for a few seconds. Yu Ling watched him, feeling a sense of unease growing in her heart. Lin Jiu suddenly smiled. President Yu, your personal matter seems rather complicated, doesn't it? Yu Ling's expression remained unchanged. President Lin, it's just a matter of asking for a favor. Lin Jiu stood up and walked to the window. He looked out at the courtyard, his back to Yu Ling, his voice flat. All right, I will keep an eye out for you. I will notify you when there's news. Yu Ling was slightly taken aback. She did not expect Lin Jiu to agree so readily. The explanations she had prepared went unused. Then thank you very much, President Lin. Yu Ling stood up. I will await your news. Lin Jiu turned around. Ahu, see President Yu off. Yu Ling walked out of the study, the sound of her high heels gradually fading. Ahu escorted her out and then returned. Brother Jiu, Yu Ling has left. Lin Jiu acknowledged with a sound, standing by the window without moving. His fingers lightly tapped the window frame, but his mind was filled with thoughts. Yongxin. Again, it's Yongxin. In the past few days, there have been more than one party looking for this monk. People from Japan are searching for him. Several factions in Southeast Asia are also looking. Now Yu Ling has also come, claiming it to be a personal matter. Who are they trying to fool? A president of the Buddhist Association suddenly goes missing and various forces are searching for him. There must be something complicated behind this. Lin Jiu turned around and sat down behind the desk. He picked up the cigarette box on the table, took out a cigarette, and lit it. As the smoke rose, it obscured his expression. This monk Yongxin might be a treasure. Whoever gets their hands on him first will be able to fetch a good price. Lin Jiu flicked the ash from his cigarette, a faint smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Ahu, yes. Have the people below keep an eye out in Southeast Asia for a monk named Yongxin. If found, do not make it public. Bring him back first. Ahu nodded and turned to leave. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, staring at the ceiling. The smoke curled upwards, dispersing. Yongxin, who exactly are you? Why are so many people looking for you? But it doesn't matter. No matter who you are, I will ensure you fall into my hands first. In Cambodia, in the province of Kandao, Putua Temple, the night is as dark as ink with the sound of the Mekong River faintly heard in the distance. Ajahn sits in the abbot's room, an old phone lying on the wooden table in front of him. The light from the screen reflects on his dark face, which alternates between bright and dim, mirroring his current heart. On the phone screen is an encrypted message. Find Yongxin a bounty of $5 million. $5 million. Ajahn stares at that number, his throat dry. He has been the abbot of this dilapidated temple for 20 years, and the annual offerings are barely enough to repair the roof once. $5 million. Enough for him to buy 3 villas in Phnom Penh, enough for him to immigrate to France, enough for him to never again smell the scent of sandalwood. Ajahn's hands are trembling. He closes his eyes, and the image of that rainy day 20 years ago emerges in his mind. Back then he was not yet the abbot, just a wandering monk, tattered and starving, curled up in the porch of Putua Temple to avoid the rain. It was Yongshin who took him in. Yongshin fed him, clothed him, sent him to study in Thailand, and helped him ascend to the position of abbot in this temple. Without Yongshin, Ajahn would have long starved to death on the streets. Ajahn opens his eyes and looks at the phone screen. 5 million. He glances at the calligraphy hanging on the wall, written by Yongshin himself 15 years ago with strong strokes. Gratitude. Wealth. Gratitude. Wealth. Ajahn's hand trembles as he presses the reply button. But I have conditions. The message is sent. The reply comes quickly. Speak. I want cash. Dollars. Half in advance and the other half after I tell you the location. Okay. The money will be delivered to your specified location within 3 days. Ajahn puts down the phone, supporting himself on the table, gasping for breath. Like a drowning person who has just crawled ashore. He lifts his head and stares at the statue of Buddha. The Buddha looks down, expressionless. Ajahn suddenly smiles. A bitter smile. Buddha, do not blame me. He murmurs to himself. Men die for wealth, birds perish for food. The kindness he showed me I've nearly repaid in these 20 years. But that 5 million is very real. His voice grows lower, fading away into the night. Ajahn stands up and walks to the window. Outside the window, the direction of the dry well is pitch black. Yongshin is hiding in the secret chamber beneath that dry well. He still does not know that the person he trusts most has already betrayed him. Moreover, he has sold him not to just one person. Ajahn takes out his phone and opens another message. It is from another group of people, offering 3 million. He hesitates for a moment, then replies. Then he opens a third message. 2 million. A fourth message. 1 million. Ajahn replies to each one, negotiating one by one. He does not know who these people are, nor does he care. He only knows that this news can be sold many times. As for Yongshin's fate, Ajahn glances at the statue of Buddha. Buddha, do not blame me. In the secret chamber, Yongshin sits on a military bed, gripping a string of prayer beads. He has been hiding here for 4 days. For 4 days, Ajahn has brought him food each day, delivering it and leaving without saying a word. At first, Yongshin did not pay much attention, but today he feels something is off. When Ajahn delivered the food, his gaze was not right. Those eyes were evasive, not daring to look at him. Yongshin has been in the Buddhist path for 40 years, having seen too many people. Sincere people, hypocritical people, greedy people, fearful people. He can see through them at a glance. Ajahn's gaze today is a mix of greed and fear. Yongshin says nothing, takes the food container, and says, thank you, allowing Ajahn to leave. Once the cover of the well is placed back, he sets down the food container and stands up. He begins to search the secret chamber. This secret chamber that Ajahn has prepared for him has only one exit. That is the dry well. If someone wants to catch him, they just need to guard the well's mouth, and he would become like a turtle in a jar. Yongshin pulls out a revolver from under his pillow and checks the bullets. 6 rounds fully loaded. He rummages through the bag under the bed, finding $20,000 of fake passports, several packs of compressed biscuits, and 2 bottles of water. Not much, but enough for him to use for a while. Yongshin sits back on the bed, closing his eyes. He is waiting for nightfall. If Ajahn really has issues, tonight will be the most dangerous time. Because after dark, everything becomes easier. Time passes second by second. The air in the secret chamber is stuffy and humid, and Yongshin's robe is completely soaked. But he does not move. He is waiting. Finally, a cat's meow comes from outside the well. It is a wild cat from the backyard of Putua Temple, meowing at this time every night. Yongshin opens his eyes and stands up. He tucks the revolver into his waistband and slings the bag strap over his shoulder. Then he steps on the grooves in the stone wall, slowly climbing up. The cover of the well is wooden, old, and dilapidated, with a gap in the middle. Yongshin looks out through the gap. No one is in the backyard. Moonlight spills onto the ground, pale and bright. Yongshin gently pushes open the cover, poking his head out. He looks left and right. No one. He climbs out of the dry well, squatting on the edge, taking deep breaths of the outside air. The secret chamber is too stuffy, like a coffin. Yongshin does not rush to run. He squats on the edge of the well, carefully observing every corner of the backyard. The courtyard wall is not high. He could easily jump over into the rubber forest. Once in the rubber forest, there is a path leading to the Mekong River. Reaching the riverbank means he can find a boat. Yongshin mentally reviews the route, just as he is about to jump down from the edge of the well. Suddenly, he hears footsteps. More than one person. They are coming from the front yard. Yongshin's pupils contract as he quickly retreats back into the well, gently replacing the cover. The footsteps grow closer. Someone is speaking. Ajahn, are you sure he is here? It is in Cambodian, with a Phnom Penh accent. Ajahn's voice replies, sure. In the secret chamber right beneath this dry well. Yongshin's heart sinks to the bottom. Ajahn, it really is you. The footsteps stop at the edge of the well. Someone lifts the cover. The beam of a flashlight shines down, scanning the secret chamber. Empty. The person has run away. A commotion arises at the well's mouth. Ajan's voice becomes urgent, impossible. I delivered food to him half an hour ago. Yongshin remains still. He crouches in the shadows of the well wall, less than 2 meters from the well's opening. If anyone looks down, they will see him. But everyone's attention is on the secret chamber. No one thinks that the direction he wants to escape is upwards. Yongshin holds his breath, remaining motionless. Go down and check. Someone begins to climb down the stone wall. Yongshin knows this is the last chance. He suddenly leaps out from the shadows, grabbing the edge of the well and flipping out. 3 people are standing at the edge of the well. Ajan and 2 men wielding machetes. The 4 of them face each other, all stunned. Yongshin does not hesitate. He raises his foot and kicks the nearest man's groin. The man screams and bends over. Yongshin seizes the opportunity to take his machete and swiftly strikes another man's shoulder. Blood splatters across his face. Ajan, frightened, retreats, repeatedly falling to the ground. Yongshin does not look at him. He turns and runs, vaulting over the courtyard wall and diving into the rubber forest. He turned and ran, leaping over the courtyard wall, plunging into the rubber forest. Behind him came the hysterical shouts of Aizen. Chase! Hurry and chase! Don't let him escape. He's worth 5 million. 5 million. Yongshin scoffed coldly as he ran. Aizen, is your life worth only 5 million? The money I spent on you far exceeds this amount. The rubber forest was pitch black and Yongshin stumbled forward. Branches scraped his face and vines tripped him. But he dared not stop. The shouts behind him grew closer. At least 7 or 8 people were chasing him. Yongshin burst out of the rubber forest, and in front of him was a dirt road. At the end of the road flowed the Mekong River. Just as he was about to rush forward, headlights suddenly illuminated the area. 2 pickup trucks came down the dirt road with over 10 people standing in the back, all armed with guns. Yongshin abruptly skidded to a halt and turned to run back. However, behind him, Aizen and his men were also pursuing him. He was caught in a pincer attack. No way to escape. Yongshin stood in the middle of the dirt road, breathing heavily. Under the moonlight, his shadow stretched long like a solitary ghost. Aizen emerged from the crowd, holding the light from the flashlight shone on Yongshin's face, piercing his eyes. Master, don't run anymore. Aizen's voice was calm, too calm for someone who had just been betrayed. Yongshin squinted at Aizen. Why, oi? His voice was not loud, but very clear. Aizen was silent. Master, you have shown me kindness, I know. But they offered too much. $5 million. In my lifetime, I have never seen so much money. Yongshin smiled a bitter smile. Aizen, you have followed me for 20 years. What I have given you is worth far more than 5 million. This temple was rebuilt with my money. You went to Thailand for further studies because I funded you. You sitting in the position of master was a path I paved for you. After 20 years of my kindness, you repay me with 5 million. Aizen lowered his head, unable to look at him. Master, don't blame me. People die for wealth, birds perish for food. This is fate. Yongshin shook his head. It's not fate. It's your greed. Aizen raised his head, his eyes becoming sharp. Say what you will. Master, don't run. There's no escape. Yongshin glanced left and right. Over 20 men, dozens of guns. He couldn't escape. Yongshin threw the machete to the ground and raised his hands. All right. I won't run. But I have a condition. What condition? Aizen frowned. Let them step back. I have something to say to you. Aizen hesitated for a moment and waved his hand. The men stepped back a few paces, but didn't lower their guns. Yongshin walked up to Aizen and stared into his eyes. Aizen, do you think that by handing me over you'll get that 5 million? What do you mean? Aizen's expression changed. Yongshin let out a cold laugh. Do you know how many people are looking for? If you hand me over to these people, will the other groups let you go? They will think you still have news and will pressure you. You'll take the money without a life to spend it. Aizen's face turned pale. Yongshin continued, let me go. That 5 million I'll give you. Double it. Aizen's Adam's apple bobbed. He opened his mouth about to say something. Suddenly a cold voice came from behind. Master, what are you hesitating for? Aizen turned around sharply. A man in a black t-shirt approached holding a pistol. He glanced at Yongshin and then at Aizen. We've already found the person and the money has been wired. It's too late to— Master, the world thrives on profit. Don't blame us, just blame the other side for offering too much. The man smiled, the smile cold. Master, you'd better not think too much. Everyone is waiting to share the money. Aizen's face turned completely white. Yongshin looked at Aizen and shook his head. You see, they won't let you live to collect the money. You are too greedy. Greedy enough to not value your own life. The man in black frowned, pointing his gun at Yongshin. Shut up. He waved his hand, and 2 subordinates stepped forward, pinning Yongshin to the ground and binding him with ropes. Yongshin did not struggle. He just looked at Aizen. In his eyes there was no anger, no sadness. Only deep disappointment. A profound disappointment. Aizen was made uneasy by that gaze, and turned away, unable to look any longer. Master, don't blame me. He murmured to himself. Don't blame me. Yongshin was tied to a wooden pillar in the backyard of Putuwa Temple. The rope was tight and his wrists were already chafed and bleeding, droplets of blood dripping down his fingers. He did not shout or struggle. He simply closed his eyes, murmuring softly, like he was chanting scriptures or perhaps praying. The man in black stood in the courtyard holding a phone and making a call. "We found the person. At Putuwa Temple. Yes, alive. I need more money, or I'll tell others. The sooner the better. It's not safe here." The voice on the other end said a few things. The man in black nodded and hung up the phone. He turned to Yongshin and instructed his subordinates, "Keep a close watch on him. Before dawn someone will come to pick him up." "Yes." The man in black left with several others. Only 4 guards and Yongshin bound to the pillar remained in the courtyard. Yongshin opened his eyes and glanced around. 4 guards, 2 smoking at the courtyard gate and 2 dozing on the step. His hands were tied behind the pillar with thick hemp rope that was quite sturdy. But the pillar was very old. The wood had... Yongshin began to subtly rub against the rope. The rope rubbed against the rotting wood, making a faint scratching sound. It was drowned out by the sounds of smoking and insects. No one noticed. Time ticked by. Yongshin's wrists were already worn and bloody, but he dared not stop. He knew that once dawn broke he would have no more chances. Scratch, scratch, scratch. The rope was slowly fraying. Just then a sudden screech of tires came from outside the courtyard. Not one vehicle, but many. The guards stood alert, gripping their guns tightly. The courtyard door was kicked open. A group of people rushed in. Not the previous group. It was another group. Leading them was a bald man with a green dragon tattoo on his neck, holding a submachine gun. "Where's Monk Yongshin?" Before the people in the courtyard could react, the bald man had already spotted Yongshin. "Over there." Gunfire erupted suddenly. Not a single gun, but a dozen. The courtyard was instantly thrown into chaos. The 4 guards were shot to pieces before they could fight back. The bald man rushed to the pillar, just about to untie the ropes. Suddenly, several grenades flew in from outside the courtyard wall. Boom, boom, boom. The explosion illuminated half of the night sky. The bald man was knocked to the ground by the shockwave, his submachine gun flung far away. Another group of people climbed over the courtyard wall and engaged in combat with the first 2 groups. 3 groups of people, 3 languages, 1 target. Yongshin. Yongshin cowered behind the pillar, bullets whizzing past his head, splintering the wood. He did not move. His hands were still working on the ropes. Rustle, rustle. Finally the rope broke. Yongshin suddenly freed himself, crouched down, and crawled toward the back courtyard. No one noticed him. Everyone's attention was focused on each other. Yongshin crawled into the dry well in the back courtyard and slid down the stone wall. The secret room was pitch black. He fumbled around and found a bag under the bed, slung it over his shoulder. Then he crawled back up. The gunfire at the well had dwindled, but was still ongoing. Yongshin climbed over the courtyard wall and plunged into the rubber forest. This time no one chased him. Everyone was busy slaughtering each other in the courtyard. Yongshin ran wildly in the rubber forest. Branches scratched his face, vines tripped him, but he got back up and continued to run. He didn't know how long he had been running when he reached the Mekong River. Several small boats were docked by the riverbank. Yongshin jumped onto the nearest one, untied the mooring rope, and used a plank as a paddle, desperately rowing to the opposite bank. Behind him, flames soared from the direction of Putuwa Temple. Gunfire continued. Yongshin dared not look back. He kept his head down, rowing the boat stroke by stroke. Sweat mixed with blood dripped down his cheeks. Finally, the small boat reached the opposite bank. Yongshin jumped off the boat and stumbled onto the shore. He lay on the riverbank, gasping for breath. He had escaped. He had actually escaped. Yongshin looked up at the stars in the night sky. The moon was bright, and the stars were dense. Suddenly, he felt like laughing. He wanted to laugh out loud. "Ajahn, did you think you could sell me out? Did you think those people could catch me? I have mingled in the Buddhist world for 40 years. What storms have I not witnessed?" Yongshin pushed against his knees to stand up, ready to continue running, but froze in place. Suddenly, headlights lit up ahead. Not one car, but several. The headlights were blinding. Yongshin raised a hand to shield his eyes and looked through the gaps between his fingers. Several black SUVs stopped on the riverbank, their headlights illuminating the area like daylight. The doors opened and several men in black suits stepped out. Leading them was a young man with a buzz cut. His expression was stern and his gaze was sharp. He walked up to Yongshin and looked him up and down. "Master Yongshin." Yongshin's heart sank to the bottom. "Who are you?" The buzz-cut young man did not answer. He waved his hand. 2 men in black stepped forward, one on each side, restraining Yongshin. "Take him away." Yongshin did not struggle. He was too tired. He accepted it. After running so far, he still hadn't escaped, but Yongshin's heart also relaxed. At least these people did not seem to be here to silence him. Since he could live, why seek trouble? He was shoved into the back seat of an SUV. The door closed, cutting off the sound of gunfire and flames from outside. The buzz-cut young man sat in the front passenger seat, took out his phone, and dialed a number. "Brother Gio, we found the person." A low voice came from the other end of the line. "Bring him back. Clean up the loose ends." The buzz-cut young man replied and hung up the phone. "Drive." The SUVs turned around, leaving the riverbank, disappearing into the night. From the direction of Putuwa Temple, flames were still burning. The gunfire gradually decreased, eventually falling silent. On the riverbank, only an empty small boat gently swayed in the moonlight. As dawn approached, the smoke from Putuwa Temple finally dissipated. In the courtyard, a dozen bodies lay scattered, the air thick with the smell of blood and gunpowder. The bald man crawled up from the pile of corpses covered in blood, unsure if it was his or someone else's. He glanced at the pillar. The rope was broken. The person was gone. Damn it. The bald man kicked over a wooden table nearby. The person has escaped. He pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Mr. Yamamoto, something has happened. Yongshin has escaped. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. How did he escape? 3 groups of people fought for over an hour. By the time we discovered it, the rope was already worn through, and the person was gone. Find him. Ichiro Yamamoto's voice was as cold as ice. Dig 3 feet into the ground, and you must find him. The bald man responded and hung up the phone. He looked at the corpses scattered throughout the courtyard and spat vehemently. Damn it. On the other side, Zhao Taijun also received the news. Yongshin escaped. How did he escape? A low voice came from the other end of the line. The rope was worn through. From the inside. Zhao Taijun fell silent for a moment. Are you saying he escaped by himself? It should be. The wood of the pillar rotted. He ground it for a long time on the back side. Zhao Taijun stood by the window looking at the night outside. He escaped by himself. A 60-year-old monk surrounded by a dozen guns managed to grind the rope and escape. This old fox is indeed not simple. Keep searching, Zhao Taijun said in a deep voice. He can't have gone far. Yes. The call ended. Zhao Taijun lit a cigarette and took a deep puff. Yongshin, where are you exactly? Meanwhile, far away in Binding, Lin Jiu sat in his study, looking at an encrypted message on the screen. The person has been taken away safe. Lin Jiu looked at these 4 words, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He extinguished the cigarette butt and leaned back in his chair. He picked up his phone and dialed a house number. First, find a safe place to lock him up. They'll personally interrogate him when I arrive. Ahu replied on the other end. Lin Jiu hung up the phone, stood up, and walked to the window. Outside, the moon was half covered by dark clouds. Yongshin, you better be worth this effort. On the 3rd day of Yongshin's disappearance, the underworld of Southeast Asia was like a pot of boiling oil being stirred. The first to sense that something was amiss was the intelligence agency of the Wokaku. Yamamoto Ichiro, the leader of the operation team in Phnom Penh, had searched along the Mekong River for 2 whole days with the remaining 6 members after the shootout at Putua Temple. The small boat on the riverbank was still there, and they found several footprints in the rubber forest across the river, but the tracks disappeared after less than 300 meters. They ended at a dirt road where fresh tire tracks were visible. Nguyen Van Hugh squatted by the side of the dirt road, smoked half a pack of cigarettes, and then dialed Yamamoto Ichiro's number. The person is gone. There was a long silence on the other end of the line. What do you mean gone? Someone took him before. The tire tracks belonged to an off-road vehicle, at least 3 of them. The tread patterns were new and not of the locally common types. Could it be the Longwa people? Not certain. It could also be local Cambodian forces or Yongshin's own backup. Nguyen Van Hugh paused. Yamamoto Yongshin has operated in Southeast Asia for 15 years. The backup he has may be much more than we know. Yamamoto Ichiro remained silent. Nguyen Van Hugh heard the sound of a teacup being crushed on the other end of the line. Meanwhile, the secret deliberation hall of the 6 great families in Kyoto was lit up again. Zhao Taijun stood in front of the long table, and on the projection screen was a map of Cambodia. Putua Temple on the eastern bank of the Mekong River was marked with a red circle, and several dashed lines extended from it labeled Suspicious Route 1, Suspicious Route 2, and Suspicious Route 3. It has been 3 days. Zhao Taijun's voice was hoarse, his eyes bloodshot. Our people are casting nets in 4 directions: Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and Myanmar, with no trace of Yongshin. River transport, land routes, smuggling channels, none at all. Yu Jungyuan sat in a chair, slowly twisting a sandalwood bracelet with his fingers. What about the Wokaku people? They are searching as well. Yesterday their operation team clashed with us in the suburbs of Phnom Penh, almost resulting in a gunfight. Zhao Taijun flipped through a document. According to intercepted intelligence, Yamamoto Ichiro has issued a death order to the operation team in Cambodia. If Yongshin is not found within 7 days, Nguyen Van Hugh doesn't need to return to Tokyo. Bai Jingxing suddenly spoke up. Is it possible that Yongshin is already dead? Zhao Taijun shook his head. If it were the Wokaku people who did it, they should have retreated by now. But they are still searching, which indicates that he is not in their hands. If it were other forces that acted, at least a body would be left behind. What Yongshin possesses is worth more alive than dead. Killing him would be pointless. Su Muji lifted his teacup and slowly said, so he is still alive. As these words landed, the deliberation hall fell silent for a few seconds. Qin Huayun had not spoken all along, but at this moment, he raised his eyes, scanning all those present. We can't find him, and neither can the Wokaku people. Yongshin cannot simply disappear into thin air. His voice was not loud, but each word was steady. That leaves only one possibility. Zhao Beichen picked up the conversation. Someone has found him and hidden him away. Hidden much deeper than any of us. Rong Heading frowned. Who has that capability on the ground in Southeast Asia? No one answered. But the same name floated in everyone's minds. The Tianchi Group. The sandalwood bracelet in Yu Xingyuan's hand paused for a moment. Zhao Taijun closed the folder. I will check. Qin Huayuan waved his hand. No rush. If they really have him, they will eventually bring him out. Yongxin is of no use to them, but he is valuable to us, and this is a business transaction. Since it's a transaction, someone will make an offer. We just need to wait. Su Muji put down his teacup. Wait. What if they sell him to the Wokaka people? Qin Huayuan glanced at him. They are Longwa people. No one else in the deliberation hall spoke. Binding Longjiang no. 1. Azahu walked into the study from outside. Lin Jiao was looking at the planning drawings for the resort project. The light from the desk lamp fell on the open drawings, illuminating the contour lines and building outlines clearly. Jiao Gu. Lin Jiao did not look up. Speak. Yongxin has been very quiet these past 2 days. He eats on time, sleeps on time, and hasn't said a word. Lin Jiao flipped a page of the drawings. Ahu handed over a document which was the daily report of the detention location, recording Yongxin's daily meals and activities. For breakfast he had 2 steamed buns and a bowl of porridge, for lunch half a fish and half a bowl of rice, for dinner a bowl of noodles. Blood pressure normal, heart rate normal, mood stable. A 60-year-old monk locked up in a strange place, not crying, not fussing, not begging for mercy, able to eat and sleep every day. He is waiting. Lin Jiao threw the document back onto the table. Waiting for what? Waiting for me to go talk to him. Ahu did not continue to ask. Jiao Gu, Yuling's secretary, called again. Mister, you wants to schedule a meeting with you tomorrow morning to discuss the specific details of the resort project cooperation. Lin Jiao picked up the cigarette box on the table and took out a cigarette. Let her come. He stood up and walked to the window. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the wind, and a few leaves fell onto the bluestone slab. Yongxin is waiting. Yuling is also waiting. The 6 great families are waiting. The Wokaka people are waiting. Everyone is waiting. But the one who waits the longest will be the one to laugh last. Lin Jiao stubbed out the cigarette, but in the ashtray. Ahu, tell Yuling 10 o'clock tomorrow morning. Yes. Deep Sea Group. The conference room was filled with smoke. Yuling sat in the main seat, her delicate fingers holding a slender menthol cigarette, but she did not light it. She was deep in thought. 6 core executives from the binding branch of Deep Sea Group sat on either side of the long table, all keeping their eyes on the table, no one daring to speak first. Sitting to the left of Yuling was Zhou Quan. He was wearing a dark gray Zhongshan suit today, his hair neatly combed, and his notebook was open in front of him, filled with dense notes. He looked no different from usual, diligent and mature. Uncle Zhou. Yuling's voice was not loud, but it was particularly clear in the quiet conference room. Zhou Quan raised his head, his face displaying just the right amount of respect. Mr. Yu, how is the preparation for the bidding meeting going? Everything is proceeding as planned. Zhou Quan flipped to a certain page in his notebook and said unhurriedly, a total of 7 companies have registered. Besides us, there are Tianchi Group, Binhai Group, and 4 local small companies. The bids have all been submitted, and the evaluation team will begin closed assessments tomorrow. Yuling nodded, fiddling with the cigarette in her hand. How is the quote from Tianchi Group? This question was asked casually, as if she were inquiring about what to eat in the cafeteria today. But everyone present knew that Mr. Yu never asked pointless questions. Zhou Quan adjusted his glasses, his tone is flat, as if he were reading a weather report. Their quote is on the high side, and the proposal has no standout features. Mr. You can rest assured you outsiders cannot seize this piece of cake of the resort. Yuling glanced at him. Zhou Quan's gaze did not waver, calmly meeting hers. There was nothing superfluous in that gaze, like an old butler who had followed you for many years. You knew he had his own thoughts, but you also knew he could not turn over your palm. Thank you for your hard work. Yuling withdrew her gaze, tossing the unlit cigarette into the ashtray. The meeting is adjourned. Everyone filed out. Yuling sat alone in the conference room, looking through the floor-to-ceiling window at the bustling traffic outside. The sky in Baining was gray, as if it were about to rain. She recalled what her second uncle Yu Zhongbei had once said. Linger Zhou Quan is a useful person, but he cannot be trusted. Yuling certainly knew. Zhou Quan had worked at the Baining branch for 3 years, rising from a mere figurehead to his current stature. If one were to say he had no ambitions, no one would believe it. Having parachuted in to take his fruits, if he truly accepted it willingly, that would be a problem. However, Yuling had never taken Zhou Quan's double-dealing to heart, because he could not turn the tide. It was true that the resort project was initiated by Zhou Quan, but ultimately he was just a worker. The project approval was in the hands of the Deep Sea Group, the land belonged to the Deep Sea Group, and the money was also with the Deep Sea Group. If Zhou Quan dared to have any crooked thoughts about this matter, it would not just be a case of double-dealing, it would be courting death. Yuling stood up and walked to the window. Tianchi Group. Lin Jiao. She remembered that day at the golf course when Lin Jiao lounged in a chair, speaking to her in a casual, streetwise tone, I want you. Then, just as she was about to explode, he leisurely added, I want you to promise me one thing. This person was too strict. There were indeed fierce characters in the aristocratic circle. Yuling had seen titans of the white world and the black world, each of whom held themselves with dignity and valued face. Even in a falling out, they would first exchange pleasantries before resorting to force, and they would always have a legitimate reason. Lin Jiao was different. He could sit beside the provincial secretary chatting and laughing, yet also act like a hoodlum. He could be poised at a high-profile welcoming banquet, yet he could also order someone to hang Zhou Quan from a 100-meter-tall building. Yuling found herself completely unable to fathom this man. It was as if he had crawled out from an entirely different set of rules. The norms of the aristocratic circle, human emotions faced the exchange of interests and subtlety, were completely ineffective with him. The first drop of rain fell outside the window. Yuling turned and walked out of the conference room, the sound of her high heels echoing in the corridor. Tomorrow was the bidding meeting. She was eager to see what waves Linjiao could still stir up. At the same time at Longjiang No. 1 in Courtyard No. 9, a Linjiao sat in a rattan chair in the courtyard, a set of kung fu tea utensils placed before him. Hu stood behind him like a silent tree. When Zhou Quan entered through the side door, the rain had just begun to fall. He did not carry an umbrella, and the rain soaked the shoulders of his Zhongshan suit, creating several dark patches. But he seemed oblivious, quickly walking up to Lin Jiao and slightly bowing. President Lin. Lin Jiao pointed to the opposite rattan chair sit. Zhou Quan sat down and took out a brown paper envelope from his briefcase, placing it gently on the tea table. His movements were delicate, as if he were handling a fragile item. Lin Jiao did not rush to open it. He picked up the teapot and poured Zhou Quan a cup of tea. The tea was freshly brewed, steaming, and particularly clear amidst the cool rain. Try this, Lao Banjiang. A friend brought it back from Yunnan. Zhou Quan held the teacup with both hands and took a sip. He did not know why Lin Jiao wanted him to drink tea, but he understood that he did not need to ask. In the presence of this young man, the less one asked, the longer one would live. Raindrops tapped on the glass ceiling above, producing a fine sound. Lin Jiao also lifted his teacup and took a sip before putting it down and picking up the brown paper envelope. The envelope was not sealed. He pulled out the documents inside, flipping through them page by page. The first page contained the business information of Xingda Construction. The registered capital was 50 million, the legal representative was named Li Sheng, and the registered address was an office building in the high-tech zone of Binhai City. On the surface, it had no relation to the Deep Sea Group, but after equity penetration, the ultimate beneficiary was an investment platform under the Binang branch of the Deep Sea Group. The second page contained the core data of Xingda Construction's bid. The quoted price was 3.7 billion, with a construction period of 2 years using a plan from the Deep Sea Group's own design institute. The third page included the quotes from 4 other companies. 3 were above 400 million and 1 quoted 320 million, but the qualification section was circled in red ink, indicating a secondary municipal qualification which did not even meet the threshold for participating in the bidding. The fourth page was the bid from Tianqi Group. The quoted price was 3.15 billion, a full 55 million lower than Xingda's. The plan was provided by the Singapore headquarters, and the design team included 3 architects who had won international awards. The qualification was a full license for Tianqi Group, covering everything from surveying to construction. After reading, Lin Jiao placed the documents back on the table. Has Yuling seen these? Zhou Quan shook his head. She only saw the version I prepared for her. I made 2 versions of Xingda's quote. The one she saw was the optimized version, while the actual one submitted to the review group was another. How much is the difference? The bid documents differ by 8 points. Adding the plan score and qualification bonuses, Tianqi Group's total score is at least 15 points ahead of Xingda. Lin Jiao picked up his teacup, remaining silent. Zhou Quan's Adam's apple rolled up and down. He hesitated for 2 seconds before speaking. President Lin, 3 people in the review group are my people. Even if there are issues with the bid document, the final result will not change. I'm not worried about that. Lin Jiao set down his teacup, leaning back against the rattan chair, watching the rainwater gather and slide down the ceiling. I'm just thinking, what is Yuling thinking right now? Zhou Quan was taken aback. Do you really think Yuling doesn't know you are scheming? Zhou Quan remained silent for a few seconds before slowly speaking. She knows I will comply outwardly while defying inwardly. But she does not realize that I have no intention of playing along anymore. Lin Jiao glanced at him. Zhou Quan, that old fox, always spoke without revealing anything. When he said that Yuling knew he would comply outwardly while defying inwardly, it meant that Yuling had always been aware of Zhou Quan's little schemes, but she believed she could keep him in check. When he said Yuling did not know he had no intention of playing along anymore, it meant that Yuling's judgment of him was still trapped in the controllable stage of outward compliance and inner defiance. In reality, Zhou Quan was no longer merely complying outwardly. He was flipping the table over directly. This distinction would only dawn on Yuling by tomorrow. Has your wife and child arrived in M country? Lin Jiao suddenly changed the topic. Zhou Quan's body tensed momentarily, then he relaxed and replied, they have arrived. They arrived last week. They bought a house in Irvine near the seaside. Irvine is nice. The climate is good, there are many Chinese, and it's convenient for the children to go to school. Zhou Quan said nothing. He did not understand why Lin Jiao suddenly brought this up, but he felt a chill creeping up his back. Lin Jiao stood up and walked to the edge of the courtyard, watching the rain outside. Zhou Quan, if you can help me accomplish this, I will remember this favor. In M country, you can live peacefully, no one will disturb you. He turned around to look at Zhou Quan. But if one day I need you to come back to help me with something, I hope you will return. Zhou Quan's fingers tightened slightly. He understood. Lin Jiao was giving him freedom, but not complete freedom. He could retire, enjoy his old age, and bask in the sun on the other side of the earth. But his life could be called upon by Lin Jiao at any time. This was not a threat. It was a transaction. He exchanged the peace of his later years for this moment of betrayal. Zhou Quan stood up and deeply bowed to Lin Jiu's back. He did not speak, for any words would have been superfluous. The rain had begun to pour harder. On the day of the bid opening, the multifunctional hall on the third floor of the Coastal International Conference Center was reserved by the Deep Sea Group. A row of fresh flowers adorned the sign-in table at the entrance, and a red sign-in book lay open, flanked by two hostesses in kipeos. When Yuling arrived, most of the attendees had already entered. She wore a dark blue suit dress today, with her hair styled up, revealing a fair neck. She wore a pair of pearl earrings, a gift from her mother for her coming of age. She looked less like someone attending a bidding conference and more like a person presiding over a board meeting. Secretary Xiao Yu was waiting for her at the entrance, holding a folder. "Ms. Yu, all 7 companies have arrived. Mr. Lin from Tiankai Group is here as well, and he only brought one person." Yuling nodded, her gaze casually sweeping over the sign-in book. Lin Jiu's name was written on the third line. The handwriting was not particularly elegant, but the strokes were strong, as if carved with a knife. She entered the conference room. The multifunctional hall was set up with 7 long tables, each bearing the nameplate of the corresponding company. Yuling sat in the center of the first row with Deep Sea Group written on her nameplate. Footsteps sounded behind her. She did not turn around, but she knew it was Lin Jiu. It wasn't that she recognized his footsteps, rather the atmosphere in the hall suddenly shifted. Those who had been whispering instantly fell silent, then resumed their conversations. Yuling picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. Lin Jiu walked past the table of Tiankai Group and paused for a moment in the aisle next to Yuling. "Ms. You look quite well today." Yuling looked up and met his calm, unfazed eyes. She smiled slightly. "Mr. Lin as well. It seems you had a good rest last night." "Not bad," Lin Jiu replied. "Thinking about winning the bid today made my sleep particularly sound." Yuling's smile remained, but her fingers tightened slightly around the teacup. "Mr. Lin is quite confident." "It's not confidence." Lin Jiu shook his head. "It's judgment." After he finished speaking, he walked to his seat and began flipping through the conference manual on the table. Yuling averted her gaze and stopped looking at him. This person always had a knack for delivering the most infuriating statements in the calmest tone. But it was fine. After today, he would learn a lesson in binding. It's not just about having a strong fist. At 9:30, Zhou Quan stepped onto the podium. He wore a dark blue suit today, and his tie was impeccably tied. The light shone on his gray hair, making him appear steady and reliable, like an elder who would not make mistakes in any situation. "Dear guests, thank you for taking the time to attend the bid opening meeting for the Huijing Resort project." Zhou Quan's voice resonated through the hall, neither too loud nor too soft, but just right. "Since the announcement of this bid, a total of 7 entities have registered to participate. After the preliminary qualification review, all 7 entities meet the bidding criteria. The review committee consists of 7 experts from the Provincial Department of Housing and Urban Rural Development, the City Planning Bureau, the Provincial Architectural Design Institute, the School of Architecture at Binding University, and the Technical Center of Deep Sea Group." He paused, scanning the audience below. "The review process is fully recorded, and we welcome supervision from all parties. Now I will announce the review results." Yuling lifted her teacup and gently blew on the tea leaves floating on the surface. Zhou Quan opened the envelope in his hand and drew out a document sealed with a red stamp. In this bidding process, the entity that ranked first in the comprehensive score for the quotation proposal and qualifications is. Yuling's lips curved slightly upwards. Her gaze crossed the rim of the cup, resting on Lin Jiu, who was sitting diagonally behind her. Lin Jiu was focused on his phone, as if everything happening on stage had nothing to do with him. "Tiankai Group." The 4 words landed, freezing Yuling's smile. The air in the hall seemed to be sucked away for 2 seconds, then a round of applause erupted from some corner. Soon applause rang out from all directions. Representatives from the Coastal Group were clapping, the several small companies that were merely accompanying also joined in, and even a few experts sitting at the review table were applauding. Only the people from Deep Sea Group remained unmoved. Yuling's fingers were still poised as if holding the teacup, but the tea inside was trembling slightly. She did not turn around to look at Zhou Quan, for she knew he would dare not look at her. The applause gradually diminished. Zhou Quan continued to read the review comments. Tiankai Group's quotation was 315 million yuan, which is 55 million yuan lower than the second place. The design proposal was primarily created by a team from Singapore, excelling in both functional layout and landscape design compared to other bids. In terms of qualifications, Tiankai Group holds a full license in the construction industry. Yuling's ears buzzed. She heard every word Zhou Quan said clearly, but when these words were strung together, they formed a jumble of incomprehensible noise. How could Tiankai Group's quotation be lower than Shengda's? She had personally reviewed Shengda's quotation. 370 million was the figure Zhou Quan had calculated with the team for 2 whole months. Every cost had been pushed to the minimum, and every expense was traceable. How could an outsider like Tiankai Group quote lower? Unless the bid document Zhou Quan showed her was not the same as the one submitted to the review committee. Yuling's fingers suddenly tightened. The water in the teacup splashed out, scalding her hand, but she felt no pain. She slowly turned her head to look at the podium. Zhou Quan had finished reading the evaluation comments and was returning the documents to the envelope. His movements were calm and unhurried, just like every report Yuling had witnessed over the past 3 years. Yuling suddenly recalled what Zhou Quan had said after the meeting yesterday. Rest assured, you outsiders won't get a piece of the resort cake. At the time, she thought it was a declaration of loyalty. Now she understood that Zhou Quan was speaking the truth. The cake indeed could not be divided, but the people eating the cake had changed. After the meeting, Yuling waited in the VIP lounge for a full 15 minutes before Zhou Quan finally pushed the door open. He closed the door gently as if afraid to disturb something. Yuling stood by the window with her back to him. Zhou Quan. She did not call him Uncle Zhou. Zhou Quan did not respond, walking to the coffee table to pour himself a cup of water. The water was cool, but he drank slowly as if savoring a fine tea. When did you start working for Lin Jiu? Yuling turned around. The gentle smile that usually adorned her face was gone, replaced by a calmness she had never seen in herself. It was not anger, nor was it a breakdown, but something far more terrifying than anger. Zhou Quan set down his cup and finally looked up at her. I have not worked for Lin Jiu. Then what were you doing today? What I did today was strictly execute the bidding process and award the project to the bidding unit with the highest comprehension. Zhou Quan's voice was not loud, but each word was spoken steadily. The bid from Tianqi Group outperformed Xingda Construction in 3 dimensions. The bid was 15% lower, the proposal scored 12 points higher, and the qualifications were 2 levels higher. This is the collective opinion of the evaluation group. There is video footage, signatures, and archives. Yuling stared at him. She suddenly realized she no longer recognized this person. No, it wasn't that she didn't know him, it was that she had never truly known him. She thought she had seen through Zhou Quan, a capable but suppressed veteran harboring resentment while still appearing respectful. She had seen too many of such people. There were some under her father and some under her second uncle. What waves could they stir? It was merely a facade of compliance, a little extra kickback, and some complaints behind closed doors. She had never thought that Zhou Quan would dare to do this. Not because he lacked the courage, but because she had never regarded him as someone who could rival her. Zhou Quan, Yuling's voice was very low. You have worked on the resort project for 3 years. Yes. From acquiring the land to the approvals, from planning to design, you were the one running every step. You waited for 2 whole days at the provincial hall to convert industrial land into commercial land. You personally visited that stubborn homeowner 5 times to resolve the demolition issue. You once said this project is your lifeblood. Zhou Quan said nothing. Yuling stepped forward. Did you give your life? Zhou Quan lowered his head, staring at his calloused hands. These hands had written countless reports, raised many toasts, and knocked on countless doors. This project is indeed my lifeblood. But lifeblood counts only if someone treasures it. Yuling's pupils slightly contracted. Zhou Quan looked up at her. This time there was none of the usual respectful demeanor in his eyes, nor any pretense. I joined Deep Sea Group at the age of 38. I worked at headquarters for 7 years before being sent to Baining to start from scratch. When I arrived, the Baining branch had no office. I lived in a budget hotel for 3 months. I recruited people, built connections, and developed projects, growing from nothing to today's scale. At the end of last year, headquarters told me that the position of general manager of the Baining branch was mine. A celebration banquet was set and drinks were poured. Zhou Quan's voice was flat, as if he were recounting a story unrelated to himself. Then you came along. Yuling's lips moved, but no sound came out. I do not oppose you. You are the eldest daughter of the Yu family. You are capable, have vision, and possess a grand perspective. I acknowledge all of that. But what I do not accept is that your family has never regarded me as one of your own. I have worked at Deep Sea Group for 10 years, and I have never been one of the Yu family. I was not, am not, and will not be. Zhou Quan took an envelope from his briefcase and placed it on the coffee table. This is my resignation letter. I sent a copy to headquarters this morning. Yuling stared at the white envelope, feeling a sense of absurdity. She had imagined that Zhou Quan would comply with the orders, that he might tamper with the project, or even that he would jump ship one day. But she had never thought he would leave in this manner. Not taken away, not forced out. He walked away on his own. It was the kind of departure that said, I no longer wish to play with you. Zhou Quan. Yuling's voice finally had a hint of fluctuation. Do you know that by doing this you are not just offending me, Yuling? You are offending the entire Yu family. Zhou Quan walked to the door and pulled it open. 2 security guards from Deep Sea Group stood outside, called by Yuling's secretary Xiaoya. He did not look at the 2 guards, but turned back to look at Yuling. I am 53 this year. In the eyes of the Yu family, I am just a tool they have used for 10 years, but in Lin Jiu's eyes, I am a person worth 55 million. Do you understand this distinction? I will not bow down to you because the position you occupy was originally mine. Zhou Quan exited the VIP lounge, passing between the 2 security guards. The guards exchanged glances, uncertain whether to stop him. Yuling stood by the window watching Zhou Quan's figure cross the parking lot, get into a taxi, and disappear into the rain. She suddenly recalled the phone call from her father Yu Yuan before she left this morning. Linger if you cannot keep Zhou Quan in check, transfer him to headquarters. At that time she had said, Dad, it's just Zhou Quan, he can't stir up much trouble. There was a silence on the other end of the line for a few seconds before her father said, never underestimate anyone's potential to stir trouble, especially those you think cannot. The rain was falling heavier. As Lin Jiu stepped out of the conference center, the rain had lightened somewhat. Ahu was waiting at the door with a black umbrella. Upon seeing Lin Jiao emerge, he handed the umbrella over. Brother Jiao, President Chu called. Lin Jiao took the umbrella, standing under the eaves watching the raindrops hang down from the roof like a fragmented curtain. What did he say? Congratulations, you've won the bid. Additionally, the elder Mr. Chu wishes to invite you for dinner at his home tonight. Lin Jiao responded with a sound of acknowledgement, but did not confirm or reject the invitation. The sound of high heels approached from behind. Without turning around, he knew who it was. In the entire binding, only Yuling could walk in such a rhythm with her high heels. It was not a deliberately slowed elegance, nor was it a hurried panic. It was a confidence that emanated from her bones. Even after being stabbed deeply, her steps remained steady. President Lin. Lin Jiao turned around. Yuling stood 3 steps away without an umbrella, raindrops falling on her hair, shoulders, and her suit dress. The dark blue fabric soaked through to a deep black, resembling a flower half opened in the rain. President Yu, Lin Jiao nodded. Can we talk for a moment? Lin Jiao looked at her for 2 seconds, then turned to the side and gestured for her to proceed. The two walked side by side along the corridor outside the conference center. Ahu followed at a distance, ensuring he could not hear their conversation. The sound of the rain was loud, drumming against the corridor's roof like a dense beat. When did Zhou Quan become your man? Yuling asked. Her tone was calm, as if asking a question unrelated. He is not my man, Lin Jiao replied. Yuling turned to look at him. Lin Jiao continued, he simply made the choice that a wise man would make in this situation. President Yu, you know better than I do that Zhou Quan has worked for the Yu family for 10 years and has never been one of them. Since he is not one of them, helping anyone else does not count as betrayal. Yuling did not refute. Not because she could not, but because she knew Lin Jiao was speaking the truth. Families of the gentry have always employed outsiders solely for their skills, not for their loyalty. You pay him, he works for you. You offer him a future, he works hard. But if you do not regard him as one of your own, he will not regard you as one of his. This is fair. What did you give him? Yuling asked. A way out. Is that all? There's more. Lin Jiao stopped, looking at the rain outside the corridor. I told him he is worth 55 million. Yuling was taken aback. Not because the statement was particularly brilliant, but because she suddenly realized that the words Zhou Quan said before leaving were learned from Lin Jiao. In the eyes of the Yu family, I am merely a tool used for 10 years. But in Lin Jiao's eyes, I am a person worth 55 million. This line was taught to him by Lin Jiao. No, not. It was Lin Jiao who made him believe in this matter. Yuling gazed at Lin Jiao's profile. The rain light reflected on his face, and there was no hint of triumph on his chiseled features. No boastfulness, no mockery, not even the condescension that a victor should possess. He merely The sound of rain filled the silence between them. After a long while, Yuling finally spoke. Her voice was softer than before, as if the rain had washed something away. Lin Jiao, what do you really want? Lin Jiao did not answer immediately. He fished a cigarette out of his pocket, twirled it between his fingers, but did not light it. I want many things, but I am not asking them from you. Then what did you get from Zhou Quan? A proof. What proof? Lin Jiao placed the cigarette between his lips and finally lit it. The smoke rose in the rain curtain, only to be scattered before it could take shape. The proof that in binding, it is not only the Yu family that has the final say. He turned and walked toward the end of the corridor. Ahu followed from behind, opening the black umbrella to shield the two figures. Yuling stood still, watching Lin Jiao's silhouette gradually blur in the rain. Suddenly she recalled something. Throughout the day, Lin Jiao had never uttered the words, I won. He had not even smiled. This person did all this not to win against her. When Yuling returned to the Joshi Rose Garden, it was already deep into the night. The rain continued to fall, tapping against the floor-to-ceiling windows, obscuring the lights outside. She did not turn on the main lights, but only illuminated the floor lamp beside the sofa. The warm yellow light spread over a small area, while the rest remained shrouded in darkness. She took off her high heels and stepped barefoot on the carpet. The suit dress, soaked by the rain, clung to her legs, a chill creeping up from her feet. The phone screen lit up. It was a call from her father, Yu Zhenyuan. Yuling stared at the 3 words on the screen for a long time. Her finger hovered over the answer button, but she hesitated to press it. She was 28 this year. After graduating from Country Y, she joined the Deep Sea Group, progressing from the grassroots level to a director. Each step was taken steadily. Everyone said that the eldest daughter of the Yu family is a tiger's daughter, but she knew that every step she took was paved by her father. Which department she entered, which project to tackle, which people to use, and even who to offend, all were chosen by her father. She executed everything flawlessly, never making mistakes. Today was the first time. The first time her father did not tell her what to do next. The phone screen dimmed. Then it lit up again. Still her father. Yuling took a deep breath and pressed the answer button. On the other end of the line came Yu Xingyuan's voice, soft but clear in every word. The headquarters received Zhou Quan's resignation. Yuling remained silent. I also know about the resort project. Dad, I'm sorry. There was a 2-second silence on the... Why do you say sorry? I was careless. I didn't expect Zhou Quan would. Linger. Yu Zhengyuan interrupted her. You were not careless regarding Zhou Quan. You were careless regarding Lin Jiao. Yuling's fingers tightened slightly around the phone. From the very beginning, you never regarded Lin Jiao seriously. Yu Xingyuan's voice remained calm, as if delivering a summary at a board meeting. You think Tianchi Group is an outsider, that Lin Jiao is a reckless man, and that he cannot turn the tables in Baining. Thus you dared to let Zhou Quan entertain him. You wanted to use his knife to undermine Zhou Quan's prestige, and then step in to clean up the mess, rendering Zhou Quan unable to save face. Yuling's breath hitched for a moment. Her father articulated the calculations in her heart word by word. The plan itself is not an issue. The problem lies in the fact that the knife you chose is far sharper than you thought. Lin Jiao is not someone Zhou Quan can handle, nor is he someone you can handle right now. Yuling's lips moved. Dada. No need to explain. Yu Zingyuan's voice finally carried a hint of warmth. Losing is losing. The Yu family can afford to lose. The sound of rain seeped in from the floor-to-ceiling windows, filling the silence on both ends of the call. Linger, do you know why I sent you to Baining? Yuling did not answer. Not because you are capable. There are many capable people in the Yu family. Nor is it because there is more than one daughter in the Yu family. It is because you are like your second uncle. Yuling was taken aback. Her second uncle Yu Zhongbei was the highest-ranking person in the Yu family besides her father, and also the most enigmatic. He can lose 10 games on the chessboard to you, and in the 11th game, make you realize that all 10 games you previously won were set up by him. Your second uncle made more mistakes when he was young than you have. But he was able to stand up each time, not because he was clever, but because he could afford to lose. Only those who can afford to lose can win back. Yuling leaned back on the sofa, tilting her head back. The light from the floor lamp illuminated the ceiling, spreading a warm yellow glow. Dad, what should I do next? A soft sigh came from the other end of the phone. Next you need to do one thing. What? Go find Lin Jiao. It's not to settle scores with him, but to seek cooperation. Yuling's brows furrowed slightly. Cooperation. Although he has taken the resort project, every subsequent aspect of development, operation, and sales requires local resources. The Deep Sea Group has been operating in Baining for 3 years. We possess resources he does not have. What he has we currently cannot obtain. This is the foundation of cooperation. Yuling remained silent for a long time. Dad, does this count as conceding defeat? Yu Jingyuan smiled. It was the first time he had smiled during this call. Linger, remember one thing. There is no win or lose, no right or wrong, only the interests that are eternal. The call ended. Yuling placed her phone on the sofa, wrapping her arms around her knees. The rain outside continued to fall, hitting the glass and forming winding streaks of water. She recalled the words Lin Jiao had said to her in the corridor of the conference center today. You are not my opponent. You are part of the Yu family. And the Yu family is just a part of what I have to face. At that moment she felt it was an insult. Now she suddenly understood that Lin Jiao was speaking the truth. He never regarded her, Yuling, as the ultimate goal. She was merely a checkpoint on his path, and once passed he would— And what about her? She hadn't even completely figured out her position within the Yu family. Yuling stood up and walked to the floor-to-ceiling window. Her reflection appeared on the glass, fragmented by the rain. She pressed her forehead against the cold glass. Tomorrow she would find Lin Jiao. The next morning the rain had stopped. Lin Jiao was having breakfast in the courtyard of Longjiang No. 1. Fried dough, stick, soy milk, and a plate of pickled vegetables. Simple enough for a CEO of a multinational group. Who stood at the gate holding a freshly delivered document. Brother Jiao, President Yu has arrived. Lin Jiao took a sip of soy milk, without saying a word. Hu waited a moment, then spoke again. Also, we received news from away. What did they say? Ajan, the disciple of Yongxin at Putuwa Temple, was killed last night. He died by the Mekong River, shot dead. Lin Jiao put down the soy milk bowl and wiped his hands with a tissue. Who did it? Not sure. It could have been the Japanese or the people from the 6 major families. Away said that things are in chaos over in Cambodia now. Several groups are looking for Yongxin and have clashed several times. The night before yesterday, a warehouse in the suburbs of Phnom Penh was raided, resulting in 6 deaths. Lin Jiao leaned back in his chair, looking at the osmanthus tree in the courtyard washed by the rain. Water droplets still hung on the leaves, sparkling in the sunlight. That old fox Yongxin is quite valuable. Halfway through his meal, someone knocked on the courtyard door. Lin Jiao put down his chopsticks and said, "Come in." Yuling pushed the door open and walked in. She was wearing a light gray windbreaker over a white shirt today. Her hair was not styled up as usual, but casually draped over her shoulders. There was a faint bluish hue under her eyes, a mark of her sleepless night. But her eyes were bright, not in a determined way, but in a way that suggested she had come to some realizations. "President Yu, please sit." Yuling sat down on a rattan chair. Lin Jiao poured her a cup of soy milk. She glanced at it before picking it up and taking a sip. Yuling set the cup down and looked at Lin Jiao. "I've come to seek cooperation with you." Lin Jiao wiped his mouth and placed the tissue on the table. "For the resort project, you can't handle the subsequent development and operation all by yourself." Yuling's voice was not loud, but steady. Tianchi Group does not have its own construction team in Baining, nor local material suppliers or sales channels. The Deep Sea Group has all of these resources. If you provide these resources for me, what will I give you? A 20% profit share from the resort project, plus the priority cooperation rights for the Baining market for the next 3 years. Lin Jiao smiled. "President Yu, are you here to negotiate cooperation or to give me money?" "I'm here to cut losses." Yuling's gaze did not waver. "The resort is already lost to you. But losing a project and losing the entire Baining market are 2 different matters. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, lightly tapping his fingers on the rattan armrest. President Yu, I have a question for you. Ask away. How did you feel when Zhou Quan stabbed you in the back yesterday? Yu Ling's eyelashes fluttered slightly. She hadn't expected Lin Jiu to ask this. Anger, she said. Then confusion. Then. She did not continue. Then what? Yu Ling lifted her head to look at Lin Jiu. Then clarity. Lin Jiu looked at her, waiting for her to continue. I always thought Zhou Quan was my person. Not because he was loyal, but because I thought I could control him. But yesterday I realized I never truly understood this person. I didn't know what he was thinking, what he wanted, or what he feared. I only knew he was a useful tool. Tools do not need to be understood, they just need to be used. Yu Ling picked up the cup of cold soy milk and took another sip. My second uncle once told me the fish that follows the school will find it hard to succeed. I always thought he was teaching me. It was only yesterday that I realized he was teaching me not to only see the fish on the water's surface. Lin Jiu remained silent for a long time. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed in the wind, shedding a few droplets of water that fell onto the bluestone tiles with a soft sound. President Yu, Lin Jiu finally spoke. We can cooperate, but I have one condition. What is it? You will be responsible for the resort project. Yu Ling was taken aback. This project was taken from me. Why should I be in charge? Because you understand binding better than I do. Lin Jiu stood up, walked under the osmanthus tree, and caught a leaf blown down by the wind. Tianchi Group is not here to snatch a resort. He placed the leaf on the stone table. You are responsible for making this project successful. The profit share will be 70-30 in your favor. I do not want the priority cooperation rights for the binding market. Yu Ling's brows furrowed slightly. Then what do you want? Lin Jiu turned to look at her. What I want is that the next time I need your help you remember the things I give you today. The courtyard fell silent for a moment. Yu Ling stood up and extended her hand. Deal? As Yu Ling walked out of Longjiang No. A sunlight broke through the clouds, casting down on the wet asphalt road, rising a thin layer of mist. She glanced back at the courtyard hidden among the green trees. What exactly did Lin Jiu want? He spoke so clearly, yet it felt as if he had said nothing at all. Yu Ling got into the car and started the engine. Her phone rang. It was her father, Yu Yuan. Dad, how did the negotiation go? Yu Ling looked at Longjiang No. Gradually receding in the rearview mirror. It was successful, but not in the way I expected. There was a brief silence on the other end of the line. Then that's just right. Yu Ling hung up the phone and pressed the accelerator. The car wheels rolled over the puddles, splashing water everywhere. The sunlight was getting better. That evening, the Deep Sea Group's binding branch announced the bid win for the Huijing Resort project. The announcement was official and dignified. It congratulated Tianchi Group for winning the bid and expressed anticipation for more future cooperation. But in Binding's business circles, everyone was discussing the same thing. Yu Ling lost. The eldest daughter of the Yu family, in her first direct confrontation after coming to Binding, lost to the newcomer from Southeast Asia. And she lost decisively without any room for appeal. Some said Yu Ling was too young to keep the situation under control. Others said Lin Jiu was too ruthless, directly turning the old ministers of the Deep Sea Group against them. There were even those who said that Zhou Quan, that old fox, had been lying in wait for 3 years in the Yu family, just waiting for this moment. But in the true upper echelons of Binding's business world, no one was discussing these matters. On that evening, Lin Jiu sat alone beneath the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Ahu walked in holding a freshly printed document, the paper still warm to the touch. Brother Jiu, we have news from away. Yongxin has relented, but the monk wants to see you. Lin Jiu tapped his fingers on the armrest, his eyes narrowing slightly. This old fellow has finally reached his breaking point. 7 days. Yongxin had been locked up for 7 days, and people outside had been searching for him for just as long. The action team of the Japanese had been flailing about in Cambodia like headless flies, while the intelligence networks of the 6 great families were fully operational, and both sides had already clashed on more than one occasion. It seems this precious treasure is more valuable than expected. If that's the case, why not take a trip? Ahu, prepare for a trip to Phnom Penh. Ahu nodded. By the time night had fully fallen, Ahu had arranged everything. A bombardier jet was parked at the VIP terminal of the Coastal International Airport with a flight route applied for Singapore, making a technical stop in Phnom Penh. The crew was unaware of the true destination and did not need to know. Meanwhile, the rubber factory where Yongxin was held received orders to strengthen perimeter security, with everyone prohibited from going out, and all communication devices surrendered. Phnom Penh Rubber Factory. On the 7th day of his captivity, Yongxin requested to see the person in charge. During these 7 days, he woke up every morning to the sound of birds in the rubber forest, ate the steamed buns and porridge that were brought to him, and then sat cross-legged on the army bed reciting scriptures. After lunch, he would sleep for half an hour, and then continue reciting scriptures. After dinner, he would no longer recite, but would simply sit, sometimes closing his eyes, sometimes staring at the small window in the iron door, as the light changed from white to dim yellow, and then to darkness. On the first day, he thought he would die. After the iron door closed, he sat on the army bed, the sweat on his back, soaking a large area of his gray uniform. It was not the heat, it was fear. He did not know who these people were, why they had captured him, or where they intended to take him. The unknown was the deepest fear, After 40 years in the Buddhist temple, he truly experienced the meaning of this phrase for the first time. On the second day, he began to observe. The person delivering food did not speak, merely opened the door, placed the bowl down, and closed the door, the entire process taking no more than 10 seconds. But in those 10 seconds, he saw the corridor outside, the concrete floor, and the fire extinguisher hanging on the opposite wall. The fire extinguisher was produced in the Dragon Country, not a local Cambodian product. This meant that those who captured him had connections to the Dragon Country or were familiar with it. On the third day, he attempted to talk to the person delivering food. "Benefactor, what day is it today?" The food deliverer did not answer, not even glancing at him. The iron door closed again, the sound of the lock turning echoing sharply in the small room. He realized these people had been trained and would not be affected by any words. On the fourth day, he began to doubt. No one interrogated him. No torture devices, no questioning, not even anyone asking for his name. He was locked in a hidden room of an abandoned rubber factory with 3 meals a day, a bed to sleep on, and a toilet to use, while a camera on the ceiling watched him 24 hours a day, as if he had been forgotten. But Yongxin knew well that the unknown itself was the most brutal form of punishment. On the 5th day, he began to reminisce. He mentally reviewed every detail from when he crawled out of the secret passage of Shaolin Temple. Putuwa Temple, Ajan, those 3 groups of people fighting in the courtyard, the off-road vehicle by the Mekong River. He tried to piece together who had captured him, but the puzzle was missing the most crucial piece. It was not the Japanese would not have allowed him to live this long. It was not the Dragon Country officials, otherwise he would not be here. Who else could it be? On the evening of the 6th day, he lay on the army bed staring at the camera on the ceiling for a long time, when suddenly he realized something. It was not that he had remembered, it was the only answer left after ruling out all impossibilities. In Southeast Asia, the only force capable of taking someone under the noses of various factions, hiding them without a trace, and maintaining silence for 7 days, is one kind of power. It was not the government nor the intelligence agencies, it was those who were more familiar with this land than the government and intelligence agencies. The Tianchi Group. He had been in the position of president of the Buddhist Association for over a decade, and he had certainly heard of the Tianchi Group. The uncrowned king of Southeast Asia, even the local government, had to show some respect. He had no connection with the Tianchi Group, no grudges or hatred, nor any business dealings. Why would they capture him? This question he pondered over the entire night, without finding clarity. On the morning of the 7th day, when the food deliverer opened the iron door, Yongxin did not wait for him to set the bowl down as he usually did. He looked at the buzzcut young man at the door. The first time in 7 days he took the initiative to speak. "I want to see the person in charge." The buzzcut young man glanced at him, set the bowl down, closed the door, and left. Yongxin lifted the bowl of porridge and took a sip. He knew that person would report. He also knew that no matter who had captured him, the first captive to speak in 7 days was worth seeing. That afternoon, a sound of footsteps echoed, and Yongxin knew the main person had arrived. He placed the bowl of porridge on the ground, crossed his legs neatly, and straightened his back. The door opened. The first to enter was Away, the buzzcut young man who had delivered food to him every day for the past 7 days. Only later did Yongxin learn his name. After Away entered, he stood aside at the door, making way for the entrance. Then Lin Jiu walked in. Yongxin looked at the young man who had entered, and a long-held suspicion in his heart finally landed. Too young was his first reaction. To mobilize the power of the Tianchi Group in Southeast Asia to take him away and hide him for 7 days under the watchful eyes of various forces, he had assumed the person should at least be over 40, an old hand who had spent half his life in Southeast Asia. But the person who walked in looked to be under 30, dressed in a dark gray jacket. Lin Jiu sat down on a folding chair. Away retreated outside, leaving the iron door ajar. Yongxin looked at Lin Jiu, and Lin Jiu looked back at Yongxin. The two stared at each other for about 5 seconds. No one spoke. Yongxin was the first to break the silence. "What should I call you, benefactor?" Lin Jiu did not answer his question. "You wanted to see me, and here I am." Yongxin nodded slightly. He lowered his head, looking at his calloused hands. It had been 7 days since he last cut his nails, and there was gray dirt in the crevices. These hands have struck wooden fish for decades, rolled prayer beads for decades, signed countless documents, and received uncountable amounts of money. 7 days, Yongxin said. "You have locked me up for 7 days without interrogating me, without touching me, not even asking a single extra question. I want to know why. Because there is no rush. No rush. The ones in a hurry are others." Lin Jiu pulled a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. "People from the Long Kingdom are looking for you. People from the Wa Kingdom are looking for you." That night at Putuwa Temple, more than 10 people died, including a Zhan who died downstream of the Mekong River. Everyone is looking for you, and the longer it takes, the more anxious they become. The more anxious they are, the more flaws they reveal. I don't need to interrogate you, I just need to wait. Wait for those people to reveal their cards. Wait until your own patience is worn down. Yongxin fell silent. He had to admit that every word this young man said was correct. "You are not from the Wa Kingdom," Yongxin said. "No. And you are not from the Long Kingdom." "No. Then who are—" Lin Jiu lit a cigarette. "A person unrelated to this matter." Yongxin watched the smoke rise from Lin Jiu's fingers, coalescing into a gray-white mist between the two of them. He suddenly laughed a light laugh, as if he had heard a joke that wasn't funny but had to laugh at. A person unrelated would not go to such lengths to capture me. You're right. Lin Jiao flicked the ash from his cigarette. That's why I'm here. Not to interrogate you, but to listen to you speak. Whatever you are willing to say or unwilling to say, I will listen. But there is one thing you need to think clearly. He paused for a moment. Being in my hands is safer than being in. The Wa people want you dead because you know too much. The 6 great families want you dead because you have betrayed something that cannot be betrayed. I am different. I have no relationship with the Wa people, nor with the 6 great families. Your life has only one value to me, the information you hold. Yongxin stared into Lin Jiao's eyes. Those eyes held nothing extra, no hatred, no greed, no fear, only a calmness of focus, as if discussing a business deal. Yongxin had spent 40 years in the Buddhist realm, having seen countless people. He had encountered devout followers, greedy merchants, sinister politicians, and frenzied believers. But he could not see through the person before him. What do you want? Everything. Everything. What belongs to the Wa people, what belongs to the Long people, everything you have seen in Shaolin over the past 40 years. The things you have done for them, the things they have done for you. The secrets you have hidden, the backups you have set, everything you know. Yongxin remained silent for a long time. The ceiling fan buzzed, swirling the smoke into concentric whirlpools. Do you know that any one of the things you just mentioned could be enough for me to die 10 times over? I know. Then do you still think I would speak? You will. Yongxin's eyebrows slightly raised. Lin Jiao tossed the cigarette, but to the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. Yongxin, you are 63 this year. You have been the abbot at Shaolin for 40 years and the president of the Buddhist Association for over a decade. The secrets you hold are so numerous that you cannot even count them yourself. If you die, these things will rot in the ground with you. Your name will be erased from the inscriptions at Shaolin, your Buddhist writings will be taken down, and all traces of your existence in this world will be wiped clean. No one will remember you, no one will mention you, just as if you had never been here. Yongxin's fingers tightened slightly. You are unwilling. Lin Jiao's voice held no fluctuation. You crawled out from the secret path of Songshan, changed cars, 3 times, switched identities twice, and traveled 5,000 kilometers to Cambodia. You have done all these things not to die in a foreign land. You did it to live. To live, the things in your hands will have meaning. If you die, you are just a discarded pawn, silenced by everyone. The room was quiet for a long time. Yongxin lowered his head, looking at his hands. After a long time he spoke. His voice had changed. It was no longer the hoarse, weary tone, but one that seemed to tell someone else's story. Calm, slow, devoid of any emotion. The Wa people approached me 15 years ago. That year I attended a Buddhist forum in Tokyo. After the meeting, a Wa monk came to visit me at my lodging, saying he had read every article I published and wanted to consult me in person. I talked with him for an afternoon. This person had profound knowledge of Buddhism and could easily quote scriptures. I felt I had found a kindred spirit and exchanged contact information. Later he came to Shaolin to stay for a few days every year, bringing some Wa Buddhist texts for me, and I would also give him some Wa. Everyone in the temple knew I had such a Wa friend, and no one thought anything was wrong. Yongxin paused. In the 3rd year, he brought someone to meet me. Yamamoto Ichiro, a member of the Wa Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office. Lin Jiao's pupils slightly constricted. The Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office is the highest-level intelligence agency in the Wa Kingdom, directly under the jurisdiction of the Chief Cabinet Secretary. Yamamoto Ichiro was very direct. He did not beat around the bush or test the waters. The first thing he said upon sitting down was, Master Yongxin, the Wa Kingdom needs you to help us do some things within the religious system of the Long Kingdom. In return, we will support your position in the Buddhist Association as well as a sum of money paid annually into a Swiss account. You agreed. Yongxin did not answer. The silence itself was an answer. What did they ask you to do? Initially, it was the trends of religious policy in the Long Kingdom, personnel changes within the Buddhist Association, who was vying for what positions, who had conflicts with whom. It later gradually escalated. They established 7 offices in the Long Kingdom, ostensibly as institutions for Buddhist cultural exchange. I helped them choose locations, smooth the process, and arrange personnel. These 7 offices are distributed in Harbin, Qingdao, Hangzhou, Fuzhou, Guangzhou, Kunming, and Xi'an. 7 cities. From northeast to South China, from coastal to inland. Each is a transportation hub or economic center of its respective province. With these 7 cities as leverage, they can cover all core areas of the Long Kingdom. In addition to the offices, there were people. The Wa Kingdom sent a batch of people to the Long Kingdom under the guise of study abroad monks. They were nominally here to learn Long Buddhism, but in reality, they were following my arrangements and infiltrating key temples across the region. How many people? Yongxin looked up at Lin Jiao. In 15 years, a total of 320 people. Lin Jiao's gaze changed. It wasn't the exaggerated shock of surprise, but rather something deeper, like a stone sinking into deep water, stirring the unseen currents beneath the surface without causing much of a splash. 320 people. He had expected only a few dozen, perhaps 40 or 50. He had already prepared for the worst in his mind. But the number 320 exceeded all his estimations. These 320 individuals are not ordinary monks. Yongxin's voice continued calm, as if reciting a list. Before coming to Longhua, they underwent at least 2 years of training in Wokuo. Language, rituals, scriptures, intelligence, gathering, close-quarters combat, encrypted communication. Among them, about 100 had prior experience serving in the self-defense forces. Lin Zhou's finger paused. Experience in the self-defense forces. This meant that these 100 individuals were not ordinary spies, but special operatives trained in military tactics. They were infiltrating various temples throughout Longhua under the guise of monks, concealing another identity beneath their robes. Where are these 320 individuals now? They are spread across 23 provinces in Longhua. Centered around the cities where those 7 offices are located, they radiate outwards. Some serve as abbot in renowned temples, others as ordinary monks in remote shrines, and some have already returned to secular life. I have recorded the whereabouts, entry times, current identities, and contact information of each individual. Where is this record kept? Yongxin did not answer immediately. He looked at Lin Zhou, and for the first time something indescribable appeared in his gaze. It was neither fear nor a test, but rather the last hesitation of a gambler revealing his hand. He understood the value of this information and what it meant to disclose it. Once he revealed the hiding places, his final card would be played. From that moment on, his life would no longer be in it. You know how important this information is, which is why I have a few conditions. Lin Zhou looked at Yongxin and then smiled. Let's hear them. Yongxin took a deep breath. I want a new identity, a full set of documents, a passport, a birth certificate, and a bank account. It needs to allow me to live legally in any country. That is doable. I also want some money. Not a lot, just enough to live until I die. Lin Zhou did not refuse. That is doable. Yongxin then stated his second condition. Take me to a country without an extradition treaty. Oh, I want choose you pick for me. This was not a difficult matter for Lin Zhou. That is doable. Yongxin paused for a moment before revealing his final. I want to completely change my appearance. Not just a new name and passport, but this face. He raised his hand pointing at his wrinkled face. As long as this face remains, I want to be able to live peacefully anywhere. Lin Zhou did not answer immediately. He studied Yongxin's face, high cheekbones, a thin jaw, large earlobes, and 3 deep horizontal lines on his forehead. This face was indeed too famous. Famous enough that anyone with even a slight understanding of Buddhism and Longhua could recognize it. That is doable as long as the evidence you provide is valuable enough. Oh, I will handle that. There is a technology in Korea, not cosmetic surgery, but face changing, where a portion of the original facial bones is ground away and reshaped with a recovery period of half a year. After 6 months, even your own mother would not recognize you. Yongxin hesitated for a moment and then nodded. All right. Lin Zhou leaned back in his folding chair, watching Yongxin. The light from above illuminated the deep wrinkles on Yongxin's face. On the 7th day of his imprisonment, this old monk finally revealed his true colors. He wanted neither dignity nor freedom, not even the face that had accompanied him for 63 years. What he wanted was only one thing, to live. By any means, in any place, in any guise, to live. Lin Zhou's tone shifted, no longer the calmness of a business transaction, but layered with something indescribable. You have proposed so many conditions. A new identity, money, a safe country, a new face. Each condition is for yourself. Yongxin remained silent. You know how heavy the information you are offering is. 320 individuals, 7 offices, 15 years of infiltration. If this information were to be disclosed, it could lead to your execution in Longhua 10 times over. That's why you need a new identity, to change your face, to escape to a country without an extradition treaty. You are not negotiating conditions with me. You are seeking a path of escape that will never be discovered. Lin Zhou stood up and walked in front of Yongxin. But have you considered one question? Yongxin looked up. You change your face, your identity, your country. You survive. And then what? In the remaining 10 or 20 years, how do you plan to live? Every day looking into the mirror at a face that is not your own, eating food bought with money earned from selling out, everyone living in a house exchanged for 40 years of secrets. Do you think such a life is called living? The room fell silent for a few seconds. Or do you think that is called freedom? The smile at the corner of Yongxin's mouth faded. You don't need to test me with these words. Yongxin's voice became light. I have lived for 63 years, done everything, seen everyone. What you are saying I have already considered. Living with a changed face is indeed not living. But being dead means losing everything. He looked at Lin Zhou, his gaze unwavering. I am not a good person, not since the day I received Yamamoto Ichiro's. The things I have done over the years, according to your words, are called treason. In the language of Buddhism, it is called breaking the precepts. In my own words, it is called surviving. You, Lin Zhou, are not capturing me to uphold justice. You think I have worth. The more I reveal, the more leverage you have. Everyone gets what they need. You don't have to pretend to be a good person in front of me. Lin Zhou was not angry. He looked down at Yongxin, his gaze calm as a still pond. You are right. I am not a good person. I captured you precisely because you are valuable. He turned and walked towards the door, but you have misunderstood one thing. I do not need to pose as a good person in front of you. I only need you to hand over everything you are hiding. As for whether you change your face, change your name, or which country you run to, that is your concern. I agree to your conditions not because I care how you live. It is because the information you provide is worth the price. He paused for a moment. However, there is one thing you are mistaken about. Yongxin narrowed his eyes slightly. You have never been a good person. That business card was merely an excuse. You know better than anyone that without Yamamoto Ichiro there would still be Tanaka Ichiro and Sato Ichiro. What you desire is not the title given to you by the Wokuo people, you seek the title itself. The position of the president of the Buddhist Association, the abbot of Shaolin Temple, the seat at the International Buddhist Forum, the money and resources given to you by the Wokuo people are all merely ladders. When you climb up these ladders you have never thought about turning back. It is not that you cannot turn back, but that you do not wish to. Lin Jiao let out a cold laugh. So you do not need to present yourself as someone who is beyond control in front of me. People like you have known what you are doing, so where is the record kept? Yongxin, having had his secrets uncovered, felt neither embarrassment nor played any tricks. Jinbian. Near the central market there is a temple. Under the base of the Buddha statue in the main hall of the temple there is a hidden compartment. Inside the compartment are a satellite phone, an encrypted USB drive, and a handwritten roster. The USB drive contains complete files for over 400 individuals, including photographs, identification documents, training records, and contact information. The roster is my own secret written in Sanskrit which only I can understand. Lin Jiao stood up and walked to the door. He said something to the outside, his voice low, and Yongxin couldn't hear what he said. That night in downtown Phnom Penh, Tazai Mountain Temple is an inconspicuous little temple hidden deep within a narrow alley southeast of the central market. The temple door is never closed, with a few weathered stone elephants at the entrance, and the incense offerings are sparse, mostly from nearby Chinese merchants. When Ajahn was alive, he came every half month. Each time he would kneel in front of the Buddha statue for a long time, but he never burned incense. On the third day after Ajahn's death, one of his disciples found a set of keys and a hand-drawn map while sorting through his belongings. The map depicts Tazai Mountain Temple, with the location of the main hall circled in red ink accompanied by a line in Khmer under the Buddha statue. The items are very important. The disciple does not recognize Chinese, but he can read Ajahn's handwriting. He hesitated for a day with the map and keys before finally walking into the Phnom Penh police station. 2 hours later the news reached Yamamoto Ichiro. When he received the call, he was sitting in the executive lounge of a hotel in downtown Phnom Penh, a glass of untouched whiskey in front of him. The person on the other end spoke briefly. Tazai Mountain Temple Buddha statue base, the items hidden by Yongxin, Ajahn's disciple, has gone to the police station with the map. Yamamoto hung up the phone, downed the whiskey in one gulp, and stood up to leave the lounge. 25 minutes later, 3 black SUVs sped from downtown Phnom Penh towards the central market. Yuan Wenxiong sat in the passenger seat of the first vehicle, a silenced pistol tucked into his waistband. His task was clear: to obtain the items hidden in the Buddha statue base before anyone else, and to eliminate anyone who obstructed him regardless of who it was. The convoy navigated through the motorcycle traffic of downtown Phnom Penh and encountered the first red light. Yuan Wenxiong tapped the steering wheel, and the driver understood. Just as he was about to rush through, a police motorcycle came from the side and blocked the front of the SUV. The traffic officer dismounted from the motorcycle. He was a middle-aged man with dark skin, his uniform collar open, revealing a yellowed undershirt. He knocked on the car window and spoke a string of words in Khmer. Yuan Wenxiong couldn't understand, but the driver translated. He says we crossed the solid line and wants to see the driver's license. Yuan Wenxiong pulled out several bills from his pocket and slipped them through the gap in the car window. The officer took the money, glanced at the denomination, pocketed it, and continued knocking on the window. The driver translated again. He says it's not enough. Yuan Wenxiong took a deep breath and pulled out more bills. The officer accepted the money, finally satisfied. But he didn't leave. Instead, he walked to the front of the car, squatted down to look at the license plate, then stood up and spoke into his walkie-talkie. The driver's expression changed. He says our license plate is fake and wants to call a tow truck. Yuan Wenxiong opened the car door and stepped out. He walked up to the officer and said in English that they were in a hurry. The officer spread his hands, making a gesture of helplessness. Yuan Wenxiong's hand had already reached for the grip of his gun, but in the end, he did not draw it. This is downtown Phnom Penh, at an intersection surrounded by surveillance cameras. He took out his phone and dialed Yamamoto Ichiro's number. We've been stopped. One traffic officer takes the money, but won't let us go, says there's an issue with the license plate. There was silence on the other end for 2 seconds. Wait, don't draw your gun. They'll have someone handle it. Yamamoto Ichiro hung up the phone and dialed another number. The person who answered was a deputy director of the Phnom Penh police station, developed as an informant by the Japanese intelligence agency 3 years ago, receiving $2,000 a month from Yamamoto. The phone rang 7 times without an answer. Yamamoto dialed again. It rang 5 times, still with no response. He put down the phone, looking out at the night scene, feeling something heavy sink in his heart. This deputy director never misses a call. On the other side of Phnom Penh, at Tazai Mountain Temple, an inconspicuous white van was parked at the alley entrance. The door opened, and Ah Wei got out with 2 others, crossing the alley and entering the temple. There were no monks in the temple, and only a lamp was lit in the main hall, flickering in the draft. Ah Wei walked behind the Buddha statue, squatting down at the position aligned with the 3rd pillar from the left on the back. About 3 feet off the ground, a blue brick's color was slightly different from the surrounding bricks. It was not old from sun and wind, but smoothened by repeated pressing of a hand. Ah Wei pressed his palm against it, and turned it half a circle to the right. With a click, a hidden compartment in the Buddha statue base popped open. Inside lay a satellite phone, an encrypted USB drive the size of a palm, and a roster about the thickness of a palm. The cover of the roster was made of craft paper with frayed edges from repeated handling. Wei packed the 3 items into an anti-static sealed bag, closed the hidden compartment, and left the hall with his companions. The entire process took less than 4 minutes. As the white van drove away from the alley of Tazai Mountain Temple, Yuan Wenxing's convoy remained stuck at the intersection. The traffic officer had called over 2 colleagues, and the 3 were surrounding the SUV, speaking loudly in Khmer. Yuan Wenxiong sat in the passenger seat, his hand pressed firmly against the gun grip, his knuckles turning white. Baka Yuru, these people must be doing this on purpose. The encrypted USB drive was sent overnight to a safe house on the outskirts of Phnom Penh. Technicians from the Tianchi group waited there all night, decrypting the contents of the USB drive and transferring them back to headquarters in Longwa. 320 files, each containing real names, Japanese identities, legal names, in Longwa, the temples they were assigned to, entry dates, current statuses, contact information, training records, and close-up photos. Among the files, about 100 had their military service experience in the self-defense forces marked in red. Yet what truly made the technicians pause was not these 320 files. It was a folder that was encrypted separately. The name of the folder was a string of Sanskrit which translates to West. The technicians spent nearly an hour unlocking this layer of encryption, and upon opening it, they found 47 independent files. Each file had the same format as the previous 320, but the training record section had an additional line map, surveying dialect collection, key personnel contact records. 47 individuals. All have been arranged in temples along the western border of the Dragon Kingdom, from Tibetan Buddhist monasteries to Hui Muslim mosques, from Chan monasteries of Han Buddhism to small temples in remote mountain villages. Their mission is different from others. It is not about intelligence gathering nor infiltration, it is about mapping and recruiting. The files document the border terrain maps they have surveyed over the past 15 years, marked water sources, recorded patrol routes, and lists of local personnel they have recruited and corrupted. Lin Jiu sat in a temporary room at the rubber factory, the laptop screen in front of him displaying the decrypted. He flipped through it page by page, pausing a second longer on the touchpad with each page turn. When he reached the last page, he closed the laptop. No one spoke in the room. Wei stood at the door, watching Lin Jiu's expression, afraid to make a sound. After a long while, Lin Jiu finally spoke. Has anyone else seen this? 2 people from the tech team. They cut off the internet after decrypting it, physically isolated. Was it sent back to headquarters? Yes, it was sent via a separate channel, personally received by Director Hua. Lin Jiu nodded. He stood up, and outside the window, the dark outline of the rubber forest loomed, the sound of the Mekong River faintly echoing from afar. 320 people. 7 offices. 15 years of infiltration. Plus these 47 nails in the West. Yongxin is not just a node in the Japanese intelligence network. Yongxin is the network itself. The Japanese spent 15 years trading a Shaolin temple for comprehensive infiltration from the northeast to the southwest, from the coastline to the borders. And these 47 individuals placed in the West the maps they have surveyed, the patrol routes they recorded, and the lists of recruited personnel once sent out signify something that requires no military knowledge to understand. Lin Jiu turned around. Away, take Yongxin to another place for detention. This place can no longer be used. Where should I move him? You decide, no need to tell me. Away responded and left. Lin Jiu sat back down and picked up the handwritten Sanskrit register on the table. He turned to the last page where the 4 characters written in small script by Yongxin had been translated and affixed nearby by the technicians. All is emptiness. He stared at those 4 characters for a long time, then closed the register and placed it into an anti-static sealed bag. All is emptiness. What you have done is not empty. Each of those 47 individuals on the border could potentially become a detonating bomb one day in the future. Do you call this emptiness? Yongxin was taken out of the rubber factory before dawn. Away's men placed a black hood over his head, 2 people on either side, escorting him through the factory hall. As they passed Lin Jiu's room, Yongxin's footsteps hesitated, as if sensing something. Just as the escorts were about to urge him on, Lin Jiu's voice came from the room. Yongxin. Yongxin stopped. The hood covered his face, hiding his expression. Do you know what those 47 individuals in the West are doing? Yongxin remained silent. You know the maps they surveyed, the patrol routes they recorded, and the lists of personnel they recruited are meant for what? A faint sigh escaped from beneath the hood. It was not a defense nor a plea, it was a sigh of someone who knows their final layer of skin has been stripped away, a sigh of complete emptiness. The register I gave you, the last page. Yongxin's voice was muffled under the hood. I wrote it myself on the Zhongyuan festival 7 years ago. From that day on, I knew these things would eventually be seen by someone. Not by you, then by others. It was only a matter of time. He paused. You asked me if I know what those people are doing. I know. From the day Yamamoto Ichiro sent the first batch to the West, I knew. He told me, Master Yongxin, these individuals are just going to learn about Western Buddhist culture. I said good. He said they need to familiarize themselves with the local environment. I said good. He said some maps cannot be bought in the market, they need to be drawn by themselves. I said good. A raspy laugh came from beneath the hood. 15 years have passed. I don't even know how many times I've said good. With each good, they burrowed deeper into the earth. By the time I wanted to say not good, they had already grown into a forest unremovable. Lin Jiu stood up and walked in front of Yongxin. The hood concealed Yongxin's face, but could not hide his hunched figure. Just 7 days ago, he sat upright on a cot reciting scriptures, but now his back resembled a reed bent by the wind. You say you knew these things would eventually be seen. Then why write them down? Yongxin remained silent for a long time. Because of unwillingness, he said. Not out of regret. It is because of unwillingness. I have done so many things good and bad, right and wrong. If no one knows if these things rot together with me in the earth, then I will have truly left nothing behind in this life. Every name on the register was written by my own hand. I remember them not to have others capture them, but to prove that I, Yongxin, have lived in this world. Lin Jiu said nothing. You previously said that people like me have known from the very beginning what we are doing. You are right. I know what I am doing. From the first day I received Yamamoto Ichiro's business card, I knew this was a road of no return. But there is one thing you got wrong. I am not doing it for fame. Perhaps it was at first, but it was not later. Later I simply couldn't stop. Like a stone rolling down a mountain knowing full well there is a cliff below, but once you start rolling you cannot halt. A faint sigh came from under the hood. You asked me if I know what those 47 individuals in the West are doing. I know what the maps they surveyed, the patrol routes they recorded, and the lists of personnel they recruited are for. I know it all. I can see those contour lines on the maps with my eyes closed, see the marked water sources, see the faces of those who were. These things have been stored in my mind for 15 years, surfacing every night when I close my eyes like ghosts. But I have never stopped them. Yongxin's voice lowered. Because I am afraid. Afraid of Yamamoto Ichiro, afraid of the Japanese, afraid of losing everything I have already obtained. Do you know what a person can do when they are afraid? They can wake up every morning, put on their robes, walk into the great hero hall to prostrate before the Buddha, then return to the abbot's room, pick up the phone, and tell Yamamoto Ichiro that the funding for the Western batch of people needs to be increased next month. They can do both things at the same time without feeling any contradiction inside. Because over time you no longer feel that they are two separate things. You begin to feel that it is one thing, just what you are supposed to do every day. The factory was silent for a long time. The sounds of insects in the rubber forest had stopped at some point, leaving only the buzzing of the fan. Take him away, Lin Jiu said. Away's men escorted Yongxin toward the factory door. After a few steps, Yongxin suddenly struggled and came to a halt. Lin Jiu did not respond. That register, there is another line of text beneath the last page. The translator may not have noticed, it is a verse written in Sanskrit. Lin Jiu looked at the register on the table. The translated text affixed beside the last page was rendered into Dragon Kingdom characters, essentially stating that everything in the world is like a dream, an illusion. But the line of text Yongxin referred to was not included in the translation. It is in the layers of paper. Yongxin said, it can only be seen when held up to the light. Lin Jiu folded the printed paper and placed it in his pocket. Outside the window, the horizon was tinged with fish belly white, and the outline of the rubber forest emerged from the darkness, stretching endlessly. The words spoken by Yongxin still echoed in his mind. Behind one mountain, there is another mountain. Across one river, there is another river. The old monk left the hook not because there was something he hadn't explained, but because it was his habit. He was used to always holding a card in his hand, accustomed to making it impossible for others to read him. Having spent 40 years in the Buddhist circle and 15 years immersed in the intelligence network, this habit had already ingrained itself in his bones, impossible to remove. But that no longer mattered. At least not for now. Lin Jiu returned to the desk and picked up the encrypted USB drive, weighing it in his hand. It was very light, palm-sized, with no markings on its black exterior. This unremarkable object contained over 400 files, each a time bomb buried in the land of the Dragon Country. 7 offices, 320 overseas monks infiltrated into 23 provinces, plus 47 special spies in the West dedicated to mapping and recruiting personnel. More than 400 people. 15 years. From the northeast to the southwest, from the coast to the borders, from famous monasteries to remote temples. The Japanese exchanged a Shaolin temple for half of the religious system of the Dragon Country, while Yongxin, the president of the Dragon Country Buddhist Association, personally handed over the key. But what truly rendered Lin Jiu silent was not the number of people, nor the time span, nor even the 47 special personnel mapping in the West. It was the column in those 47 files that detailed contact records of key personnel aside from the mapping and patrol route documentation. Lin Jiu inserted the USB drive into the computer and reopened those 47 files. He flipped through the pages, his gaze lingering for a long time on the contact records of key personnel. Each name was accompanied by their identity, position, contact time, recruitment method, and current status. The recruitment method column was marked with brief codes indicating different approaches. Some were through money, some through beauty, some through threats of blackmail, some through arrangements for children's overseas studies, and some through proxy holdings of overseas assets. Lin Jiu had seen infiltration methods of intelligence networks before, but the range of personnel involved in these 47 files far exceeded his expectations. Among these individuals were the most basic workers, as well as specific groups that required respect, and prop. The Japanese used the temple as a platform, approaching them under the guise of cultural exchange and charity, donating to Buddhism and establishing trust through small favors before gradually increasing the stakes. Some became stable sources of information, some were recruited as pieces that could be deployed at any time, and some even actively provided convenience for the Japanese. Each of them might not have received vast sums of money, but over the years the cumulative amount was enough to bind them firmly to the Japanese. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, staring at the codes and numbers on the screen. The Japanese were very clever. They were not just collecting intelligence, they were planting seeds. Sowing the seeds, watering and fertilizing them, waiting for them to take root and sprout on their own. Lin Jiu stood up and walked to the window. The sky was already brightening. What is a temple? It is a place where believers bow, a place where tourists burn incense, a place where common people seek peace. These Japanese spies, dressed in monk robes, stood before the Buddha statue, chanting scriptures and striking wooden fish. The believers below bowed their heads, treating them as great monks, taking their words as truths of Buddhism. They will say they want freedom, they want liberation, they want to break the shackles. They will say that traditions are all dross, and what comes from outside is civilization. They will say, why should men bear the burden of a family? Why should women rear children and support their husbands? They will package some seemingly valid ideas as life philosophies and pour them into the minds of those already lost. In a family where women are constantly fed this toxic ideology, believing their husbands are incompetent, lacking interest, and unworthy of them, how can life go on? If life cannot go on, can men still focus on striving? With families falling apart and children growing up in a soulless environment, what will they become? This is not killing, this is destroying hearts. It is not just about ruining one person, but devastating generations, 2 generations, 3 generations. The Japanese do not need to surpass the Dragon Country in every field. They only need to let the Dragon people create chaos themselves, to doubt themselves, to deny themselves, to remove the backbone, distort the aesthetics, and muddle the values, to present and promote androgynous concepts as appealing, to package some perverse ideas as trends and tell young people that this is cool, to wash selfish notions into concepts of independence and freedom, telling women that this is how to live for oneself. Then the Dragon people will turn against themselves. Men and women attack each other, young and old disdain each other, rich and poor resent each other. In a country where its own people are tearing each other apart, do they still need external enemies to fight? Lin Jiu extinguished the cigarette, but 15 years later these seeds had grown into a forest, taking root in the soil, impossible to pull out. And this is only the West. How many more people have those 320 overseas monks infiltrated throughout the entire country, recruited in their positions? Yongshin said that the 320 were just the core, and around each core, there were peripheries. Beyond the peripheries, there were contact points. Like a spider web, with Yongshin at the center, the 7 offices as the fulcrums, the 320 overseas monks as the nodes, and those recruited individuals as countless points stuck to the web. When the wind blows, the entire web moves. Away walked in from outside, holding a freshly printed encrypted email. Brother Joe, the preliminary assessment from headquarters has come out. Lin Jiu took it and opened it. The assessment report was lengthy, but the core conclusion was only a few sentences. The technical team conducted a preliminary analysis of the files on the USB drive, concluding that the scale of the intelligence network currently controlled by the Apocalypse Group far exceeded previous estimates. The value of this intelligence cannot be measured in money. It involves the core areas of national security for the. If the personnel network recorded in the files is confirmed, it will be the long-strunning, wide-reaching, and most diverse espionage network operated by the Japanese within the Dragon Country, without exception. At the end of the report was a handwritten note by Huatianchi, a Jew. I've seen the materials. From now on you have full authority to handle this matter. The headquarters will not intervene, will not ask about the process, and let you act freely. Huatianchi. Lin Jiu stared at that line for a few seconds. Full authority. Huatianchi pushed this matter onto him. The meaning was very clear. The materials were obtained by you, the people were screened by you. How to use them next is entirely up to you. This was to extract the Apocalypse Group from this matter. If it succeeds, the credit belongs to Lin Jiu. If something goes wrong, the responsibility also falls on Lin Jiu. But Lin Jiu had no grievances, because this also meant that how to use this intelligence, with whom to trade, and what to exchange was all in his hands. What Huatianchi gave him was not trust, but freedom. Or rather, it was an opportunity for him to negotiate between the Dragon Country and the Japanese. Lin Jiu put down the report and picked up a cigarette from the box on the table. A way has Yongshin been arranged. According to your instructions, we switched vehicles 3 times along the way, and no one was following us. How is his condition? Very quiet. He sleeps in the car and eats when he gets out, not saying a word. Away paused. Brother Jiu, there's something. Before Yongshin was taken away, he told me one thing. He said that the trap laid by the Wokaku in the Longwa is not just his net. Lin Jiu flicked the ash from his cigarette. Indeed, Yongshin said that what I see is only what I want to see, which does not mean he is hiding something. It means he knows he is just a part of this larger net. The Wokaku would never put all their eggs in one basket. Yongshin's connection is the religious system, but what about the other systems? Education, culture, media, economy. Have the Wokaku laid down the same networks in these fields? Yongxin does not know, but he is certain there will be, because if they had replaced him to handle this plan, he would do the same. Lin Jiu stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. These matters are too significant, too grand for him to consider at this moment. What he needs to consider now is to whom he will sell this piece of intelligence. The Longwell wants it because it is the greatest vulnerability to their national security. The Wokaku also wants it for once this information is exposed, their 15 years of planning will all fall apart. Both sides are looking for Yongxin, and both know that Yongxin has most likely fallen into the hands of the Tianqi group. But neither side has dared to act because they are afraid. The Tianqi group has been operating in Southeast Asia for so many years, it is not something that can be easily moved. The Wokaku dare not act because their power in Southeast Asia is insufficient to confront the Tianqi group directly. The Longwell will not act because the Tianqi group's current stance is leaning towards them. Thus both sides can only negotiate, not resort to force. The outcome can only be one: send someone to talk. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, a slight smile curling at the corners of his mouth. Then let's talk. Whoever offers a higher price will have the goods. But this price is not money. Money has lost its meaning to the Tianqi group. What he wants are resources, technology, and deeper things. The next day at noon in Phnom Penh, Lin Jiu did not rush back to Baining. He had to arrange a car to depart from the Tianqi group's safe house in Phnom Penh. They drove north along the Mekong River for more than 3 hours, entering a mountainous area whose name he could not recall. The car bounced along the mountain road for nearly 40 minutes before finally stopping in front of a camp surrounded by rainforest. The camp's perimeter was enclosed by high barbed wire, and 2 armed guards stood at the entrance. The car drove into the camp and stopped in front of a row of concrete buildings. Away turned back from the passenger seat, Brother Jiu, we've arrived. Lin Jiu got out of the car. The air was thick with a damp, decaying smell, and the distant rainforest echoed with the calls of unknown birds. The doors of the concrete buildings were made of iron, each with a small window. A guard in camouflage approached, saluted Lin Jiu, and then led them inside. Shen Kwa and the others had been held here for over half a year. They were transferred from the Kaka Garden in Myanmar to this mountainous camp in Cambodia. The environment had changed, but the daily punishments had not. Lin Jiu's instructions to Yun Yi were very clear: they must not be allowed to die. They must not be driven insane, nor allowed to live too comfortably. The camouflage-clad guard reported as he walked. Master Jiu, as per your instructions, they receive 2 meals a day, 1 in the morning and 1 in the afternoon. There are classes 3 times a week, each lasting no more than 2 hours. Doctors are on standby 24 hours a day, conducting a full health check once a week. Currently, there are 32 individuals, and their health is within a controllable range. What about their mental state? 5 have shown mild cognitive impairment, but they are all within a controllable range. The core group Shen Kuo Wang Kong Shinsheng and Zhang Guifan are relatively stable mentally. Lin Jiu paused in front of an iron door. The guard stepped forward to unlock it and open the iron door. The room was small, about a dozen square meters, with cement walls and a thin mat on the floor. Shen Kuo was curled up in the corner, wearing a gray prisoner uniform. His hair was a mess resembling a bird's nest, and his face was gaunt with prominent cheekbones. Hearing the door creak, his body instinctively shrank back, then slowly lifted his head. The moment he saw Lin Jiu, his pupils dilated sharply, not with anger, but with fear. A fear that penetrates to the bone, a conditioned reflex. Shen Kuo's lips trembled a few times, producing a few indistinct syllables. Lin Jiu recognized it as calling out for Master Jiu. Lin Jiu squatted down, looking at Shen Kuo. This once mighty son of the mayor in Binhai, who boasted that he was a god in Binhai, now resembled a dog with a broken spine, curled up in the corner, having lost the courage to even look up at him. Shen Kuo. Lin Jiu's voice was not loud. Do you want to leave here? Shen Kuo's body trembled violently. He lifted his head, and his eyes burst with something Lin Jiu had never seen on his face before. Not hope, but something more humble than hope, a reflexive reaction of a drowning person seeing a straw. Master Jiu, whatever you say, I will do. Lin Jiu smiled, stood up, and walked out of the room. The iron door closed behind him. He continued down the hallway, sequentially looking at Wang Kong, Shun, Cheng Zhang Guifan, and the others on the list. Each of them was in a similar state, their bodies tortured to the brink of collapse, and then pulled back, their minds swaying between fear and numbness. Yet they remained clear-headed, still remembering who they were and what they had done. This was precisely the effect Lin Jiu wanted. At the end of the corridor was a larger room, its iron door twice as thick as those of the other rooms. The guard opened the door, revealing an empty cement space. Lin Jiu walked and stood in the center of the room and turned to look at the people outside the door. Bring them all in. A few minutes later, 32 individuals were brought into the large room in succession. They were arranged in 2 rows, kneeling on the ground. Shen Kuo knelt at the far left of the first row. Next to him was Wang Kong, and beside him was Shin Sheng. Zhang Guifan knelt in the second row, her hair already cut short, resembling harvested wheat stubble. 32 individuals, 32 pale faces, 32 pairs of eyes, filled with either fear or numbness. All looked at Lin Jiu, who stood in the center of the room. Lin Jiu's gaze swept over their faces, then he spoke. Do you remember how long you have been confined here? No one answered. Every day you endure tenfold or 100-fold the pain you once inflicted on others. But that is not enough. Lin Jiu's voice was not loud, but every word struck hard. What you did to Lin Xian, what you did to every victim, you cannot repay it with the rest of your lives. Shun Kuo's body began to shake. However, I can give you a chance. Lin Jiu pulled out a cigarette from his pocket and lit it. Starting next month, you will be transferred to another place. That place is larger than here with sunlight, fresh air, and space to move. You will not be tied up nor locked in solitude. Several pairs of eyes lit up faintly. You will be kept together. All of you in a large cage. That light extinguished again. Every month, there will be an assessment in the cage. You will not need to know the content of the assessment in advance. The results will only have 2 words: pass and fail. Those who pass can continue to live. Those who fail, Lin Jiu flicked the ash. Those who fail will. The sunlight there is good, reaching 40 to 50 degrees during the day and dropping below -10 degrees at night. There are no houses, no beds, no food, only an endless desert. You can run freely there as far as you want. I will give you freedom. The room was silent save for the sound of breathing. The number of living slots is not fixed. Sometimes there are more, sometimes there are fewer. When there are more or fewer is up to me. Lin Jiu threw the cigarette, but on the ground, and extinguished it with his foot. How you treated others before is how you will treat each other now. This is fair. He turned around and walked toward the door. He paused just before reaching it. By the way, Xin Kuo, Wang Kong, Xin Cheng, and Zhang Guifan, you 4 are not within the range of assessment. Your lives are worth more than theirs. You will not die, at least not so quickly, but you will watch the whole process. Watch what they do to survive, watch how they apply to each other the very actions they once inflicted on others. Xin Kuo let out a faint whimper from his throat. It was not crying, but the kind of sound that was too afraid to be loud. Jiu Yi. Lin Jiu did not turn back. Jiu Yi, I beg you. Kill me. Please kill me. Lin Jiu walked out. The iron door slammed shut behind him, isolating all sounds from within. Lin Jiu stepped out of the concrete building and stood on the empty ground of the camp. Above him was the tropical sun, blinding in its intensity. He squinted towards the distant rainforest. The tormenting of these people was not due to some new punishment he devised, but because he understood human nature too well. When the slots for survival are limited, when the people around become competitors, and when fear and the will to survive are both activated, they will do anything. What they once inflicted on others will replay and full upon each other. And Xin Kuo and the other 3 will watch, missing not a single scene. Watching others tear each other apart, betray one another, and strip away humanity layer by layer in dire straits. This is the longest lasting torment. It is not physical torment, but mental. It is not temporary, but lifelong. Lin Jiu threw the cigarette, but on the ground. Let's go. The vehicle drove out of the camp along the mountain road they had come. Away's phone rang, and after listening for a moment, he hung up and turned back. Jiogui received news from Baineng. The Longhua side sent a message through the Chu family saying they want to talk to you. They didn't specify what about, but Old Master Chu Weirong said the visitor holds a high rank. Lin Jiu remained silent. Away waited for a few breaths before asking. Additionally, there are movements from Yamamoto Ichiro's side as well. The people from the Wokaku reached out to us through a local business association saying Yamamoto Ichiro wants to meet you. You decide the location and time. Lin Jiu leaned back in his seat, watching the rainforest zip by outside the window. It's happening. Both sides are moving faster than he anticipated. The Longhua people reached out through the Chu family, indicating they do not want this matter exposed. The Wokaku people reached out through the business association, showing they are also hesitant to be aggressive. Both sides chose the most restrained means of contact because they both understand that Yongxin is in the hands of the Tianqi group, and the Tianqi group is not something they can casually provoke. Let's not respond to either side for now. A good meal is worth the wait, Lin Jiu said. Away nodded. He understood Lin Jiu's intention. In the first contact, whoever speaks first loses momentum. Dragging it out until the other side comes back a second time indicates that they are more anxious. The anxious side will offer a slightly higher price when bidding. Lin Jiu closed his eyes, mentally reviewing the strengths of both sides. The Longhua people have resources, policies, market access, and unobstructed passes within the country. The Wokaku people have technology, precision manufacturing, and cutting-edge fields that the Tianqi group has long desired but could not obtain. Both sides have valuable assets, and both want Yongxin. But there is only one Yongxin. No, it is not that there is only one Yongxin. It is that the things that Yongxin can produce are limited. Over 400 files on the USB drive, 7 offices, 320 overseas students, and 47 nails in the West. Whoever receives these will gain absolute initiative in the game between Longhua and Wokaku. Lin Jiu opened his eyes. Outside the window, the Mekong River shimmered with murky yellow under the sunlight. This river flows through 6 countries, witnessing countless wars, conspiracies, betrayals, and transactions. Now it witnesses yet another event, a young man who crawled out from northern Myanmar clutching a trump card that could change the dynamics of the game between 2 countries, sitting in an off-road vehicle and contemplating how to sell it for the highest price. The Tianqi group is run by capitalists. Capitalists do not speak of sentiment, they speak of interests. Whoever offers the highest price owns the goods. Tokyo Chiyoda District. Yamamoto Ichiro had been pacing back and forth in his office for nearly 2 hours. The ashtray was piled high with cigarette butts, and the entire room was shrouded in acrid smoke. 3 reports lay spread out on the table. The first was from the Phnom Penh action team written by Won Wenxiong, containing only a few lines. The items from Tazai Mountain Temple were taken first, and the police interception was arranged by the Tianchi group through the Cambodian police, with the other side's operation occurring at least 40 minutes earlier. The second was a preliminary assessment from the intelligence analysis team, with a line circled in red ink. The most likely current detention location of Yongxin is controlled by the Tianchi group, but the specific location is unknown. The third was an encrypted telegram from within Longhua, containing only one sentence. The 6 major families have sent people to contact the Tianchi group, with the Chu family taking the lead. Yamamoto Ichiro stopped in his tracks, staring at the 3 reports for a long time before slamming his fist on the table. The teacup jumped, spilling tea all over the table. Baka. He was not cursing the Longhua people, nor the Tianchi group, nor even the policeman who stopped Won Wenxiong at the intersection. He was cursing Yongxin, that old bald donkey. Wokaku spent 15 years and countless money and resources, from the abbot of a small temple to the president of the Longhua Buddhist Association. The money in his Swiss account arrived on time every year, giving him whatever he wanted. And what was the result? When the wind picked up, that old thing was the first to run. Not only did he run, but he also held on to the entire intelligence network that Wokaku had operated in Longhua for 15 years as a talisman. Over 400 people, 7 offices, and those 47 special personnel in the West. 15 years of planning were all in his hands. Now these assets have fallen into the hands of the Tianchi group, into the hands of a young man named Linjiao. Yamamoto Ichiro sat back down in his chair, supporting his forehead with both hands. What he feared most was not Yongxin being captured, nor even the possibility of those files being decrypted. What he feared most was that those nails buried for 15 years would be pulled out one by one. Over 400 people, each of whom was cultivated with countless efforts. From language to rituals, from intelligence gathering to close combat, from identity disguise to the construction of interpersonal networks. Behind each person is a complete supporting system. Once these nails are pulled out, Wokaku's intelligence network, cultivated over 15 years in Longhua, will disintegrate into nothing overnight. This is not a loss. This is annihilation. For an intelligence agency, losing a spy network that has been infiltrated for 15 years is akin to being struck by an atomic bomb, perhaps even more severe. An atomic bomb destroys cities and populations, while this incident obliterates the most vital intelligence asset of the Wan Nation within the territory of the Long Nation. 15 years, the efforts of 2 generations of intelligence personnel, investments amounting to hundreds of billions of yen, all have gone to waste. At that point, even committing seppuku to apologize would be a light punishment. The entire Yamamoto clan would not suffice as compensation. Footsteps sounded outside the door. The deputy pushed the door open, and upon seeing Yamamoto Ichiro's grim expression, hesitated at the entrance. Yamamoto-kun, regarding the Long Nation. Speak. The deputy swallowed hard. All our peripheral contact points in the Long Nation went silent last night. As per your orders, the core personnel have suspended all activities and will not make contact unless absolutely necessary. He hesitated for a moment. But this cannot go on like this. The longer we delay, the more rigid our network becomes. Once the Apocalypse Group hands over that intelligence to the Long Nation, all our personnel will be exposed. Yamamoto Ichiro remained silent. The deputy tentatively asked, should we instruct our contacts in the Long Nation to take action ahead of time? Before the intelligence is handed over, we can withdraw the core personnel. Yamamoto Ichiro suddenly lifted his head. Take action? How? The deputy was startled by his gaze and took a half step back. What do you think the Long Nation is doing right now? Yamamoto Ichiro stood up and walked to the map of the Long Nation hanging on the wall. They are waiting, remaining still, just to see our contacts expose themselves. They are already aware of Yongxin's capture, and that intelligence has likely been decrypted. Although they do not yet know the specifics, there are still some clues. Over 400 individuals are spread across 23 provinces, 7 offices, encompassing all core areas of the nation. They are waiting for us to panic, waiting for us to order our contacts to relocate, waiting for our people to pop up from the ground. He turned to face the deputy. Moving even one person now is equivalent to providing the Long Nation with a coordinate. Move 1 and we send 10. You tell me, how do we move? The deputy's forehead was beaded with sweat. So what should we do? Yamamoto Ichiro returned to the desk, resting his hands on the surface, his head lowered in silence for a long time. Then he spoke, his voice hoarse. The urgent matter at hand is but one thing. The deputy held his breath. Contact Linjiao before he hands over the information to the Long Nation. The deputy was taken aback. But Yamamoto-kun, Linjiao is from the Long Nation. Why wouldn't he hand over such crucial intelligence directly to them? Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head. He raised his gaze to meet the deputy's, his eyes carrying an indescribable emotion, a mix of disappointment and the look of a teacher observing a student who has yet to grasp the lesson. You are correct, Linjiao is from the Long Nation. But you have misunderstood one thing. Although he is from the Long Nation, he is first and foremost the general manager of the Apocalypse Group. What is the Apocalypse Group? It is capital. What is capital? Capital is without nationality. Where there are interests, capital flows. He walked to the window, gazing at the night view of Tokyo. The neon lights painted the entire city into a colorful ocean, the outlines of skyscrapers faintly visible in the night. This city rose from the ruins of war, taking decades to transform into the heart of the world's second-largest economy. It is not sustained by sentiment, nor by morality, nor by loyalty to the emperor. It relies on interests, on technology, on capital, on the bloody path forged step by step in the international. Talking sentiment with capitalists is only useful in one scenario: you are stronger than them, you can crush them, and the conditions you offer are irresistible. But the Apocalypse Group has operated in Southeast Asia for so many years. In terms of strength, our Wan nation may not be much stronger than them on this ground. Since we cannot crush them, we can only negotiate interests. Yamamoto Ichiro turned around. Lin Jiao is from the Long Nation, but he is also a capitalist. When capitalists make choices, they look at prices, not sentiment. Whoever offers the highest price gets the goods. The deputy fell silent for a few seconds. But Yamamoto-kun, if the Apocalypse Group trades with the Long Nation, the Long people can offer them things that we may not be. Policies, resources, market access. These are the home field advantages of the Long Nation. Yamamoto Ichiro returned to the desk and sat down. You are right. Thus our offer must be something the Long Nation cannot provide. Technology, precision manufacturing, semiconductor materials, certain cutting-edge fields that the Long Nation has long desired but cannot obtain. We have these things, the Long Nation does not. The deputy's pupils slightly constricted. Yamamoto-kun, these things. The headquarters may not approve. If they don't approve, they must approve. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was soft, but each word seemed to be squeezed out through gritted teeth. Over 400 people, 7 offices, 15 years of planning. The headquarters is clearer about this account than I am. They know which flesh to cut. The deputy bowed, and quickly Yamamoto Ichiro sat alone in the office, staring at the map of the Long Nation on the wall. His gaze moved from Harbin to Qingdao, from Qingdao to Hangzhou, from Hangzhou to Fuzhou, Guangzhou, Kunming, and Xi'an. 7 cities like 7 nails nailed into the map of the Long Nation. Surrounding each nail are countless fine lines connecting it to nearby temples, personnel, and intelligence networks. This web was woven by his own hands. From the time Yongxin was still an inconspicuous small abbot, he had taken a liking to this person. Greedy, vain, clever, yet lacking true faith. Such a person is easiest to control. Give him fame, give him money, give him the resources of the Wan Nation, and he will willingly become a dog. 15 years have passed. The money he spent on Yongxin each year is enough to support a battalion of special forces. The path he paved for Yongxin, from the local Buddhist Association to the National Buddhist Association, from the abbot of Shaolin Temple to the permanent council member of the International Buddhist Forum, every step was meticulously designed and operated. He thought he had secured Yongxin's loyalty tightly. In reality, that old man had long prepared an escape route. He copied all the files of every individual, writing them into a register in Sanskrit hidden beneath the base of a statue in a dilapidated temple in Phnom Penh. Yamamoto Ichiro closed his eyes. He recalled the afternoon 15 years ago when he first met Yongxin in Kyoto. Yongxin wore a faded monk's robe, sitting on the hotel sofa with his hands properly placed on his knees like a quiet Buddha statue. When he spoke his first sentence, Yamamoto Ichiro knew this person could be bought, because his gaze was not right. A true monk's gaze is empty. Yongxin's gaze was not empty, it was hungry. That hunger was not for food, but for fame, power, and the yearning to be revered by the masses. At that time, Yamamoto Ichiro thought that such a person would be easy to use. Now he knows that such a person is the most dangerous, because a person with desires will always put their own interests first. The benefits given by the Wan Nation could make him a dog for 15 years. The pressure from the Long Nation could turn him into a stray dog overnight. The unknown offered by the Apocalypse Group could make him divulge all the secrets of 15 years. Such a person, would you call him a traitor? No, he has never been loyal. He is only loyal to himself. Yamamoto Ichiro opened his eyes and picked up the phone on the table. He dialed a number, and after 2 rings he hung up. This was his way of contacting headquarters. No words were needed, as the other party knew what to do. He leaned back in his chair, gazing at the ceiling. Lin Jiao, the general manager of Tianchi Group, who had climbed from being a lackey to the second-in-command position in just 10 years, supposedly only 30 years old this year. Hua Tianchi entrusted such an important matter entirely to him, indicating either extreme trust or that the situation had escalated to a level Hua Tianchi himself was unwilling to handle. If it was the latter, it meant the matter was more serious than Yamamoto Ichiro had imagined. Even Hua Tianchi, the old fox who had navigated Southeast Asia his entire life, was taking a step back, indicating that the value of this intelligence was great enough that anyone obtaining it would incur significant trouble. Hua Tianchi did not want to attract this trouble, so he passed it on to Lin Jiao, and Lin Jiao accepted it. This young man was either unaware of the gravity of the situation or had other cards up his sleeve. Yamamoto Ichiro's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Regardless of the situation, there was only one thing he could do now: wait. Wait for Lin Jiao to be willing to sit down and talk. Wait for him to make an offer. Then, before the Longhua people seize the goods, In the secret conference hall of the six great families, the lights flickered on again. This time not everyone was present. Qin Huaiyuan sat in the prime seat, Yu Xingyuan to his right, while Zhao Taijun stood in front of the long table. On the projection screen before them, there was no map, no photographs, only a line of text. Tianqi Group has confirmed the acquisition of target intelligence to be handled entirely by Lin Jiu. Su Muji spoke first. Entirely handled. What does Tianqi mean by that? Passing the matter to a 30-year-old young man, is he retreating? Zhao Beichen leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table. Retreat. No, it's that this matter is too significant, too big for Tianqi to want to get his hands dirty. What does that mean? Yu Xingyuan put down the agarwood bracelet in his hand. Old Su, think about it. If what Yongxin provided was merely a small skirmish involving dozens of people and a few offices, Tianqi Group would have long since delivered the goods as a friendly gesture. They were returning to invest, needing our policy support, our market access, and a favorable attitude. Would Tianqi not exchange so much for a piece of intelligence? Su Muji's expression changed slightly. But he hasn't. Yu Xingyuan's voice was low but steady. He passed the matter to Lin Jiu. What does this indicate? It shows that what Yongxin provided was significant enough for even the old fox Tianqi to find it troublesome. He dared not make the decision himself, so he let Lin Jiu handle it. Lin Jiu is young. Whatever choice he makes, Tianqi Group will have room to maneuver. Bai Jingxing suddenly interjected. I heard a piece of news. Yongxin's personnel arranged in Longhua are not just dozens but hundreds. They cover more than 20 provinces, 7 offices, and a group of special personnel operating in the West. Among these individuals are retired officers from the Hua country self-defense forces, professionally trained intelligence personnel, and experts in local dialects and cultures. They have been infiltrated in Longhua for 15 years. The conference hall was silent for a few seconds. Rong Heading put down his teacup. Where did this news come from? Inside the Hua country. Our people in Tokyo intercepted part of their encrypted communications. Although we couldn't decipher all the content, several key phrases were enough to outline the situation. Bai Jingxing paused. Yamamoto Ichiro used a term in his report to headquarters. A devastating blow, he said. If this intelligence fell into Longhua's hands, the impact on Hua country would be no less than taking an atomic bomb. Su Muji's teacup hovered in midair. He slowly put it down and looked at Zhao Taijun. Old Zhao is what Bai Lao said true. Zhao Taijun remained silent for a moment before nodding. Our own intelligence analysis has also come in. Although we have not yet obtained the list based on Yongxin's activities in the country and the entry records of Hua country's exchange students, this number is most likely true. And it's probably not less. Su Muji's throat bobbed slightly. Qin Huaiyuan, who had remained silent, now said, so Tianqi stepped back. It's not that he doesn't want this favor, it's that the favor is too big for him to handle. Rather than shoulder what he cannot bear, he might as well pass it to someone else. Passing it to Lin Jiu, Lin Jiu's choice becomes Tianqi Group's choice, but the responsibility does not rest on Tianqi. This is the old fox's way of self-preservation. Zhao Beichen interjected. The current question is, how will Lin Jiu choose? He is a Longhua person, but he is also the general manager of Tianqi Group. Tianqi Group is capital, and capital is about interests. With Yongxin's intelligence in his hands, he will sell to the highest bidder, whether it be Longhua or Hua country. Su Muji slammed the table. He dares. He is a Longhua person, and he would trade intelligence involving Longhua's national security with the Hua people. What kind of behavior is this? This is treason. Old Su. Qin Huaiyuan's voice was low, but Su Muji's words were cut off abruptly. Qin Huaiyuan looked at him. You are 67 this year. Which of us here has not weathered storms for half a lifetime? Do you not have a sense of who Lin Jiu is? He is a capitalist, not a civil servant. A capitalist makes choices not based on sentiment, but on profit. If you talk to him about sentiment, he will only think you are out of your mind. Su Muji's face flushed. So we just let him sell the goods to the Hua people. Who said he would sell to the Hua people? Qin Huaiyuan's voice remained calm. To wait for the best price means he is waiting for us and the Hua people to make offers. Whoever bids higher, he will sell to them. What can the Hua people offer him? Technology, precision manufacturing, semiconductor materials. What can we offer him? Policies, resources, market access, political asylum. The two sides' offerings are different. It comes down to what he desires more. He paused for a moment. But there is one thing you all need to understand. Tianqi Group's roots are in Longhua. Tianqi is from Baining, and Lin Jiu is also from Longhua. Under equal conditions, they are likely to lean towards us. This is not sentiment, it is a weighing of interests. Longhua is their base, the most important market for their future development. Selling to the Hua people, they might gain some technology, but they would forever lose the Longhua market. Lin Jiu understands this calculation clearly. Tianqi understands it even better. No one spoke in the conference. Qin Huaiyuan stood up. So what we need to do now is not to bang the table and criticize Lin Jiu's improper attitude. Instead, we must offer him a price that he finds appealing, making him feel that handing over the information to Longhua is more advantageous than giving it to Longhua. Whether his attitude is proper or not is unimportant. What matters is whether we have enough leverage in our hands. He looked at Yu Xingyuan. Brother Yu, your daughter has dealt with Lin Jiu before. Let her probe the waters. No need to discuss specifics, just pass on the word. Inform him that Longhua is willing to sit down and talk. The terms are negotiable. Yu Jingyuan nodded. Qin Huayuan then turned to Zhao Taijun. Old Zhao, keep a close eye on the movements of the Wangwa people. Yamamoto Ichiro is not one to sit idly by. He will certainly find a way to reach out to Lin Jiao. When they make contact, that will be the moment we uncover the Wangwo's trump cards. Zhao Taijun responded with an assent. Qin Huayuan surveyed the room, taking in everyone present. There's one more thing. The information that has come to light from Yongxin is far greater than we previously estimated. Over 400 individuals, 7 offices, and 15 years of infiltration. This is not merely a matter for one family or one department, it's a national issue. In this matter, personal pride and family interests must take a back seat. If anyone allows their ego or concern for face to impede progress leading to the Wangwa obtaining the information, he paused. Qin Huayuan will be the first to disagree. The conference room fell silent for a long time. Su Muji lowered his head, remaining silent. Yu Zingyuan's incense bracelet slowly turned in his hand. He gazed at the cup of tea on the table that had long gone cold, suddenly recalling something his daughter Yuling had said during a phone call a few days ago. Dad with Lin Jiao discussing rules is useless. He only recognizes one thing: profit. If you provide him with sufficient benefits, he becomes your friend. If you don't give him any benefits, you are his enemy. It's simple yet terrifying. Yu Jingyuan hadn't paid much attention at the time. Now he suddenly felt that his daughter had seen through this person more clearly than he had. After the meeting ended, Zhao Taijun was the last to leave. He stood at the entrance of the courtyard lighting a cigarette. His phone rang. It was a direct call from above. He answered, listening for a long time, his expression growing increasingly grave. After hanging up, he stood still for a long while. The message from above was very clear. The Yongxin matter could no longer be contained by just one department of national security. Over 400 individuals, 7 offices, and 47 special personnel in the West. This involved too broad a scope and too high a level. Now the higher-ups had directly intervened, with all related actions coordinated by the top leadership. Their stance toward the Tianchi group was singular: show the utmost sincerity and retrieve the information. As for face pride and emotional appeals, all must be cast aside. Zhao Taijun flicked the cigarette, but to the ground, and stamped it out with his foot. He looked up at the night sky where the moon was half obscured by clouds. Lin Jiao, the information you hold in your hands has already alerted the highest levels. You may not even realize it yet, but you are now the focus of both Longwa and Wangwa. Yamamoto Ichiro is anxiously pacing in Tokyo, while the 6 major families are holding an emergency meeting in Kyoto, with the highest level directly intervening. Everyone is altering their plans due to the USB drive you possess. And yet you are still waiting for both sides to offer a higher price. Zhao Taijun suddenly felt a bit of admiration for this young man, not because of his ruthless tactics, but due to his composure. Obtaining such critical intelligence would have made anyone else panic long ago. Lin Jiao, however, remained calm. He tucked the information into his pocket, sitting in the gold-edged rubber factory, waiting for both sides to line up to negotiate with him. This kind of composure is not something everyone possesses. Zhao Taijun opened the car door and got inside. The engine started and the headlights illuminated the dark alley ahead. Bining. Who was on the phone with Lin Jiao, sitting in the study of Longjiang No. 1, organizing the progress report for the resort project. Brother Jiao, have both sides sent representatives? Lin Jiao's voice came through the phone, accompanied by a slight electrical noise. They have all arrived. Longwa has conveyed messages through the Chu family twice, with the second message being much more polite than the first. Old Master Chu stated that the higher-ups have intervened directly, and the people coming are of a higher rank than him. Ahu paused. The Wangwa side has also sent representatives for the second time. Yamamoto Ichiro has reached out to our people in Cambodia through a business association in Jinbian. He says he wants to discuss with you in person, and you can set the place and time. Security will be your responsibility. He will only bring a translator. The line was silent for a few moments. Brother Jiao, which side should we meet first? Neither side. Ahu was taken aback. Tell them I'm still in Cambodia dealing with some matters. After I'm done, I'll go back to Bining to discuss further. Ahu quickly agreed. Good things take time. The more anxious the other side is, the greater the benefits that can be negotiated. By that time, the initiative in the negotiations would be entirely in Lin Jiao's hands. There's one more thing. Lin Jiao's voice came from the phone. Have you arranged things with Shun Kuo's side? It's all arranged now according to your instructions. The large cage is already being constructed. It can all be transferred next month. The itinerary for the Africa side should be arranged concurrently. Understood. Jinbian. Lin Jiao hung up the phone and threw it on the table. Outside the window, the Mekong River shimmered under the night sky. He leaned back in his chair and lit a cigarette. Yamamoto Ichiro was in a panic. The 6 major families were holding an emergency meeting, and the highest levels were directly intervening. Everyone wanted to see him, and everyone was waiting for him to make an offer. The information spat out by Yongxin was worth even more than he had anticipated. Over 400 individuals, 7 offices, the 47 nails in the West, plus those on the periphery, who had been co-opted and corrupted. The intelligence network that Wangwa had operated in Longwa for 15 years was all in his hands. He recalled Yongxin's words, there is always a mountain behind a mountain. What he held in his hands now was the complete blueprint of one of those mountains. The Wangwa people feared he would hand over the blueprints to the Longwa, while the Longwa feared he would sell them to the Wangwa. Both sides were anxious, both were waiting. And he sat in this room in Jinbian, watching the waters of the Mekong River flow south, waiting for both sides to offer a higher price. Lin Jiao flicked the ash from his cigarette. Hua Tianqi entrusted this matter entirely to him, not out of trust, but because it was too large for Hua Tianqi himself to want to get involved. But this was just right. With Hua Tianqi not getting involved, he had the greatest autonomy. How to use the information, whom to sell it to, and what to exchange for it all rested in his hands. The Longwa people could offer him policies, resources, and market access, allowing the Tianqi group to operate smoothly within Longwa. The Wangwa could provide him with technology, precision manufacturing, and entry tickets into cutting-edge fields. The offerings from both sides were different, yet both were what the Tianqi group needed. Lin Jiao pressed the cigarette, but into the ashtray. He was not in a hurry. He held the leverage. The urgency lay with others. Once they revealed their cards one by one, he would slowly pick and choose. Outside, the sound of the Mekong River flowed faintly. The night in Jinbian was hot and humid, with the distant city illuminated neon lights tinting half the sky a deep red. The daytime and nighttime of the city were two different worlds. By day it was a realm of temples and monks, with the ringing of bells and chanting of scriptures emanating from various temples, the air filled with the scents of sandalwood and jasmine. By night the neon lights lit up the signs of bars and casinos, flickering in the darkness, with gold diggers from around the world converging in this city, exchanging information, drugs, arms, and people in various languages. Here it is a holy land in the eyes of outlaws, and a fertile ground for gray forces to thrive. Ding ding ding. Looking at the caller ID, Lin Jiao narrowed his eyes and answered the phone. Big brother, what instructions do you have? Lin Jiao answered the phone. Elder brother. The voice of Hua Tianqi came from the other end. Jiao, has the matter in Cambodia been handled? Almost done. Yongxin has already been moved to a new location, and the technical team is verifying the contents in the USB drive one by one. People from both Longwa and Wangwa have come, but I haven't seen them. No rush. Let them wait a bit longer. Hua Tianqi's tone was casual, as if he were discussing what to eat today. The items are in your hands. They are the ones who are anxious. Lin Jiao remained silent. He knew that Hua Tianqi called him late at night, not just to inquire about Yongxin. Sure enough, there was a brief silence on the other end, and Hua Tianqi's voice sounded again, this time tinged with a hint of helplessness. Jiao, I am somewhat worried about that useless kid Mingyu. Hua Mingyu, Hua Tianqi's only son, was 24 this year. He spent 4 years in country, read very few books, but traversed through European casinos and nightclubs. He has been in Ireland recently, mingling with a bunch of people he doesn't even know where he met. I had someone investigate, and among them 2 used to lend money at casinos in Macau, and 1 collects protection fees in London's Chinatown. Hua Tianqi's voice remained calm, but Lin Jiao could sense the suppressed urgency beneath. I called him a few times, and every time he would say he understood, then turn around to continue playing. Lin Jiao did not respond. He knew Hua Tianqi had more to say. Jiao, when you return to Baining, detour to Ireland, and bring that kid back for me. Lin Jiao lightly tapped his fingers on the table. Have him stay with you for a while. Hua Tianqi's voice gradually transformed from helplessness to something more ambiguous. Temper his character, rein in those reckless habits of his. A little hardship will do him good. Let him learn a bit from you, so he doesn't cause trouble. Lin Jiao was silent for a few moments. Elder brother, does Mingyu want to come back? Whether he wants to or not, Hua Tianqi's voice finally held a hint of paternal firmness. Tell him, just say it's my order. Either he comes back obediently, or I'll have someone bring him back by force. Let him choose. Lin Jiao's lips twitched slightly. The words "bring him back by force" coming from Hua Tianqi's mouth were not a threat, but a statement of fact. Before Hua Tianqi made his fortune in Southeast Asia, he had done all kinds of dirty work. Kidnapping someone was as simple for him as eating or drinking. All right, I'll stop by Ireland before heading back to Baining. On the other end, Hua Tianqi responded with an affirmative sound. Then there was a moment of silence, as if he were weighing something. Jiao. Things have been unstable recently. There are movements from both Longwa Wangwa and several forces in Southeast Asia. After the Yongxin incident became public, the number of people keeping an eye on our Tianqi group has more than doubled. Hua Tianqi's voice lowered slightly. Although Mingyu is useless, he is still a Hua. A Hua. In times like this, I can't feel at ease with him out there. Lin Jiao's fingers tightened slightly around his phone. Hua Tianqi's words carried significant weight. After the Yongxin incident, the Tianqi group held a precious asset, and both Longwa and Wangwa were making contact. However, those forces that had been lurking in the shadows would also begin to stir. Hua Mingyu was Hua Tianqi's only son, the sole heir to the Tianqi group. Regardless of his abilities, this identity alone made him a target for certain individuals. Keeping him in Ireland far from the emperor meant Hua Tianqi's reach could not extend that far. But bringing him back to Baining and placing him beside Lin Jiao was tantamount to putting Hua Mingyu in the safest spot within the Tianqi group under Lin Jiao's watchful eye. This wasn't merely a father's discipline towards his son. It was a leader placing his most crucial vulnerability in the hands of the person he trusted the most before the storm arrived. Elder brother, I understand. Lin Jiu spoke. Hua Tianqi didn't say much more. He had never been one for many words. Once he finished his instructions, he hung up. Lin Jiu placed the phone on the table, leaned back in his chair, and stared at the ceiling for a long time. Hua Mingyu. He had met the kid a few times, once in Singapore, once in Bangkok, and another time in London. At 24, he resembled his mother more, lacking the chiseled features of Hua Tianqi, and possessed a more delicate air. Whenever he met him, he was always dressed in the latest fashion, his shoes more expensive than Lin Jiu's entire outfit. He would call out, Uncle Lin, in a very affectionate manner without an ounce of the arrogance typical of Hua Tianqi's son. But Lin Jiu could see that the kid had no interest in serious matters. Hua Tianqi had sent him to countrywide to study finance, but after 4 years he hadn't even brought back a diploma. When asked what he learned, he replied that he made a bunch of friends learn to appreciate whiskey and became skilled in playing text. Hua Tianqi had not commented on this at the time, but Lin Jiu noticed that the teacup in Hua Tianqi's hand was placed back on the table instead of being lifted to drink as usual. Since then, Hua Tianqi never mentioned succession in front of Hua Mingyu again. Lin Jiu understood that Hua Tianqi had not given up on Hua Mingyu. He was waiting for this kid to tire of playing to hit a wall and then bring him back. But now Hua Tianqi could wait. The situation was changing rapidly. The Yongxin incident brought the Tianqi group from the shadows into the spotlight, all eyes converging upon them. As Hua Tianqi's only son, keeping Hua Mingyu out in the world for even one more day meant one more day of risk. But did Hua Tianqi choose to hand Hua Mingyu over to him precisely for safety? Lin Jiu's fingers rhythmically tapped on the table. Who was Hua Tianqi? A cunning old fox who built his empire from scratch in Southeast Asia, with every move carrying multiple layers of meaning. Entrusting the Yongxin incident entirely to Lin Jiu was a sign of trust in him, as well as a way to push Lin Jiu into the limelight. Now he was placing Hua Mingyu beside Lin Jiu, allowing him to learn from Lin Jiu and assist him. Was this meant to have Hua Mingyu take Lin Jiu as a mentor? Or was it to have Lin Jiu act as a caretaker for Hua Mingyu? Or perhaps it was sending a signal to the outside world. Lin Jiu's position in the Tianqi group was no longer merely that of a general manager, but rather the person Hua Tianqi truly entrusted with his legacy. Regardless of Hua Tianqi's true intentions, Lin Jiu had no reason to refuse. Hua Tianqi had shown him favor, nurturing him for 10 years, elevating him from an errand boy to the second-in-command. He remembered this kindness. Moreover, although Hua Mingyu was deemed useless, he genuinely respected Lin Jiu, always greeting him warmly, unlike those aristocratic youths who were polite on the surface, but looked down on others deep down. Lin Jiu picked up his phone and sent a message to Awei. Check Hua Mingyu's exact location in Ireland, but don't. A few seconds later, Awei replied with a single word, understood. Lin Jiu put down his phone and stood up, walking to the window. The Mekong River flowed quietly in the night. That kid Hua Tianyu has no major faults apart from his love for fun. But loving to play is itself the biggest flaw. Especially in the position of Hua Tianqi's son, it means vulnerability, a point that can be exploited by others. Lin Jiu threw the cigarette, but into the ashtray, and returned to his desk. No matter what Hua Tianqi's true intentions are, one thing is certain. From the moment Hua Mingyu stepped onto the land of Beining, there would be no shortage of people keeping an eye on him. After the Yongxin incident, who knows how many pairs of eyes are watching the Tianqi group. Hua Tianqi hides himself very well, and Lin Jiu is a tough nut to crack, so where is the weakest link? Some people might think that Lin Jiu is just a worker and the real decision-maker of the Tianqi group is still Hua Tianqi. To engage with the Tianqi group rather than clashing head-on with Lin Jiu, a hard bone that is unyielding, it is better to find a breakthrough from Hua Mingyu, this playboy. A 24-year-old young man who loves to gamble, drink, and play, has vulnerabilities like a sieve. Lin Jiu's fingers lightly tapped on the table. Interesting. Hua Tianqi handed Hua Mingyu over to him. Rather than saying it was to protect Hua Mingyu, it is more accurate to say he wanted to use Hua Mingyu as a mirror. Whoever approaches this mirror is someone who has ideas about the Tianqi group. Hua Mingyu himself might not even realize that from the moment he was brought back from Ireland, he was no longer an idler. He is a pawn. A pawn laid down by Hua Tianqi, meant to test the reactions of various parties. And Lin Jiu is the one holding the pieces. Outside the window, the sound of the Mekong River was gradually swallowed by the night. The night in Phnom Penh was still long. In Ireland, Dublin, Hua Mingyu threw his phone on the sofa and took a big swig of beer. The old man called again. This was the third time this month. He hadn't called even once in the previous 6 months, and now it felt like a death threat. Every time it was the same few phrases. Be careful out there. Don't hang out with the wrong crowd. Come back soon. Hua Mingyu's ears were nearly calloused from hearing it. He knew what the old man was worried about. The Tianqi group had been under tight scrutiny lately. It seemed there was some big issue in Southeast Asia, but the old man hadn't told him the specifics, and he hadn't asked. Since childhood, the old man had never let him touch the group's affairs. He used to think it was because the old man looked down on him, but gradually he understood it wasn't disdain, it was protection. By not letting him touch it, it meant he had no connection to the Tianqi group, and if something went wrong, it wouldn't implicate him. But Hua Mingyu knew clearly that he was a Hua, and that surname alone meant he could never be completely disconnected from the Tianqi group. No matter whether he got involved or not, in others' eyes, he was the prince of the Tianqi group. The beer was finished. Hua Mingyu threw the empty can into the trash and took another one from the fridge. The television in the living room was on, showing a local sports channel from Ireland. The volume turned low with a group of people chasing after a ball. His phone vibrated. It wasn't the old man, it was a friend he had met here named Kowloon, who was from Macau and used to lend money at casinos, but later he didn't know why he ended up in Ireland. Kowloon sent a message with a live streaming link and a voice note. Brother, this streamer is interesting, take a look. Hua Mingyu was initially too lazy to click on it. Kowloon had recommended quite a few streamers to him, most of whom were the kind with heavy filters and a cutesy tone, and he had grown tired of them. He put down his phone and continued drinking beer. The phone vibrated again. It was still Kowloon. Really, brother, this one is different. You should take a look, you'll regret it if you don't. Hua Mingyu frowned, picked up his phone, and casually clicked on the link. The moment the live room popped up, his hand holding the beer stopped in midair. On the screen was a woman. To be precise, she was a woman one could never forget after just one glance. Her features were so exquisite they seemed unreal, her skin as white as if it could glow, and her eyes looked like they were filled with water, gazing at the camera as if looking at the person watching her. She wore a loose white shirt, the collar casually open, revealing a small patch of fair skin below her collarbone. Her hair was casually draped over her shoulders, a few strands sticking to her cheek, gently swaying with her movements. The bullet comments were scrolling madly. Hua Mingyu glanced at them. They were all comments like wife, goddess, and so beautiful. However, he was disinterested. He had seen many women. The streamer didn't speak, just adjusted the camera. She slightly turned her face, the light casting on her profile, outlining a perfect arc from her forehead to her chin. He had seen many beautiful women, although Hua Tianxi didn't let him touch the group's affairs. He had never lacked for money. Over the past few years in Europe, he had encountered all kinds of women. But this woman on the screen was different from all those. Her beauty was not the flamboyant, aggressive kind, but rather something indescribable, something that captivated. Knowing full well that he was looking at her through a screen, and that she might have applied a filter, he still couldn't tear his eyes away. The comments were scrolling faster and faster. Some were sending gifs, some were asking her to say something, and others were asking what song she would sing today. The streamer finally adjusted the camera right. She was facing the screen, those watery eyes looking straight into the camera, as if gazing at everyone watching her. Then she opened her mouth and said one sentence. Hello everyone, I am Su Yuan. A man's voice, deep, magnetic with a hint of hoarseness. Hua Mingyu nearly dropped the beer can from his hand. He who had been disinterested suddenly widened his eyes, fully alert. The comments exploded. Wow, what's going on? Is it a man or a woman? I'm dumbfounded. A man isn't a problem. Where are you from? I declare I'm bent. Streamer, I want to treat you to a meal. Hua Mingyu stared at the screen, stunned for a full 3 seconds. Then he laughed. This person was indeed interesting. Hua Mingyu's attention was entirely captured by Su Yuan. Su Yuan began to sing, performing an old English song. The man's voice brought an indescribable softness that surpassed the original. As he sang, his eyes slightly narrowed, as if reminiscing about something or looking far, far away. The comment, is this for real? More beautiful than a woman. Su Yuan, I love you. If you're a brother, show a leg. Hua Mingyu stared at the screen, his fingers lightly tapping on the phone case. Interesting. So very interesting. A man with a face that no man could take their eyes off, speaking in a man's voice. This contrast was not a deliberately manufactured gimmick, but a natural reality, as if he were always meant to be. In the past few years in country, Hua Mingyu has encountered all kinds of people. He has seen men dressed as women, women dressed as men, those who are neither male nor female, and even transgender individuals. But Su Yuan is different from them all. There is something about him that Hua Mingyu cannot quite articulate. It is not an act, but rather a deeper essence that is elusive and enigmatic. After finishing his song, Su Yuan smiled at the camera. That smile was light, with the corners of his mouth slightly upturned and a hint of languor in his eyes. The comments flooded in again. Hua Mingyu leaned back on the sofa, raising a beer can to his lips, only to find it empty. He got up, grabbed another can, and sat back down, opening Su Yuan's profile. He had a modest following, only a few tens of thousands, and his streaming records spanned several sessions, the earliest being a month ago. Each cover photo was exquisite, but Hua Mingyu noticed one detail. None of the photos showed a full body shot. They were either half-body images or close-ups, or he was sitting on a chair revealing only his upper body. Hua Mingyu finished his beer, turned off his phone, and leaned back on the sofa, staring at the ceiling. Su Yuan. He silently repeated this name in his mind. An interesting man. The night in Dublin was as quiet as a still pond. Hua Mingyu closed his eyes, yet the image of Su Yuan singing that English song lingered in his mind. The slight squint of his eyes, the almost imperceptible smile on his lips, and the indefinable tenderness in his voice. He suddenly wanted to know what this person named Su Yuan was like off camera. His phone vibrated again. Hua Mingyu picked it up to find it was not a Kowloon, but an unknown number. He frowned and answered. Mingyu. The voice on the other end made Hua Mingyu sit up straight from the sofa. Uncle Lin. Get ready, I will be passing through Dublin in a few days to bring you back to the country. Hua Mingyu opened his mouth to say something, but ultimately only managed to squeeze out one word. Okay. He knew the old man would send someone to pick him up, but he didn't expect it to be Lin Jiao. The old man's concern for this matter exceeded his expectations. After hanging up, Hua Mingyu leaned back on the sofa gazing at the chandelier on the ceiling. Going back to the country. Returning to Bainang. Following Uncle Lin. He suddenly felt a bit like laughing. The old man finally couldn't hold back and was going to bring him back. But this time he didn't intend to resist. Not because he feared the old man, but because after staying in Dublin for so long he was indeed a bit tired of it. Moreover, he had a premonition that the days after returning might not be as boring as he imagined. Hua Mingyu picked up his phone, opened the streaming platform, and entered 2 words in the search bar. Su Yuan. He clicked to follow, finding this Su Yuan quite interesting, and the more he watched the more captivated he became. The morning in Dublin was grey with the Atlantic breeze bringing a damp chill blowing through the streets along the Liffey River and making the iron signs outside the bars creak. Hua Mingyu was awakened by the doorbell. He turned over, pressing his pillow over his head and muttering a curse. He had stayed up until 3 in the morning watching Su Yuan stream and had drunk half a dozen beers, and now his head throbbed as if it had been struck with a hammer. The doorbell continued to ring, unhurried, sounding every few seconds. I'm coming, stop pestering me. He put on a wrinkled t-shirt and padded barefoot towards the door. The living room's television was still on, muted, with several empty beer cans strewn across the coffee table and cigarette butts overflowing from the ashtray. When the door opened, Ahu's ever-unchanging face stood at the threshold. Before Hua Mingyu could greet him, Ahu stepped aside, revealing Lin Jiao standing behind him dressed in a dark gray trench coat, with an unlit cigarette clamped between his fingers, his gaze sweeping from Hua Mingyu's bare feet to his messy hair. Uncle Lin. Hua Mingyu grinned. I was wondering why the magpies were chirping this morning. Turns out it was your esteemed self gracing us with your presence. Lin Jiao stepped inside, scanning the living room. Beer can, cigarette, but's, a crumpled blanket. You seem to lead. Of course, even living alone requires a sense of ritual. Hua Mingyu pulled the blanket on the sofa to the side. Uncle Lin, please sit. Ahu, don't just stand there. My sofa doesn't cost anything. Lin Jiao sat down, placing the cigarette on the coffee table. Pack your things or we leave in the afternoon. Hua Mingyu had just walked over to the fridge, hand outstretched, when he heard this, and turned back. In such a hurry. I haven't even had the chance to say goodbye to all the bars in Dublin yet. Are you reluctant to part with the bars, or are you reluctant to part with the drinks? Both. Uncle Lin, you don't understand. It's a matter of sentiment. Hua Mingyu opened the fridge and pulled out 2 cans of beer. Want one? This locally brewed beer is far better than the industrial stuff back home. Drinking beer at 10 in the morning. It's Dublin time. When in Rome, do as the Romans do. Lin Jiao did not respond. Hua Mingyu didn't mind cracking open a can and taking a sip before sitting down opposite Lin Jiao and pushing the other can towards Ahu. Ahu glanced at Lin Jiao, but didn't move. Uncle Lin, is the old man really that anxious this time? What do you think? I think he's going through a midlife crisis. Lin Jiao ignored him. Hua Mingyu chuckled to himself, laughing until he stopped. All right, I know that's not the case. Something must have happened in Southeast Asia, right? I asked him twice, but he wouldn't say anything, making it all seem mysterious, like a spy film. Yongshin. Who? A monk, a spy from Japan who has been hiding in Longwa for 15 years, placing over 400 people. Lin Jiao's tone was very calm. Your situation is very dangerous now. Hua Mingyu's beer can paused at his lips. He took a few seconds to digest this. So am I being sheltered? You are being recalled. Recalled? Hua Mingyu nearly spat out his beer. Uncle Lin, that term you used is a bit much. Oh, I'm not scrap material. Close enough. Hua Mingyu leaned back against the sofa, looking up at the ceiling. All right then, if it's a recall, then it's a recall. I'm tired of Dublin anyway. The weather changes as quickly as a woman's mood. Suddenly, he sat up straight, picking up his phone. By the way, Uncle Lin, let me show you something interesting. He handed his phone to Lin Jiao, the screen displaying a streaming room's homepage. The avatar was a face so exquisite it seemed unreal, with skin as white as porcelain and eyes shimmering with moisture. Su Yuan, the streamer I discovered last night. Hua Mingyu's tone was filled with the excitement of having found treasure. Guess what, is it a man or a woman? Lin Jiao took a glance. A man. Hua Mingyu was taken aback. How did you know? If it were a woman, would you be talking to me about it like it was a treasure? Hua Mingyu opened his mouth, but found himself unable to rebut. Fine, it's a man, but just say this face, these eyes, don't they surpass those of many female streamers? The contrast when he speaks is incredible. Let me play you a clip. Lin Jiao shook his head. You're a grown man watching another man all day long. Oh, what's the matter with you? Uncle Lin, you don't understand. This is called appreciation. Pure, transcending gender and appreciation of beauty. Hua Mingyu stated emphatically. Besides, he really sings beautifully. Lin Jiao didn't say anything further. Hua Mingyu tucked his phone back into his pocket. Uncle Lin, where will I stay after returning to Bainang? The old man won't throw me into some remote base to lock me up, right? You'll stay with me. Hua Mingyu nodded. That's good. With Uncle Lin watching over me, I can stroll around Bainang, right? Are you a crab? Uncle Lin, that comment wasn't very interesting. I'm just making rational use of resources. Lin Jiao picked up the cigarette from the coffee table, twirling it between his fingers. Hua Mingyu stood up and walked to the window. The streets outside were already bustling, with a line forming at the bakery and a woman pushing a stroller waiting for the red light. Having lived in this city for over half a year, it was the first time he seriously looked at this street. Uncle Lin. Moi. Thank you. Lin Jiu raised his eyelids. I know you're busy and running around, and I'm inconveniencing you by making you come here. Just cut the chatter. Huo Mingyu turned around smiling broadly. That won't do. Banter is my core competitiveness. The old man threw me to you. I can't let you be too bored, can I? Lin Jiu clamped the cigarette between his lips without lighting it. Pack up and say goodbye to your Dublin. In a certain location in country, M. Spade K was respectfully listening to the instructions from the other end of the phone. Don't touch the heart of hearts. She has great use. As for Yongshin's matter, the best time has already passed. Do not intervene. Spade K understood. As the bombardier passed through the clouds, Huo Mingyu had already wandered through the cabin 3 times. He opened the wine cabinet to take a look, then closed it. He laid the seat flat for a while before sitting up again. Finally, he leaned towards the cockpit door, peering through the glass to watch the pilot operate for 2 minutes, finding it uninteresting, and then sauntered back. Uncle Lin, this airplane is nice, but the food is too scarce. They'll have someone prepare some snacks like chips later. Lin Jiu sat by the window with a document spread out in front of him without looking up. Are you returning home or moving? This is called improving the quality of life. Look at this cabin. It's decorated like a conference room. Stepping inside makes you want to hold a meeting. The old man has such an outdated taste. Huo Mingyu plopped down in front of Lin Jiu, crossing his legs. Uncle Lin, can I stay out on my own after we return to Baining? I promise not to cause trouble. No. Then can I occasionally stay out? No. Then can I? No. Huo Mingyu sighed, leaning back against the chair. Fine. I guess I'll reluctantly cohabitate with. Lin Jiu closed the document and looked up at Huo Mingyu. Huo Mingyu felt a bit uneasy under that gaze. Uncle Lin, don't look at me like that. Every time you do, I feel like you want to test me on something. You already know about Yongshin in Dublin. Huo Mingyu nodded. Monk spies over 400 people, and the item is in your hands. Both sides are looking for it. If you were me, how would you handle it? Huo Mingyu was momentarily stunned. He instinctively wanted to crack a joke, but seeing Lin Jiu's expression, he swallowed the words back. Lin Jiu was not just chatting with him. This was an examination. Huo Mingyu lowered his legs and sat up straighter. He did not respond immediately. Outside the window, the clouds were dazzling white, and inside the cabin, only the low hum of the engine could be heard. There's only one item. Huo Mingyu began speaking slower than usual. The people from Longwo want it, and the people from Wokoku want it too. If it's given to Longwo, Wokoku will be offended. If it's given to Wokoku, Longwo will be offended. Both sides cannot be offended directly, hence neither can be directly offended. But the item must be given to one side. It depends on who offers a higher price. Lin Jiu's expression showed. Continue. What can the people from Wokoku offer? Technology, precision manufacturing, semiconductors, those things that Longwo cannot obtain. What can the people from Longwo offer? Policies, resources, market access flowing freely in the headquarters of the Tianqi Group. The offerings from both sides are different, but they are all things we need. As Huo Mingyu spoke, his pace gradually quickened. But there's a problem here. The offerings from Wokoku can be used immediately once the factory is built and the technology digested. It translates into substantial industrial upgrades. If they say they've given it, what if they find some excuse to hold you back? What can you do? Sue them. Lin Jiu lightly tapped the armrest with his finger. If they say they've given it, what if they find some excuse to hold you back? What can you do? Sue them. Lin Jiu lightly tapped the armrest with his finger. So do you think it should be given to Wokoku? I didn't say who it should be given to. I only said the prices from both sides are of different natures. Huo Mingyu leaned back in his chair, reverting to his careless demeanor. But speaking of which, the people from Wokoku aren't exactly good either. If we really give it to them, they could turn hostile and deny us. We'd be helpless. Then what should we do? Just drag it out. Huo Mingyu grinned. Let them raise their bids. Whoever bids higher gets it. Business isn't that how it's done. Lin Jiu looked at him. What if the bids from both sides are similar? Then give it to Longwo. Why? Huo Mingyu tilted his head as if he found this question somewhat unnecessary. Because we are Longgoran. Under equal conditions, we should definitely prioritize our own people. But the problem is, he crossed his legs again, do the bids from Longwo suffice? Lin Jiu remained silent. Huo Mingyu continued on his own. Uncle Lin, even though I don't manage the group's affairs, I'm not blind. Why did the old man entrust this matter entirely to you? Because he knows it's a hot potato. Those who can't handle it will get burned. If Longwo truly has sincerity, they should present us with conditions we cannot refuse. Just playing the emotional card, everyone is Longgoran, you should help your own people. What kind of deal is that? In business, talking feelings is just being a rogue. Sitting beside them, Ahu, who had been silent like a transparent person, couldn't help but glance at Huo Mingyu at this point. Huo Mingyu noticed. Ahu, why are you looking at me? Am I saying something wrong? Ahu did not respond and turned his head back. Do you think Longwo is engaging in moral coercion? Lin Jiu asked. Isn't it? Huo Mingyu spread his hands. That old bald donkey from Yongshin has been hiding in Longwo for 15 years with over 400 people and 7 offices, and they're even drawing maps in the West. Whose responsibility is this? It's their own fault for not keeping watch, allowing the people from Wokoku to infiltrate like a sieve. Now that we have the item, they want it back, but refuse to offer a high price, expecting us to give it to them for free out of consideration for our compatriots. What gives? Huo Mingyu became more animated as he spoke. If you ask me, this matter is not just about money. The people from Wokaku want it because once this item is in Longwo's hands, their 15 years of layout in Longwo will be completely ruined. This loss is worse than being hit by an atomic bomb. The people from Longwo want it because if they don't get it back, there will be a significant hole in national security. Both sides are anxious, but the degree of anxiety is different. The people from Wokaku have lost their lifeline, while the people from Longwo have a wound on their body. A wound, if untreated, can get infected, but losing a lifeline is simply irreversible. Therefore, the people from Wokaku are more anxious than the people from Longwo. The more anxious ones are willing to pay higher prices. After finishing, Huo Mingyu picked up the cup of water in front of him and took a sip to moisten his throat. Linju looked at him. The cabin fell silent for a long time. Did you come up with these words yourself? I just thought of them. Huo Mingyu smiled, but I think they make a lot of sense. What do you think, Uncle Lin? Lin Jiao did not respond. He flipped open the document in front of him and lowered his head to continue reading. Huo Mingyu didn't mind leaning back in his chair, crossing his legs and gazing out at the cotton-like clouds. After a few seconds, he spoke up again. Uncle Lin. Actually, I think in the end you will still give it to the people. Lin Jiao raised his head. Not because they offered a higher price. Huo Mingyu looked out the window, his tone unusually serious, but because the old man entrusted you with handling this matter, which itself signifies something. If he intended to sell it to the highest bidder, he would have negotiated himself, or why hand it over to you? By giving it to you, he is asking you to make the decision he doesn't want to make, but should make. Huo Mingyu turned his head to look at Lin Jiao. The old man claims to be a businessman, but his sense of national and familial sentiment runs deeper than anyone else's. He just feels embarrassed to say it. Lin Jiao's gaze lingered on Huo Mingyu's face for a moment. This kid, Ahu turned his head again, glancing at Huo Mingyu. This time his gaze lingered longer. Huo Mingyu yawned. Uncle Lin, I'm going to take a nap. Awake me when we arrive. I was watching Su Yuan's live stream until after 3 last night, and I'm dead tired. He reclined the seat, closed his eyes, and in less than a minute his breathing became even. Lin Jiao looked at Huo Mingyu's sleeping face. At 24 he resembled his mother, lacking the ruggedness of Huo Tianqi. But just now his remarks, analyzing from both sides' bargaining chips to the mentalities of the people from Wokaku and Longwa, and then to Huo Tianqi's true intentions in delegating the matter to him, were clear and layered. This kid does not understand. He just doesn't want to understand. Or rather, he has been waiting for a moment that requires him to understand. Ahu lowered his voice. Brother Jiao Mingyu is quite a character. Lin Jiao smiled. A tiger father doesn't breed a dog son. He turned to look out the cabin window. Below the clouds, the outlines of the land began to emerge. Baining was close. Huo Mingyu was indeed impressive, but his vision was still limited. What the Tianqi group needed was far more than just this. When the bombardier landed at Binhai International Airport, the sky had darkened. The guiding lights on both sides of the runway formed 2 golden chains extending towards the terminal. As the plane taxied, Huo Mingyu stretched lazily, peering out the window. Finally back, he said, turning to Lin Jiao. Uncle Lin, now that I'm in your territory, can I roam freely? Lin Jiao, without raising his head as he browsed messages on his phone, replied, No, you can't. I knew it. Huo Mingyu leaned back against the seat. Then can I at least have a couple of bodyguards with me? Lin Jiao lifted his eyelids and glanced at him, saying to Ahu arranged for him to have 2. Huo Mingyu grinned. Thanks, Uncle Lin. Ahu had arranged the car. A black Maybach was parked on the tarmac with 2 Audis in front and behind. Huo Mingyu willingly got into the back. Audi rolled down the window and waved at Lin Jiao, saying, Uncle Lin, don't wait for me for dinner tonight. I'll just take a stroll. I promise not to cause trouble. Before the window closed, he added, I'll only have a couple of drinks at most. The convoy drove out of the airport, heading towards Longjiang No. 1. Lin Jiao sat in the back of the Maybach with Ahu in the passenger seat. Once on the airport expressway, a hush phone buzzed. He glanced down, shifting his body slightly. Brother Jiao, we have messages from both sides. On the Dragon Country side, Yuling has conveyed that the higher-ups have arrived in Beining and wish to meet with you as soon as possible. The Japanese side is also taking action. Yamamoto Ichiro has sent a formal note through the consulate in Beining, politely stating that they hope to exchange views on issues of mutual concern. The person representing them is the cultural counselor of the consulate, named Takahashi. Lin Jiao's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. Both sides were impatient. The Dragon Country's intention to come to Beining was very clear. They understood the weight of what Yongshin had disclosed. The Japanese were using the consulate route because Yamamoto Ichiro dared not step onto Dragon Country's territory, waiting instead in a third country. Arrange for the Dragon Country delegation to meet tomorrow morning at Longjiang No. 1 and let the Japanese side wait for a bit. Understood. Ahu was momentarily taken aback, but did not ask why. The car entered Longjiang No. 1. The osmanthus tree in the courtyard swayed gently in the night breeze. Lin Jiao got out of the car and walked towards the study. Meanwhile, the Audi that Huo Mingyu was in was passing through the center of Binhai City. The driver was someone Ahu arranged, and there was another person in the passenger seat. Both had followed away in Cambodia tough, and not one for many words. Huo Mingyu was reclining in the back seat, scrolling through a live streaming platform on his phone. Su Yuan was currently. Tonight Su Yuan wore a blue ethnic outfit inspired by Miao silver adorned with a headdress covered in silver pieces glimmering under the lights. This was not the cheap studio style, it was real handcrafted Miao silver, with each piece's pattern unique. He sat in front of the camera adjusting the lighting, his profile exceptionally handsome in the soft light, the silver pieces on his headdress swaying gently, with his movements producing a delicate sound. The bullet comments flooded in. New viewers were asking, who is this? So beautiful. Longtime fans were commenting, this outfit is amazing today. Wife, what are you wearing on your head? It's probably Miao clothing, really nice. Su Yuan adjusted the camera, his eyes filled with moisture, gazing at the screen, as if looking at everyone, yet not seeing anyone. Then he spoke, today I'm wearing a Miao silver-inspired outfit. A man's voice. The bullet comments exploded. New viewers were typing, is this a man or a woman? Holy crap, a man. I'm confused. Longtime fans were commenting, don't ask, both the man and the woman are my wife. Hua Mingyu leaned back in his chair, chuckling softly at the screen. This was the appeal. Watching Su Yuan's live stream, half the fun was in the bullet comments. He opened the gift panel, randomly selected a gift, and clicked it 10 times. The screen erupted with special effects. Ba Dao Ba Yi Zhu sent out Douyin no. 1x10. The bullet comments went wild. Boss is generous. Yi Zhu is confused. Seeing the gift effects, Su Yuan paused his adjustments and smiled at the camera. Thank you for the gift, Yi Zhu. When Su Yuan smiled, even she sure would shy away from his brilliance. The screen filled with comments like, wife smiled. I'm dead. I screenshot that smile. Su Yuan stood up, stepped back a couple of paces to let the camera capture his full figure. As he stood there, the bullet comments exploded. The Miao silver-inspired blue ethnic outfit hugged his body just right. The silver pieces on his headdress shimmered under the lights, adding an indescribable charm to his face. This was not the awkward imitation of dressing like a woman, it was a natural presence that blurred the lines of gender. I learned a new dance, don't laugh if I dance poorly. This is for Yi Zhu. Music played, a traditional piece called Exploring Old Friends. As the flute's prelude began, Su Yuan moved. This was not the casual swaying often seen online, it was a well-choreographed dance. Every movement was precisely in sync with the beat. The silver pieces on his headdress scattered and gathered with each turn, the hem of the ethnic outfit drawing an arc. When he reached the chorus, he faced the camera, his face slightly tilted up, the soft glow of the lights falling on his profile, resembling a thin glaze. Those moist eyes locked onto the camera as they turned, gazing at every viewer in front of the screen. The bullet comments had shifted from rapid fire to a frenzy. My God, that waist. A fairy descended. This is a man, I refuse to believe it. This dance skill is... Wife, stop dancing, you, I can't take it. This is more feminine than a woman. I declare him bent now. Hua Mingyu did not look at the bullet comments. He stared at the screen, his mouth slightly open. After that series of spins, Su Yuan's chest was rising and falling gently, a thin sheen of sweat on his forehead, a few strands of hair sticking to his cheek. He smiled at the camera, then sat back down in his chair, picking up a cup of water to take a sip. A man's posture. A man's action of drinking water. But that face, that figure, and that way of dancing made Hua Mingyu increasingly uncertain. He had seen various cross-dressing streamers before, but Su Yuan was completely different from them. His cross-dressing was not a deliberate imitation, it was something deeper. When he danced in women's clothing, that essence was not something one could pretend. Yet when he sat down to drink water and spoke in a man's voice, it was as natural as could be. Was he really a man? Hua Mingyu turned off the live stream, leaned back against the chair, and stared at the ceiling for a while. Find a place, he said to the driver. I'll treat the brothers to a couple of drinks. The driver glanced at him through the rearview mirror. Young master, Hua brother Zhou said. I know, no trouble. What could possibly go wrong with you following me? Hua Mingyu waved his hand. Let's go, just consider it a welcome for me. The Audi turned a corner and drove towards the most bustling area of Binhai. In the study of Longjiang No. Wana Linjiu sat behind the desk with a progress report on the resort project laid out before him. Yuling worked efficiently. Within a month the preliminary planning had all materialized and the construction team was already on site. She marked every key point clearly in the report and attached a Gantt chart of the construction progress. Linjiu closed the report and leaned back in his chair. The sound of the osmanthus tree rustled in the courtyard, and the night breeze flowed in through the half-open window, carrying the chill of early autumn. The Dragon Country delegation was coming tomorrow, but what they would bring was still unclear. The Japanese were still probing. Yamamoto Ichiro could not wait too long. Yongshin had already spilled quite a bit, but the line he left in the folder remained behind one mountain. There is another mountain. How deep the Japanese infiltration into the Dragon Country was still unknown. Perhaps there was more than just Yongshin's line. However, Linjiu was not concerned with this. He was more interested in what benefits he could gain from it. Tomorrow the people from the Dragon Country would sit in this study and present their offer. Hua Mingyu had spent over 20 years abroad. This was his first time returning to his homeland. Previously he had only learned about his country through Twitter and TikTok, but that was nowhere near as direct as experiencing it himself. In fact, he had wanted to return more than once, but his father had never agreed. Unexpectedly, this time his father had Linjiu bring him back. Hua Mingyu had some guesses about the reasons behind this. When overseas was peaceful, this so-called hometown was very dangerous, whereas when it was tumultuous abroad, this hometown was quite safe. The driver asked where to go, and he thought for a moment before saying he wanted a lively place with many unfamiliar faces. The driver took him to the Binjiang New District and parked in front of a bar called Night Color. The place was neither too big nor too small, with dim lighting and music that made the floor tremble. Most of the patrons were young people, some from nearby residences, and others out seeking fun at night. There were no private rooms, no VIP passages, just a row of booths haphazardly arranged with whoever sat down first claiming it. This was exactly the kind of place Hua Mingyu wanted. It was simply perfect. During those years abroad, he had almost become unhinged. Although there were Chinatown and other overseas Chinese communities, they felt fake. 2 bodyguards flanked him, both under a Hu's command, one named Lu and the other Sun. Hua Mingyu found it troublesome to remember their surnames, so he called them Big Lu and Little Sun. Big Lu drank plain water, Little Sun had cola, and Hua Mingyu ordered a bottle of whiskey, with all three remaining mostly silent. As the night wore on, several people entered through the door. The leader was a bald man with a scar on his neck, looking fierce and intimidating, followed by 2 lackeys. The bald man scanned the hall and briefly stopped his gaze at Hua Mingyu's table. Hua Mingyu was dressed in designer clothes, a stranger drinking alone, accompanied by 2 lackeys. The bald man did not provoke Hua Mingyu. Instead, he sat down at a nearby booth and ordered 2 dozen beers. The conflict began when their drinks arrived. The bald man called over a waiter and, pointing at the bill, asked why the drinks were so expensive, accusing them of overcharging. The waiter replied that the prices were clearly marked, and the bald man demanded to see the manager. When the manager arrived, he nodded and bowed, trying to explain for a long time, but the bald man was relentless, raising his voice. "I've been drinking on this street for years, and have never seen such outrageous prices." The bald man slammed the table, causing a beer bottle to jump and shatter on the floor. "A bottle of cheap foreign wine at this price? Do you think I've never had a drink before?" The manager, smiling, suggested giving a discount, but the bald man insisted there should be no charge. Several waiters stood by, afraid to speak. The surrounding patrons began to look over, with some already taking videos on their phones. Hua Mingyu did not pay attention to the commotion. He leaned against the booth, slowly turning the glass in his hand, as if listening to music or lost in thought. The bald man was not planning to let him off easily. Perhaps seeing Hua Mingyu's indifference made him feel ignored. Or maybe he thought the stranger was easy to bully, wanting to demonstrate to the manager. The bald man stood up from his booth and walked to Hua Mingyu's table, stepping on the edge of the coffee table. "Hey, new guy, haven't seen you around before." Hua Mingyu lifted his eyelids and glanced at the bald man. "Yeah, I'm new. New guys act so arrogantly. You can't finish a bottle of wine by yourself." The bald man reached for the whiskey bottle on the table. Just as his hand touched the neck of the bottle, Hua Mingyu subtly shifted his wrist, and the bottle had already moved. "You can't have the drink," Hua Mingyu said casually. "If you want a drink, order your own." The bald man narrowed his eyes. His 2 lackeys behind him had already stood up, one of them reaching into his pants pocket as if searching for something. "What if I don't order myself? Then you won't be drinking tonight." The bald man glared at Hua Mingyu. Hua Mingyu did not dodge or stand up. He remained leaned back in the booth, one leg crossed, holding his drink steadily. He did not seem to be provoking. Rather, he appeared to be stating a simple fact. The bald man ground his back teeth together. With so many people watching, he needed to regain face. He shoved the coffee table aside and reached for Hua Mingyu's collar. Big Liu's arm blocked the bald man's wrist. The bald man's fingers grasped Big Liu's forearm, as if clutching an iron pipe. The bald man reacted quickly, swinging his other hand. Big Liu sidestepped and his elbow struck the bald man's. The movement was small, but the bald man grunted, stepping back 2 paces, his back slamming against the armrest of a nearby booth. The 2 lackeys rushed forward. One stumbled as Little Sun tripped him with his foot, while the other pulled out a folding knife from his pocket. Before he could open it, Big Liu struck his wrist. The knife flew away, sliding across the tiled floor before clanging against the radiator. From the start to finish, it took less than 10 seconds. The bald man cradled his ribs, half crouched on the ground, looking at Big Liu. His expression had changed. Just a moment ago, he was vicious and reckless. Now it transformed into something more sober. After years in the bar scene, he had seen fighters before, but he had never encountered someone like this. The 2 men had not said a single word during the whole exchange, not a curse uttered, and after the action ended, they stood back in place, as if waiting for a bus. Hua Mingyu set down his glass and stood up. He walked up to the bald man, looking down at him. The bald man instinctively shrank back. "I don't know you, nor do I want—" Hua Mingyu's tone was flat. "I'm not in the mood today, so don't make me be." He nodded to Big Liu. Big Liu pulled out several bills from his pocket and placed them on the table, just enough to cover the whiskey. Hua Mingyu walked past the bald man towards the door, with 2 bodyguards following behind. As he passed by the man with the folding knife, Hua Mingyu didn't even glance at him. Outside the bar, the cold wind blew in from the river. Hua Mingyu lit a cigarette, placing it between his lips as he walked towards the car. Meanwhile, in another corner of Beining, Su Yuan had already ended his live stream. He slowly removed his makeup in front of the mirror. Cotton pads wiped across his forehead between his brows and on his cheeks as the delicate face in the mirror gradually lost its color. Meow ethnic clothing hung on a nearby rack and silver accessories were put away in a storage box neatly stacked piece by piece. After finishing his makeup removal, he did not leave immediately. He sat in front of the mirror gazing at his unmaduped face. This face was truly beautiful, so beautiful it left one breathless. He looked into the mirror at his eyes. The eyes had not changed, but the shape of the eye sockets had. The corners of his eyes, once flat, now tilted slightly upwards. The same person, the same pair of eyes placed in different eye sockets felt like a different person. A single tear slid down from the corner of his eye, trailing down the unmaduped cheek, leaving a thin streak of moisture. He was Su Yuan, and could only be Su Yuan. No, not him, but her. He lowered his head, wiping away the tear with the back of his hand. I hope you like the gift I prepared for you. The next morning, Long Jiangno one welcomed a significant figure who could shake the nation with just a stomp of his foot. In the study, Lin Jiao sat behind his desk, playing with a blue and white porcelain teacup, waiting without taking a sip. Ahu said that the person had already entered through the main door, and it would take about 3 minutes to reach the study. The visitor was not Zhou Muji. Chu Weirong had made it clear in his phone call last night that although Zhou Muji was initially designated, they changed the person at the last minute. The replacement was Rong Heading, the head of the Rong family from the 6 great families, a red-topped businessman who could rank among the top 3 in Kyoto. Old Master Rong was 70 this year and had not personally handled matters for several years, indicating the importance of this meeting. Lin Jiao set down the teacup. Old Master Rong is indeed a legendary figure. The door opened. Ahu stepped aside and an elderly man walked in. Rong Heading, now in his 80s, stood tall and walked with vigor. He wore a dark blue Zhongshan suit made of ordinary material with slightly worn cuffs, yet impeccably ironed. His hair was completely white, neatly combed back, and his face bore some age spots, but his eyes shone brightly. Lin Jiao stood up and walked towards the elderly man entering the study. Rong Heading paused at the door. Mr. Lin, sorry for the intrusion. Lin Jiao waved his hand. With such a distinguished guest, the humble abode is illuminated. Please take a seat. The two exchanged brief pleasantries, and Rong Heading withdrew his gaze to sit opposite Lin Jiao. Old Master Rong. Lin Jiao picked up the teapot and poured a cup of tea for Rong Heading. The tea was freshly brewed Laobanjiang, its amber hue sparkling. Rong Heading thanked him while holding the teacup. Once Lin Jiao was seated, Rong Heading began. Mr. Lin, I'm not one to beat around the bush, so I'll speak plainly. The items from Yongxin are in your hands, and Longwa wants them. Lin Jiao remained silent. Before I left, Qin Huayuan called me. Rong Heading lightly tapped the table with his finger. He said, Old Rong, when you meet Lin Jiao, don't talk about national righteousness. He is a businessman, talk business with him. The relationship between Longwa and Tianqi Group is not one of demand and supply, but a mutual need. Lin Jiao lifted the teacup, took a sip, smiled, but said nothing. Mr. Lin, what do you want? Rong Heading asked directly. Since Old Master Rong has asked, I will be straightforward. Lin Jiao set down the teacup. The Tianqi Group's resort project in Baining is just the first step. What we want is not just Baining, but a passport to the entire Longwa market. Policies, resources, market access, including the establishment of private banks, these are the basics. However, I don't need to discuss these with you. The people below can handle that. Rong Heading said, nothing, waiting for Lin Jiao to continue. In addition, there are 2 conditions. First, we need authorization for key technologies for ballistic missiles. Rong Heading paused while holding the teacup. Second, Tianqi Group requires the purchasing rights for a certain number of ballistic missiles each year. The study fell silent for a full 10 seconds. Rong Heading put down the teacup and looked at Lin Jiao. Mr. Lin, what you seek cannot be bought with money. Lin Jiao lifted the teacup. Old Master Rong, you are a businessman, and so am I. I have only one copy of what I possess. To whom I give it depends on whose offer is more suitable. This price is not money, it is resources, technology, those things that money cannot buy. Rong Heading fell silent for a moment, and then chuckled. Mr. Lin, the 2 conditions you proposed I can't decide, nor can Qin Huayuan. Lin Jiao took a sip of tea. I am not concerned with that. Rong Heading nodded. There's one more thing. Yongxin must return to the country to face punishment. Rong Heading's tone changed, no longer the calm of business discussions. These matters Longwa needs an explanation. Lin Jiao shook his head and placed the teacup down. I cannot do this because Yongxin is already dead. Rong Heading's gaze tightened slightly. Yongxin suffered a heart attack while detained in Cambodia, and we did our utmost to save him, but we couldn't bring him back. Lin Jiao's tone was very flat. The body has been cremated and the ashes scattered into the Mekong River. If Longwa needs confirmation, I can provide complete medical records and footage of the cremation. Rong Heading said, nothing, just looking at Lin Jiao. What if we add another missile? Lin Jiao smiled slightly. Then it's not out of the question. Rong Heading picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The tea was already cold. Then I understand, is everything in place? Lin Jiao leaned back in his chair and nodded. Everything is intact. The more than 400 files on the USB drive and the detailed information are all there. Longwa can obtain it as soon as the agreement is signed. I am a businessman. Our businessman does not ask for exorbitant prices. Rong Heading stood up and extended his hand. All right, Mr. Lin, I will give you a response within 3 days. Lin Jiao shook his hand. The two walked towards the door, and as they reached it, old Master Rome stopped. Mr. Lin, regarding the two items you mentioned, the ballistic missile technology and purchasing rights, I will do my best to secure them. If the price offered by Longhua is similar to that of Longhua, I hope you can prioritize Longhua. Under the same conditions, Rong Heading left. Ahu closed the door, and the study returned to silence. Rong Heading had come to make a statement, and his way of doing so was very old-fashioned. No excessive words, no empty promises, no guarantees of anything. Meanwhile, Yamamoto Ichiro's encrypted email was already sitting in his work inbox. Counselor Takahashi had forwarded Yamamoto Ichiro's handwritten letter through the consulate, which was even more earnest than the last time. Yamamoto hoped to arrange a meeting as soon as possible with the location designated by Linjio, whether it be in Phnom Penh, Singapore, or any third country. He would only bring one translator, and security would be handled by Tianchi Group. Accompanying the letter was a list of technologies, including semiconductor materials, precision machine tools, and special alloys. At the end of the letter, Yamamoto Ichiro added, "These are just gifts for the meeting." It can be said that the sincerity was abundant. Linjio closed the email. Yamamoto Ichiro was indeed anxious. After all, compared to Longhua, Wanghua was even more eager. Longhua's goal was to remove a nail, while Wanghua was that very nail. After 15 years of effort, consuming immense manpower, resources, and finances to implant it, now it was about to be uprooted within just a few days. How could Wanghua not be anxious? And the same went for Longhua. After all, issues concerning national security are no trivial matter, and it made those in power realize that such problems had long been neglected. While emphasizing development, one must also guard against ill-intentioned individuals. Spies are everywhere. Therefore, the list in Linjio's hands could be said to be crucial, capable of influencing the strategic gains and losses of both sides. That night in Baining, at the cultural street night market, Hua Mingyu wandered through the crowd with 2 bodyguards. The night market was bustling with stalls selling snacks on both sides. The smell of grilled squid mixed with the odor of stinky tofu, and the air was filled with the fragrant aroma of cumin and chili powder. Hua Mingyu's mouth watered as he held a skewer of grilled gluten, eating as he walked, his eyes darting around. The 2 bodyguards flanked him silently, observing their surroundings. "Can you two stop looking so grim? We're here to enjoy the night market, not to collect protection fees." Hua Mingyu bit into the gluten, crack a smile. The bodyguard on the left twitched his mouth, his expression worse than a frown. Hua Mingyu took another bite of the gluten. Ahead, an old man selling sugar paintings was surrounded by a crowd. The old man's skills were quite good. The sugar paste in his hands seemed alive, quickly forming the outline of a phoenix. Among the onlookers, one person was holding up a phone to take pictures. Hua Mingyu glanced over and stopped in his tracks. The hand holding the phone had a fair wrist adorned with a red string on which 2 wooden beads were threaded. In Su Yuan's livestream, every time Su Yuan raised his hand to adjust the camera, that same red string was visible on his wrist. The person holding the phone wore a white t-shirt and dark casual pants, with his hair casually tied back, looking neat and tidy. From the side, his facial contours were distinct, resembling a clean-cut young man who wouldn't immediately draw attention in a crowd, but if one happened to glance at him, they would inevitably look again. Su Yuan. Hua Mingyu stood a few steps away, hesitating. He had only watched Su Yuan's livestream a few days ago, and the person in the screen seemed like the one standing in front of the sugar painting stall, yet felt somewhat different. He walked over. Su Yuan had just finished taking his last photo, put away his phone, and turned to leave, nearly bumping into Hua Mingyu. A refreshing fragrance wafted into Hua Mingyu's nostrils, causing him to squint slightly. Su Yuan took a half step back and looked up. Under the dim yellow lights of the night market, Su Yuan's face appeared more real than in the livestream. His skin was not as perfect as under a filter, but his features were indeed exquisite. His eyes were more expressive than on camera, bright, and with a hint of scrutiny, making one hesitant to take him lightly. Dressed in men's clothing, he looked quite different from the androgynous image presented in the livestream. More polished, more refreshing, like a young lecturer from an art college. Hua Mingyu spoke first. Su Yuan. Su Yuan clearly froze for a moment. That kind of surprise wasn't the joy of being recognized by a fan, but a more instinctive reaction, being called by a stranger in an unfamiliar place. "How do you know me?" "I watch your live streams." Hua Mingyu immediately realized how absurd his current situation was. He was the heir of the Tianchi Group, spending money like water in Dublin, yet here, he was standing in front of a night market stall, chatting up a streamer. "My ID is Badger the Wild Boar." Su Yuan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the words wild boar, and the corners of his mouth lifted slightly. "Wild boar, bro." Hua Mingyu nearly choked on his own saliva. No, just call me Mingyu. That's just a username, something I came up with." Su Yuan. He tucked his phone into his pocket. "Didn't expect to run into you here. I live in Baining. How about you?" "I also live in Baining, just moved here not long ago." "Have you eaten?" "There's a noodle shop over there, their beef noodles are good." Hua Mingyu pointed to a brightly lit shop across the street. Su Yuan glanced at him and smiled. That smile was different from the enticing one that sparked a barrage of comments in the live stream. It was more casual, more natural. "Then let's go wild boar bro treats." Mingyu. "Alright Mingyu bro." The noodle shop was small, with a few tables and a menu with red background and yellow text on the wall. The two sat down, and the owner was a plump woman in an apron with a loud voice. What would you two like to eat? Hua Mingyu looked at Su Yuan. Su Yuan was looking at the menu, the light casting a small shadow on his lowered eyelashes. Beef noodles. Hua Mingyu told the owner, 2 bowls of beef noodles plus 2 servings of beef. When the dishes were served, steam rose and a layer of bright red chili oil floated on the soup noodles with thinly sliced beef, laid on top garnished with chopped scallions and cilantro. Hua Mingyu snapped open a pair of disposable chopsticks and handed them to Su Yuan. Su Yuan took them and lowered his head to eat the noodles. His eating motion was natural, neither overly refined nor rude, just sincerely focused on his meal. As Hua Mingyu ate, he found himself pondering. He had been guessing whether Su Yuan was a man or a woman, but sitting across from him at the table now made the answer to that question seem quite clear. Su Yuan was a man. His posture, the way he held the chopsticks, and the rhythm of his eating were all typical of an ordinary person. But the question was it normal for a man to look like this? What are you looking at? Su Yuan suddenly lifted his eyes, coincidentally locking gazes with Hua Mingyu. Nothing. Hua Mingyu shifted his gaze. What do you usually do during the day? I draw illustrations. I take freelance jobs from publishers and game companies. No wonder. No wonder what? No wonder your livestream cover looks so good. Hua Mingyu swallowed back the comment about how no wonder your clothing style is the same as an artist. Su Yuan lowered his head and continued eating. Hua Mingyu noticed the corner of his mouth moving, unsure if it was a smile. The noodles were finished. Hua Mingyu paid the bill, and the two left the noodle shop. The stalls at the night market had started to pack up. The owner of the grilled squid was moving gas canisters onto a tricycle, and the ground was littered with disposable food containers and bamboo skewers. I'm heading back. Su Yuan stood at the entrance of the noodle shop. Thanks for the noodles. When's your next live stream? Tomorrow night at 8. The watch. Hua Mingyu hesitated for a moment, pulled out his phone. Let's add WeChat. Let me know in advance for your live. Su Yuan took out his phone and scanned the code. His movements were so quick that Hua Mingyu didn't have time to react. Add it. Good. Hua Mingyu tucked his phone back into his pocket. See you tomorrow night. See you tomorrow night. Su Yuan turned and walked away. His figure in a white t-shirt and dark pants receded under the dim streetlights, blending into the crowd of people packing up at the night market, and soon disappeared. Hua Mingyu stood at the entrance of the noodle shop, staring in that direction for several seconds. A bodyguard approached from behind. Young Master Hua, are we heading back? Let's go. Hua Mingyu shoved his hands into his pockets and walked towards the parking area. After walking for a while, he suddenly blurted out a sentence. Is there something wrong with my taste? The two bodyguards exchanged silent glances and chose to remain silent. Not long after, a report regarding Su Yuan was placed on Lin Zhou's desk. The incident where Hua Mingyu encountered Su Yuan at the night market was reported back by two bodyguards. It was not Hua Mingyu who requested the report, but who had set the rule for them. Any stranger who has contact with Hua Mingyu must be reported. Lin Zhou's reaction was quite calm. He merely said 3 words, check it out. Now the investigation report is laid out here. Lin Zhou pulled out the files inside and flipped through them page by page. Su Yuan, 23 years old, originally from Su City in Jiangnan Province, graduated from the Dragon Country Academy of Fine Arts with a major in illustration. Both parents are middle school teachers, and only child, and has had average to above average grades since childhood, with a somewhat introverted personality. During his time at the Art Academy, he won several awards in illustration competitions and began taking freelance jobs in his senior year, mainly with clients in the publishing and gaming industries. After graduating, he stayed in Su City for half a year, then moved to Baining, where he rented a workspace in a shared office as a freelance illustrator. He began live streaming 2 months ago with an irregular frequency, primarily focusing on singing and chatting. Lin Zhou flipped to the last page, which contained a record of the live streams. Su Yuan's streaming times, frequency, and gift earnings were all clearly listed. The earliest live stream was 2 months ago when Hua Mingyu was still in Dublin, making it impossible for him to have met Su Yuan in advance. The intersection of the two was entirely due to a Kun's recommendation. A Kun is from Macau, previously working as a lender in casinos, and is one of the companions Hua Mingyu met in Europe. Lin Zhou set the file down. Throughout his 23 years of life, every step had a trace to follow. From his school records from elementary to Art Academy to rental records after graduation to 2 months of streaming data, everything matched up. There were no gaps, no suspicious blank periods, and no people or money that shouldn't be there. A regular Art Academy graduate, good looking, started a live stream and was brushed by Hua Mingyu. It was that simple. Who stood by waiting for Lin Zhou's instructions. Lin Zhou closed the file folder and set it aside. Su Yuan's resume was too clean enough to raise no suspicions. A boy who graduated from an art college earning some extra money doing live streaming casually encountered Hua Mingyu over a bowl of noodles. There was nothing wrong with the situation itself. Yet Lin Zhou still remembered this name. Not because there was anything suspicious, but because at this critical moment everyone around Hua Mingyu was worth logging. Su Yuan's file was put away in a drawer. Lin Zhou did not spend more time on it. The sound of an engine came from outside Longjiang No. 1. Ahu walked to the window to take a look, and then turned back. Brother Joe Takahashi has arrived. A nondescript black sedan stopped at the gate. Two people got out of the car. The one in front wore a dark gray suit, was in his 40s, donned a pair of gold-rimmed glasses, and had neatly combed hair embodying the standard image of a consulate bureaucrat. His name is Takahashi, the cultural counselor at the Japanese consulate in Baining, the most convenient messenger for Yamamoto Ichiro in the Dragon Country. Following him was a young man carrying a briefcase, looking somewhat more nervous than Takahashi, who led them into the study. After entering, Takahashi slightly bowed, but did not sit down, waiting for Lin Jiao to speak. "Mr. Takahashi, please have a seat." Only then did Takahashi sit down, while the young man remained standing behind him, who stood beside Lin Jiao. "Mr. Lin, Mr. Yamamoto entrusted me to extend his most sincere greetings to you." Mr. Takahashi's Chinese is very standard, his words polite, and his tone steady. After the last preliminary intention was conveyed through the Chamber of Commerce, Mr. Yamamoto has been waiting for your response. He hopes you understand that some matters are inconvenient to express in writing, so he sent me personally. Mr. Yamamoto is thoughtful. Mr. Yamamoto said that what the Dragon Country can offer the Japanese side is also willing to provide. Moreover, Takahashi's gaze through his gold-rimmed glasses looked at Lin Jiao. No matter what price the Dragon Country offers, the Japanese side will always be a little higher. Lin Jiao's fingers lightly tapped on the armrest. The study fell silent for a few moments. "I am a businessman, I do not care about anything else. I only care about who offers more." Lin Jiao's tone was casual, however, being a part of the Dragon Country national sentiment still needs to be given due consideration. Takahashi nodded and smiled. "That is natural, but our sincerity is quite sufficient." He took the briefcase from the young man and pulled out a document, placing it on the coffee table with both hands. It was not a formal agreement, but a beautifully printed list, a technical list. Components of semiconductor materials, precision machine tools, special alloys, and high-end photolithography equipment. Each item was annotated with its technical level and expected delivery time. Lin Jiao glanced at the list. Yamamoto Ichiro had not tried to fool him. The items on this list were indeed cutting-edge technologies that could not be obtained. They were classified and would appear on any international arms sale list. That Yamamoto Ichiro could offer this price indicated he had already received authorization from headquarters. Mr. Yamamoto said that every item on this list can be negotiated. The specific delivery methods and schedules can be adjusted according to Mr. Lin's wishes. This is just a meeting gift. If Mr. Lin is willing to sit down and discuss, there can be more to follow. Takahashi's tone remained polite, but every word conveyed a message. Japan is serious. Lin Jiao placed the list back on the coffee table. "Where would Mr. Yamamoto like to meet?" "The location is up to Mr. Lin." Takahashi said, "Phnom Penh, Singapore, Kuala Lumpur, or any third country that Mr. Lin finds convenient." Mr. Yamamoto will only bring 2 people and security will be provided by the Tianchi Group. He only needs one face-to-face meeting and the duration will be determined by Mr. Lin. "Is Mr. Yamamoto not afraid that I will detain him?" Takahashi smiled slightly. Mr. Yamamoto said that Mr. Lin is a businessman. A businessman does not ruin his own reputation. Lin Jiao did not respond, tapping his fingers on the table. Takahashi waited for a few moments and then stood up. "Mr. Lin, I will not disturb you any longer. Mr. Yamamoto is waiting for your news." He took a business card from his pocket and placed it on the coffee table with both hands. The card only had a name and an account for an encrypted communication software. Takahashi slightly bowed and turned to leave with the young man, who sent them out and soon returned. "Brother Jiao, this person speaks without leaving any leaks. A bureaucrat from the consulate relying on his words for a living." Lin Jiao picked up the business card, looked at it, and then tossed it on the table. Who hesitated for a moment. "Brother Jiao, the price offered by the Japanese is high enough." Lin Jiao replied, "But not the highest." "Still on the way." Lin Jiao leaned back in his chair. After Rong Heading returned, the second round of bidding from the Dragon Country should arrive soon. After both sides have presented their prices, it will be time to make a decision. There is no rush now. The urgent ones are the Japanese, fearing that the Dragon Country will take the lead. Who asked Brother Jiao what are the next arrangements? "Wait." Lin Jiao picked up the teacup on the table. The tea had already cooled. He took a sip and set the cup down. Outside the window, the sky in Baining was gray and the leaves of the osmanthus tree swayed gently in the wind. The people from the Dragon Country will come again. The people from Japan will also return. Both sides were raising their bids, and the prices were climbing. Who would prevail is still uncertain. In the capital city, there stood a courtyard without any signboard. In the conference hall of the 6 great families, the lights remained on well into the night. It had been over a month since they last gathered due to matters concerning Yongxin. At that time, they were in a hurry to find someone. This time they had found the person as well as the items, but the individual who acquired the items had set a price that kept some of them awake at night. On either side of a long redwood table sat 6 individuals. Qin Huayuan occupied the seat of honor with Yu Jingyuan to his right, followed by Zhao Beichen, by Jingxing, and Su Muji in succession. Rong Heading sat to the left of Qin Huayuan. He had just returned from Baining and was the only person reporting tonight. Zhao Taijun remained standing at one end of the long table, not having taken a seat. His role tonight was still that of a narrator, but the content of his narration had shifted from "Where is Yongxin?" "To what does Lin Jiu want?" Gentleman Zhao Taijun opened the folder in his hand. His voice was not loud, but every word was clear. The message that Lord Rong brought back from Binding indicates that Lin Jiu's preliminary intentions have become clear. What he desires is not money, or rather not just money. What he seeks is the key technological authorization for ballistic missiles, as well as the right to purchase a certain quantity of ballistic missiles each year. The conference hall fell silent for a full 5 seconds. Bai Jingxing was the first to speak. Ballistic missiles. What would a businessman like him want with ballistic missiles? Zhao Taijun did not answer this question because his duty was to narrate, not to analyze. Su Muji set down his teacup, the bottom of the cup hitting the table with a dull thud. Zhao Taijun did not answer this question because his duty was to narrate, not to analyze. Su Muji set down his teacup, the bottom of the cup hitting the table with a dull thud. What is the background of the Tianqi Group? An overseas capital that started in Southeast Asia. They hold armed forces in their hands and are now reaching out to us for ballistic missile technology. If we agree, what does that imply? Old Su, don't be so hasty, Yu Zhenyuan said slowly, turning the string of agarwood beads in his fingers, his tone unhurried. Lin Jiu's price is his price. Whether we accept it is our business. It's business. One can ask a sky-high price and negotiate down. There's no need to slam the table right off the bat. A sky-high price. Su Muji turned to Yu Zhenyuan. Brother, you know better than I do what level of technology ballistic missile technology is. This is not merely a matter of money. This is about strategic weapons. If a capital group masters ballistic missile technology, what are they capable of doing? The Tianqi Group has armed forces in Southeast Asia and bases in the Middle East. They have islands in the South Pacific. If they want the right to purchase missiles, where are they planning to deploy them? Bai Jingxing continued. Old Su is not without reason. The Tianqi Group is, after all, an economic entity that is not subject to any country's jurisdiction. Their influence in Southeast Asia has already surpassed that of the local governments. If they obtain ballistic missile technology, once that door is opened, who knows what will happen next? Zhao Beichen leaned back in his chair, twirling a pen in his hand. But the intelligence from Yongxin is indeed worth this price. Without Lin Jiu, Yongxin would have already fallen into the hands of the Japanese. The Japanese have spent 15 years laying this trap. Once they destroy the evidence, the security risks within the Dragon Kingdom will never be resolved. Lin Jiu has helped us close that gap, and it is only natural that he seeks compensation. The question is, can we afford the compensation he demands, and can we provide it? It is not a matter of whether we can afford it. Su Muji's voice was low, but every word seemed to be squeezed out through clenched teeth. It is about why an overseas capital should obtain the strategic weapon technology of the Dragon Kingdom. If this matter leaks out, where will the face of the Dragon Kingdom be? The conference hall fell silent once again. Rong Heading had not spoken throughout. From the moment he entered until now, he had only picked up his teacup twice. The first time was when he sat down, and the second time was when Su Muji slammed the table. After finishing this sip of tea, he finally spoke. Old Su, you just asked where the face of the Dragon Kingdom will go. Rong Heading set down his teacup. Let me say a few words. I am 70 this year, and have spent most of my life in business. I have dealt with all kinds of people. Lin Jiu is the most difficult young person I have ever encountered. Not because of what he said, but precisely because of what he did not say. When I met him, he never proactively mentioned ballistic missiles. It was only when I asked him what he wanted that he brought up a few directions. Rong Heading leaned back in his chair, scanning the people present. You all think he is taking advantage of the situation. But have you considered that what he holds is worth that price? Yongxin's intelligence network has been hidden in the Dragon Kingdom for 15 years with over 400 people spread across 23 provinces. We couldn't uncover it, but he did. We couldn't capture it, but he did. The items are in his hands, and he can sell them to whoever he wishes. The Japanese are lining up waiting for him to set a price. Yamamoto Ichiro's personal letter has already reached his desk. Lin Jiu chose us not because he is from the Dragon Kingdom, but because the Dragon Kingdom can offer a higher price. This is not a matter of sentiment, it is a matter of price. So if you think his attitude is not proper, he has every right to sell the items to the Japanese. Then what will we say about the face of the Dragon Kingdom? Su Muji's lips moved, but he did not refute. As for the ballistic missile technology, Rong Heading continued, his tone still calm. Since we are negotiating, let's first discuss. If we cannot agree, we can address that later. Lin Jiu did not insist on receiving everything. He left room for negotiation. We can compensate in other ways, such as through policy resources or market access. As long as the total price is reached, how to allocate the individual items is our concern. Bai Jingxing furrowed his brows. What if Lin Jiu only wants the missile technology and doesn't want anything else? Then we won't negotiate. Rong Heading glanced at Bai Jingxing, or we can think of what other equivalent items can be offered instead. Yu Zhenyuan lightly cleared his throat. All eyes turned to him. Let me say a few words. Yu Zhenyuan set down the agarwood beads in his hand. Lin Jiu has dealt with my daughter Linger a few times. Her assessment is, interest first, no sentiment involved. If you provide him with sufficient benefits, he becomes your friend. If you do not provide him with benefits, he becomes your enemy. Simple yet difficult to deal with. His demands are indeed high, but from another perspective, ballistic missile technology is not something we cannot provide. The key is how to give it, how much to give, and how to manage it afterward. These are all details that can be gradually worked out. He paused for a moment, glancing over Su Muji and Bai Jingxing. But one thing is for sure, the items in Lin Jiu's hands cannot be delayed. The Japanese are more anxious than we are. Yamamoto Ichiro is more anxious than Lin Jiu. If we delay for too long, and Lin Jiu cannot wait turning around to sell the items to the Japanese, it will not just be a matter of losing face. Over 400 nails hidden in the Dragon Kingdom. We do not know who they are, but the Japanese do. This risk is one we cannot afford to take. Su Muji's expression darkened, but he did not speak again. Qin Huayuan had remained silent throughout. As the head of the 6 families, there was a tradition. He rarely spoke, but once he did, the dispute ceased. At this moment, he set down his teacup, and all sounds quieted. There are 4 questions regarding today's matter. First, do we want Yongsan's intelligence? Yes. Second, can we afford the conditions set by Lin Jiu? We can afford it, but it depends on how we provide it. Third, if we do not agree, can we bear the consequences if Lin Jiu sells the items to the Japanese? We cannot. Fourth, therefore, what we need to do now is not to argue whether Lin Jiu is taking advantage of the situation, but how to meet his basic requirements while upholding the bottom line of what we cannot give. Whether we can provide missile technology, how to provide it, and to what extent, these decisions cannot be made tonight. However, one thing can be determined tonight. He turned to look at Rong, heading. Old Rong, you need to make another trip to Bainang. Tell Lin Jiu that Long Country is sincere about negotiations and to lay the specific conditions on the table. Whatever price they offer, we will match. If we can't meet it, we will counter. If we can't counter, we will make up for it with something else. Rong, heading, nodded slightly. Qin Huayuan then looked at Zhao Taijun. Old Zhao, keep a close watch on the movements of the Japanese. Yamamoto Ichiro has already contacted Lin Jiu through the consulate, and we need to monitor every step moving forward. Yamamoto is more anxious than us, and when he is anxious, mistakes will be made. When he makes mistakes, that's when we can grasp his trump cards. Zhao Taijun replied affirmatively. Qin Huayuan finally surveyed everyone present. Regarding the Yongxin matter, from the beginning until now, everyone here understands its significance. Over 400 nails, 7 offices, and 15 years. This is a hole we overlooked ourselves. Now that someone is helping us patch it up, it's only natural for them to seek compensation. As for whether the compensation is reasonable, this is not something that can be decided by one person. The next time Old Rong returns from Bainang, we will present Lin Jiu's specific conditions on this table and then decide. In the conference hall, no one spoke further. Qin Huayuan placed the teacup back on the table, and the soft sound of the collision seemed to mark the end of the debate. Zhao Taijun went out to take a call, and when he returned, he had an additional document in hand. He walked over to Qin Huayuan's side, whispered a few words, and placed the document in front of him. Qin Huayuan flipped through it a few times. His expression showed no change, but those present noticed that he was turning the pages slower than usual. After reading it, Qin Huayuan handed the document to Rong, heading beside him. Everyone take a look. This is the technical list the Japanese have provided to Lin Jiu, intercepted by our people in Tokyo. Rong, heading, took it and glanced over, his brow slightly furrowed. The document was passed around the rosewood table. Bai Jingxing showed no expression after reading it. Su Muji placed the document on the table after reading, remaining silent, but the fingers resting on the surface tightened slightly. Zhao Beichen leaned back in his chair, shaking his head silently after finishing. Finally, it reached Yu Yuan. After reading it, he returned the document to Qin Huayuan, saying, semiconductor materials, precision machine tools, special alloys, and parts of high-end lithography equipment. Qin Huayuan's voice was flat, as if reading a procurement list. Yamamoto Ichiro personally submitted this through the Bainang consulate along with a note. No matter what price Long Country offers, the Japanese will always be a bit higher than us. In the conference hall, no one spoke. Just a few minutes ago, they had been debating whether to grant Lin Jiu missile technology. Now the argument could pause, because the Japanese had already laid their sincerity on the table. Everything on this list consists of critical technologies that Long Country currently needs the most. Semiconductor materials are the lifeblood of the chip industry. Precision machine tools are the foundation of high-end manufacturing, and parts of high-end lithography equipment are fields that Long Country has not fully conquered even after decades. The Japanese have listed these items, and the meaning is clear. They are willing to pay any price to retrieve the Yongxin intelligence. This list's offerings are only higher than the conditions we provided to Lin Jiu. Su Muji spoke, his voice hoarse. This time he did not pound the table. It's not just higher, it's on another level altogether. Bai Jingxing pushed the document in front of him, saying, what we offered Lin Jiu were policies, resources, and market access. These things are valuable, but not exclusive. What the Japanese offered is technology, and it is exclusive. Lin Jiu cannot obtain these technologies, but the Tianqi Group can still develop, albeit at a slower pace. However, if Lin Jiu acquires these technologies, the industrial upgrade of Tianqi Group in Southeast Asia could be expedited by 10 years. Lin Jiu understands this calculation clearly. Zhao Beichen threw his pen onto the table. Yamamoto Ichiro is determined to secure this. The Japanese Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office has spent 15 years on the Yongxin line, and now it has been uprooted by Lin Jiu. They cannot afford to lose. So they have laid their cards on the table. The current issue is... Rong Heading leaned back in his chair, his voice not loud, but clear to everyone. With the Japanese raising the price, Lin Zhou's conditions are no longer a matter of opportunism, they are simply following the market. He can demand a higher price because the Japanese have given him the confidence. If we do not meet his demands, he won't wait for us to increase our offer. He will sell directly to Yamamoto Ichiro. The conference hall fell silent again. The faint sound of guard changes echoed in the corridor outside, light, yet particularly clear in the quiet conference hall. Qin Huayuan picked up his teacup and found the tea had gone cold. He set the cup down and scanned each person. The Japanese list has raised the price to a new height. Lin Zhou now has two buyers, us and the Japanese. He won't offend either side, and will give both opportunities to increase their offers. We were previously worried about him taking advantage of the situation, but now the real concern isn't his opportunism, it's Yamamoto Ichiro raising the price again, and we won't be able to keep up. He turned to Rong, heading. Old Rong, when you go to Binding, next time don't just relay messages, let him know that besides technology, we have other cards to play. Policies, resources, and commitments for long-term cooperation. These are unique to us and cannot be provided by the Japanese. We may not match them in technology, but we can surpass them in sincerity. Rong, heading, nodded. Qin Huayuan then looked at Zhao Taijun. Continue to monitor the Japanese's trump cards. The higher they can go, the better we will know how much to follow. Zhao Taijun responded affirmatively. Qin Huayuan collected the document, placed it into the folder in front of him. Let's call it a night. Next time when old Rong returns from Binding, we will lay out both Lin Zhou's conditions and the Japanese's trump cards. At that time we will decide. Everyone stood up. The sound of chair legs scraping against the floor echoed in the conference hall. Rong heading was the last to leave. When he reached the door, he paused for a moment and looked back at Qin Huayuan. Qin Huayuan sat alone at the long table, the Japanese technical list spread out in front of him. The light fell upon his graying hair, and for the first time a distinctly restrained solemnity appeared on his usually calm face. The council chamber fell silent for a long time. The list intercepted from Tokyo lay on the mahogany table, and everyone had seen it. No one spoke as they all realized the issue they had just debated. Whether Lin Zhou was taking advantage of the situation was no longer important. The Japanese had raised the price to a new height, and if Long Country couldn't keep up, the goods would belong to others. Semiconductor materials, precision machine tools, special alloys, components for high-end lithography equipment. Qin Huayuan's voice was not loud, as if reciting a procurement list, but every word struck the ears of everyone present. Yamamoto Ichiro attached a note to the list stating that no matter what price Long Country offers, Japan will always be a bit higher. He lowered the document in his hand, his gaze sweeping across everyone on both sides of the long table. The Japanese have already shown their sincerity. Our sincerity also needs to be reassessed. Sumuji leaned back in his chair. From the middle of the meeting, he had been banging the table, and now his palms were faintly numb. But at this moment he had no strength left to pound, not because he was tired, but because the Japanese list made him realize something. Lin Zhou dared to open that price not out of sheer greed, but because he had someone eagerly willing to pay. What if we don't bring this back? Sumuji spoke, his voice hoarse. Zhao Taijun stood at one end of the long table. Elder Su, the more than 400 people provided by Yongshin are distributed across 23 provinces with 7 offices as core points. Now we only know that these people exist, but who they are, where they are, and in what capacity they are lurking all lie in the list in Lin Zhou's hands. If he doesn't give it to us, it's like looking for a needle in the ocean. Finding needles takes time too. Over 400 needles are scattered across 23 provinces. By the time we find them, the fastest ones will have already left the country. Zhao Taijun's voice remained flat, as if stating the weather forecast. The Japanese won't wait for us. The list is in Lin Zhou's hands. What they want is to ensure it doesn't fall into ours. If Lin Zhou gives them the list, they will notify all the moles to withdraw immediately. By then the number we catch won't exceed 1/10. Bai Jingxing pushed the document in front of him. That means we have to buy it at all costs. It is non-negotiable. Zhao Beichen leaned back in his chair, rotating the pen in his hand that had been turning for the entire night. The question is what to buy, how to buy it, and at what cost. Lin Zhou's conditions include authorization and purchasing rights for ballistic missile technology. Our conditions are policy, resources, and market access. The price gap between the two sides is one order of magnitude apart. The Japanese are now raising the stakes with semiconductors and precision processing. Rong heading put down his teacup, the bottom of the cup tapping against the table. The sound was small but clear, drawing everyone's attention to him. Let me say a few more words. The crowd quieted down. Some of the things the Japanese can offer we can provide, whilst we lack semiconductor technology ourselves, and we are making breakthroughs in precision machine tools. What Lin Zhou wants is not money but a technological barrier. Whoever gives him technology, he will trade with them. Rong heading leaned back in his chair, looking at the list on the table. I do not believe we should compete with the Japanese on price. There is no need to compete if we cannot win. The cards in the Japanese hands are limited. They do not have deeply bound channels with the Tianchi Group in Southeast Asia. We do. He needs our policy, resources, and market access to do business in Long Country. So when negotiating, do not compare lists with him. See what he wants. Yu Jingyuan slightly nodded. Sumuji was silent for a moment before speaking. Give him the ballistic missile technology. How to give it? How much? After giving it, how will he use it, and who will supervise? These are all technical issues. Yu Xingyuan's voice remained calm. Technical issues can be discussed slowly. First we set the direction. How to supervise? Su Muji repeated the question. The Tianqi Group has its own armed forces in Southeast Asia. They have military bases in the Middle East and islands and deep-water ports in the South Pacific. Now they want ballistic missile technology. You tell me how to supervise. If he buys missiles, where will he deploy them? In the South Pacific, the Middle East, or Southeast Asia? Once deployed, who will they target? Who can make those decisions for him? No one answered. Because everyone in their hearts was asking the same question: an economic entity with armed forces, overseas bases, and a global strategy. After obtaining ballistic missile technology, will it still be an economic entity? Qin Huayuan placed the teacup back on the table, his voice very soft, but everyone heard him. The council chamber fell silent. The Tianqi Group has effectively become independent. This is not a matter of today, or it has been happening for the past decade. No one paid attention when they rooted themselves in Southeast Asia. No one paid attention when they built bases in the Middle East. No one paid attention when they built ports on the islands in the South Pacific. Hua Tianqi spent more than a decade transforming the Tianqi Group from a gray economy in Southeast Asia into an invisible empire spanning 3 continents. They have armed forces, overseas assets, and an independent intelligence network. Qin Huayuan paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. What they lack is only one thing: strategic deterrence capability. Ballistic missile technology is the last piece of the puzzle. No one contradicted him. Lin Jiao returned to the country, this time bringing investment from the Tianqi Group to build a resort in Baining and discussing cooperation with us. It seems like a multinational group returning to its hometown to do business. But in reality, he holds over 400 people from Yongxin in his hand, sitting here waiting for us and the Japanese to take turns bidding. He is not negotiating business. He is pricing the last piece of the puzzle for the Tianqi Group. Qin Huayuan's tone remained calm. He chose us not because he is patriotic, but because Long Country is currently the only country that can provide him with ballistic missile technology. The Japanese cannot. The council chamber was silent save for the sound of breathing. The current question is, do we give him this piece of the puzzle or not? Qin Huayuan set down his teacup. If not, he has the Japanese backing him. If the Japanese provide it, he will go get it himself. If we give it, he paused. If we give it, Long Country will gain a powerful ally in Southeast Asia, a hidden force that can suppress Japan in international games. Once the Tianqi Group obtains ballistic missile technology, the first ones who will be nervous will not be us. It will be the Japanese and those across the Pacific. By then, Southeast Asia will not be the same Southeast Asia it is now. Su Muji opened his mouth, wanting to say that once ballistic missile technology is given to the Tianqi Group, who can guarantee that they want to aim the missiles at Long Country. But he did not voice this thought, as Rong Heading had already spoken. Old Su, your concerns are not without reason. But technology can be given in stages and in batches. Once given, we can also sign control agreements regarding deployment locations, launch permissions, and maintenance supervision. These can all be discussed. We are not handing over all the technical blueprints at once. It will be done step by step. Each delivery will depend on his subsequent performance. Bai Jingxing nodded. If the control agreements can truly be implemented, then it is not a matter of giving and losing, rather it is like we have gained a rope in our hands. Rong Heading looked at Su Muji. Lin Jiao knows better than anyone that being tied to Long Country maximizes his interests. The Japanese can only offer him technology once the cooperation from Long Country is long-term. He is a smart man. Qin Huayuan's gaze swept across each person's face, finally resting on Su Muji. Old Su, what is your opinion? Su Muji remained silent for a long time. He was 67 years old and was known among the 6 great families in Kyoto for not being afraid to offend people. But this time he did not argue. Not because he was afraid, but because Qin Huayuan had lifted the biggest stone. Rather than letting the Tianqi Group expand out of control, it is better to tie them down with technology and agreements. The technology will be given in stages, and each stage must sign a control agreement. The launch permissions must be approved by us. The deployment locations must be within the range we approve. Su Muji spoke each word carefully, as if drafting an agreement. It is acceptable, Qin Huayuan replied. Maintenance supervision must involve our personnel. The technology cannot be resold to third parties. If there is a breach of contract, all subsequent cooperation will be terminated. Acceptable. Su Muji leaned back in his chair, no longer speaking. Qin Huayuan turned to Rong Heading. Old Rong, you need to make another trip to Baining. Tell Lin Jiao that the authorization for ballistic missile technology can be discussed, but the control framework must be established first. The details can be negotiated gradually. In short, he wants something that we can provide. But how he uses it after obtaining it will be decided by us. Rong Heading nodded. Additionally, convey a message to Lin. Qin Huayuan stood up, both hands pressed on the table, looking serious. Long Country helps him complete the last piece of the puzzle. He helps Long Country maintain its safety. Tokyo Chiyoda District. In Ichiro Yamamoto's study, only a desk lamp was lit. The light illuminated the cover of the cabinet meeting minutes. It bore a scarlet confidential seal, and for 2 whole hours he had not turned to the second page. He sat in his chair, one hand propping up his forehead, while the other unconsciously gripped a pen. Outside the window lay the night view of Tokyo with the neon lights of Shinjuku flickering in the distance. In this country's most prosperous area, the head of the largest overseas intelligence network in Yamato faced the longest night of his career. 3 hours ago, the cabinet meeting concluded. The agenda was singular: to assess the damage caused to Yamato by the exposure of the Yongshin intelligence network and to devise a response plan. Ichiro Yamamoto, as the project leader, reported for 40 minutes. He spoke from the exposure of Yongshin's identity to the gunfire at Putawa Temple, from the theft of the USB drive at Taishishin Temple to the movements of the 6 major families of Longwa. After he finished his report, the conference room remained silent for 2 full minutes. Those 2 minutes were the most agonizing of his life. Then the foreign minister finally spoke. There were no accusations, no questions, just a single statement. Mr. Yamamoto, over 400 individuals, 7 offices, and 15 years of operations. If these nails are pulled out by Longwa, Yamato's intelligence capabilities within Longwa will regress by 20 years. He paused, looking at Ichiro Yamamoto. Who will take responsibility for this? Ichiro Yamamoto stood there silent. He knew that this question required no answer. Everyone understood the answer in their hearts. Yongshin was his choice. This line was built by him alone. Over the past 15 years, he had poured countless money and resources into Yongshin, supporting him from the abbot of a small temple to the position of president of the Longwa Buddhist Association. Every transfer record from the Swiss bank each year bore his signature. Now, with Yongshin's defection, the intelligence had fallen into the hands of the Tianchi group. This responsibility could not fall on anyone else. The foreign minister did not press further, simply closing the folder in front of him. The cabinet's order is clear: at all costs preserve those nails. How to do this, Mr. Yamamoto, is up to you. But there is a deadline. You must act before Lin Jiu hands over the goods to the Longwa. When Ichiro Yamamoto left the conference room, his shirt was already soaked through. He stood in the bathroom of the Foreign Ministry building for a long time, staring at the disheveled, dark-eyed, middle-aged man in the mirror. At 58, he had worked for over 30 years in the intelligence service of this nation. From being a grassroots intelligence officer in Moscow during the Cold War, to later being in charge of the intelligence network construction for the entire East Asia region. He had faced countless crises in his career, but none had made him feel like the floor beneath him was cracking like today. The cabinet did not announce his disposal on the spot, not out of leniency, but because he was still of use. Over the years, his contributions were numerous, and the intelligence network he controlled was vast. Replacing him at this critical juncture would only worsen the situation. But if Lin Jiu handed the goods over to the Longwa, all those contributions would turn to waste paper in a single night. Even seppuku to atone would be a light penalty. His entire family, his subordinates who had followed him for many years, and their families would be crushed in this disaster. Ichiro Yamamoto tossed the cracked pen cap into the trash, stood up, and walked to the window. The street below was empty, with only a few overtime workers hurrying past. This city had risen from the ruins of war, taking decades to become the heart of the world's second-largest economy. It was not built on sentiment or loyalty, but on interests, on technology, forged through a bloody path in the international market. And the net he had cast in Longwa was the most secretive and lethal piece in this long competition. Now this piece had been picked up off the board, held in someone's hand, and could be placed on the other side of the board at any moment. Footsteps approached from outside. His deputy pushed open the door, saw Ichiro Yamamoto's expression, and stood at the doorway without entering. Mr. Yamamoto, there is new information from Binang. Ichiro Yamamoto did not turn around. Speak. Counselor Takahashi has submitted the complete technical list to Lin Jiu in person, as per your instructions. Lin Jiu did not express his stance at the time, but from Takahashi's feedback it appeared Lin Jiu was particularly concerned about the semiconductor materials on the list. Takahashi's assessment was that Lin Jiu was waiting for Longwa to make an offer. He wants to see which side offers a higher price. This aligned perfectly with Ichiro Yamamoto's predictions. Lin Jiu was a businessman. A businessman would not give up the best offer because of sentiment. By accepting Yamato's list, he was putting pressure on Longwa. He was telling the Longwa people that if they did not raise their price, he would sell it to Yamato. Furthermore, the deputy hesitated for a moment. Lin Jiu did not give Takahashi any response, but did not refuse further contact either. Takahashi believed that Lin Jiu's willingness to drag things out was a good thing for us. The longer he dragged it out, the less likely he was to have made a final decision. Yamamoto Ichiro turned around. What about the Dragon Kingdom? Rong Heading has already returned to Kyoto. According to our intelligence sources on the outskirts of Kyoto, the 6 major families are holding an emergency meeting tonight. The specific discussion content is unclear, but the meeting has lasted for over 4 hours. The duration of such a high-level meeting indicates significant internal disagreement regarding the conditions proposed by Lin Jiu. Yamamoto Ichiro walked back to the table, resting his hands on the surface, his head lowered. Disagreements are inevitable. With a bargaining chip of this level, any country's decision-making body would not easily agree. The longer the disagreement lasts, the better, the more time it gives him. Yamamoto-kun, the deputy's voice dropped even lower. There's another plan, the one I mentioned to you before. Yamamoto Ichiro raised his head. Hua Mingyu has returned to Binang. According to feedback from our personnel on the outskirts of Baining, he went to the cultural street night market tonight with 2 bodyguards. He ate a bowl of noodles with a local streamer appearing completely unguarded. The deputy took out a thin document from his briefcase and placed it on the table. Hu Tianqi's only son Lin Jiu is currently personally overseeing him. As long as we control him, we will have a grip on the lifeline of Tianqi Group. You have said before this is a desperate measure. Kidnap Hu Mingyu, then use him as a bargaining chip to force Lin Jiu to hand over the intelligence of Yongxin. Yamamoto Ichiro stared at the document, remaining silent for a long time. He had thought of this plan long ago. Back when Hu Mingyu was still in Dublin, his people had been tracking him in Ireland for nearly 2 weeks. But at that time he did not dare to act, as Hu Tianqi's eyes in Europe were no fewer than those of the Yamato. Now that Hu Mingyu has returned to Baining on Lin Jiu's turf, the difficulty of taking action is even greater. But this is indeed the last resort. If Lin Jiu ultimately chooses the Dragon Kingdom, then all normal diplomatic channels and commercial negotiations will shut down in an instant. At that point he would only have this card left, and before the intelligence is handed over he would kidnap Hu Mingyu at all costs, forcing Lin Jiu to exchange intelligence for a person. If Lin Jiu does not exchange, then he will have to tear up the ticket, completely collapsing the relationship between Lin Jiu and Hu Tianqi. If Lin Jiu does exchange, it would be even simpler: obtain the intelligence, destroy the evidence, and then silence the witnesses. This is not a perfect plan. It doesn't even qualify as a good plan. But it is a plan. When all other routes are blocked, the last remaining path is the only one. Are there enough personnel in Baining? Yamamoto Ichiro asked. Currently there are 6 external personnel available in Baining, plus the security forces from the consulate, a total of 12 people. This is sufficient to deal with ordinary bodyguards, but if we want to engage Lin Jiu's bodyguards, Hu and Wei, the combat capability is insufficient. The deputy paused, but if we recall Nguyen Van Hu's action team from Cambodia, the combat capability would be on a different level. Nguyen Van Hu has engaged with Weiss men at Putawa Temple and knows their details. Is Nguyen Van Hu still in Cambodia? He is on standby in Phnom Penh. Since Putawa Temple, he has been waiting for your orders. Yamamoto Ichiro gently tapped his fingers on the table. Kidnapping Hu Mingyu, assassinating Lin Jiu, and then pushing all the blame onto the Dragon Kingdom when Tianqi Group is left leaderless. This is his last card. The Yamato's power in Southeast Asia is insufficient to confront Tianqi Group directly, but a precise decapitation operation does not require a frontal battle. What he needs is a time window within the 48 hours before the intelligence is handed over to concentrate all available forces in Baining for a decisive strike, then retreat unscathed. He reached for the phone on the table just as the landline in the study rang first. It was not a secure line, but the consulate's regular external line. At this hour there is only one possibility. Yamamoto Ichiro answered the phone. On the other end, Takahashi's voice came through, speaking slightly faster than usual, yet still maintaining the decorum of a diplomat. Mr. Yamamoto, Lin Jiu's people just contacted me. He said that Lin would like to inform Mr. Yamamoto that he can consider arrangements for a meeting. The location is to be proposed by Mr. Yamamoto within next week. Yamamoto Ichiro's grip on the phone tightened suddenly. His throat moved as if trying to swallow all the surging emotions back. The fear, anger, humiliation, and despair from these days were all overshadowed by a stronger emotion in that moment. Lin Jiu was willing to meet him. At the brink of exhausting all normal channels, Lin Jiu had given him an opportunity to sit down and talk. This meant Lin Jiu had not yet made a final decision. It implies that something might have gone wrong on the Dragon Kingdom side, or that Lin Jiu was not satisfied with the offer from the Dragon Kingdom. The Yamato's opportunity had arrived. Takahashi-kun, Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was low, but each word was like a note plucked from a taut string. Please convey my gratitude to Lin for me. Let's set the meeting in Phnom Penh, with security fully under Lin's responsibility, I will only bring 2 people. He hung up the phone, standing at the table, gazing at the night view of Tokyo outside. His hands trembled slightly, not from fear, but from the realization that he had finally waited for this moment. Regardless of whom Lin Jiu ultimately chooses, as long as he is still willing to talk, the Yamato still has a chance. And as long as the Yamato still has a chance, Yamamoto Ichiro's head will not be moving anytime soon. The news from Jinbian reached the capital in just 40 minutes. It took only half an hour to get to Tokyo. 2 hours later, a briefing marked with East Asia Intelligence Dynamics was placed on Peterson's desk. The briefing was brief, consisting of only 3 pages. The first page detailed the origins and developments of the Yongxin incident. The information network that Japan had operated in the Dragon Kingdom for 15 years fell completely into the hands of the Tianqi Group due to a monk's defection. The second page contained Lin Jiu's personal file, sketching an unsettling outline for the intelligence analyst, with just a few lines from being a thug in northern Myanmar to becoming the second-in-command at the Tianqi Group. The third page was a summary of a recently intercepted encrypted communication. Yamamoto Ichiro submitted a technical list to Lin Jiu through the Baining consulate. The specific content was still being decrypted, but one word appeared repeatedly in the communication offer. Peterson took off his glasses and rubbed his nose. He had dealt with Yamamoto Ichiro, a few times a key figure in the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office, who had operated in East Asia for half his life. The fact that he carefully considered his words when discussing terms with Lin Jiao was significant. This indicated that what the old monk from Yongxin divulged was far more than anyone had initially estimated. What terms is Yamamoto Ichiro offering? The analyst across from him, wearing gold-rimmed glasses, flipped through the records in his hand. The specific list is still being decrypted, but from the intercepted fragments, it involves semiconductor materials and high-precision machine tools. These are Japan's top-secret technologies. The analyst looked up, but that's not the key point. Yamamoto Ichiro added a line in the communication. No matter what price the Dragon Kingdom offers, Japan will always bid slightly higher. This phrase implies that Lin Jiao is simultaneously negotiating with both the Dragon Kingdom and Japan. He is holding out for the best offer from both sides. What price did the Dragon Kingdom offer? Unknown. The analyst closed the document. The intelligence channels on the Dragon Kingdom side are very tight. No details from the 6 great families meeting have leaked. Peterson frowned. Then find out the details. We are investigating, but it will take time. Peterson was silent for a moment. The stakes for all 3 parties were still quite hazy, but he understood one thing. What could compel Yamamoto Ichiro to make concessions and prompt the 6 great families of the Dragon Kingdom to hold an emergency meeting? It certainly wasn't just a list of a few hundred spies. Lin Jiao holding this information was essentially grasping the lifeline of Japan and the Achilles heel of the Dragon Kingdom. Every fluctuation in this game would impact the landscape along the Western Pacific. Does Lin Jiao know we are watching? Currently, there are no indications that he is aware. Our intelligence source monitors the communication channels of both Japan and the Dragon Kingdom without direct contact with the Tianchi group. The analyst hesitated for a moment, but Lin Jiao is meticulous in his actions. He might know someone is watching, but he may not care. Peterson nodded. Over the years, he had seen much regarding East Asian affairs, particularly as the Tianchi group expanded its influence in Cambodia and Southeast Asia. Washington had noted this peculiar economy. However, they had always regarded the Tianchi group as a regional player, a commercial capital empire operating in the gray zone. Now Lin Jiao was sitting in Longjiang, one in Binang, negotiating terms with both the Dragon Kingdom and Japan, holding information that could alter the strategic landscape of East Asia. Peterson leaned back in his chair, his gaze fixed on a line in the briefing. This line made him pause. The Tianchi group's military base in Cambodia showed signs of recent expansion, while the deepwater port project in the South Pacific was progressing rapidly. Combining this with the current Yongxin incident, all clues pointed in one direction: the Tianchi group was playing a game far beyond mere commercial interests. The Tianchi group is not after money. Peterson finally spoke, not technology nor policy favors. These are merely chips, not the goal. Tianchi had spent over a decade establishing roots in Southeast Asia, and now he had entrusted the Yongxin matter entirely to Lin Jiao. Why was he not stepping forward? Because Lin Jiao is young. If the results of their negotiations are unsatisfactory, Tianchi can easily adjust direction. If Tianchi negotiates directly, there will be no retreat. This is called having the ability to advance and retreat. The analyst asked, what does Lin Jiao actually want? Peterson did not answer this question. He stood up, walked to the window, and looked at the night view of Washington. Strategic deterrence capability. He ultimately articulated this judgment. The Tianchi group has its own armed forces in Southeast Asia. They have bases, intelligence networks, and industrial chains. But they still lack one thing that prevents others from easily challenging their capital. What the Dragon Kingdom can offer him is ballistic missile technology, while Japan can provide semiconductor technology and precision manufacturing. The offerings from both sides are different, but both are what the Tianchi group lacks. Lin Jiao is not deciding who to sell to, he is determining the direction for the Tianchi group over the next 20 years. Ballistic missile technology. The analyst frowned. Will the Dragon Kingdom offer that? There are internal disagreements among the Dragon Kingdom's people. Rong Heading is inclined to negotiate, while Su Muji is firmly opposed. No conclusion has been reached yet. Peterson turned around, but the technical list presented by Yamamoto Ichiro has raised the stakes. If the Dragon Kingdom does not engage, the technology will fall to the Japanese. The analyst was silent for a few seconds. How do we intervene? Directly contact Lin Jiao. In our name. Peterson said, but not now. Let him negotiate with the Dragon Kingdom and Japan first. Once both sides have presented their offers and Lin Jiao is not satisfied with either, we will enter the fray. At that time, the conditions we offer do not need to be higher than those from the Dragon Kingdom and Japan, only more suitable. What conditions? What the Tianchi group wants is not just technology, but long-term security guarantees and room for development. The Dragon Kingdom can provide him with ballistic missile technology, but once the technology is given, how it can be used will certainly be limited by the Dragon Kingdom. The Japanese can offer him semiconductor technology, but what Yamamoto Ichiro says does not count. There are other powers above Japan. What we can provide is something neither the Dragon Kingdom nor Japan can offer. International legitimacy. Gradual recognition of sovereignty status. Freedom of action on a global scale. These do not require cost, but can directly appeal to Tianchi and Lin Jiao. The analyst's pupils slightly constricted. These conditions involve too many aspects and cannot be easily promised without authorization from Congress. Once the Foreign Ministry finds out. I didn't say to give directly, just to convey an intention. Peterson waved his hand. No need for a written commitment, no need for formal notifications. We just need Lin Jiao to know that if he chooses the Dragon Kingdom or Japan, our offer will no longer stand. And if he hands over the information to us, we can do more. The analyst closed the folder, not pressing further. Peterson glanced at the gradually brightening sky outside. He instructed the analyst to rest first while he sat at his desk, continuing to review the briefing. His gaze lingered on the first page of the Yongxin file. An old monk who had spent 40 years in the Buddhist circle was bought by Japan for 15 years, ultimately divulging all his secrets to a 30-year-old young man in an abandoned rubber factory in Cambodia. 3 years later, this young man may sit in a place further south than Baining, deciding the fate of many others. Peterson locked the briefing in the drawer. It was almost dawn and time was running short for all parties. Singapore. On the tarmac of Changi Airport, the engines of the bombardier had already shut down. Lin Jiao did not rush to disembark. Who sat in the front row holding a freshly printed document that still radiated warmth. The content of the document was neither from the Dragon Kingdom nor from Japan. It was intelligence intercepted from a third-party channel sent back by a way from Jinbian. To be precise, it was fragments intercepted from internal encrypted communications of the East Asia Affairs Office of the M country's Ministry of Defense. Peterson's people, who handed over the document, they became active last week with a clear target. They are not just monitoring, assessing the military strength, economic scale, and the value of Yongxin's intelligence of the Tianqi Group. Lin Jiao took the document and flipped through 2 pages. If this intelligence falls into the hands of the Dragon Kingdom, Japan's 15 years of layout in the Dragon Kingdom will be completely ruined. But if it falls into the hands of M country, who paused, they could blackmail both sides at the same time. Lin Jiao looked at the few lines of key information on the document. The intelligence network acquired by the Tianqi Group is the longest operating and most extensive spy network of the Wokoku within the Long Kingdom. Once this intelligence is obtained and completely eradicated by the Long Kingdom, Wokoku's intelligence capabilities in the Long Kingdom will regress by at least 20 years. This will significantly weaken Wokoku's intelligence collection and strategic warning capabilities in the East Asia region, further increasing their reliance on the M country for intelligence support. In this context, the M country can exploit the intelligence vacuum of Wokoku, embedding its own intelligence network deeper into Wokoku and the East Asia region, in a more covert and controllable manner. Supporting a weakened Wokoku is more in line with the interests of the M country than supporting an independent Wokoku. Lin Jiao flipped to the next page of the document, and if the M country obtains this intelligence, they can selectively disclose part of it to the Long Kingdom in exchange for concessions and trade negotiations. They can also selectively disclose part of it to Wokoku, reminding them that their lifeline is still in our hands. One piece of intelligence, 2 directions, both can be utilized. Who said, according to a Weiss analysis, Peterson is not in a hurry to contact us. He is waiting for the prices of the Long Kingdom and Wokoku to rise to the highest. When neither is satisfied, then he will enter the scene. By that time, the conditions he offers do not need to be the highest, just the most suitable. Lin Jiao closed the document. Peterson was calculating to kill 3 birds with 1 stone. The first bird is Wokoku. If Yongxin's intelligence is taken away by the Long Kingdom, Wokoku's entire intelligence network in the Long Kingdom will be finished regressing their intelligence capabilities in East Asia by 20 years. What does 20 years mean? Wokoku's spy network in the Long Kingdom took 2 generations of time to train, infiltrate, lurk, and activate. Once uprooted, rebuilding the same network would take at least 15 to 20 years. During this long reconstruction period, the demand for intelligence in East Asia will not disappear. They will rely more on the M country's intelligence sharing. And intelligence sharing from the M country has never been free. Intelligence dependence is strategic control. The second bird is the Long Kingdom. Intelligence can help the Long Kingdom plug a significant hole in national security, which is a timely assistance, but not a free lunch. The M country can use this intelligence to charge the Long Kingdom, asking for concessions in trade negotiations and loosen technology export controls. The Long Kingdom has already paid corresponding chips to obtain this intelligence. If they take it from the M country again, it means being tied to the same piece of intelligence twice. The third bird is the Tianqi Group. What Peterson wants is not direct control over the Tianqi Group, but to provide the Tianqi Group with another choice outside of the Long Kingdom and Wokoku. More choices mean more confidence, and more confidence allows for demanding a higher price from the Long Kingdom and Wokoku. And when both the Long Kingdom and Wokoku are raising their prices, the negotiation leverage of the Tianqi Group will only grow higher. Ultimately, no matter who obtains the intelligence, they will benefit. Because in the end result of the tripartite game, it is always the one who is willing to bet the most who wins. The strategy is simple: sit at the table, pour drinks for each player, and let them continue to raise their bets. This setup is more clever than Yamamoto Aikuru. Lin Jiao returned the document to Ahu. Yamamoto Ikaru only knows to smash with technology, thinking that as long as he smashes more than the Long Kingdom, he can win. He does not realize that he is merely a pawn in Peterson's calculations. Ahu asked, should we disclose this intelligence to the Long Kingdom? No need. They will find out sooner or later. Revealing it to them now would be like telling them I already know. It's unnecessary. Linju leaned back in the chair. Let Peterson continue to wait. Since he is not in a hurry, we certainly will not be. Linju stood up. The cabin door opened and the humid wind of Singapore rushed in, carrying the unique smell of aviation fuel from the tarmac and the briny scent of the distant sea. Away was already waiting at the foot of the ladder with two black SUVs parked beside him, their doors open, and several plainclothes individuals on guard by the vehicles. Yamamoto Ikaru had arrived. He reached Singapore half a day earlier than Linjo, staying not in a hotel, but in a safe house arranged by the Tianchi group. It was not that Yamamoto did not want to stay in a hotel, it was Linjo's instruction that he stay in the safe house. Since he was here, he had to follow the rules. Linjo descended the ladder and entered the first SUV. The moment the door closed, the skyline of Singapore flashed past the window. The infinity pool of Marina Bay Sands resembled a ship suspended in midair, the Ferris wheel slowly turning, and the glass curtain walls of the financial district reflecting blinding light under the tropical sun. The meeting place was deep within a private residential area east of Changi Airport, surrounded by tropical rainforests with only a single-lane road winding its way in. A wise men guarded the area in shifts around the clock, with 3 visible sentries and 5 concealed ones. Any disturbance within a 500-meter radius would be reported to Away immediately. When Linjo arrived at this outpost, Yamamoto Ikaru had already been waiting in the living room for nearly 2 hours. He did not sit on the sofa, but stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window, hands clasped behind him, gazing out at the tropical rainforest. Yamamoto Ikaru had not closed his eyes during the entire flight from Tokyo to Singapore. The message received from Takahashi in Beijing was simply, President Lin agreed to meet you in Singapore. This sentence kept Yamamoto Ikaru sitting alone in his study for a long time. Then he dialed the encrypted line to headquarters, said only I will go to Singapore tomorrow, and hung up. The living room of the safe house was not large, furnished almost to the point of being stark. A sofa, a coffee table, 2 chairs, and outside the window the green shadows of the tropical rainforest with the sound of cicadas buzzing near and far. Yamamoto sat on the sofa, a cup of tea that had long since gone cold placed in front of him. The 2 individuals he brought stood at the door of the living room, while his deputy sat beside him. The briefcase in his hand rested on his lap, his knuckles white from gripping it too tightly. Footsteps echoed outside the door. More than one person. Yamamoto stood up. Linjo pushed open the door, followed by Ahu. The moment their eyes met, Yamamoto instinctively straightened his already upright back. Linjo walked over and sat down on the sofa opposite him, while Ahu stood at the side behind the sofa. The security personnel of the Tianchi group closed the door from the outside, leaving only 5 people in the living room: Linjo, Ahu, Yamamoto Ichiro, and his assistant, along with a translator. Mr. Yamamoto. Linjo spoke with a calm tone. Mr. Lin, it's an honor to meet you. Yamamoto stood up and bowed, his hands neatly resting on his knees. Thank you for taking the time out of your busy schedule. Linjo did not respond. He had never been fond of such bows. Yamamoto took a folder from his assistant, opened it, and placed it on the coffee table. Not handing it over, but placing it on the coffee table. A subtle gesture. The items are here for your perusal, no pressure. The folder contained the technical list from before, but this version was more detailed than what Takahashi had submitted. Behind each technology, not only was the technical level and estimated delivery time indicated, but there were also technical specifications and some additional entries for the 3rd phase. Yamamoto had upgraded the list overnight before departure. Mr. Lin, this list has received formal authorization from the Japanese cabinet. Yamamoto's voice was not loud, but steady. Semiconductor materials, precision machine tools, special alloys. These items are no longer preliminary intentions. I can now sign a framework agreement with you within the scope of authorization. Delivery can begin within 90 days after signing, and all processes will be handled by Japan without any additional costs for the Tianchi group. Furthermore, more items can be added based on the delivery situation and Mr. Lin's actual needs. Linjo picked up the folder and briefly flipped through it. In the additional items for the 3rd phase, several projects were marked in red as only for discussion in this meeting. He did not inquire about the content of those marked items, simply closing the folder and placing it back on the coffee table. Mr. Yamamoto, the list that Counselor Takahashi brought last time had many more items than this one. Yes. Yamamoto did not deny it because the situation is changing. To be frank, the intelligence from Yongshin has a more profound impact on Japan than I assessed when I gave you the previous list. Thus, the cabinet authorized me to present our utmost sincerity. He paused for a moment, his gaze lingering on Linjo's face. We are not sitting here today negotiating on behalf of Japan with the Tianchi group, but rather as a requester. I earnestly ask Mr. Lin to consider our willingness to cooperate. If the Tianchi group is willing to help us, we will remember this friendship. Beyond this list, Japan will always be a friend of the Tianchi group. Linjo chuckled softly, but there was no amusement in his eyes. only a faint scrutinizing gaze, as if watching a lackluster performance. Mr. Yamamoto, you mentioned forever friends. That reminds me of a famous betrayal you once committed against your friends last century. I want help, Mr. Yamamoto. Recall the specific year or location. Yamamoto's face instantly. His assistant lowered his head, and the translator kept her mouth shut, not daring to breathe. The living room fell silent for a few moments. Outside the window, the sound of cicadas suddenly became particularly piercing. Mr. Lin is right. Yamamoto's voice was hoarse, but he did not avoid Lin Zhou's gaze. That part of history indeed shows that Japan committed undeniable mistakes. I do not wish to make any excuses for the past. I only want to say, this cooperation. I am willing to prove our sincerity with action. We will deliver technology first, then discuss trust. Lin Zhou leaned back in his chair. Mr. Yamamoto's sincerity is based on interests and is also situational. What Japan desires most right now is what I have in hand, so the sincerity is abundant. If one day I no longer possess what you want, whether Japan's sincerity remains will depend on the circumstances. Just as Yamamoto was about to speak, Lin Zhou raised his hand to interrupt him. So don't talk to me about friendship, don't talk to me about promises, and especially don't talk to me about forever friends. I am a businessman, and so is the Tianchi Group. Businessmen only do business, they do not discuss emotions. I have reviewed the conditions you offered, they are good. The Long Kingdom has also provided conditions. Ultimately, who gets the goods is not my decision, it is determined by the conditions. Yamamoto fell silent for a few seconds, then he slowly and solemnly nodded. Mr. Lin is correct. Business is business. He closed the folder and placed it in front of himself, then let's discuss business further. If there are any items on the list that Mr. Lin is unsatisfied with, please feel free to mention them. We can add what we can and compensate with other items if we cannot. In any case, regardless of what price the Long Kingdom offers, Japan is willing to go higher. That statement has already been made by Counselor Takahashi last time, so it remains valid. Lin Zhou looked at Yamamoto Ichiro. The veteran who had been navigating the East Asian intelligence community for half a lifetime was now sitting opposite him. His face was still flushed, but his tone had returned to calm. Not out of embarrassment, but because between the awkwardness and preserving his position, Yamamoto Ichiro chose to prioritize retaining his position. For someone who has spent half a lifetime in the intelligence community, nothing is more important than preserving those positions. Lin Zhou stood up. Mr. Yamamoto, let's leave it here for today. Let's set aside the treaty for now, I will consider it carefully. Once I have heard the conditions from other aspects, I will respond to you. Yamamoto Ichiro stood up, as well, slightly bowing. Mr. Lin, I will wait for you. Lin Zhou turned and walked towards the door, stopping briefly at the entrance. Mr. Yamamoto, you mentioned that your offer is slightly higher than that of the Long Kingdom. I will remember that. Yamamoto Ichiro stood in place, watching Lin Zhou's back disappear at the door. On the flight back to Baining, who asked Lin Zhou, Yamamoto's offer is already quite high, much more than Old Master Rong from the Long Kingdom is arriving tomorrow. If they don't have a higher price. No rush. Lin Zhou leaned back in his chair, gazing out at the boundless clouds over the South China Sea. Yamamoto is a smart man. He knows he is the one asking for help. But this is not his highest price. He still has trump cards he hasn't revealed. In Tokyo Chiyoda District, Yamamoto Ichiro, after returning from Singapore, did not go home, but went straight to the office. He was still in the same suit as yesterday, his tie loosened halfway. His face bore the unique weariness of long-distance travel, but his eyes showed no signs of fatigue. From taking off at Changi Airport to landing at Narita Airport, the journey lasted over 7 hours, and he had not closed his eyes on the plane. Lin Zhou's remark about a famous betrayal against friends last century was still swirling in his mind. This discomfort was suppressed the moment he stepped into the office. Personal emotions must not affect judgment. This is the most basic quality he has cultivated over 30 years in the intelligence community. His assistant was already waiting in the office, holding a freshly printed schedule. Mr. Yamamoto, we have received news from Baining. The convoy of Rong heading has already set out and is expected to arrive at Longjiang-no 1 this afternoon. Yamamoto Ichiro walked to his desk and sat down, taking a sip from the water cup on the table. The water was cool, sitting there for half a day without being changed, but he did not mind. Is the meeting place still Longjiang-no 1? Yes. Mr. Lin's study. It was arranged this way the last time Rong heading came as well. The assistant paused. According to the assessment from the Baining consulate, this will be the Long Kingdom's second formal contact. Last time Rong heading came merely to express intentions. This time, he should bring specific conditions. If both parties reach a preliminary consensus on the core conditions, the next step will be drafting and signing the formal agreement. This means that the remaining time window we have is at most 48 hours. Yamamoto Ichiro put down the water cup, his fingers lightly tapping on the table. He was surrounded by a group of sharp minds, but at this moment he did not need to calculate, he only needed to judge. He did not know what conditions Rong heading was bringing this time, but he could guess the general direction: ballistic missile technology. This was what Lin Zhou had always wanted, and it was also what the Long Kingdom had been hesitating to provide. Last time Rong heading did not relent. If he does this time, it indicates that the internal debate within the Long Kingdom has reached a conclusion. Once the Long Kingdom concedes the items in Lin Jiu's hands, will have a higher probability of flowing towards Kyoto. It seems we need to prepare for both scenarios. Are the arrangements for Wan Wengxing's people in place? Position secured. 12 individuals divided into 4 groups, each equipped with independent communication and emergency evacuation routes. We have figured out Huang Mingyu's movements. He goes to Cultural Street every night with 2 bodyguards, occasionally stopping at a noodle shop for a bowl of noodles, and sometimes wandering around the night market. The route is basically fixed. We have 3 observation points on Cultural Street, ready to lock onto him at any moment. Do not act rashly. Shanben Ikira's voice was very low. No one is allowed to act without my direct command. This is our last card. We cannot move until we are certain the transaction is to be completed. Once we act and fail, Lin Jiu will unhesitatingly hand over the items to the people of Longhua. By that time, we won't even have a chance to turn the tables. The deputy nodded and handed over a document. This is the intelligence compiled by the consulate. It contains information on Lin Jiu's security arrangements at Longjiang No. 1 and the rotation patterns of Huang Mingyu's bodyguards. He paused and looked at Shanben Ikiro. Shambanken, there is another situation. There have been movements from country. Our outer intelligence network intercepted some communication fragments. Peterson's people are paying attention to this matter and seem to be preparing to contact Lin Jiu directly. Shanben Ikiro raised his head. The deputy added, currently there is no concrete information indicating that they have begun contact, but the signs are quite evident. If Country M also joins in, the situation will become even more complicated. Shanben fell silent for a few seconds. The inclusion of Country M was not unexpected for him. The intelligence from Yongxin affects not only Longhua and Waguo, but also the entire strategic balance of East Asia. Peterson's group will not sit idly by, they will find ways to benefit from the situation. But this variable also adds another uncertainty for him. If Lin Jiu finds it hard to choose between Longhua and Waguo, the entrance of Country M may disrupt all rhythms. Disrupting the rhythm is never a good thing, but at times it means buying a little more time. Continue to monitor. Shanben said, regardless of how many parties enter, our objective remains unchanged: obtain the intelligence and keep the nail in place. Meanwhile, in Baining, at Longjiang No. 1, Lin Jiu stood by the window of his study looking at the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. The flowers had already fallen, leaving only the deep green leaves hanging quietly in the afternoon sunlight. Ahu walked in from outside. Brother Jiu, old Master Rong has arrived. Rong Heading's hair was meticulously combed. He walked in with a slightly quicker pace than last time. An elderly man who had weathered the years flew from Kyoto to Baining, arriving at Longjiang No. 1 directly from the airport without taking a break in between. This kind of energy is rare and precious. President Lin, it's good to see you again. Rong Heading sat down and skipped the pleasantries, going straight to the point. The matter you mentioned last time has been seriously discussed in Kyoto. What was the outcome? Lin Jiu also skipped the pleasantries. The authorization for ballistic missile technology is negotiable, but there are a few preconditions. The technology authorization will be conducted in stages, with each stage undergoing separate review. The deployment location of the missiles must be within ranges approved by Longhua. The launch authority will be jointly controlled by Longhua and the Tianchi Group, and it cannot be used for any military actions without Longhua's consent. Maintenance supervision will involve Longhua's technical personnel, and the technology cannot be resold to third parties. Any violation of the above terms will result in the immediate termination of all subsequent cooperation. Lin Jiu remained silent. He picked up the teacup on the table and took a sip. The tea was freshly brewed and still very hot, but he drank slowly, as if savoring the tea and digesting the string of conditions that Rong Heading had just laid out. Rong Heading observed his expression, feeling a slight heaviness in his heart. Those who have spent a long time in business have a certain intuition. When the other party starts to sip tea slowly, it often means that what follows may not be pleasant to hear. Lin Jiu set down the teacup. Old Master Rong, let me clarify my understanding. The authorization for ballistic missile technology will undergo staged reviews. This money is coming from me, and the technology import contract will bear the name of the Tianchi Group. But once the technology arrives where it is deployed, it must receive your approval. After the missiles are produced, the launch authority will be jointly controlled by you and me. On the day I need to use my own missiles, I'll still have to file a report first. Is this being sold to me or lent to me? At this, old Master Rong immediately spoke up. President Lin, this is a control agreement. The technology for ballistic missiles is not an ordinary commodity, though any country will have similar preconditions when authorizing it externally. I understand. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, but control and custody are two different things. What I want are missiles, not shared cars. A shared car can be scanned to drive away and returned after use, but missiles are different. They sit on my own territory, and when I need to use them, the keys are in someone else's hands. Old Master Rong, business doesn't work this way. Rong Heading's lips moved, but he did not respond immediately. I'm not afraid of buying a second-hand car. I'm just afraid that the previous owner still has the keys. Lin Jiu's tone was light, as if discussing something very ordinary. Longhua wants to authorize the technology to me, and I am very grateful. But if the authorized technology is constrained at every turn when in use, then this authorization becomes not an authorization, but charity. The Tianqi Group does not accept charity. We are here to do business, not to recognize a benefactor. After saying this, he pushed the teacup aside and stood up. Old Master Rong, our conversation ends here for today. You have traveled all the way from Kyoto, which must be tiring. However, I cannot accept the conditions you have brought back. If Longhua can present something more sincere, I can arrange for a next meeting. If not, the technology list is on the table and Shanben Ikaru is still waiting for my response. Rong Heading sat on the sofa, his fingers resting on the edge of the teacup. He knew Lin Jiao would be dissatisfied, but did not expect Lin Jiao to give him no chance to bargain, directly sending him off. The old man had been in the business world for half his life, witnessing countless negotiation styles. Some preferred a roundabout approach, some preferred a tough stance, and some liked to drink emotions to the right level before discussing serious matters. But Lin Jiao's style did not belong to any of the above. He did not talk about emotions, did not beat around the bush, did not adopt a hard approach. He simply stood up when you thought a consensus had been reached and said, "I do not accept." Rong Heading stood up and shook Lin Jiao's hand. "President Lin, I will convey your intentions." Lin Jiao escorted who opened the courtyard door. Rong Heading got into the car, and the black sedan turned around and drove out of Longjiang No. 1. Inside the car, Rong Heading sat in the back seat, eyes closed against the seat back, the wrinkles on his face flickering like shadows in the trees passing outside the window. If Lin Jiao had directly said the control terms are too strict, can they be loosened, he would have been very willing to sit down and negotiate item by item. But what Lin Jiao said was, "Is this being sold to me or lent to me?" This question was not about the price, it was about the nature. In business, prices can be negotiated, but nature cannot change. He took out his phone and dialed the encrypted line to Kyoto. After the call connected, the first thing he said was, "Old Qin, the negotiations did not go smoothly." On the other side, Lin Jiao stood by the study window looking at the osmanthus tree in the courtyard. Ahu poured out the cooled tea and replaced it with a new cup. "Brother Jiao, Old Master Rong's trip. He has his task, I understand." Lin Jiao picked up the freshly brewed tea and took a sip, but if Longhua thinks that having an intelligence network grants them the right to hold on to it, then they are calculating too optimistically. I am not acting out of spite. It is the proposal from Longhua that makes it impossible for me to sit down and continue discussions. Ballistic missiles are not something I must have. Without them, the Tianqi Group's development may slow down a bit. But having ballistic missiles while being controlled by someone else is like putting a shackle on myself. Do you think I would choose that? Ahu was silent for a few seconds and nodded. A matter that is discussed back and forth with each party having valid points after a few days ends up producing a proposal that is acceptable to everyone. Wanting to obtain the intelligence network while not wanting to bear the risk of technology leakage. Wanting both, but in the end coming up with something that resembles nothing. Longhua has its position and I have my concerns. This is very normal. It's just a waste of time. It's a bit regrettable. He put his phone back on the table. On the afternoon of Rong Heading's departure from Longjiang No. 1, an encrypted email was sent from Washington to the server of the M-Country Embassy in Singapore, taking less than 40 minutes to be relayed, ultimately appearing on Peterson's encrypted tablet. The content of the email was brief, consisting of only a few lines. The second meeting between Longhua and Tianqi Group did not reach a consensus. According to assessments, there are fundamental differences between the two sides regarding the control terms of ballistic missile technology. After reading the email, Peterson set the tablet down on the table, leaned back in his chair, and a barely visible smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Having worked at the Ministry of Defense for over 20 years, he had witnessed countless negotiations. Some were successful while others collapsed. However, it was rare for discussions at the level of Lin Jiao and Longhua to fall apart so quickly and decisively. The rapid collapse indicated that it was not a matter of price, but of essence. Prices can be negotiated, but the essence cannot be compromised. Longhua wanted to provide missile technology without letting go, while Lin Jiao wanted the missile technology without the constraints. The root of this contradiction lies in the fundamentally opposing positions of both parties. One side desires complete ownership for business, while the other insists on strict strategic control. Different positions cannot be reconciled by merely negotiating a few pages of agreements. He picked up the internal phone on the table and dialed a number. Notify the Southeast Asia station to prepare to contact Lin Jiao. Follow the framework discussed earlier. First, ascertain his most pressing needs. Do not compare prices with Longhua nor sincerity with Waguo, as we cannot gain an advantage in these areas. Our advantage lies in what they lack. After hanging up, Peterson leaned back in his chair and gazed out at the gray sky of Washington. Lin Jiao's rejection of Longhuo's control plan indicated that Longhua would not be able to offer more attractive conditions in the short term. On the Waguo side, Yamamoto Ichiro's technical list was indeed substantial, but Yamamoto was in a position of seeking favors, and his overly humble stance made Lin Jiao feel he had more cards hidden. Both sides were raising their offers, yet neither had hit the point that Lin Jiao truly desired. This gap represented the best opportunity to enter. He stood up and walked to the large map of East Asia on the wall. The map marked the military bases, commercial nodes, and the under-construction deepwater port in the South Pacific of Tianqi Group. Each mark represented a fact Tianqi Group was no longer a regional economic entity, but rather a rising invisible empire expanding globally. What they lacked was not money or technology, but international legitimacy. This was precisely what M country could provide, even if it was just an intention. Binding Longjiang No. 1. As who walked into the study, Lin Jiu was scrolling through messages on his phone. The screen displayed a group photo at a dinner table featuring Huang Mingyu and Su Yuan in a restaurant with 2 bowls of steaming noodles on the table. Huang Mingyu made a gesture to the camera, his smile radiant and unguarded. Jiu Gu. Who walked to the table, saying there's been movement from M country. Peterson has relayed a message through our channels in Singapore. He has plans to visit Singapore soon and hopes to meet with you. Peterson. Lin Jiu set his phone down. The head of East Asian Affairs at the Ministry of Defense. The encrypted communication intercepted by Wei last time came from his office. What did he say? The exact words were that he hoped to exchange views on matters of mutual concern. Hu placed a printed document on the table saying the wording is quite official, but the fact that it was conveyed through our Singapore channel indicates he does not wish to engage through formal diplomatic means. Instead, he wants to bypass the surveillance of Longhua and Waguo and speak directly to us. Lin Jiu glanced at the printed document. The wording was reminiscent of Yamamoto Ichiro's previous communication. Exchange views on matters of mutual concern. Such diplomatic language does not clarify any issues, but interestingly the approach used is also similar to Yamamoto Ichiro's bypassing formal channels and taking a private route. Jogu, should we meet or not? No rush. Let him wait for 2 days. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair. M country's engagement now indicates they have assessed the offers from Longhua and Waguo. They believe their price is not high enough, so they want to meet first to figure out what I really want before making an offer. Thus the initiative is in our hands. Hu nodded and turned to arrange things. Lin Jiu picked up the cigarette box on the table, took out a cigarette, and stood by the window watching the osmanthus tree in the yard. Longhua made an offer, but the control plan was rejected. Waguo made an offer and the technical list was laid out. Yamamoto Ichiro was still waiting for a response. Now M country has also arrived. All 3 parties want intelligence on Yongxin. Longhua wants to close gaps, Waguo wants to secure its interests, and M country aims to carve out a share in this game. Meanwhile, what Tianqi Group holds is rapidly transforming into an entry ticket for international negotiations. When the news of M country's entry reached Kyoto, Rong Heading was sipping tea in Qin Huiyuan's study. Zhao Taijun handed over a briefing on Peterson's outreach to Tianqi Group through Singapore channels. After reading it, Rong Heading set down his teacup and remarked, Commissioner Smith. Qin Huiyuan looked up. Rong Heading pushed the briefing towards him, pointing at a name on Peterson's team list. Smith, the field coordination officer at the Ministry of Defense responsible for the allocation of resources through informal channels in Southeast Asia. This person is quite famous in the gray circles of Washington. As long as the price is right, he can help you acquire it. From individual soldier equipment to core components of missile guidance systems, and even the parameters of newly equipped gear from certain NATO allies. By including this unconventional figure on the team list, Peterson is sending a message to Lin Jiu. Rong Heading leaned back in his chair. What he offers cannot be provided by Longhua. What he offers cannot be provided by Waguo either. Because his channel does not go through the Congress and does not require cabinet approval, it only requires a quotation. Qin Huiyuan said, on the contrary, Smith's presence is helping us. Lin Jiu is a businessman, and what businessmen fear most is not high prices, but having only one bidder. The Japanese are on his left, the Americans on his right, and we are sitting opposite him. 3 parties are bidding, and the highest bidder wins. But the premise of bidding is that each party has something that others do not. The Japanese have technology, the Americans have channels, and we have what Lin Jiu truly needs. Ballistic missile technology. The Japanese can't provide it, and what the Americans offer is second-hand goods. The quality is not guaranteed. What we offer is brand new with after-sales service and can also be paid in installments. Smith's presence gives Lin Jiu another option, but it also makes him clearer that the only one who can provide him with stable supplies is us. Rong Heading put down his teacup and said, so Smith is not here to steal business. He is here to help us force Lin Jiu to make a decision. The longer Lin Jiu drags it out, the more specific the conditions from the Americans will become. As the conditions become specific, Lin Jiu will realize that while the Americans' products are cheap, they are unstable. Qin Huiyuan fell silent for a moment, and then called Zhao Taijun over. Notify Old Su that the plan for the 3rd meeting needs to be adjusted. The control framework remains unchanged, but the terms for launch permissions can be relaxed, changing from joint control to pre-reporting. The deployment location can be negotiated and a technical team can be sent for supervision, but ownership belongs to the Tianqi Group. Additionally, the export permit for the batch of special steel that was previously held up should be approved as a small gesture of our sincerity. Zhao Taijun was taken aback. Wasn't it said before that this batch of steel? What was said before? Qin Huan interrupted him. Now the Americans have already seated themselves at the negotiating table. If we continue to sip tea slowly, the tea will go cold. Zhao Taijun responded and left. Rong Heading watched his silhouette disappear at the door, picked up his teacup, and took a sip. Old Qin, do you think Lin Jiu will feel that we are conceding too quickly? No. He is a smart person. He knows why we are conceding. It's not because the Americans have come, but because the intelligence from Yongxin is worth this price. More than 400 nails, 7 offices, and 15 years of infiltration. As long as these things are not removed, Longwo will not be able to sleep peacefully. Lin Jiu helped us uncover this network. It is only natural that he wants compensation. Qin Huan leaned back in his chair. We were unwilling to give before because we thought his asking price was too high. But whether it is high or not can only be determined through comparison. The Japanese have already put semiconductor technology on the table. The Americans have revealed their channels, and now looking at the terms Lin Jiu is offering. Authorization for ballistic missile technology, phase delivery, with Longwo personnel participating in technical supervision. 2 months ago this would have been a lion's demand. Today this price is reasonable. You've changed quite a bit, Rome. It's not that I've changed, it's that the situation has changed. Qin Huayuan stood up and walked to the window. The matter of Yongxin has made me realize that with someone like Lin Jiu discussing ideals is useless, discussing rules is also useless. He only recognizes one thing: interests. If you give him enough interest, he becomes your friend. If you do not give him interest, he becomes your enemy. What Longwo needs is not a partner with a proper attitude, but a partner who can help us plug the holes at critical moments. Rong Heading nodded, not continuing this topic. He knew what Qin Huayuan's words meant. The internal attitude of the 6 major families towards Lin Jiu was shifting from opportunistic looters to worthy cooperative partners. This change is not easy, but the entry of the Americans has accelerated it. Should we keep an eye on Commissioner Smith? Yes, but not on him. Oh, we should keep an eye on Lin Jiu. Lin Jiu will not easily trade with Smith, but he will use Smith to pressure our price. In the next few rounds of negotiations, he will repeatedly mention Smith's name, bring up the Americans' conditions, and the things we cannot provide. Every time he mentions it, our bargaining chips decrease. Therefore, the third meeting must reach an agreement in one go. It cannot be delayed any longer. Meanwhile, in Baining, at a noodle shop on Cultural Street, Huo Mingyu and Su Yuan were sitting face to face. 2 bowls of beef noodles steaming were placed on the table. Since their chance encounter at the night market, this was already their 5th meal together. Huo Mingyu had come up with different reasons each time to invite Su Yuan out. Su Yuan had refused a few times, but eventually came out. Huo Mingyu stole glances at the person across from him while eating noodles. Su Yuan was wearing a loose, deep gray sweatshirt today with the collar pulled high and sleeves long enough to cover half of his hands. He ate quietly, hardly making a sound. After observing closely several times, Huo Mingyu increasingly felt that something was off. Su Yuan's mannerisms indeed resembled those of a man. His sitting posture, the way he held chopsticks, and the tone of his speech showed no signs of deliberately imitating a woman. But some things cannot be hidden solely by behavior. For instance, Su Yuan's skin. It is not the refined texture of a man who has undergone skincare. It is naturally thin, translucent, and fair. The dim light of the noodle shop illuminated his face, revealing the fine vascular patterns beneath his cheekbones. For example, Su Yuan's figure. The loose sweatshirt concealed most of his contours, but when he occasionally raised his hand to grab a napkin, the fabric would shift, creating a soft curve across his chest. It is not muscle. The lines of muscle are hard, that curve is soft. Huo Mingyu shifted his gaze and looked down at his noodles. He was no longer troubled by the question of whether Su Yuan was male or female. From the current situation, it is highly likely that Su Yuan is female, and she has been deliberately hiding it. However, Huo Mingyu did not expose it, because he felt that Su Yuan must have her reasons for not wanting others to know. You mentioned last time that you were adopted. Huo Mingyu changed the topic casually, as if discussing the weather. Yes. My current parents are not my biological ones. My biological father passed away early. My current father adopted me, but he has no feelings for me. Huo Mingyu did not press further about Su Yuan's biological father. He knew that this topic was not suitable for digging deep on the first meeting. Su Yuan lowered her head and continued eating noodles. Some things need to be approached slowly. His relationship with Su Yuan had not yet reached the level where he could indiscriminately reveal each other's scars. After finishing their meal, the two walked out of the noodle shop. The night market had already closed, though only a few scattered stalls were packing up. The boss of the grilled squid was loading the gas tank onto a tricycle, while the lady grilling gluten was bundling the bamboo skewers to throw into the trash. Aren't you hot with all those layers? Huo Mingyu suddenly asked. Su Yuan paused his hands while tidying his. Then he raised his head, a smile on his lips. I'm afraid of getting sunburned. Huo Mingyu looked at Su Yuan. In Baining's autumn, the temperature at night is below 20 degrees, and the sun has long set. This excuse is so flimsy, but Huo Mingyu did not expose it. He knew that everyone has things they do not want others to know, and Su Yuan's tightly wrapped appearance must have its reasons. All right, then next time we go out at night, the sun won't be able to shine on you. Su Yuan smiled and turned to his silhouette in the dark sweatshirt, walked away under the yellow streetlight, merging into the crowd packing up the night market, and soon he was out of sight. Meanwhile, thousands of kilometers away in a white building surrounded by palm trees, a playing card was casually thrown onto the table. The card had the face of the Red Heart Jack. The Dragon Country, the Woku, and Country M are all waiting for Lin Jiu's response. Yamamoto Ichiro has recalled Wan Wenxiong from Cambodia to prepare for exchanging intelligence with Huo Mingyu regarding Yongxin. The speaker's voice was soft, reminiscent of a weather forecast sitting in the shadows where only a vague outline could be. How about the Dragon Country? Qin Huayuan has relented. The control framework remains unchanged, but the launch authorization has shifted from joint control to prior notification. This is the largest concession made by the Dragon Country so far. It seems they intend to settle matters with Lin Jiao in the third round of talks, leaving little room for the Woku and Country M. As expected, Yongxin's intelligence is too crucial for the Dragon Country. They cannot maintain their aloofness forever. However, this is not good news for us. Once the Dragon Country obtains the intelligence, the stakes will be removed quickly, and the security net within the Dragon Country will become significantly denser. The communication channels we previously established through Yongxin's intelligence network will also be blocked. So we cannot allow the Dragon Country to obtain the intelligence. We do not need the intelligence itself. That is something the Woku desperately desire and has nothing to do with us. What then should we do? The person in the shadows flipped over another card and placed it next to the red heart J. It was the spade A. Keep a close watch on Yamamoto Ichiro's actions. His recalling of Wan Wenxiong to Binding indicates that he is prepared for the worst. If Yamamoto succeeds, a rift will inevitably arise between the Dragon Country and the Tianqi group, which would benefit us. If Yamamoto fails, the relationship between the Woku and the Dragon Country will also become further strained, which is similarly advantageous for us. Thus, regardless of Yamamoto's success or failure, the outcome is not detrimental to us, so we do nothing. The person in the shadows did not respond directly. He picked up the red heart J card, looked at it for a moment, and then placed it back down. Once Yamamoto Ichiro takes action, the situation in Binding will become chaotic. During chaos, the focus of the Tianqi group will be drawn to Yamamoto. The two bodyguards beside Hua Mingyu are Ahus men protecting against external threats. But some threats do not come from the outside. He paused for a moment. Tell him to accelerate the progress. No need to overstep boundaries, but we must ensure the other party cannot part ways with him. When a person occupies a sufficiently important position in another person's heart, their choices at critical moments will differ. Yamamoto Ichiro is betting everything on abducting Hua Mingyu, but he has forgotten one thing: Hua Mingyu is not alone in Binding. He has Su Yuan by his side. The woman's voice did not reply, but simply placed the red heart J back on the table. The card face up, the crowned jester grinned in the dim light, as if awaiting a certain moment. What they excel at is riding the waves and fishing in troubled waters. On the other side, when the video conference screen lit up, Lin Jiao was brewing tea in his study. On the other end of the screen was not Peterson, but a middle-aged white man in his 40s with very short hair and wearing a wrinkled Hawaiian shirt, exuding a somewhat unruly demeanor. The background was a luxuriously decorated study with a giant stars and stripes flag and a Pacific strategy map hanging on the wall. Outside the window, the night seascape glimmered with the lights of distant yachts. This man is named Smith, an external liaison officer for Peterson's team, specifically responsible for transactions that cannot go through regular channels. Mr. Lin, I've long admired you. Smith grinned, revealing slightly yellowed teeth from cigar smoke. Peterson asked me to convey his regards. He said this video conference is merely a preliminary contact and does not count as formal negotiations, so it does not need to be too formal. Look, I haven't even tied a tie. Lin Jiao lifted the teacup and did not respond. Smith was unconcerned, continuing to speak. His style was completely different from Takahashi's. No bows, no lists, no talk of eternal friendship. He went straight to the point. The Tianqi Group's scale of operations in Southeast Asia has already surpassed that of many small countries. Military bases in Cambodia, deep-water ports in the South Pacific, and a commercial network spanning 3 continents. So what you lack is not money nor technology, but the recognition of your status by the international community. The Dragon Country can provide you with ballistic missile technology, but they will control how you use it. The Woku can offer you semiconductors, but their technology updates so quickly that it becomes obsolete within a few years. What we offer is something more enduring: international legitimacy. The Tianqi Group's transition from an economic entity to a nation requires a power that has a voice in the Security Council to speak on your behalf. Smith lit a cigar, and smoke billowed in front of the camera. Of course, these are currently just intentions. How to implement them will require higher-level discussions to determine. But one thing I can promise right now: within our framework, the Tianqi Group will receive strategic cooperation treatment equivalent to that of a sovereign state. This is not something the Dragon Country can provide, nor the Woku. Lin Jiao smiled slightly. He set down his teacup and looked at the white man on the screen who was exhaling smoke. International legitimacy, sovereign state treatment, support for a voice in the Security Council. Each of these is incredibly enticing. However, Lin Jiao has spent 10 years in Southeast Asia, rising from a subordinate to the second-in-command of the Tianqi Group. Over these 10 years, he has learned to remain vigilant, as time has shown him that those who are not alert remain stuck in the past. Mr. Smith, is what you mentioned subject to congressional authorization? Smith flicked the ash from his cigar and paused for a moment. Some require it, some do not. For the parts that do not require it, I can promise them right now. For the parts that do require it, my duty at the Department of Defense is to facilitate the implementation of such matters. Facilitating and approving are 2 different things. Mr. Lin, I understand your concerns. But the political operation methods of Country M are quite different from those of the Dragon Country. The Dragon Country requires multiple layers of approval, with each layer needing a stamp. Over here, sometimes all it takes is a phone call. And then the Congress changes the speaker, and the previous phone call no longer counts. Smith's cigar paused at his lips. He set it down, leaned back in his chair, and though his smile remained, his eyes turned. Mr. Lynn, do you know what people like me fear the most in Washington? It's not the fear of a deal falling through, but the fear of a deal going through only for the other party to breach the contract. Once the reputation of breaching contracts spreads, no one will do business with you again. You are a businessman, and so am I. What matters most to a businessman is not how much money is made in one deal, but whether anyone will still be willing to take your call for the next deal. Your trade embargo list is updated every year. That is directed at adversaries. We never target partners as long as a formal security cooperation framework is established. Mr. Lin, I understand the value of the intelligence you hold better than you do. This information can create a strategic imbalance for our hypothetical enemies in East Asia for at least a decade. What does a decade signify? We can establish a solid cooperative relationship with the Tianchi Group during this decade. This is not a short-term benefit, but a long-term layout. Lin Jiu picked up his teacup. Smith's words concealed many things, but they were indeed more willing than Longhua to acknowledge the position of the Tianchi Group on the international stage, a recognition that neither Longhua nor Wakwa were willing to grant. Mr. Smith, how long will it take to implement what you've said? That depends on how fast President Lin wants it. If it's just a preliminary security cooperation framework, I can push for it to be signed before the next quarter. If more specific international recognition is needed, the process will take longer, but if we can reach an agreement, I am willing to personally push this process forward. Let me consider it. Of course. Smith smiled broadly, revealing his yellowed teeth from smoking. However, President Lin, there's one thing I need to remind you. The technology list given to you by Wakwa contains some projects that even their cabinet may not approve, and there are not many matters that Yamamoto Ichiro can decide. The ballistic missile technology provided by Longhua still has the launch key in someone else's hands. We are different. We never hold on to your keys. We give you the key and then tell you that there are even bigger doors waiting for you to open. After the video conference ended, who walked in from outside. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair, looking at the already darkened screen. The sincerity of Nguo is more than I expected. Brother Gio, can they really provide international legitimacy? That's not important. Wakwa is not good, and is Nguo any better? Lin Jiu picked up a cigarette from the table and lit it. Smith only talks about direction, not details. What seems enticing often looks different when it comes to the details. He talks about pushing, but there are many things between pushing and implementation. But that doesn't matter. What matters is that Nguo's involvement will make Longhua and Wakwa realize that their competitor is no longer each other. Meanwhile, at Binding Cultural Street, when Huo Mingyu and Su Yuan came out of the noodle shop, the night market stalls had already closed. The street was sparsely populated, and the streetlights were dim. Su Yuan was wearing a loose, dark gray sweatshirt with a high collar. Huo Mingyu noticed that he wasn't talking much tonight, and occasionally glanced at his phone screen as if waiting for some news. Are you troubled tonight? No. Su Yuan quickly tucked his phone back into his pocket almost reflexively. Huo Mingyu did not press further. They walked along Cultural Street toward where they parked, with Lu and Xiao Sun trailing behind them at a distance of several steps. They had walked this road several times, each time starting with a bowl of beef noodles and ending with Huo Mingyu watching Su Yuan's silhouette walk away at the street corner. But tonight was different. Halfway through, a group of over 10 people suddenly rushed out of a milk tea shop. These people wore dark clothing and were fully armed with helmets and masks, wielding iron rods and batons. They rushed directly toward Huo Mingyu and Su Yuan without any hesitation, the first person swinging the iron rod down toward Huo Mingyu's head. Huo Mingyu's reaction was faster than he had anticipated. He sidestepped the first blow, and the iron rod grazed his ear before striking the ground, creating a shower of sparks. The second person lunged at him from the side, swinging the baton toward his waist. Huo Mingyu had no time to dodge and could only block it with his arm. The baton struck his forearm, numbing the entire limb. Su Yuan grabbed his collar and yanked him back, causing both of them to stagger back several steps. The third person's iron rod was already in front of Su Yuan. He instinctively sidestepped, and the rod grazed his shoulder, tearing his loose sweatshirt. The Lu charged in from behind. He didn't shout, instead delivering a knee strike to the waist of the person in front, who groaned and bent over. The Lu then elbowed him in the back of the neck, and the man collapsed on the ground. Xiao Sun followed closely behind, kicking down the second person holding a baton, then turning to block the iron rod of the third person. The scene turned from a surprise attack into a chaotic brawl within seconds. Taking advantage of Lu and Xiao Sun blocking those people, Su Yuan dragged Huo Mingyu toward a narrow alley. The alley was very narrow, with walls of residential buildings on both sides growing darker as they went further in. Behind them, the sounds of iron rods striking the wall echoed as someone was chasing them. Su Yuan ran quickly, his breathing loud in the quiet alley, his face flushed, but his lips pale. Are you okay? Huo Mingyu asked in a low voice. Su Yuan waved his hand. I'm fine, follow me. They ran to the end of the alley, climbed over a wall, and jumped into another street. Most of the street lights here were broken, with only a distant incandescent light flickering weakly. Su Yuan leaned against the wall, breathing heavily. His sweatshirt had been torn by barbed wire at the top of the wall, exposing a small piece of white fabric underneath. Huo Mingyu leaned against the wall, breathing heavily for a few seconds without noticing these details, and then took out his phone. Dalu picked up the call almost instantly. Huo Xiao, where are you? I'm fine. What's the situation on your end? The other side has fallen. Huo Mingyu hung up the phone. After they pressed against the wall for what felt like a long 10 minutes, there was no movement at the alley entrance nor footsteps of pursuers. Dalu arrived. A low voice called out from the alley entrance. Huo Xiao? Mr. Su, are you there? Huo Mingyu responded. He and Su Yuan slowly emerged, both looking disheveled. Huo Mingyu's right hand was bruised and swollen from the baton strike, and Su Yuan had a smudge of dirt on his face, but neither of them seemed seriously hurt. Did you see who sent them? Not sure, but one thing is certain. Dalu stood up. Whoever sent them has targeted your route of action. They know you would appear at Cultural Street at this time. Su Yuan leaned against the shadow of the wall, revealing only Huo Mingyu hung up the phone, propping himself against the wall with his uninjured hand and standing up straight. Let's head back to Longjiang now. 1. Meanwhile in Tokyo, Yamamoto Ichiro was awakened from his sleep by the ringing of his phone. He sat up in bed, found his phone, and pressed the answer button. His deputy's voice came from the other end, speaking rapidly and filled with suppressed panic. Yamamoto-can, something happened in Baining. Huo Mingyu was attacked on Cultural Street. Yamamoto's drowsiness vanished in an instant. He threw off the blanket barefoot on the cold floor, gripping the phone tightly. Who did it? Identity unknown. 4 people, not our men. What about Ruan Wenxiong? Ruan Wenxiong is still in Baining, but there has been no action tonight. When the attack occurred, his 3 teams were all at the base. I can guarantee they are not our people. Yamamoto Ichiro stood in the darkness, the neon lights of Tokyo casting flickering shadows on his face. Someone acted while Huo Mingyu was on his way back to Longjiang No. 1. Right at the critical moment when all 3 parties were waiting for Lin Jiu's response. Yamamoto-can, could it be them Guo people? They just contacted Lin Jiu, and if something happens to Huo Mingyu now, Lin Jiu's first suspicion will fall on us. Them Guo could take the opportunity. Shut up. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was low, but each word felt like it was forced out between clenched teeth. Even if them Guo wanted to sow discord, they wouldn't do it at such a crucial moment in this 3-way game. But they are indeed the most motivated. Lin Jiu just had a video conference with Smith tonight. If Lin Jiu is swayed by them Guo's conditions, then the last thing them Guo wants to see is us reaching a deal with Lin Jiu. And if something happens to Huo Mingyu, no matter who acted, the blame will fall on me, Yamamoto Ichiro. So what should... Yamamoto Ichiro stood by the window looking out at the night view of Tokyo. He had to make a judgment in seconds, not about who attacked Huo Mingyu, but about how to save his own life. If Lin Jiu believes he sent someone to do it, the fragile trust that was so hard to establish in the Singapore meeting would turn to ashes before dawn. And if Lin Jiu completely turns against him, his backup plans would also be stillborn. Notify Ruan Wenxiong to pull all the people back to Jinbing. Immediately, right away. No one is to be left in Baining. Yamamoto Ichiro paused, and then send someone to find out who attacked Huo Mingyu tonight. At Longjiang No. 1. Who hurriedly arrived at the door of the study. 9th brother, something happened to Mingyu. He's being blocked by over 10 people. Lin Jiu placed his phone on the table, took out a cigarette from the case, twirled it between his fingers, but did not light it. Continue speaking. Dalu and Xiao Sun blocked them. Ming's right hand is fractured, and Su Yuan, who was with him, is also injured. He has been sent to the First People's Hospital of Binhai City and is not in life-threatening condition. The identities of the assailants are unclear. Dalu said their equipment is all low-quality stuff, and their moves are crude, not like professionals. However, there were many of them blocking both ends of the alley with precise timing and routes, clearly having scouted in advance. Lin Jiu placed the cigarette on the table and stood up. Prepare the cars. No matter how many Dalu and Xiao Sun managed to take down, none of those over 10 who attacked Mingyu are to be handed over to the police. All are to be sent to northern Myanmar for questioning by Yunyi. Avoiding Long would go directly through our own channels. Also notify away none of Ruan Wenxing's people are to be let go. Take them all away. Ahu nodded and turned to arrange things. At the First People's Hospital of Binhai City, the driveway in front of the emergency building had been cleared. It wasn't the hospital that cleared it, rather 10 black sedans surged in from various directions, completely blocking the entire road. The individuals stepping out of the cars were all in black suits, surrounding the emergency entrance like a steel barrel. When Huo Mingyu was pushed into the emergency room, the entire corridor was empty. It wasn't that there was no one, or rather some had been asked to leave. Several patients waiting in line were guided by nurses to a temporary passage on the other side, and even the security guards on duty had been replaced by personnel from the Tianchi group. In the corridor, every few steps stood a figure in a black suit. No one spoke, only the sound of gurney wheels rolling over the tiles and the lowered voices of doctors could be heard. At this critical moment, someone attacked Huo Mingyu. This was not a coincidence. Those people were not just spontaneous street thugs. They had scouted in advance, knowing precisely where Huo Mingyu would be at this time on Cultural Street. They came with iron rods and batons, their target clear and their actions decisive. They knew there were bodyguards around Huo Mingyu, yet they still made their move. This indicates that those who hired them wanted Huo Mingyu dead in Baining. Or at the very least they wanted him to bleed. Huo Mingyu is the heir of the Tianqi group, the only son of Huo Tianqi. To lay hands on Huo Mingyu in Baining is akin to setting a fire in Lin Jiu's living room. Whoever orchestrated this must be prepared to face the consequences, as they have already acted. At the First People's Hospital of Binhai City, police lights illuminated the emergency corridor in red and blue, with 3 police cars blocking the entrance, while officers were putting up caution tape. In the corridor every few steps stood a person in black tactical gear, all security personnel urgently dispatched by a Hu from Longjiang No. 1. Huo Mingyu was placed in a special care room at the end of the corridor guarded by 2 veterans who had come from Cambodia. At the other end of the corridor, the vice president was quietly communicating with a plainclothes police officer, and several nurses hurriedly pushed a gurney across the corridor, the rubber wheels squeaking against the tiles. De Lu leaned against the wall, a wound on his forehead still bleeding, while Xiao Sun had his left hand bandaged, and neither of them was willing to attend to their injuries. They simply stood at the door of the ward. Su Yuan sat on a plastic chair in the corner of the corridor. His hoodie had been torn by barbed wire while climbing over a wall, leaving a scratch on his face, and his hair was a mess. A nurse crouched in front of him, cleaning the wound on his knee with a cotton swab, causing him to gasp in pain. The elevator doors opened. Lin Jiu stepped out, with a Hu following behind. Everyone in the corridor simultaneously halted their actions. Several police officers instinctively attempted to intervene, but a Hu's gaze halted them in their tracks. Lin Jiu approached the door of the ward, pausing for a moment as he passed by Su Yuan. Su Yuan looked up, his face pale, his eyes slightly red. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but ultimately remained silent. Lin Jiu watched him, his gaze lingering on Su Yuan's face for a few seconds. It was not the concern of an elder for a younger, but rather an examination. Su Yuan's eyes flickered away, lowering his head like a child who had done something wrong. Lin Jiu retracted his gaze and pushed the door into the ward. Huo Mingyu lay on the bed, his right forearm in a cast with a band-aid on his forehead. Seeing Lin Jiu enter, he moved his right hand, which was wrapped in plaster. "Uncle Lin." Lin Jiu nodded. "Where are you hurt?" "My right hand is fractured, and I have 3 stitches on my forehead. It's nothing serious," Huo Mingyu replied, then paused. "What about Su Yuan?" "He fell while climbing over the wall." "Oh, please don't. He's outside being watched." Lin Jiu pulled a chair and sat by the bed. "How do you feel?" "I'm okay, just that I can't move my right arm. He'll probably have to eat with my left hand." Huo Mingyu touched the band-aid on his forehead with his left hand, his expression relatively relaxed, but his voice was noticeably lower than usual. "Uncle Lin, tonight's incident is not right. Over 10 people blocked the alley in the middle of the night. The route was precisely planned, knowing exactly where I would pass. De Lu said all their equipment was low-quality stuff, not like professionals. But that business car was waiting in the back alley. Obviously someone was providing support. This was not a spuro-themant decision. It was clearly prearranged, though the executioners were not skilled." "I know." Lin Jiu's tone was very calm. "Whether it was aimed at you or the Tianqi group, this debt must be settled, principal and interest together." In Kyoto, in a courtyard without a signboard, Zhao Taijun placed the situation report from Baining on the table. Something happened in Baining. Qin Huayuan, Rong heading Yujing Yuan, and Su Muji were present, while Bai Jingxing and Zhao Beichen connected through. The conference hall fell silent for a few moments as everyone processed the same piece of news. Hu Tianqi's son had been attacked by a group of unidentified individuals in Baining. After reading the briefing, Qin Huayuan spoke in a hushed tone. "At this critical moment, targeting Huo Mingyu, no matter who did it, is just causing more chaos." Lin Jiu was about to have a third meeting with Elder Rong, and whether he could retrieve the intelligence from Yongxin depended on this round. Now that someone had stabbed him in the back, good things could easily turn bad. He scanned each person present. "The Dragon Kingdom must take a stand. We need to establish a special task force immediately, with the ministry overseeing the matter and the provincial department of Baining and the Binhai City Bureau sending elite personnel. The ports, airports, and train stations must be fully secured to ensure the safety of the Tianqi group-related personnel. We must investigate quickly. If someone is behind the scenes, we must bring them to light." Zhao Taijun immediately stepped out. Yu Jingyuan put down the sandalwood bracelet in his hand. "I'll have Ling go take a look. At this time, someone from the Dragon Kingdom needs to be in the hospital. The girl from the Chu family should go as well. Both families need to be present to show their stance, but they shouldn't say much. Right now, Lin Jiu is not receptive to anything." Qin Huayuan put away the briefing. "There is one more thing. The assailants came prepared, indicating that someone is monitoring Baining and the movements of the Tianqi group. Yamamoto, Ichiro Peterson, and those hidden forces in the shadows are all watching. If the Dragon Kingdom does not take a stand, Lin Jiu will trust no one. This special task force must not only investigate, but also ensure that he sees the Dragon Kingdom standing on the same side as him." In the hospital corridor, Takahashi was stopped by 2 police officers outside the cordon. He introduced himself as the cultural counselor of the Japanese consulate in Baining and expressed his desire to visit the injured. The police reviewed his credentials and stated they needed to consult their superiors. Takahashi stood outside the cordon for quite a long time, while the medical and security personnel passing in and out paid him no mind. Having spent 6 years at the consulate, it was the first time he couldn't even enter. He turned and walked towards the parking lot, dialing Yamamoto Ichiro's encrypted line as he walked. In Tokyo Chiyoda District, Yamamoto Ichiro gripped his phone tightly, his knuckles turning white. His deputies stood at the door, hesitant to enter, as Yamamoto had just smashed a cup. He had called Linjio 3 times, all of which went unanswered. When Takahashi's call came in, he almost answered instantly. "Did you see Linjio? I couldn't get in. The hospital is cordoned off by both police and Tianchi Group personnel, and outsiders are not allowed near." Yamamoto Ichiro was silent for 2 seconds. Takahashi had followed him for 6 years, and he was always reliable. He had never been kept outside like this in diplomatic situations in the Dragon Kingdom. This time, not even being allowed to enter meant something significant to him. Linjio was rejecting all communication, and this was not just directed at Japan. Japan would certainly be at the top of the rejection list. What about Juan Wenxiu? He was blocked. All wise people surrounded their base, and all 12 of them were taken away by the Tianchi Group, without a single one escaping. As for the attackers of Huamingyu, Linjio did not hand them over to the Dragon Kingdom police. They were all bypassed through normal channels and sent directly to northern Myanmar. According to outside intelligence, the individuals have already been handed over to Yunyi. Yamamoto Ichiro's grip tightened again. Juan Wenxing's action group was the last card he could control. Now even that card had been taken away by Linjio. Framing. Yamamoto Ichiro's voice was low, yet each word felt like it was squeezed out from between his teeth. "Someone knows my backup plan, knows that Juan Wenxiong is on standby in the Dragon Kingdom, and even knows the movement route of Huamingyu. This person has utilized all this information, orchestrated an attack with rough methods, and directed all evidence." The framing was executed skillfully. His people were indeed in the Dragon Kingdom, the backup plan truly existed, and Huamingyu's route had indeed been uncovered. Others might not know these matters, but Linjio does. Thus Linjio's first suspicion is also on me. Yamamoto-kun, should we relay a message to Linjio through the Chamber of Commerce in Phnom Penh? Linjio is currently not answering calls or seeing anyone, but our wise people still have communication channels with us in Phnom Penh. Send the message. No matter the channel, we must let Linjio know. This matter was not done by us. I am not afraid of taking the blame, but if he considers me the only suspect, those hidden in the shadows will strike again. Next time it might not be on Cultural Street, but in Singapore, in Phnom Penh, or even at the entrance of his own Longjiang. No. 1. Someone is using Huamingyu as a fuse, aiming to completely tear apart the Tianchi Group and Japan. He hung up the phone. Outside the window, the night view of Tokyo resembled a massive neon sign with the skyscrapers of Shinjuku flashing a cold white light in the darkness. Someone had hitchhiked on his backup plan, accurately pinning the blame on him, yet he did not even know who was behind it. Washington. Peterson was reviewing the draft framework for cooperation with the Tianchi Group when he received the news. Smith's voice came through the encrypted line, speaking at double the usual speed. There's been an incident in Bainang. Huamingyu was attacked by a dozen people on Cultural Street. Fortunately, he was unharmed, but his right hand was fractured. The situation is chaotic. The Dragon Kingdom has set up a special task force in the hospital, and Takahashi from Japan can't even get in. Linjio's stance is very firm. Who did this? It wasn't us. Yamamoto has been denying it, but his backup plan indeed exists in Bainang, and Juan Wenxing's action group has been completely intercepted by Linjio and sent to northern Myanmar. From Linjio's reaction, he should currently lean towards believing it was the Japanese who did it. Peterson leaned back in his chair, tapping his fingers on the table twice. It's not Yamamoto. If Yamamoto truly wanted to use Huamingyu as a bargaining chip, he wouldn't resort to a ragtag group of ill-equipped thugs. He would employ a professional team to strike with precision, then immediately transfer Huamingyu to a safe location, achieving the greatest leverage with the least disturbance. This method of rallying a group of local thugs to swing clubs is not his style. Could it be someone knows Yamamoto's backup plan and deliberately mimics his methods to accurately frame him? That's exactly what I wanted to say. Peterson stood up. Someone is watching the three-way game, keeping an eye on Yamamoto, Linjio, and us. This person knows Yamamoto has a kidnapping plan, is aware that Juan Wenxiong is on standby in Bainang, and even knows the movement route of Huamingyu. They combined this information to orchestrate a crude yet effective attack. What should we do? The embassy personnel will fly to Bainang at the fastest speed to express condolences to Linjio in person. The wording must be carefully measured so as not to give Linjio the impression that we are trying to exert pressure. Additionally, have Smith look into whether there have been any third-party forces recently dispatching similar personnel and equipment in Southeast Asia. Peterson walked to the window, gazing at the overcast sky of Washington. If someone could calculate all three parties into the equation, that person must not have acted on a whim. He may have been preparing for this long before any of us anticipated. Bainang Hospital. Yu Ling and Chu Xian stood at the elevator entrance with Ahu blocking their way. President Chu, Brother Joe said, he won't see anyone tonight. Yu Ling did not push her way in. She glanced toward the ward, nodded, and leaned against the corridor wall. Chu Xian stood by for a moment, placing the fruit basket on the ground, and the two waited at the elevator entrance. When Lin Jiao emerged from the ward, there were even more people in the corridor than before. Several plainclothes police officers were whispering to each other, while over at the nurse's station some were on the phone, and others were adjusting the surveillance footage. Lin Jiao said to Wahoo contact Singapore and have the medical team from headquarters take over. We leave tonight. Yu Ling and Chu Xian remained at the elevator entrance. Lin Jiao glanced at the two women without saying much, simply instructing someone to see them off. Yu Ling opened her mouth wanting to say something, but ultimately just nodded. Lin Jiao paused for a moment as he passed by Su Yuan. Su Yuan was leaning against the wall, having just had his knee bandaged again. The dirt smudged on his face had not yet been cleaned off, and his fingers were still trembling, slightly clearly shaken. 2 hours later, a bombardier took off from Binhai International Airport. Huang Mingyu lay on a stretcher, his right hand in a cast, and a band-aid on his forehead. He leaned against the window, watching the lights of Baining gradually shrink into a patch of glowing dots. Huang Mingyu thought to himself, I will be back. Su Yuan, wait for me. Northern Myanmar, Kakak Park. Yin Yi stood at the door of the interrogation room, facing a dozen or so individuals bound tightly. Some had bruised faces while others had dislocated arms, all taken directly from the transport vehicle of the Tianchi group by all Weiss men. Yun Yi, wearing flip-flops and holding a cigarette, scanned the faces of these individuals. Master Jiao said to ask nicely, who sent you here? How did you know the route? Who provided the address? Be clear. His tone was casual, as if he were discussing what to have for lunch in the cafeteria. The scar-faced man nodded and entered the interrogation room with an electric baton, shutting the door behind him. Yun Yi stood outside, listening to the first muffled sound coming from within. He tossed his cigarette, but to the ground, and extinguished it with his flip-flop. Yun Yi smacked his lips. Young people are ignorant of their own limitations, always thinking they can get ahead by being aggressive and ruthless, not realizing that the times have changed. Class stratification can crush you as easy as squashing an ant. And Yun Yi himself was merely a larger Singapore headquarters of Tianchi Group. In Hua Tianchi's study, Lin Jiao sat on a sofa by the window, holding a cup of tea. Hua Tianchi sat opposite him in a wicker chair, wearing a grayish-white linen shirt. Outside the window was Singapore's skyline, with the Marina Bay Sands Hotel's pool resembling a blue water stain suspended in midair, while freighters slowly cruised through the Strait of Malacca in the distance. How is Mingyu's injury? Hua Tianchi asked. His right hand is fractured, and he received 3 stitches on his forehead. Hua Tianchi sipped his tea, his expression remaining unchanged. It's not that he doesn't care, it's just that someone who has walked through gunfire in Southeast Asia has long since become desensitized to injuries like fractures and stitches. A dozen people ambushed him, had scouted the area beforehand, and pinpointed the route very accurately. Who do you think it was? Currently, we have not identified a suspect. The equipment of that group was low-grade, their actions unrefined, unlike anyone from any side. Wan Wengxing's operation group is on standby in Baining, but he vehemently denies any involvement. Everyone else is also distancing themselves. There is another possibility: someone is using Yamamoto's backup plan, deliberately employing crude methods to pin the blame accurately. The person framing us is quite skilled. They know that Yamamoto has a kidnapping plan, are aware that Wan Wenxiong is on standby in Baining, and know that Mingyu appears on Cultural Street every night. They utilized all this information to stage an attack, making everyone believe it was him. This person's understanding of each party's movements is not inferior to ours, Hua Tianchi said. I will get to the bottom of this. No need to rush. Hua Tianchi set down his teacup. Of course we need to clarify things. But that is not the reason I called you here today. That kid Mingyu has never suffered much. Taking a hit will serve as a lesson for him. Lin Jiao remained silent. He knew Hua Tianchi had more to say. Has the situation with the Dragon Kingdom loosened? The control framework remains unchanged, but the launch permissions have shifted from joint control to prior reporting. Deployment locations are negotiable, and technical supervision will be maintained with ownership belonging to Tianchi Group. From the looks of it, they want to settle things in the 3rd round of talks. What about Peterson's side? They have made an offer. International legitimacy, sovereign state treatment, and support for discourse in the Security Council. It sounds promising, but their commitments need congressional endorsement, and the political winds in Congress change. Commissioner Smith has channels to acquire many things, but the subsequent maintenance and technical updates of those things are in the hands of others. The American sincerity has never been reflected in contract clauses. They are not as formal as the Dragon Kingdom people, nor as submissive as the Japanese. They come straight to the point. What can you give me? What can I give you? Let's make a deal. It sounds very straightforward, but their commitments have a major issue. You never know which parts are genuine. What Smith told you. International legitimacy, sovereign state treatment, Security Council support. Each term is well packaged. But how much of it can actually be reduced to paper? That's why I haven't rushed to respond to them. Smith is an arms broker. He can indeed acquire more than others, but the broker's credibility is built on the scale of transactions. This time he offers a lot, because what we have is worth that price. Next time, if there are even more valuable buyers, he could easily sell us out. You see things clearly. Hua Tianchi leaned back in his wicker chair, looking out the window. This time with Yongxin, the Dragon Kingdom, Japan, and the United States all want what you have. The Dragon Kingdom wants to plug the holes, Japan wants to secure their foothold, and the United States wants to take a share in this game. All three parties have their stakes on the table. Whoever you choose will dominate the upcoming East Asian landscape. But one thing you must remember, no matter whom you choose, Tianqi Group must not deviate from its own path. I understand. What is the progress on the nuclear bomb issue? Lin Jiu immediately replied, the technical theoretical phase has already passed. The core data obtained from Demao has been repeatedly verified without any issues. The installation of the equipment at the Karahai testing site is also complete. We are preparing to begin the first phase of the engineering verification next month. If progress goes well, we can complete all technical preparations within a year. What about the raw materials? The centrifuge array is already in place, and the first batch of raw materials is on its way via a third-party channel passing through 3 transfer ports, so no one will trace it back to the final destination. The supporting power system for the separation plant is still being debugged, and it is expected to be connected to the main power grid next month. Once the raw materials arrive and the separation plant begins operation, the concentration phase can officially start. The progress is limited by the stability of the power supply, and the polar environment imposes stricter requirements on the equipment than we anticipated. Ho Tianqi picked up his teacup. The Polar Project is a top-level secret. Apart from you present here and the core team on the Aurora, and no one else is allowed to know, including Mingyu. He is still young and cannot keep secrets. Lin Jiu responded, understood. Ho Tianqi stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the skyline of Singapore stood silently in the afternoon sunlight, and the sea in the distance was as calm as a gray iron plate. The Tianqi Group took over a decade to grow from nothing in Southeast Asia, transforming from a gray economy into a hidden empire spanning 3 continents. However, only a few people know that in this seemingly complete puzzle, there is a missing piece that is the most critical. Lin Jiu stood beside Ho Tianqi, gazing at the endless azure deep sea outside the window. The Tianqi Group has a top-secret research base in the Arctic. There lies the foundation for the Tianqi Group's international presence. Unlike other capital that has grown in various countries, the foundation of the Tianqi Group is weak. Without sufficient strength, it is merely the meat on the lips of the international bigwigs. A piece of cake that can be devoured at any time. That is why the Tianqi Group is eager to possess a trump card that can deter the entire world. Ho Tianqi slowly spoke. The people from the Dragon Country provided us with ballistic missile technology, which helps us fill the gap in transportation means. The Americans offered us international legitimacy, helping us with our international status. The Japanese provided semiconductor technology, helping us upgrade our industrial chain. Although the 3 parties offered different things, they are all what we need. However, remember that these 3 things combined are not as important as the Polar Project. The ballistic missile is the spear, and the nuclear warhead is the spearhead. A spear without a spearhead, no matter how sharp, is just a stick. That is why I entrusted this matter to you instead of to others in the group. Lin Jiu lifted his head. He understood the weight of Ho Tianqi's words. The ultimate goal of the Tianqi Group has never been to do business, to engage in real estate, or to negotiate terms with the Dragon Country, Japan, or the United States. These are merely the processes, not the end goal. The end goal lies beneath that ice cap. That disguised mobile laboratory posing as a deep-sea exploration vessel, that batch of core data transported over several years from Demao, and that centrifuge array currently being debugged. Many years ago, Ho Tianqi calculated that an economic entity with armed forces, overseas bases, and a complete industrial chain is merely 2 steps away from true sovereign independence. One is the rocket technology to send satellites into space, and the other is the nuclear deterrent capability that makes any opponent think twice before taking action. Rocket technology can be acquired from the Dragon Country and supplemented by ballistic missile technology. However, no one will provide nuclear deterrent capability. This calculation must be made independently. Keep the line with Smith open, but don't sign anything. Peterson's promise of international legitimacy sounds good, but you must see clearly why they are playing this card at this point in time. It's not because they want to help us, it's because they don't want the Dragon Country to obtain information about Yongxin. Once the Dragon Country seals off the information leak, they lose an important chip to restrain the Dragon Country in East Asia, while also losing leverage in trade negotiations with the Dragon Country. Thus, they use international legitimacy as bait, hoping you will hand over the information to them, allowing them to simultaneously threaten both the Dragon Country and Japan. To them, the Tianqi Group is merely a chess piece, a usable chess piece. If useful, they will support you. If not, a chess piece is just a chess piece. As for the Polar Project, we never intended to rely on others from the start. If you want ballistic missile technology, you can negotiate with the Dragon Country. If you want semiconductor technology, you can talk to the Japanese. But nuclear warheads can only be made by ourselves, so our own trump card is a true trump card, while what others provide doesn't count. I understand, Lin Jiu said. That kid Mingyu, once he recovers, let him learn more from you. This time being cornered in the alley and taking a hit is good for him. Let him know how perilous human nature is. The Tianqi Group has come this far not thanks to others, but by never leaving a way out in the most critical matters. Alright, you handle your business. The competition in this era is not about who is stronger, but who can laugh last. Meanwhile, when the news of Ho Mingyu's attack reached that white building surrounded by palm trees, the man in the shadows remained silent for a long time. 3 pieces of intelligence lay on the table. The first was a scene report from Baining Cultural Street, where a dozen thugs blocked the alley, and Ho Mingyu took a hit on his right hand, while the young man with him had a knee injury. The second was a briefing on the complete takedown of Wan Wenxing's action team, by a way with all 12 members captured and sent to northern Myanmar. The third was a photo of the police cordon set up around the First People's Hospital in Binhai City, with a special investigation team already established. We haven't made a move yet. The woman across the table spoke, her voice tinged with disbelief. I know. Then who did this? The man in the shadows did not respond. He flipped a playing card between his fingers twice before placing it on the table. According to the original plan, their actions should have quietly progressed after Yamamoto Ichiro's kidnapping attempt was uncovered, taking advantage of the distraction focused on Wan Wenxiu. But now someone took action before anyone else, using methods that were completely different from what they had anticipated. A dozen people equipped with makeshift gear. Their movements are amateurish. They are not from Yamamoto. He would never employ such a low-level execution team. Nor are they from Peterson, who has just established a connection with Lin Ju. Sabotaging that relationship would not benefit him. They are certainly not from Longhua, as Longhua desires the third round of talks to proceed smoothly more than anyone else. The man in the shadows toyed with the cards in his hand. Someone is exploiting Yamamoto Ichiro's backup plan using a crude imitation at minimal cost to pin the blame accurately. This person knows of Yamamoto's kidnapping plan, knows that Wan Wenxing's action team is in Baining, and even knows the exact alley where Ho Mingyu appears every night. There is a third-party force operating at the intelligence level on par with us, perhaps even higher. We only know that Yamamoto has a kidnapping plan, but we don't know his specific execution time. This person has even figured out Ho Mingyu's route of action and chose to strike before either we or Yamamoto. If the 2 bodyguards by Ho Mingyu's side fail to hold their ground, and if the van at the alley's end is occupied by another, tonight the kidnapped Ho Mingyu would leave Baining through channels unknown to us, and then in a place we can't find become a bargaining chip against the Apocalypse group. At that point we would truly be the ones at a disadvantage. Why? Because Yamamoto Ichiro will definitely turn his spear towards us. He will say that this was not done by his people, so who else would know his backup plan? Who else has the capability to act in Baining? Who else wants to see the relationship between the Apocalypse group and the Japanese nation completely break down? Never underestimate the survival instinct of an intelligence veteran when forced into a corner. He will pull us in as collateral damage. So how do we respond? We don't need to do anything. The other side has taken the initiative this time. Regardless of their goals, they have already exposed one thing. Someone is paying attention to this game and has the ability to send people into Baining without anyone noticing. What we need to do now is not to identify who they are, but to ensure that we leave no traces in this incident. What about the people in Baining? Do not contact them for now. Continue with the original pace. Do nothing during. The man in the shadows pulled the playing cards back into his hands. He had thought he was the yellow bird, only now did he realize he had almost become the mantis. This realization sent a chill down his spine. Singapore. Ho Mingyu leaned back on the sofa in Ho Tianqi's study, holding a can of ice-cold cola in his left hand, listening to the old man discussing serious matters with Uncle Lin. Lin Ju sat on the sofa by the window, having already switched to his second pot of tea. He handed over the new list from Yamamoto Ichiro relayed through the Jinbian Chamber of Commerce for Ho Tianqi to take a look. The list had 2 more pages than before, with items marked in red, increasing from 2 to 5. Yamamoto is truly desperate now. Wan Wenxiong is detained in northern Myanmar. He has lost even the last usable action team, and now all he can do is continually escalate. Ho Tianqi finished reading and placed the document back on the table. Yamamoto's sincerity has been forced out. But the key lies in the fact that Old Master Rome from Longhua has suppressed all previous disputes during this visit. It seems that a certain consensus has been reached within the 6 major families. Lin Ju placed his phone on the table. Old Master Rome will arrive in Baining tomorrow afternoon. This should be the last discussion. No matter what results come from it, you decide. Ho Tianqi leaned back in his rattan chair, his tone casual, as if discussing the weather. Since this matter has been entrusted to you, you are fully responsible. I will not intervene. Lin Ju nodded. Ho Tianqi's words were meant for him to hear, but also for himself. The Apocalypse group had reached its current scale, and many matters no longer required his direct endorsement. Lin Jai's handling of the Yongshin affair from Cambodia to Singapore, from Rome heading to Yamamoto Ichiro, had been very steady at every step. He had nothing to worry about. Ho Tianqi stood up. I will go check on that little brat. Ho Mingyu was leaning against the armrest of the sofa, scrolling through his phone. He had already changed out of his hospital gown and was wearing a loose dark t-shirt. Upon seeing the old man enter, he turned off his phone screen and sat up straighter. Ho Tianqi sat down across from him. The father and son were separated by a tea table, and the afternoon sunlight of Singapore filtered through the blinds, casting parallel beams of light on the floor. Does your arm still hurt? Not anymore. What is this little injury? Back in Dublin. Ho Mingyu began to say, but then swallowed his words. Because the old man was looking at him, that scrutinizing gaze made him realize that what he was about to say might not be suitable to flaunt in front of him. Ho Tianqi did not press him about Dublin. He picked up a cup of tea from the table and took a sip, his tone very plain. You have been back for a while and spent some time with your Uncle Lin. What do you think of your Uncle Lin? Huo Mingyu paused for a moment. He did not expect the old man to suddenly ask this question. In his memory, the old man rarely asked him to evaluate others, let alone to evaluate Lin Ju, who was the general manager of the Apocalypse Group, the person the old man trusts the most, having risen from a subordinate in northern Myanmar to the second-in-command. And after the Yongshin incident, he firmly occupied the fishing platform in the tripartite game, managing to toy with both Rong Heading and Yamamoto Ichiro. Such a person, why would he need to evaluate him? But since the old man asked, he had to respond. Huo Mingyu was silent for a moment, then smiled broadly. He is someone I do not want to become. Huo Tianqi's hand holding the teacup paused in midair. He looked at his son, his gaze containing something that had never appeared before. It was not disappointment nor approval, but a deeper scrutiny, as if he was re-evaluating a person. Why? Because he is too exhausted. Uncle Lin does everything right, every step is precisely on point, negotiating with Longwa, with the Japanese nation, with M country, he has all three parties in his grasp. But he never dares to make a mistake. Do you know what that means? It means that the first thing he thinks about when he opens his eyes every day is whether there are any oversights, any variables he hasn't accounted for. He has no life of his own, no time of his own, and even his own emotions must be suppressed. Because if he fails to control even one aspect, others will find the flaw. I do not want to become such a person. It's too exhausting. Huo Tianqi did not respond. He held the teacup, watching the sunlight outside slowly move across the floor. Silence lingered for a moment. So you chose to be the person you are now? Drinking in Dublin, mingling with a group of people whose backgrounds you haven't even figured out, watching live streams until 3 in the morning. You feel that living like this is more at ease. Huo Mingyu's smile gradually faded. He looked at the old man, who was also looking at him. The silence between father and son was not confrontational, but rather a belated mutual confession. I know you do not like me this way. Huo Mingyu spoke, his voice lower than before, but I do not want to live my life like you. You built the Apocalypse Group into such a huge enterprise, but at what cost? I am not you, and I cannot do what you. If sitting in that chair means becoming a person who is always scheming, then I would rather be a wastrel. Huo Tianqi set the teacup down. He looked at his son and suddenly realized that this young man, who always seemed carefree and extravagant in Europe, actually understood this family more than he had imagined. He knew what Lin Ju had sacrificed and what he himself had given up. He chose a path starkly different from theirs, not out of ignorance, but because he saw through certain things and refused to be bound by them. Do you think I threw you to your Uncle Lin to make you become like him? Isn't that the case? No. I let you follow him because I hope you can learn how to make the right judgments at critical moments from him. You may not become him, but you must know that in this world there are people who can maintain their composure when everyone else is panicking, who can find the optimal solution when others cannot see the situation clearly. I will not stop you from whatever you choose to do in the future, but you must understand that no one can truly protect you for a lifetime. Back in the day, the young marshal in Fengtian, holding hundreds of thousands of elite troops, could shake the world just by stomping his foot. But in the end it turned out to be for nothing, losing the family business. Learn well from your Uncle Lin. You may not have to shoulder this burden, but if the time comes when you must, you should have the ability to take it on. He paused for a moment, looking at the fixed bracket on Huo Mingyu's right hand. This time on Cultural Street, it was your Uncle Lin's people who stood in the way. What about next time? If you're not by Uncle Lin's side, who will you rely on? Those friends of yours who lend money in Macau? Or that Akuan who sends you streamer links? Huo Mingyu did not respond. The father and son sat facing each other for a moment. Huo Tianqi finished his tea and stood up. Take care of your injury. Your Uncle Lin will return to Baining tomorrow, and you should go back with him then. Huo Tianqi paused at the doorway. You were right today, you are not me, nor do you wish to become someone like Lin Jiu. But remember one thing, the reason you can choose what kind of person you want to be is that I walked a path I did not wish to tread. Huo Mingyu opened his mouth, but the words stuck in his throat. At a loss for words, Huo Tianqi waved his hand. Get lost. Your mother doesn't know about your injury yet. Go back tomorrow so she won't worry when she returns. Huo Mingyu scratched his head and left the office. Huo Tianqi walked alone to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing down at the international metropolis below. The Tianqi group, which he had built over most of his life, was handed over to an outsider. Could he truly accept that? The next day, a bombardier jet soared through the sky, heading for Baining. The sound of the impact echoed in the spacious foyer, followed by the hurried footsteps of at least a dozen individuals, the soles of their leather shoes striking the marble floor with a synchronized. The sound of the impact echoed in the spacious foyer, followed by the hurried footsteps of at least a dozen individuals, the soles of their leather shoes striking the marble floor with a synchronized crispness. No one shouted, no one revealed their identity, for there was no need. In Tokyo, only one type of person could break in at 3 in the morning to search the residence of a senior official of the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office. The door to the study was pushed open. 2 young men in black suits entered, followed by a middle-aged man with graying hair, wearing silver-framed glasses and a grim expression. His name was Watanabe, the head of the Internal Inspection Section of the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office, responsible for handling matters that could not see the light of day. Yamamoto Ichiro. Watanabe took a document from his briefcase and placed it on the desk. The document's cover was stamped with a scarlet top-secret seal, and next to it was a handwritten note offsetting merits and demerits no further inquiry. However, you must bear full responsibility for the loss of control of the Yongshin intelligence network and the attack on Homingyu. Yamamoto did not look at the document. He leaned back in his chair, fingers still positioned, as if flipping through papers, his gaze fixed on Watanabe. Is this the cabinet's decision? This is the decision of the internal inspection section. Watanabe's tone was devoid of fluctuation. The cabinet has already approved it. From now on, you will no longer serve as the head of the East Asia region for the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office. All your powers are to be immediately revoked. You will be informed of subsequent arrangements. Yamamoto fell silent for a moment. Watanabe did not specify what the subsequent arrangements would be, but Yamamoto, having been in the intelligence field for over 30 years, knew all too well what the term internal handling meant. It was not a demotion, nor a transfer, nor an early retirement. It was a sacrifice for the country, the most dignified conclusion for an intelligence officer, and the only way to protect one's family. When will it happen? Today. Yamamoto nodded. He did not cry out for mercy like those who collapse at the last moment, nor did he smash things in a fit of hysteria like those who lose control at the brink of life and death. He simply stood up from his chair, adjusted his shirt collar, tidied up the document he had not yet had the chance to destroy, and followed the inspectors toward the door. As he reached the doorway, he paused for a moment and glanced back at the study. On the wall hung a copy of the first intelligence report he had obtained from Yongshin, alongside a commemorative medal for his 30 years of service in the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office. The two items hung side by side, resembling a meaningful joke. Watanabe did not rush him, simply standing in the corridor waiting. This silence was more powerful than any urging you. It told him that he had a few final seconds to say goodbye to his life, but once that time was up, it was truly over. Yamamoto withdrew his gaze and followed Watanabe out of his own front door. The interrogation lasted. The location was a secret room on the third underground floor of the Cabinet Intelligence Investigation Office headquarters, without windows, the walls made of sound-absorbing gray composite material, and the lighting a harsh white like that of a hospital operating room. Watanabe personally served as the lead interrogator, seated next to two young recorders. There was no video, no audio recording, only paper and pens. When did Yongshin's defection begin? It started with the secret passage at the foot of Shaoxia Mountain. He spent 10 years constructing that passage, and I spent 15 years without realizing he had left a backup plan. Yamamoto's hands rested flat on the table. This is my responsibility. I accept it. Why was the emergency evacuation plan not activated immediately after the firefight at Putuwa Temple? Because Wan Wenxiong was intercepted at the intersection by the Dragon Country's authorities through the Cambodian police, delaying us by critical 20 minutes. 20 minutes, and Away had already retrieved the USB drive from beneath the Buddha statue at the Taizai Mountain Temple. Yamamoto's voice was calm, as if recounting someone else's affair. I called my informant at the Phnom Penh police station immediately, but they missed the call. Only afterward did I learn that the deputy chief's phone had been in a traffic accident that afternoon, and the people from the Tianchi group were faster than us. Was the attack on Huamingyu ordered by you? No. For the first time, Yamamoto's voice showed a tremor. Wan Wenxing's action team was indeed on standby in Baining, but I never gave the order to act. Those who acted were merely a rabble. I, Yamamoto Ichiro, have been in the intelligence field for over 30 years, and even if I were to take action, I would not employ a team of such poor execution. Then whose people were they? Yamamoto raised his head. What if I say they were Lin Zhou's own people? The interrogation room fell silent. Watanabe adjusted his glasses, looking into Yamamoto's eyes. Yamamoto did not avert his gaze. The two recorders stopped writing, but no one spoke. Yamamoto's voice was clear and slow in the silence. I have thought this matter through from beginning to end. After Yongshin's intelligence fell into Lin Zhou's hands, both the Dragon Country and the Yamato Country approached him simultaneously. Rong Heading made 2 trips to Baining, each time offering better conditions, but he still would not nod. I also went to Singapore, adding to the technical list to the point of no return, yet he still would not agree. Why? Because no matter how much we raised the price, it was still not enough. What he wanted was not just technology, but to loosen the control framework of ballistic missile technology from the Dragon Country, to unlock all semiconductor technology, and for the M Country to bring enough bargaining chips to join the fray. And all 3 of our price increases needed a reason that everyone felt was necessary to raise the price once more. That reason was the attack on Huamingyu. He paused for a moment. You all think from Yongshin until now, who is the ultimate beneficiary? Is it us, the Dragon Country, or the M Country? None of them. Only one person is the ultimate winner. He held the intelligence tightly in his hand, desired by all 3 parties, each bidding against the other. He needed an opportunity to exert pressure on all sides, and the attack on Huamingyu perfectly created this chance. The Dragon Kingdom felt the urgency of the situation, fearing that if they did not sign soon, they would be preempted by others. Country M felt the need to express their stance, unable to fall behind in this game of wits. We felt guilty, as Wan Wenxiong was indeed on standby in Baining, and no explanation could cleanse us of the blame. All the pressure transformed into bargaining chips at the negotiation table, all converging into his hands. Shanbin's voice grew softer, each word as if squeezed out from between his teeth. He openly humiliated me in Singapore, making me unable to hold my head high in front of everyone. It wasn't to make me more aggressive in raising the bid. It was to cause me to lose my composure while increasing the bid, leading to more reckless decisions. Let Country M enter the fray, allow the Dragon Kingdom to decide to loosen regulatory frameworks, and have the Wakuni bear an unexplainable burden. While the three of us were entangled in a deadlock, he had already obtained everything he desired. Watanabe remained silent for a long time. He lowered his head, staring at the interrogation records in his hand, the pen tip hovering over the paper without writing anything. Do you have evidence? No. The dozen or so individuals who acted were all sent to northern Myanmar by him, and Wan Wengxing's action group was also detained there. No party could obtain first-hand evidence. All clues were severed in the interrogation room of Yanni. He did not need to issue a direct order. He only needed Wan Wengxing's men to be noticed by us. Just as Wan Wenxiong was deliberately stopped at the crossroads when he went to Ta Zishan Temple to steal the USB drive. All the evidence was in his hands, and he grasped it so tightly that not a drop could leak. Then why are you telling me this? Because my life or death is unimportant. But this matter must be made known to the higher-ups. Wakuni cannot continue to increase their bid after being played. Know whether to raise the bid is no longer important. All our bargaining chips were placed on the negotiation table. Lin Jiao took away the chips, and the Dragon Kingdom took away the intelligence. We were left with nothing. Watanabe closed the folder. I will record your words faithfully and report them. Shanbin stood up, placing his hands on the table. I am not doing this for myself. I have no value left, but if this matter is not spoken out, Wakuni will make the same mistake at the negotiation table in the future. Lin Jiao is not a partner. He never was. He is a hunter, and everyone in the three-party game is his prey. Watanabe stood up and waved to signal the two recorders to exit. He looked at Yamamoto Ichiro, a veteran who had struggled in the intelligence community for most of his life, whose complexion appeared slightly gray under the harsh fluorescent light, yet his posture remained like that of a true samurai. Watanabe took out a small black velvet box from his briefcase, opened it, and placed it on the table. Inside was a finely crafted dagger, its blade shimmering with a cold light under the illumination. Mr. Yamamoto, this is the last thing I can do for you. Yamamoto Ichiro bowed to the knife, his gaze lingering for a moment. As Watanabe slowly exited the room, Yamamoto had already closed his eyes. He needed to reorganize his thoughts, not for the sake of defending himself nor to plead for mercy, but to find the answer to the last question of his life in the final analysis. The entire conspiracy of Lin Jiao must be recorded. Even if he could no longer see, he needed future generations to know where Wakuni had lost. On the day of the execution, it was raining in Tokyo. Yamamoto was taken from the interrogation room to an empty office with doors and windows tightly shut and the curtains drawn tightly. Two young men responsible for the execution stood on either side of him, holding guns. One of them stepped in front of him, adjusted his collar and cuffs, and then spoke in a hushed tone at a volume only the two. Mr. Yamamoto, your family will be well taken care of by the Tianchi group. Yamamoto's body stiffened. He raised his head to look at the young man's face, seeking some flaw. Suddenly he understood everything. The Tianchi group's reach was longer than he had imagined, even penetrating the interrogation room, infiltrating the ranks of the executioners. The price they offered was his final weakness. He could speak the truth and die, but then his family would be silenced somewhere. Alternatively, he could remain silent, bearing the injustice and the burden until his death, allowing his family to live in peace. Yamamoto Ichiro chose the latter. In the last moment before consciousness was shattered by the bullet, he realized something. The warning he gave to Wakuni at the cost of his life was ultimately in vain, because Watanabe was also a member of the Tianchi group. Yamamoto Ichiro curled his lips into a smile, because he had not lost. The real nail had yet to be discovered. With a bang, the gunshot rang out, and the ambitious mastermind behind the vast layout of Wakuni's espionage system, Yamamoto Ichiro, quietly vanished from this world. Not far away in the loft, Watanabe stared at Yamamoto Ichiro's corpse with an expressionless face. The Dragon Kingdom has an old saying, those who know how to adapt to circumstances are truly talented. Better to let a friend die than a poor Taoist. Oh, living is the meaning of life. Once dead, everything is in vain. What faith, what loyalty? If one does not act for oneself, heaven and earth will punish. Watanabe took out an encrypted phone, sent an email, and then turned to leave. Binding. Longjiang no. 1. When Rong Heading's car stopped at the entrance, the leaves of the osmanthus tree were gently swaying in the autumn breeze. He got out of the car, adjusted the collar of his Zhongshan suit, and glanced at the lush tree in the courtyard. The third round of talks. Before his departure, Qin Huayuan sent him a message, this time no discussions about frameworks or principles, only specifics. The timelines for technology delivery, specific arrangements for control and supervision, and the binding force of breach of contract clauses, all to be finalized item by item. Lin Jiao was not one to dawdle. Negotiating with him meant presenting feasible plans. Rong Heading followed Ahu into the study. Lin Jiao was already making tea. Old Master Rong, we meet again. In ancient times Liu Bei visited the thatched cottage thrice. Today, I, an old man, make my third visit to the treasure hall of victory, is within reach. Rong Heading sat down, took the tea handed to him by Lin Jiao, and without pleasantries got straight to the point. Last time you asked me if this was a sale or a loan. I discussed this question with Old Qin. Old Qin said, Old Master Rong, go back once more and tell him it is a sale. Ownership belongs to the Tianqi Group. The location of missile deployment needs to be reported in advance, but it is a notification, not an approval. The launch authority is decided autonomously by the Tianqi Group. Maintenance and supervision will involve our technical team, but the technical team is only responsible for maintenance and will not participate in decision-making. Ballistic missiles cannot be resold to third parties. There is no room for negotiation on this point. Lin Jiao lifted his teacup. Last time Rong Heading sat in this study, he spoke of a series of must-haves. Deployment locations must be within the range recognized by the Dragon Kingdom, and launch authority will be co-managed by both parties with maintenance and supervision involving personnel from the Dragon Kingdom. This time it changed to notification. Autonomous decision-making and only responsible for maintenance. Between the two rounds of talks lay the entry of country and the attack on Huamingyu and the continuously escalating list of technologies from Wakuni. Everything was different now. It seems old Rong has come with sincerity. Rong Heading leaned back in his chair. Mr. Lin, I am here today to finalize this matter. Lin Jiao set down his teacup. Every word Rong Heading said was sincere, and the conditions indeed fell within the acceptable range he had previously anticipated. He pondered for a moment, not immediately giving a reply. Meanwhile, in a certain place in Kyoto, in a dimly lit room, an old-fashioned telegraph machine was automatically tapping away. A hand reached out, picking up the paper. Written on it was, the broken kite awaits blooming flowers. With a snap, a flame rose, consuming the paper. Washington's scrutiny of Lin Jiao intensified after the attack on Huamingyu. It was not, however, because his methods were especially brutal. In Bedetsin's professional life, he had encountered too many ruthless figures. Ruthlessness was not a scarce commodity. What truly piqued his interest in Lin Jiao was something else. After the assault on Huamingyu, Lin Jiao made no excessive moves. No declaration of war, no reprisals, no public accusations directed at any side. He simply evacuated Huamingyu to Xinjiapo overnight, sent the attackers into Mianbei, dismantled Wan Wengxing's operational cell, then shut the doors, and proceeded to negotiate and sign agreements as required. That composure made Bedetsin more wary than any savage tactic. A man like that has either already decided his next move, or he simply has no need to contemplate it. His 10 years in Dongnanya did not see him climb from lackey to second-in-command. They transformed him from an ordinary man into a finely tuned decision-making instrument. Bedetsin set the dossier on the table and leaned back, watching Shimisi across from him leaf through the papers. The future of the Tianqi Group does not rest with Huatianqi, it rests with Lin Jiao. Huatianqi has grown old, his mindset remains lodged in the previous century, sustaining power through networks of personal ties, seniority, and decades of accumulated influence. Lin Jiao is different. Lin Jiao relies on judgment, a kind of judgment that no external pressure can unsettle. Shimisi put the documents down and gave a low whistle. So you want to cultivate him? Cultivate is the wrong word. Lin Jiao is not someone who can be cultivated. He will accept transactions, but he cannot be bought. Bedetsin rose, walked to the window, and stared at the gray sky over Washington. Huatianqi entrusted the Yongxin incident wholly to Lin Jiao, and put Huamingyu under Lin Jiao's supervision. Each of those matters touched the Tianqi Group's core interests, and none were constrained. What does that mean? It means Huatianqi was grooming Lin Jiao as a successor. Lin Jiao's performance did not disappoint. From beginning to end, every step of the Yongxin incident was positioned to secure the greatest advantage. Longwo raised its price, Wogwo raised its price, we raised ours. All three driving the stakes up, but the final authority lay in Lin Jiao's hands. Bedetsin paused as he spoke. But who in this world would hand the realm they carved out without reservation to an outsider? Shimisi narrowed his eyes at the thought. So you mean we should make direct contact with Lin Jiao? Bedetsin turned, leaned on the windowsill with his arms crossed. Lin Jiao spent 10 years in Dongnanya and has dealt with a variety of forces. His specialty is finding loopholes in others' promises. Speak to him of international legitimacy, and he will ask whether you possess authorization from Congress. Offer him sovereign state treatment, and he will ask whether it still counts after a change in Congress. Promise long-term cooperation, and he will ask precisely how long-term is. He does not distrust country M per se, he distrusts any power whose promises are not fulfilled. That attitude mirrors the Huatianqi of old. When Huatianqi negotiated return investment with Longwo years ago, Longwo proposed a slew of incentives. Huatianqi answered with a single line, honor your commitments first, then we'll discuss the next steps. This man is indeed hard to deal with, Shimisi said. Hard to deal with, but worth the wager. Lin Jiao holds the intelligence on Yongxin. All three parties want it. Whoever he chooses will seize the strategic initiative in Dongya for the next decade. If we can bring Lin Jiao over to our side, it would be as if we had added an unexpected weight to the scales. Even if we cannot win him, we must at least keep him neutral, prevent him from tipping toward Longwa on pivotal issues. So what is our next step? First, map out every node in Lin Jiu's decision-making network. What precisely is his relationship with Hua Tianqi? A mere superior subordinate tie, or something deeper? How solid is his power base within the Tianqi group? How were his ties to core lieutenants like Ahu and Wei? Bedetson walked to the desk, took up the brief dossier on Lin Jiu, turned to the last page, and with a pen wrote 2 words: priority highest. Arrange for our people in Baining to continue observation. Baining, Longzhong 1. Patriarch Rong produced a document. President Lin, this is a formal draft of the cooperation agreement. Longhua is willing to sell the Tianqi Group all ballistic missiles in its active inventory except for the newest model. Specific models, quantities, and delivery schedules are detailed in the annex. Missile deployment sites must be reported in advance. Absent objection, within 72 hours deployment may proceed. Launch authority will be decided autonomously by the Tianqi Group, and maintenance teams will be formed by the Tianqi Group itself, though we can provide training. But the ballistic missiles may not be resold or transferred to third parties. The single immutable clause is no onward sale. Lin Jiu turned the pages of the document one by one. Authorization, scope, technical support, and delivery terms were listed clearly item by item. Rong Heading lifted his teacup and continued. Jingdu has repeatedly weighed the 2 directions of technical licensing versus purchase shares. Given the Tianqi Group's current RD strength and overseas technical reserves, the technical blueprints may possess greater long-term value. If you favor technology licensing, that path can be discussed. Lin Jiu set the papers on the tea table. Rong Heading's words were impeccably measured, ostensibly offering a choice, but in truth probing the Tianqi Group's technological hand. He leaned back and spoke evenly. Better to give fish than to teach fishing. What the Tianqi Group needs now is not blueprints, but finished products ready for immediate deployment. Since Patriarch Rong has brought a finished product proposal, that direction suits us well. Rong Heading's hand faltered slightly with his teacup. He understood Lin Jiu's meaning. The blueprints can be obtained through channels, provide the finished systems. With technical spillover from Damao parts flowing through the international arms black market and the Tianqi Group's own RD team in Dongnanya, he could not be certain how much technical reserve Lin Jiu had amassed. Then let it be a purchase share. The first batch is scheduled for delivery next month. The specific models and quantities are specified. Rong Heading flipped to the second page of the annex and pointed to a line, Longhua's active mid-range ballistic missiles. Their ranges and coverage are detailed in the appendix. We will provide maintenance training, but all training must take place outside Longhua at locations designated by the Lin Jiu's gaze lingered on the several pages nearby for a moment before continuing to flip through. The Tianqi Group requires certain technical data regarding solid fuel propulsion systems and supporting equipment for launch sites, focusing solely on propulsion systems and launch site construction. Rong Heading remained silent for a moment. The propulsion system is a key foundational technology for launch vehicles, and the supporting launch site involves a series of peripheral capabilities, including measurement and control, refueling, and meteorology. These 2 items that Lin Jiu sought happen to fill the technological gap the Tianqi Group has between ballistic missiles and space launches. This young man is not here to discuss a few missiles. He is paving a path from nothing to something for the Tianqi Group. Rong Heading set down his teacup and pulled a pin from the inner pocket of his Zhongshan suit. The technical data for the propulsion system will be delivered in phases after the contract is signed, while the supporting launch site equipment will be provided as part of a commercial partnership. The specific terms will be coordinated by the technical team below, and the general direction will be set today. Lin Jiu also picked up a pen, and the 2 signed the agreement. Rong Heading returned the pen to his pocket, leaned back in his chair, and suddenly smiled. President Lin, this is our first collaboration, but it will not be the last. After the missile delivery, there will still be maintenance and upgrades, and there is plenty of room for further technological cooperation in the aerospace field. Once acquainted, there will be more opportunities. Lin Jiu closed the signed document. Old Master Rong is right. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Rong Heading leaned back in his chair and smiled. After much effort, the agreement was finally signed. From a personal standpoint, Lin Jiu is quite a handful, but he is worth the continued investment. Because what he seeks is not charity, but something written in black and white on paper. Dealing with such a person is exhausting, but reliable. From Long Country's perspective, Yongsan's intelligence will soon be at hand. Over 400 nails, 7 offices, and the 47 people mapping in the western region. Qin Huayuan has waited too long for this account. After Rong Heading left, Lin Jiu flipped through the signed agreement from beginning to end again. The model and delivery batch of the ballistic missile are on the 2nd page of the annex, while the terms for aerospace cooperation are on the 5th page, with all terms retaining what he proposed. He closed the document and placed it in the upper left corner of his desk. Ahu entered from outside and placed a recently received encrypted email in front of Lin Jiu. The email was sent by Watanabe from Tokyo and contained very brief content. All verbal records of Yamamoto Ichiro during the internal investigation have been destroyed according to internal procedures, and the transfer orders for the 2 recorders assigned to overseas branches have been issued, set to leave next month. Yamamoto's immediate family will leave Wa country within the week through third-party channels with new identities and locations already arranged. Attached to the email was a list detailing about dozens of relevant personnel who had contact with Yamamoto during his lifetime, each marked with their current identity, their relationship with Yamamoto, and whether they are still active in intelligence. This also included Watanabe's preliminary risk assessment. Some individuals still hold positions within the intelligence system, while others have retired. Some were students Yamamoto once mentored, and others were civilian informants who occasionally assisted him. The names, addresses, contact information, and family members of these people were all clearly listed in the table. Watanabe's handwriting was very neat, with each column meticulously filled out. Lin Jiao placed the list on the table. Have Watanabe look after these individuals before they leave the country and ensure to clarify everything they know and the situations they are aware of. Once they have been questioned, there's no need to keep them. As for Yamamoto's family, let them go. Ahu hesitated. Given Jiao-ge's character, it would be reasonable to eliminate everyone connected to Yamamoto. What if releasing the family leads to future troubles? Yongshin left a saying before he died, there is still a mountain behind the mountain. Yongshin knew that the net Long Country cast in Wa Country was not just this one, but he did not know where the other nets were, or who controlled them. As Yamamoto's superior, he likely had contact with personnel from other networks. Every lead he handled, every person he trained, and every document he left behind are clues we cannot see now. His family knows nothing, and keeping them poses no threat. But they are bait. Everyone who had deep contact with Yamamoto will closely monitor his family's movements after his death. Among these individuals, if there are contacts from other networks, they will definitely look for opportunities to approach his family. Have Watanabe set things up in the dark. As soon as someone approaches, follow the thread back. Ahu turned to leave and make arrangements. Hua Mingyu leaned back on the sofa, holding his phone in his left hand, the screen displaying Su Yuan's live streaming room. His right hand was still resting on a fixed stand. The scar on his forehead, which had been stitched 3 times, had already had the stitches removed. After resting for a few days in Singapore and being scolded by the old man several times, he chatted with Uncle Lin on the private jet, and overall he was much quieter than when he returned from Dublin. But quiet does not mean he stopped watching the live stream. Every night at 8 o'clock, he opened Su Yuan's live streaming room punctually without fail. Tonight Su Yuan was dressed in an empress outfit. Not the cheap studio style, but a truly well-made custom outfit, a deep red dragon patterned brocade robe, with gold thread embroidery at the collar and sleeves, and a complicated imperial crown atop her head with tassels hanging down to cover half her brow. She sat in front of the camera, adjusting the lighting, her profile illuminated by soft light, the pearls on the crown swaying slightly under the lamp. The bullet comments exploded with the fan count surpassing 300,000, and more big shots appeared in the live room. In addition to the regular top supporter Wild Boar Brother, several new faces emerged, each with increasingly juvenile usernames, and their speed in sending gifts was faster than the last. Su Yuan smiled at the camera, her smile appearing particularly captivating under the screen's brightness, and she announced that she wouldn't be singing tonight, but would chat with everyone. The bullet comments went wild in an instant, each big shot vying to send carnival gifts, rockets, and sports cars, causing the live room's popularity to surge into the regional top 10. Hua Mingyu stared at her beautiful face, his eyes narrowing slightly. He was not admiring, he was deep in thought. There were some matters he had not considered deeply. Su Yuan had caught his attention through a Kun's recommendation in Dublin. He watched that live stream, and found her quite interesting at the time, with a striking contrast between her male appearance and female voice. Later back in Baining, he coincidentally encountered Su Yuan at the cultural street night market, where she happened to be filming a sugar painting vendor. Hua Mingyu remembered that he proactively struck up a conversation saying, "You are Su Yuan, right? I've seen your live stream." Su Yuan paused for a moment before reacting, and then the two shared a bowl of beef noodles together and exchanged WeChat. They had dinner several more times afterward, each time initiated by Hua Mingyu. Su Yuan never took the initiative to invite him. These reactions were all too normal enough to feel real. But if it was truly arranged, how could Hua Mingyu have returned to Baining for such a short time, and who could have set up such a plan? He turned off the live stream and tossed his phone onto the sofa. If Su Yuan's appearance was not a coincidence, then the person who arranged her certainly knows his nightly routine, is aware that he connected with Su Yuan's live streaming room through a Kun in Dublin, and even knows which stall he would pass by at the cultural street night market. This person's intelligence capabilities are no less than those of Long Country, Wa Country, or any party from. However, from another perspective, Su Yuan is an illustrator doing live streams as a side job. Her fan count skyrocketing from tens of thousands to 300,000 was due to her precise positioning of the contrast in women's clothing. All of these can be verified with data, every step aligns perfectly. The only doubt is that her encounters with him seem too coincidental, but coincidence itself is not evidence. The more Hua Mingyu thought, the more chaotic his mind became. He decided to stop thinking for now, and would bring it up when he met Uncle Lin to gauge Uncle Lin's reaction. After all, Lin Jiao's intuition is far more accurate than his. On the third day after the signing of the cooperation agreement between the Dragon Kingdom and the Tianchi Group, a summary of this agreement was already laid out on Peterson's desk. It was not the full text, but rather key points pieced together by intelligence analysts from the internal processes of the Dragon Kingdom's Ministry of National Defense and Industry. The agreement for the purchase of ballistic missiles stipulated that a certain quantity of finished products would be delivered each year, with the Tianchi Group deploying, maintaining, and deciding on their use independently. Priority for cooperation in aerospace was included, covering satellite launches and orbital deployment. The technology licensing clause was removed, replaced instead by a share of finished product purchases. Peterson confirmed the summary 3 times before setting it down. Previously, he had made an offer to Lin Jiu during a video conference with Smith. At that time, Lin Jiu neither rejected nor accepted it. He merely said he would consider it. Now it seemed that during the time Lin Jiu was considering, the people of the Dragon Kingdom had already turned raw rice into cooked rice. The share of finished product purchases. Peterson leaned back in his chair, looking at Smith, who was seated across from him. Initially, the Dragon Kingdom intended to offer technology licensing, but Lin Jiu changed it to the purchase of finished products. Do you know what this means? Smith, chewing on a cigar, did not respond. It means that from the outset, what Lin Jiu wanted was not technology, but immediate availability. The Dragon Kingdom offered him technology, but he refused it. What he wanted were finished products that could be deployed immediately and form combat capability. This indicates that the Tianchi Group has sufficient technological reserves, lacking only production lines and delivery cycles. The Dragon Kingdom just happened to have this production capacity, and the two sides hit it off. Peterson flipped to the next page of the summary, which contained a transportation route forecast diagram marked by the intelligence analyst. The current issue is how these ballistic missiles will be transported from the factories in the Dragon Kingdom to the Tianchi Group's overseas bases. Whether by sea or air, every leg of the journey is under our watchful eyes. So we need to intercept. Not intercepting. It's about keeping a close watch. Every ocean-going cargo ship departing from the southern ports of the Dragon Kingdom, every transport aircraft taking off from the Dragon Kingdom's Air Force bases must be inspected. Ballistic missiles are not ordinary arms. Their transportation requires specialized launch vehicles, testing equipment, and maintenance support systems. They can either go by sea using large container vessels, or take the air route using heavy transport aircraft. Regardless of the method, they cannot bypass the South China Sea and the Malacca Strait. As long as we keep an eye on these two nodes, we can uncover their transportation routes and schedules. Smith was silent for a moment before asking a question. What if Lin Jiu doesn't go by sea or air? Peterson lifted his head. The transport vehicles for ballistic missiles can directly board international freight trains from the Dragon Kingdom to Southeast Asia. Although railway transport has less capacity than sea transport and is slower than air transport, it has an advantage that neither can match. The railway runs directly from within the Dragon Kingdom to Southeast Asia, crossing through land border ports rather than maritime routes. No matter how dense our monitoring networks are in the South China Sea and the Malacca Strait, they do not cover what happens on the tracks. Peterson remained silent for a few seconds before picking up the internal phone on the table. Notify the intelligence office of the 7th Fleet that starting today, all ocean-going cargo ships departing from the southern ports of the Dragon Kingdom, as long as their tonnage exceeds a certain level and their routes pass through the South China Sea or the Malacca Strait, will be placed on a key monitoring list. Additionally, increase reconnaissance frequency for military transport aircraft flying from the Dragon Kingdom to south. On the railway side, contact our intelligence station in Southeast Asia and have them monitor all heavy freight trains entering from the Dragon Kingdom, especially those carrying specialized containers. After hanging up the phone, Smith looked at him. Do you really think Lin Jiu will load ballistic missiles onto a train for transport? I don't know how he will transport them. But I do know one thing: Lin Jiu never takes the route that others expect him to take. In the following days, the 7th Fleet of Country M intercepted 3 ocean-going cargo ships departing from the southern ports of the Dragon Kingdom, either by instructing allies or taking action themselves. The boarding inspection procedures were as strict as ever. Armed helicopters hovered above the cargo ships, special speedboats assisted, and Marines boarded. The captain of each ship was required to open all containers for inspection. The first ship was loaded with daily necessities. The second ship carried electronic products. The third ship was filled with industrial machinery. The cargo lists and actual load of all 3 vessels matched completely, with no prohibited items. On the 5th day, the 7th Fleet intercepted another cargo ship from the Dragon Kingdom in the South China Sea. This ship's route was further south, very close to the Malacca Strait. After Marines boarded, they found this ship was loaded with construction steel. The cargo list, manifest, and customs documents all matched perfectly. When Smith compiled the inspection results and sent them to Peterson's encrypted email, he included a remark: "We have been patrolling the sea for several days, but caught nothing." After reading the report, Peterson remained silent for a long time before calling Smith. "We have all been deceived. Lin Jiu and the Dragon Kingdom never intended to take the sea route from the beginning. They used these cargo ships as bait, drawing all our attention to the South China Sea, while the real transport was taking place along another line. Not at sea, not in the air, but on land. There is a railway directly connecting the Dragon Kingdom and Southeast Asia, with freight trains departing from the southern part of the Dragon Kingdom, passing through border ports and directly entering Southeast Asia. Our entire monitoring force is concentrated at sea, and in the air, we have hardly deployed any effective surveillance on the railway side. Meanwhile, at a port city in the southern Dragon Kingdom, the container terminal was brightly lit under the night sky. 3 ocean-going cargo ships of 10,000 tons lined up at the berths with gantry cranes loading standard containers into the ship's hold, and the names and ports of registration of the vessels clearly visible under the high-pressure sodium lights of the terminal. In the dock control room, a duty officer in gray overalls was filling out the duty log. Tonight's operation plan was to load ships with 3 vessels, each carrying hundreds of standard containers and the types of goods declared as daily necessities, electronic products, and industrial machinery. On the encrypted communicator beside him, a message from superiors had just been read execute as planned. Meanwhile, a freight train composed of 50 heavy flat cars was speeding through the rugged mountains in the southwest of the Each flat car was secured with 2 to 3 specialized containers with no markings on the surface, only a string of numerical codes. The front lights of the locomotive cut through the mist of the deep night, the wheels clattering rhythmically over the tracks. This train departed from the missile production base in the northwest of the Dragon Kingdom, passing through several railway hub transfer stations and heading towards the southwestern border port. At each station along the way there were personnel assigned to receive, guide, and record the passing times. There was just one last stretch to the border. The joint transportation plan between the Dragon Kingdom and the Tianqi Group was designed in this way. 3 ocean-going cargo ships would ostentatiously depart from the southern ports, taking the South China Sea route, with all customs procedures, in order all goods genuine and full cooperation during inspections. The mission of these 3 ships was not to play hide-and-seek with Country M at sea, but to convince Country M that they could. While the 3 cargo ships at sea were boarded and inspected by the Marine Corps of Country M, the specialized containers on the railway were crossing the rainforests of the southwestern border. 2 transportation plans, one open and one covert, were being executed simultaneously. Country M stood in the open and intercepted the ships in plain sight. The ballistic missiles of the Tianqi Group were in the shadows, traversing the hidden tracks and relying on the influence and strength of the Tianqi Group in Southeast Asia. The people of Country M could only watch helplessly. In the capital city, Qin Huayuan's study was illuminated all night. Rong Heading sat opposite him, and between them lay a freshly printed list. It was not the entire list, but rather a selection of key targets extracted by Zhao Taijun from the complete dossier handed over by Lin Jiu to Longhua. Each name on the list was annotated with a legal name, temple affiliation, entry time, Japanese identity, and their cover identity in Longhua. Qin Huayuan flipped from the first page to the last, pressing his finger on the final name, raising his head, and scanning the few heavily revised shorthand notes in front of him. Initially, the Japanese infiltrated us through their organization, using the guise of foreign studying monks, sending one after another into the temples. He picked up a red marker and heavily circled the terms foreign studying monk and organization. They sent spies into Longhua for brainwashing, education, learning about our culture. Conversely, the monks from Longhua who studied abroad also developed connections returning home to work for them. Yongxin was one of them. This is called bilateral infiltration. Su Muji placed the list back on the table. Once the information from these individuals is pried loose, tracing through their contact channels could lead to a string of revelations. Rong Heading leaned back in his chair and spoke. Capturing them is not difficult. The list contains accurate identities, current cover identities, and contact details. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. However, Yongxin has been in hiding for some time. The execution of Yamamoto Ichiro is no secret. These 2 events combined effectively inform all those still lurking in the shadows. Your leader is dead, your connection has been severed, and the contact methods in your hands may no longer be reliable. These individuals are now like startled birds ready to flee at the slightest disturbance. Scattered arrests carry too much risk. If a few people sense something and escape, or take extreme actions before being captured, the consequences could be dire. Qin Huayuan nodded. With over 400 individuals spread across 23 provinces, 7 offices serve as the core points. If just one escapes, the remaining accomplices will react. Therefore, we need to gather them together and catch them all at once. Rong Heading lightly tapped the list with his finger. The Buddhist Association is due for an election. Each region and province must convene for voting. Several meetings will be held beforehand to discuss the candidate list for the new president. These meetings are officially organized, and all temple heads must attend. Failing to attend would raise suspicion. He leaned back in his chair, his tone as flat as discussing what to eat in the cafeteria today. Once at the venue with the door shut, no one inside will escape, while the outside is secured. It's a one-time solution. Su Muji leaned back, arms crossed over his chest, fell silent for a few seconds, then nodded. This plan does not require a large-scale mobilization of police forces, will not attract societal attention, and does not provide those startled birds with a chance to notice in advance. A normal Buddhist Association election meeting will invite all targets into the same conference room, and then call them out by name from the list, taking them away for interrogation and netting them. Clean and decisive, leaving no aftermath. Qin Huayuan picked up the phone. Lao Zhao notified the provincial departments and the Bureau of Religious Affairs that the Buddhist Association's election work is to be expedited. Starting today, the Buddhist associations in all provinces and cities must organize all temple heads in their jurisdictions for concentrated study and discussion of the candidate list for the new president. No leave or outings are allowed during the study period, and communication devices will be uniformly managed. After the study concludes, we will net them according to the list. After hanging up, he filed the list into a folder, then stood up and walked to the window. This incident also serves as a wake-up call for them. Infiltration is ever-present and ongoing. There is an old saying in Longwa: a thief may operate for 1,000 days, but how can one prevent theft for 1,000 days? Some things they cannot conveniently do does not mean others cannot do them. The Tianqi group, this double-edged sword, if wielded well, may yield great benefits. In Baining at Longjiangno, Lin Jiao stood in front of the floor-to-ceiling window in his study, holding an unlit cigarette. The leaves of the osmanthus tree outside had already fallen, leaving bare branches swaying gently in the autumn wind. The transport plan for the ballistic missiles was split into 2 routes. 3 cargo ships set off grandly from the southern port, all customs procedures in place, all cargo genuine, all inspections cooperative. From the very beginning, the mission of these 3 ships was not to deliver the missiles to their destination, but to assure the M country's 7th fleet that the missiles were at sea. The actual transport line was on land, a freight train composed of heavy flatbed cars loaded with dismantled missile launchers and supporting equipment departed from the Northwest Missile Production Base, transiting through several hub stations heading towards the southwestern border. Each hub station has designated personnel to guide arrivals, and each segment has pre-planned alternate routes allowing for immediate switching in case of any abnormal situations. Ahu stood in front of the desk, the encrypted communicator in his hand, just received the latest progress update from away. The train has passed the second last hub station, is in good condition, and is expected to arrive at the southwestern border for customs procedures in 10 hours. Ninth brother, A Wei has arranged for someone to receive the train at the border. After customs clearance, we will switch to locomotives on foreign tracks, taking the branch line through the tropical rainforest directly to the railway terminal at the South Pacific base. The entire journey is under the control of the Tianqi group. Once we cross the border, there will be no issues. Lin Jiao held the cigarette between his lips unlit. The 3 cargo ships at sea were intercepted by the 7th Fleet yesterday, and the Marine Corps boarded and searched for several hours, finding nothing. When he learned this news, he merely nodded, as the 3 ships were meant to be intercepted. The longer they are delayed at sea, the more time is afforded for the railway. Yet he also knew that Peterson was no fool. The fact that nothing was found after thoroughly searching the 3 cargo ships was the greatest flaw in the operation. Longwa could not possibly place ballistic missiles on unprotected cargo ships for M country to inspect at will, so this was a ruse from the very beginning. Once Peterson realizes this, he will immediately shift the search focus to land. In a conference room in Washington, senior officials from the Department of Defense and the Foreign Ministry were holding closed-door discussions. A freshly printed action plan was projected onto the wall with a simple and direct title: Countermeasures against the sale of ballistic missiles by Longwa to the Tianqi group. As Peterson entered, the meeting had already been underway for half an hour, with a gray-haired strategic assessment officer from the Department of Defense speaking. The 7th Fleet is constrained by international laws concerning freedom of navigation and maritime interception and cannot conduct unrestricted boarding inspections of Longwa's merchant vessels. However, on land our limitations are far fewer. If we successfully intercept this batch of ballistic missiles in Southeast Asia and publicly present the evidence, international public opinion can pressure Longwa to come to the negotiating table. Longwa was selling ballistic missiles to a private armed group. Once this news is confirmed, the impact on Longwa will far exceed everyone's imagination. Peterson walked to his seat, pulled out a chair, and reviewed the plan for a few minutes. The 7th Fleet has been working hard at sea for several days, revealing a problem. At sea we are an open card, while Lin Jiao is a hidden card. The railway in Southeast Asia is right beneath our eyes, with heavy freight trains passing from Longwa to Cambodia, through jungles, mountains, and tunnels, all along the land. But the environment around the railway is different from that at sea. Along the route, there are local villages, armed groups in the jungle, and intelligence stations and contact points we have operated for many years. Interception there only requires one precise maneuver and one unexpected event. For instance, if the railway is interrupted and needs to make an emergency stop, or if a tunnel is blocked due to a landslide requiring a detour on a temporary route, or if a freight classification station receives a notification to change routes. Any kind of unexpected event can cause the train to stop at the designated location. Someone asked, what if Lin Jiao has heavily armed escorts during transportation? Peterson leaned back in his chair. Then we need an unexpected event, even more than a direct confrontation. This is not about seizing missiles, it's about proving that these missiles indeed exist on that train. As long as we capture photos, intercept communication signals, and obtain the container numbers and customs documents for Longwa's weapon exports, once the chain of evidence is established, it can be simultaneously released through diplomatic channels, relevant UN agencies, and international media. Longwa is selling ballistic missiles, not conventional arms. The mere presence of such items at the Tianqi Group's base is already the biggest news. What they least want to see is to be placed under the spotlight right there. He paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present. The railway is fixed and trains run along established routes. As long as we understand the running schedule of that freight train, interception poses no difficulty. The current issue is not technical but intelligence related. We need to know exactly when that train will arrive, which line it will take, where it will stop at the classification station, and whether there are armed escorts along the way. This information must be accurate, otherwise the operation will be difficult to execute smoothly. That night, in a jungle camp on the border between northeastern Thailand and Cambodia, the leaders of 3 action teams gathered around a spread-out map. The map marked key nodes along the railway from Longwo's southwestern border to the heart of Cambodia, including tunnels and mountain passes. Every river and mountains direction was redrawn in different colors with markers. The coordinator, named Anderson, was a former intelligence officer from the Marine Corps who had operated an intelligence network in Southeast Asia for nearly 20 years. He pointed to a spot circled in red on the map and laid out 4 key points. The action target is a freight train composed of dozens of heavy flat cars, and all personnel must reach the preset position before dawn at the railway bridge. The hillside on the north side of the railway bridge is the only high ground where heavy trucks can stop, with remote-controlled demolition devices installed on the bridge piers, not to blow up the bridge, but to destroy the tracks. Once the train is forced to stop, each team will simultaneously enter the cars from their respective infiltration points, focusing on searching the special containers. The entire process must be completed in a short time, centered on quickly obtaining evidence and avoiding entanglement with the escort personnel. After securing evidence, immediately blow up the railway bridge to block subsequent reinforcements, and all personnel will retreat to the assembly point along the evacuation route. Finally, he asked the assault team members, "Our goal is to clearly capture photos and evidence. What I need is for the whole world to see the evidence of Long was selling ballistic missiles to a capitalist, not a successful robbery. Do you understand?" The leader of the assault team smiled, slightly nodded, and his team members began to rise and check their equipment one. That night, an airport in the southern theater of Longwo's Air Force was brightly lit. 6 heavy helicopters were already loaded into a transport plane. Chin Huan's orders had been issued a few hours earlier, concise and straightforward. This batch of goods cannot just run on the tracks, it must be transported by air to ensure safe arrival. Meanwhile, on the railway in the southwestern mountainous area, a freight train composed of dozens of heavy flat cars was traversing through the towering peaks. Each flat car was secured with several special containers, the surface of which displayed only numeric codes without any other markings. The headlights of the locomotive cut through the night mist, and the sound of wheels rolling over the tracks echoed in the canyon. Inside the cab, the train driver was watching the signal lights ahead while muttering, "Why are there so many tunnels tonight?" The co-driver glanced at the operation log and told him that they were about to exit the mountains. Once they crossed the border and entered the railway management area in Southeast Asia, the journey would be smoother. The driver nodded, pushing the throttle forward. The train continued to travel through the night, with just a short distance. On one of the flat cars, away, wrapped in a military coat, squatted beside a container, holding a satellite phone and talking to Lin Jiao. "Brother Joe, we have just passed the last Longwo classification station and are about to enter the border transit section, expected to arrive at the designated location within the next few days." Lin Jiao's voice came through the receiver. "Any abnormalities?" "None for now. Every dispatch station along the way has someone receiving, and the signal lights are all green. No signs of being tracked have been found for the time being. However, this batch of goods has changed routes several times since it left the factory, and if we are being watched, those tracking us will have rapidly updated intelligence. Once we are outside the border, it will no longer be under Longwo's control. Oh, just keep an eye on it." "Understood." Away hung up the phone, scanned the distant ridge line with a night vision binocular, and then picked up the radio. "Attention, all teams, we are about to enter the border section. Everyone stay alert." The next morning, Bon train station, located on the edge of the jungle in northern Cambodia, is the first large classification station on this railway line after entering Cambodia from Longwa. The station was built during the French colonial period, with stone buildings covered in vines, and the platform piled with rusty containers and abandoned narrow-gauge carriages, most of the staff being locally recruited railway maintenance workers. That early morning, Bon station was quieter than usual. The duty station master received a notification early on that a heavy freight train would make a technical stop here to refuel and take on water, then continue south. He didn't think much of it. Such transit trains on this line occur several times a month, so there was nothing special about it. 50 meters north of the station stood an abandoned French warehouse. Half of the roof collapsed with all the windows missing. At that moment, 2 people were crouching behind the broken window on the second floor of the warehouse, one being a South Vietnamese explosive expert brought by Anderson from Thailand, and the other a local Cambodian responsible for coordinating ground support. The explosive expert adjusted the focus of his binoculars, watching the station staff moving back and forth on the platform. "They say the train will stop here for 15 minutes. This time window is enough for us to check the containers on board." The Cambodian contact said in a low voice, "Don't be careless. Such goods typically have escorts. It's better if there are escorts. If there are, it means the goods are inside." The explosive expert put down the binoculars, took out a plastic explosive block from his tactical pocket, and attached it to the remote detonation device. If we spot the target, take photos for evidence immediately, then use this to blow up the railway bridge to prevent subsequent reinforcements. After saying this, he stuffed the detonation device back into his pocket, using his finger to circle a 30-meter-long railway bridge north of the station on the map and marking it with an X. Just then a low, long whistle echoed from afar. The freight train was approaching Bond Station. The staff on the platform began to walk towards the railway. The demolitions expert switched the detonation device to standby, while the Cambodian contact whispered "prepare" into the miniature walkie-talkie on his collar and pulled out a camera from his backpack. Meanwhile, the aircraft formation was descending through the morning mist. On the rooftop of the abandoned warehouse in the jungle north of Bond Station, the demolitions expert held the detonation switch tightly in his sweaty hands, his eyes glued to the clock on the dispatch office wall through binoculars. 5 minutes left, no 4 minutes. People on the platform began to wave, and the duty station master walked towards the railway with a signal flag in hand. He mentally counted down. 4 minutes was enough for the train to stop, take on water, and coal, enough for his people to board and check the containers, and enough to capture the container numbers and the export customs documents for Longwa if all went smoothly. But just then the alarm at Bond Station rang out unexpectedly. It was not a fire alarm, nor had someone triggered the anti-theft system. It was a long, piercing sound that echoed throughout the entire railway line. That was the mandatory signal for military transport to take priority during wartime. Upon hearing the alarm, Awe stood up, pressed his earpiece, and shouted, "Everyone, do not stop, proceed directly through Bond Station, do not slow down." The freight train, composed of dozens of heavy flat cars, roared past the northern track of Bond Station without stopping. The signal flag in the duty station master's hand froze in midair, while the workers on the platform were all stunned. The person on the warehouse rooftop cursed under his breath and quickly stowed away the detonation device, reporting the situation to Anderson. Anderson assessed the situation in less than 10 seconds. The train not stopping as planned indicated that someone was adjusting the transport route. They had to intercept it before the train entered the sphere of influence of the Apocalypse Group. About 30 kilometers from Bond Station, there was a concealed railway bridge spanning the gorge underneath, which a turbulent river flowed. The bridge was surrounded by untouched primeval forests with only a narrow-gauge railway crossing through. He ordered the immediate implementation of the demolition interception plan, stating that it could not be in urban areas nor in densely populated regions, but must be in desolate locations. Moreover, the nature of the mission had changed from evidence collection to interception. There was no need to control the train. It was imperative to preserve evidence on site and immediately release it to international media. I will send you the relevant materials, including screenshots of the export list and contract summary for the ballistic missiles from Longwa to the Apocalypse Group. The assault team was ordered to leave the convoy bumping along the dirt road towards the target, the morning mist parting and then closing again around the vehicle. Anderson next needed to contact his contact at the Bangkok post. Once the photos were transmitted, they had to be published immediately and synchronized with major international news agencies. Meanwhile, Bond Station had completed its technical checks, reporting the transit time, speed, and operational status of the signal lights for the freight train through the normal dispatch system to the local railway management's command center. The news reached Qin Huaiyuan in less than 2 minutes. Zhao Taijin's call came directly through, stating that Peterson's people were lurking near Bond Station, and aerial surveillance during the freight train's passage detected unusual reconnaissance activities along the railway, suggesting that M country may have figured out the transport route and was attempting to intercept in Southeast Asia. Qin Huaiyuan hung up and walked around the study twice. The first batch of ballistic missiles delivery was the cornerstone of the entire cooperation framework. If this batch were intercepted in Southeast Asia, photographed, and sent to international media, subsequent collaborations would suffer severe repercussions. He ordered Zhao Taijun again notify everyone to mobilize all resources to ensure transport safety. Lin Jiu, who was in the study of Longjiang No. 1 in Baining, also received the news. Ahu handed over the encrypted communication he had just received to Lin Jiu, saying that Awe had sent an urgent communication that Peterson was active in Southeast Asia and Bond Station had been forcibly passed through, but there might still be an interception ahead. Lin Jiu took the cigarette from his mouth, was silent for 2 seconds, then issued the order. Deploy all our peripheral forces along the routes in Thailand and Cambodia, ensuring this batch of goods arrives safely at all costs. Have Awe notify the South Pacific base to prepare to receive the goods, activate all air defense systems, and deploy immediately after the goods arrive. Ahu nodded and turned to leave. A few minutes later, Lin Jiu received an encrypted message from Kyoto. Rong, heading on the other end, spoke in his usual calm tone. President Lin, our first cooperation must not have any mishaps. We have already intervened, and it is imperative to ensure that our mutual interests are not harmed. That night, a dull explosion echoed through the primeval forest 30 kilometers north of Bond Station. The M country assault team blew up the railway bridge. The tracks twisted and fractured in the explosion. The bridge structure emitted a painful metallic wail, and then the entire bridge, along with the shattered stone piers, fell into the turbulent river below. The assault team briefly blocked both sides of the bridgehead, and after confirming that no trains were approaching nearby, they established a makeshift position, waiting for the follow-up drones equipped with airborne reconnaissance devices to take off from the Thai border to verify the train wreck. However, 2 hours later the drone footage showed nothing on the section of the torn tracks. The assault team reported the target train did not pass through this area as predicted, and the interception mission was unsuccessful. They requested further instructions. Anderson stood in front of the map at the jungle camp listening to the report on the radio, tapping his pen on the table several times. The train did not stop at Bond Station and the railway bridge was not intercepted. He was silent for a moment and then picked up the satellite phone to dial Peterson's number. Mr. Peterson, we have failed. The train did not stop at any predicted nodes. Our people in Washington intercepted an encrypted communication. The country's Ministry of Defense sent an urgent directive to intelligence. Our people in Washington intercepted an encrypted communication. The country's Ministry of Defense sent an urgent directive to intelligence stations along Southeast Asia, ordering all stations to monitor the railway line leading to Cambodia. The communication was brief, but the key information was clear. Country had determined that the ballistic missile was using the land railway and was mobilizing intelligence resources within Thailand and Myanmar attempting to intercept the freight train within Southeast Asia. Is the source reliable? Reliable. Our people intercepted it directly from Peterson's office internal. Lin Jiao put the printed document back on the table. Where is Awe now? He has passed the last classification station in Longwa and is expected to enter Cambodia by dawn. Lin Jiao picked up the tablet on the table and brought up the map of the Southeast Asia Railway Network. From the southwestern border of Longwa to the heart of Cambodia, the railway passes through mountains and then enters the plains with place names labeled in both Chinese and Khmer. His finger traced the railway line southward, stopping at a place called Bond Station. If Peterson's people want to intercept this area, is most likely to be their point of action. 30 kilometers north of Bond Station, there is a railway bridge spanning a valley with primitive forests on both sides and only a narrow gauge passing through. If that bridge is blown up, the train will have to stop. Lin Jiao put down the tablet. Have Awe contact the Railway Dispatch Center in Cambodia. This line from Bond Station south will now be taken over by the Apocalypse Group. All signals classification stations and water stations will be directed by our people. Also tell Awe not to stop at Bond Station and to go straight through. Bond Station is the designated stop for refueling with water and coal. If we don't stop, then let the locomotive carry a few more coal and water cars and fill them up at the border in advance. Lin Jiao did not look up. Notify all our peripheral forces in Thailand and Cambodia to monitor every segment of railway from Bond Station to the base. Ahu turned and walked out. Ahu. Lin Jiao called after him, tell Awe that Peterson has tampered with the railway bridge 30 kilometers north of Bond Station. Have him temporarily stop 3 kilometers away from the bridge and let the people check the bridge pier before allowing the train to pass. Understood. At Don Bond Station. The duty station master yawned as he came out of the dispatch room, holding it. He received a notification that a heavy freight train was about to pass through and was instructed to prepare for the arrival. But a few minutes later the phone in the dispatch room rang again, with a higher-up notifying that the train would not stop at Bond Station and would go straight through. The duty station master was taken aback. Having worked on this line for over a decade, it was the first time he encountered a heavy freight train not stopping at Bond Station. Before he could ask why, the phone on the other end had already sent a temporary change of dispatch authority notification to it. Effective immediately, the dispatch authority for the entire railway south of Bond Station was taken over by the Apocalypse Group's representative office in Cambodia. A few minutes later, a low whistle sounded from afar. The freight train, composed of dozens of heavy flat cars, roared past on the tracks north of Bond Station without slowing down. The sound of wheels grinding over the rails shook several loose stones on the platform. The signal light in the station master's hand fell to the ground with a crisp sound. Meanwhile, in the dense jungle north of Bond Station, the assault team that had been lying in wait all night was focused on the railway ahead. Their equipment, from night vision goggles to demolition devices, from satellite communicators to drone remote controls, was all current military configurations of country. However, the railway in front of them was empty. From midnight to dawn, there had been no train passing through. The team leader glanced at his watch. According to the intelligence on the running time, the freight train should have passed this section half an hour ago. Yet that jungle was as quiet as if the entire world had forgotten it, with the tracks gleaming coldly in the moonlight, motionless, only occasionally broken by the distant cooing of night birds and the sound of stream water washing over stones. The target train did not pass at the scheduled time. Bond Station did not stop the railway bridge. What? His latter words were swallowed by a dull, thunderous sound. A dazzling fireball erupted from the direction of the railway bridge, followed by the metallic wail of the broken tracks and the echo of bridge piers crashing into the ravine. The shockwave from the explosion made several team members lying on the ground cover their ears, and a hot wind rushed over from dozens of meters away, carrying a pungent, burnt smell. The tracks had been blown apart. The explosive point intended to stop the train was triggered prematurely. Yet after the explosion, the wooden ties on the tracks were still burning, and the charred broken tracks hung in midair, flickering in the light of the flames. There were no trains, no containers, nothing was intercepted. The assault team leader stood up from the ground, his face a mixture of disbelief and deep anger. He turned and picked up the satellite phone, dialing the number of the operation coordinator Anderson. Mission failure, the train did not pass through this area. Anderson remained silent for a moment. Peterson was sitting in his office staring at the East Asia map when he received Anderson's report. After listening, he did not ask for details as usual, for the details no longer mattered. A failed mission was simply. Lin Jiao timed the diversion perfectly, and the efficiency of the temporary dispatch was astonishingly high, which meant that every calculation he made had been seen through by the other side in advance. It's not your fault. Lin Jiao was faster than we anticipated. What's the next step? Send the foreign trade list contract summary and transportation roadmap of the ballistic missiles sold by Longhua to the Apocalypse Group to the media. We did not capture any photos on site, but paper evidence is equally valid. Let the whole world know about this. Even if we cannot obtain footage from the scene, we must make Longhua pay the price in international public opinion. The following day, the Bangkok Post published a report on its front page titled "Longhua sells ballistic missiles to private armed groups, cargo trains traverse Southeast Asia." The report cited multiple document summaries, including the foreign trade list and contract terms signed between Longhua's Ministry of National Defense and the Tianqi Group, as well as the transportation route map. The article pointed out that the Longhua government violated relevant international treaties by selling ballistic missiles to a private armed group that is not affiliated with any sovereign state. The transportation route of these ballistic missiles traverses the territories of several Southeast Asian countries, posing a serious threat to regional security. Once published, the report was quickly republished by various international news agencies. Shortly after the report was released, the country held a press conference strongly condemning Longhua's actions in selling ballistic missiles to private armed groups, stating that it would continue to closely monitor this matter in relevant international forums. However, when a journalist at the press conference inquired about any substantial findings regarding the 7th Fleet's interception of Longhua merchant ships in the South China Sea, the spokesperson replied, "We are still in the process of evaluation." That night, the cargo train safely arrived at the Tianqi Group's South Pacific base. Awei stood on the platform watching as the last container was unloaded, in position, then picked up his satellite phone to call Lin Jiao. "Brother Jiao, all the goods have arrived. What about the losses?" "Zero losses. Peterson's men blew up an empty bridge." Lin Jiao hung up the phone, standing in front of the floor-to-ceiling window of Longjiang No. 1. Outside, the night sky of Baining was gray with distant city lights twinkling. The first batch of ballistic missiles had been successfully delivered. He opened the electronic version of that day's Bangkok Post and read it from start to finish. The foreign trade list contract summaries and transportation route maps were indeed real documents. He wondered how Peterson had obtained them, as every detail matched perfectly. However, after scanning through the entire report, there was not a single on-site photograph. No close-ups of container numbers, no images of the ballistic missile launch vehicles, and no direct evidence to prove that the ballistic missiles were indeed present on that train. Peterson could create hype in the media, could hold press conferences in conjunction with country, could propose motions in the Security Council, but as long as they could not present concrete on-site evidence to substantiate the matter, everything would merely be a war of public opinion, unable to undermine the foundation of cooperation. Clearly, the Longhua side did not intend to dwell on the matter. Rong Heading sent a brief message: "The ballistic missiles have all been safely transferred. This cooperation is of great significance, and the foundation of our partnership is solid. There will be ample opportunities in the future." Meanwhile, deep within an ancient temple in the Baman region, the abbot was sitting in the meditation room, twisting a string of prayer beads in his hand, with an open sutra laid out before him. The moonlight outside was cold and clear, with the sound of pine trees swaying in the breeze, and everything seemed no different from usual. Yet the abbot's fingers occasionally paused while twisting the prayer beads, and the sutra had not been turned for quite some time. With Yongshin missing and Yamamoto Ichiro executed, he knew that he was now like a bird perched on a branch, unaware of when someone below might draw a bow. Japan had operated an intelligence network in Longhua for 15 years, with Yongshin as the core hub and Yamamoto Ichiro as the commander. With the core hub gone, and the commander also lost, how much longer could he hold on? A gentle knocking sound came from outside the door, a long knock, followed by two short ones. The abbot's fingers paused on the prayer beads. "Master, there is news." The abbot stood up and walked to the door, opening it a crack. Standing outside was his most trusted disciple, who had followed him for over a decade, and was also trained under the Japanese study monk program. The young monk's face showed more tension than usual, and he held nothing in his hands. It was not a written cryptic message, but a verbal one. The disciple shut the door behind him and whispered that instructions had come from the code-named Buddha's shrine. The abbot's fingers tightened around the prayer beads. In this nearly severed communication chain, the person codenamed Buddha Shrine was even deeper than Yongshin, never directly meeting anyone or leaving any written records. This was the first time that this code name had actively contacted him after Yongshin's defection and Yamamoto's execution. "Speak." Buddha Shrine said that the upcoming re-election conference might be dangerous. They might have already obtained the list, and the re-election conference could very well be their opportunity to close the net. The abbot's fingers stopped twisting the beads. Dozens of thoughts surged to his mind, each one suppressed, until only 2 sentences remained. What else did Buddha Shrine say? Buddha Shrine said to proceed as planned and not to make any unusual moves. He will provide guidance at the critical moment. The abbot remained silent for a long time. He resumed, twisting the prayer beads, moving them one by one, then spoke, his voice regaining its usual calmness. Understood. Inform the personnel in each location that everyone must attend the re-election conference. Not attending would attract attention. Maintain normal activities during the conference without any suspicious behavior. The disciple complied and withdrew. After the door to the meditation room closed, the abbot placed the prayer beads on the table and picked up the note from the wax seal, igniting it with a lighter. The flames spread across the note, turning each word to ash that fell into the ashtray on the table. He knew that the re-election conference was a trap, yet he still wanted those people to attend. Not only to attend, but to act as if they knew nothing. Because only by having them go and be caught all at once would Longwo believe that all the nails had been pulled out and would let down their guard. As an active participant in the meeting, cooperating with the net closing, he would have a great chance of being elected as the new president of the Buddhist Association. Once he sat in that position, the very position Yongshin once held, Japan's intelligence network in Longwa could regrow flesh and blood. As for the hundreds of nails caught in the net, their sacrifice was necessary for a longer-term layout, for a more covert infiltration to allow him to become the second Yongshin. He watched the last ember of ash in the ashtray scatter in the draft, his gaze calm, like a dry well. He did not feel that he would be exposed because he was different from those spies. Those spies were outsiders, Japanese people who had entered Longwo's temples with false identities. Their files were in Yongshin's USB drive. If Longwo captured them, they could follow the trail and peel away their disguises layer by layer. But he was different. He was not an outsider. He was like the Li Dai Tao Jiang. His current identity was real. Sure, Yenju, born in a rural area of the Baman region, sent to a temple to become a monk due to poverty in his family during childhood. He had spent decades in the temple system of Baman, rising from a small novice to the abbot. He had a real childhood, real family members, and a real growth trajectory. Longwo could investigate his records, his school enrollment records, household registration transfer records, and medical insurance payment records. He had them all. Every document, every detail could withstand scrutiny, because behind these documents stood a person who had truly, and that real sure Yenju had died years ago during an overseas exchange event, his body buried in the backyard of an abandoned temple on the outskirts of Bangkok, with his name and Dharma name inscribed on the tombstone. His face was a mold taken from that deceased person's visage. This was Japan's most secretive method of intelligence operation. Not forging an identity, but replacing an identity. To kill a person, then undergo plastic surgery to take on their appearance, living on in their place. All social relationships, all personal imprints, all traces of existence were truly authentic. Beining Longjiang No. 1. Ahu stood at the door of the study holding a document just printed from an encrypted email. Ninth brother, they have started to move. The re-election meetings of the Buddhist associations in various provinces and cities are fully prepared, and everyone on the list is within the scope of attendance, no issues. This net-gathering operation is directly supervised by the department, with elite personnel drawn from provincial offices and police dispatched from different locations. All participants were unaware of the specific tasks before departure. The confidentiality level is the highest, and no one at the local level knew the news in advance. Lin Jiao took the document and flipped through it. More than 400 people are spread across 23 provinces. They will act simultaneously with police dispatched from different locations, and the secrecy is such that even the execution layer does not know what they are doing. It seems that the Long Kingdom is serious this time. They plan to use the guise of re-election for the Buddhist Association to gather everyone at designated hotels. Once the doors are closed, they will net everyone according to the list. The action will take place on the day of the conference's conclusion, allowing sufficient time for all attendees to be in place. Are all the people on the list within the scope of attendance? All of them. A few elderly and weak individuals applied for leave, but the procedures are complete. Not attending the meeting would draw unnecessary attention afterward. After approval from the working group, they will be allowed to stay in their respective temples to recuperate, and someone will directly go to the temple to pick them up on the day of the conference's conclusion, taking them away synchronously with others. This way it won't raise any alarms, and it won't arouse suspicion in anyone. Lin Jiao nodded. Has the status of the executive director of the Provincial Buddhist Association been reviewed? It has been reviewed. Sure, Yenjue, the abbot of an ancient temple in the 8-Min region, the executive director of the Provincial Buddhist Association, is not on the list. The identity documents have been thoroughly verified, including birth records, school registrations, household registration transfers, and health insurance payments. Every step is traceable, and there are no problems. Lin Jiao placed the document on the table, stood up, and walked to the window. Those more than 400 people, if captured by the Long Kingdom, can be pulled out like radishes and reveal a whole chain. If they can't be caught, it won't affect the overall situation. The people on the list are all well-known figures arranged by Yongxin himself. They can be found by following the clues. Ahu stood still waiting for Lin Jiao to continue. Yongxin knows he is just a pawn in the Japanese intelligence network, not the whole chessboard. He knows some of the individuals planted by Japan in the Long Kingdom's religious system, has recorded some of them, but these 400 people are just one network. Those hidden behind the mountain are worth more than these 400 on the list. Finding the person hidden behind the mountain will lead to another network. This network, whether sold to the Long Kingdom or kept for Tianqi Group's own use, is invaluable. What night the Long Kingdom captures them, we won't intervene. But after the net gathering, we need to obtain the interrogation record. For every arrested person, as long as a new name not on the list appears in their testimony, let Watanabe follow this lead to dig deeper. As long as we can find that person, we can fetch a good price. Meanwhile, deep within the ancient temple in the 8-Min region, the candlelight in the Zen room flickered. The abbot sat on a cushion, his fingers rolling the prayer beads one by one at a steady rhythm, neither hurried nor slow. Ever since receiving the warning from the Buddha shrine, he knew he had to pass this test. The disciples stood before him reporting softly. All the personnel have been notified and are in place. Everyone on the list has received the conference instructions, and no one has detected any anomalies. Some personnel from the offices have already set out, and the heads of the temples across various regions are also on their way to report to the designated hotel. The abbot's fingers rolling the prayer beads paused for a moment. How many are not going? 3, all elderly and weak, applied for leave. According to your previous instructions, they will stay in the temple to recuperate and not go out. Good job. The disciple hesitated for a moment and lowered his voice. Master, will the re-election conference be? The abbot placed the prayer beads on the table. Don't panic. Since they need a victory, we will give them one. Only when they let down their guard can we rebuild our communication network out of their sight. When they think they have cleaned up everything, that will be the real opportunity to take root. The disciple nodded and retreated. After the door to the Zen room closed again, the abbot stood up and walked to the window. Outside, the pines rustled and the moonlight spilled onto the courtyard paved with bluestone slabs. Now that Yongxin is missing and Yamamoto has been executed, the situation is precarious. Otherwise, the Buddha shrine wouldn't risk issuing direct orders. He also doesn't know who the Buddha shrine is, where they are, or under what identity they are lurking. He only knows that the Buddha shrine is his superior. They can command him, but he can never actively contact the Buddha shrine. Meanwhile, deep within a barren desert overseas, a transport plane landed on a runway covered with dust. There were no control towers, no navigation lights, only a solitary wind direction indicator spinning in the evening breeze. Lin Jiao descended the boarding stairs with Ahu following closely behind. Waiting on the tarmac was a heavily covered off-road vehicle. 2 people got out, saluted Lin Jiao, and opened the car door. The vehicle jolted through the desert for several minutes before slowly entering a tunnel at the side of a mountain. The tunnel was brightly lit, the walls constructed of reinforced concrete, with armed sentries every few steps. The vehicle stopped deep within the tunnel, and the person responsible for the reception led Lin Jiao through a blast door into a heavy-duty elevator. The descent of the elevator took a long time, with only the low-frequency hum of machinery operating in the cabin. Lin Jiao watched the numbers on the floor display flicker continuously, finally stopping at a certain depth underground. A heavy alloy door slowly slid open. Before him lay a giant well-style launch platform carved from the mountain, the dome, so high it seemed to have hollowed out the entire interior of the mountain, with massive smoke ducts and ventilation pipes hanging from the highest point of the dome, the cold light fixtures illuminating the entire space like daylight. An intercontinental ballistic missile stood on the launch platform, its body coated with a matte gray thermal-resistant coating glinting with metallic luster under the cold lights. The pipes and cable interfaces around the launch frame were densely arranged on both sides of the well wall maintenance platforms, stacked from the well mouth all the way to the middle of the missile's body, where several technicians in white lab coats were conducting routine inspections. Awei was already waiting beside the launch platform. Seeing Lin Jiao walk out of the elevator, he approached. Ninth brother, the first batch of delivered missiles has been fully deployed. Several have been stationed at the South Pacific base, and this is one of them. Lin Jiao stood at the railing of the maintenance platform, looking down at the ballistic missile. Over the years, the situation faced by Tianqi Group could be described as being surrounded by wolves. An overseas capital was eyeing it, wanting to pounce, and divided among themselves. It is precisely because of this that Tianqi Group has deeply rooted itself in Southeast Asia and has not stepped into the European and American markets. But now it is different. From this moment on, Tianqi Group has something to rely on. With this sword, the next step is to show it. Awei arrange it. In a month we will show our sword and let those wolves see what capital is. In the capital city, the lights in Qin Huayuan's study had been on all night. Zhao Taijun stood in front of the long table, holding a real-time updated summary report. Rong Heading sat at Qin Huayuan's right side with Yu Zhenyuan and Su Muji present, while Bai Jingxing and Zhao Beichen accessed it through a secure line. The re-election meetings in various provinces and cities have all been launched. The attendees on the list are all accounted for, and substitutes have been arranged for those who are absent. The police forces dispatched to other locations have all arrived at the periphery of designated hotels, checking the list layer by layer, as per the scheduled plan with the operation set for the last day of the conference. Qin Huayuan set down the summary report. After this operation, the infiltration of the Japanese into the religious system of the Dragon Kingdom will be entirely eradicated. Additionally, the capture operation must be kept strictly confidential and effective information should be obtained through direct interrogations. We do not know if there are still infiltrators in other systems such as education, culture, or economy. Therefore, the individuals captured in this operation must be interrogated thoroughly to extract all possible connections. Zhao Taiju nodded. Meanwhile, across the country, several vans bearing civilian license plates silently entered the underground parking lots of designated hotels. The abbots from various local temples have gradually completed their check-in procedures, received conference materials, and stored their mobile phones. They entered their respective rooms, brewed the tea provided by the hotel, opened the conference agenda, and some had already lain down to prepare for rest. The corridor was eerily quiet, only the low-frequency humming from the central air conditioning vent could be heard. No one knew why the plainclothes officers in those vans had come, nor did anyone know what would happen after the conference concluded tomorrow. Meanwhile, the abbot, who was twisting his prayer beads deep within an ancient temple, had already packed his luggage, preparing to take a car to the provincial capital for the conference early the next morning. As long as those people are captured, he would be the best candidate to become the next president of the Buddhist Association. In a certain city in South China, at the designated hotel, a monk named Huiming sat on the edge of the hotel bed, tightly gripping his prayer beads. Outside the window was the bustling night scene of the city center, where neon lights painted half the sky a dark red, yet he had not opened the curtains even once since checking in over 2 hours ago. He had naturally heard the rumors about Yongxin losing contact and Yamamoto Ichiro being executed. These two pieces of news felt like two massive stones blocking his throat. With the contact gone, and the liaison gone, the very top of the entire communication chain had been uprooted. What remained of his buried stake? He picked up the phone in the room, intending to call back to the temple, but remembered that his mobile phone had already been collected during check-in. As he set down the receiver, the veins on the back of his hand bulged. Voices of other attendees chatting could be heard in the corridor, discussing the popular candidates for the new president, while some complained that the hotel's buffet was not as good as the vegetarian meals in the temple. Listening to those voices, Huiming suddenly felt that every laugh was like a needle prickling his back. He stood up, hung the do not disturb sign on the door, locked it, turned off the lights, and sat in the darkness, twisting his prayer beads. In the same hotel on another floor, a monk named Jinkong leaned against the headboard, flipping through the conference agenda, chewing on the mint candies provided by the hotel. He was different from Huiming, who, although he knew that the line to Yongxin had been severed, he was fully confident in his disguise. Over 20 years ago, he arrived in the Dragon Kingdom as an exchange monk, starting from a janitor in a temple in southern Fujian, and eventually becoming the head monk, familiarizing himself with the neighbors in several streets surrounding the temple. He often chatted with elderly men playing chess at the temple gate, sharing with them some so-called life philosophies. In these 20 years, he had never made a single mistake, always using different methods to deliver intelligence, never repeating rendezvous locations, and even his closest disciples did not know what he was doing. He closed the agenda, crumpled the mint candy wrapper, and tossed it into the trash bin. He believed that his disguise was solid, and when the day of trouble came, he would have sufficient escape routes to withdraw safely. He could draw the city's terrain with his eyes closed, knowing which alley led to which street, which old community's fire escape was always unlocked, and which path in the urban village could directly connect to the highway. He had scouted these details repeatedly over the past 20 years, not to escape, but to ensure that he always had an extra life in any situation. He did not think he would ever need these escape routes, but they were there, and that was his greatest confidence. In a provincial capital city in East China, in front of the designated hotel, a taxi stopped and Jikong got out. Unlike other attendees, he came to this conference with a mindset akin to a subsidized vacation. In his eyes, Yongxin, that old fox, had brought about his own doom by messing up with the Japanese in Phnom Penh, but what did that have to do with him? Yamamoto Ichiro being executed in Tokyo was their upper management's affair. What relevance did it have to him? A long-buried stake. Their people entered and exited the Dragon Kingdom several times each year through Buddhist exchange activities. When had the Dragon Kingdom's police ever caught them? This re-election conference was merely a formality. After voting, he would return to the temple to continue being the abbot. He wheeled his suitcase into the lobby, where several people were already lined up at the check-in desk. While rummaging for his ID, he surveyed his surroundings. The staff behind the service desk was on the phone. Several monks who had arrived early were chatting and drinking tea on the lobby sofas, and two young people with staff badges stood at the elevator entrance. There were no abnormalities. He handed his ID to the staff at the check-in desk, received his room card and conference materials, and even asked, "When can I get my phone back?" as he placed it into a sealed bag. The staff replied that it could be collected after the conference with the corresponding number. He nodded, took the elevator with his suitcase. Meanwhile, in another city, Zhu Ming was one of the few who knew that there were other stakes buried in the same city. He was sent over the same year as Huaining from another temple in the city, both having received training in Kyoto and studied the same courses. But his current mood was far more complicated than Huining's because he had received no instructions. All he received was the unified conference notice issued by the Provincial Buddhist Association, an official document with a red seal identical to the one Huining received. However, this silence felt like a needle hanging over his head, uncertain of when it would drop. He had a foreboding feeling, but could not pinpoint what was wrong. In a provincial capital city in the northwest, at a designated hotel, a monk named Ming Yuan was not in his room. He left the hotel and walked back and forth in a nearby bustling night market. He was one of the few holding a mobile phone. He feigned unfamiliarity with the process and deliberately left his phone in the suitcase's compartment during check-in, only handing in a spare device. He stood for a moment in front of a barbecue stall in the night market using an encrypted channel to send a brief message to another steak who was also in this city. If anything abnormal occurs, leave immediately. No need to wait for me. Then he took out the SIM card, broke it in half, and threw it into the ashtray of a roadside trash bin. He was uncertain if there was any danger associated with this conference, but he was sure of one thing: with Yongshin and Yamamoto Ichiro dead, no one who could say his name was left. As long as this re-election conference passed, everything would be over once the new president was elected. In Kyoto, at the Coordination Command Center, Zhao Taijun stood before a massive LCD screen displaying a map of the country. 23 provinces, several designated hotels, and each hotel corresponding to a fully prepared action team. Police forces dispatched from other regions within the province were all stationed around the hotel. Some were in the fire escape, others in modified vans in the underground parking lot, and some were setting up communication equipment in vacant rooms of the office building across from the hotel. Operation codenamed Clear Source. The command center was established in Kyoto, personally supervised by Qin Huayuan. All personnel participating in the operation signed confidentiality agreements before departure prohibiting any private discussion of the task. The designated hotels across various provinces had cleared out all other guests and attendees checked in according to the normal meeting procedures. Surveillance footage, attendance lists, and duty rosters were all transmitted back to the command center in real time. Zhao Taijun picked up the walkie-talkie. All teams be advised the targets have all entered the hotel area. Await final instructions as per the preset positions. Meanwhile, at the ancient temple of Baman. This millennial-old temple was designated by the Provincial Religious Affairs Bureau as one of the venues for the upcoming conference. Attendees from this province and several nearby provinces had already checked in, and the guest hall was filled with abbots from various locations. The temple door was half ajar, and occasionally a few monks passed through the courtyard paved with bluestone, while muffled discussions about the candidates could be heard from the guest hall. Some were suggesting that this time a younger generation of abbots should be elected, while others argued that the new president should be someone stable and reputable in the Buddhist community, and there were also inquiries about the recent incense offerings at each other's temples. In the Zen room, candle flames flickered as the sound of pine trees swayed in the courtyard outside. The abbot stood by the window, fingering his prayer beads, one bead after another with a steady rhythm. He knew that after the conference concluded tomorrow, all of this would come to an end. Those who were taken away would be removed, and the Dragon Kingdom believed it had eradicated all of Japan's network within its religious system, while he, an abbot not listed, would become an advanced representative for cooperation and unity, with the next step being elected as the new president of the Buddhist Association. As for those who were taken away for the sake of a longer-term layout for a more covert infiltration, and to allow him to become the second Yongshin, the costs were worth paying. He raised his head. The moonlight outside was bright, illuminating the crown of the old pine tree in the courtyard in silvery white. In Kyoto, at the Coordination Command Center, Qin Huayuan sat at the long table, facing the real-time summary report. All action teams from various provinces were in position, and all attendees had entered the designated hotels. Surveillance, communications, and peripheral deployment had all been completed according to plan. He set the report down and picked up the red encrypted phone on the table. Clear Source operation, begin the net closing. In Kyoto, at the Coordination Command Center, Qin Huayuan issued the order to close the net. Zhao Taijun hung up the red encrypted phone and turned to face the massive LCD screen. On the national map, dozens of red circles flashed simultaneously. All teams confirmed synchronized action. In a city in South China, at the designated hotel on the 8th floor, Hui Ming sat in the darkness, fingering his prayer beads. In the corridor, the sound of combat boots striking the tiles intensified, at least 10 people marching in unison without hesitation. Hui Ming's fingers suddenly froze. He sprang up from the bedside and yanked the curtains open. The outer wall of the 8th floor had no footholds. He turned and dashed toward the door, intending to secure the anti-theft chain. The door had already been forced open from the outside. The electronic lock emitted a short beeping sound. Hui Ming grabbed the bedside lamp and hurled it. The bulb shattered and fragments grazed past the agent's goggles. The agent tilted his head to avoid it as two others lunged at him from behind. One grabbed his throat while another hugged his knees. Hui Ming was heavily slammed onto the tiles, his head hitting the ground, and a flash of white light filled his vision. His hands were still grabbing wildly. His nails scraped loudly against the tiles. The agent cuffed his arms behind him. A black hood was pulled down over his head. His mouth and nose were pressed against the coarse fabric, making it hard to breathe. Someone whispered in his ear, "Take him away." In the same hotel on the 12th floor, Jing Kong heard the sound of the electronic lock just a second before the door was forced open. Without hesitation, he turned and dashed into the bathroom. He climbed onto the toilet tank and pushed open the vent cover above. With both hands gripping the edge of the pipe, he flipped himself inside. The pipe was pitch dark and the accumulated dust made him cough violently. He crawled towards the east side. At the end of the eastern side was the laundry room's exhaust vent. The metal pipes beneath his knees echoed dully. Each time he passed an air vent, he could faintly hear the sounds of shouts and impacts from outside. Crawling to the exhaust vent, he used his shoulder to push open the plastic grill. He jumped into the laundry room, where several industrial washing machines were humming away. The smell of bleach and steam filled the entire room. Jing Kong had just steadied himself and hadn't had time to catch his breath. Two people in black tactical uniforms stood at the door watching him. In the same hotel on the 6th floor staircase, Jiming peered through the peephole and saw several more figures in black tactical uniforms in the corridor. Without knocking or checking rooms, they directly used a room card to unlock the door next door. He quickly grabbed his monk's bag and walked briskly toward the staircase. Just as he reached the corner platform, he collided with two undercover agents who were heading up. Jiming clasped his hands together. "What brings you here, benefactors? Room check, please cooperate." The undercover agent took a step forward. Suddenly, Jiming swung his monk's bag toward the agent, who sidestepped to avoid it, while a hard object from the bag grazed his ear and slammed against the wall. Another agent lunged from the side to grab his waist. Jiming elbowed him in the ribs, causing a muffled grunt, and the agent's grip loosened for a moment. Jiming spun and dashed down, but the agent grabbed the back of his collar and pulled him back. Jiming countered by twisting the agent's wrist. His movements were rapid, employing a standard joint lock technique. The agent winced in pain and released his grip. Jiming continued running down, but just a few steps later, two more individuals rushed up from below. He skidded to a halt and retreated. The sound of combat boots thundering up the stairs echoed above him. He was cornered on the landing with people in front and behind and a solid brick wall to his side. Jiming leaned against the wall, panting heavily. Then he suddenly exerted his strength and charged down the staircase, shoulder-checking the person in front of him. He delivered a powerful elbow strike to the person's neck. The individual staggered back, and another immediately lunged at him, landing a punch on his nose. Blood splattered against the wall. As he continued to struggle, another person grabbed him from behind, lifting him off the ground. He was slammed down hard with a knee pinning his back. His arms were cuffed behind him, and just before the hood was pulled down over his head, the last thing he saw was the blood he had splattered on the wall. In a city in East China at the designated hotel on the 3rd floor, Jing Kong was scrolling through his phone, and several trending topics were dominating the hot search list. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in the corridor. He flipped off the bed and yanked open the door. At the end of the corridor, several black tactical uniforms were unlocking another room. What he didn't see was a team of undercover agents hiding in the fire escape. Jing Kong retreated back into his room, locked the door, and secured the anti-theft chain. He turned and dashed toward the window 3 stories high, overlooking the back alley of the hotel. Several garbage bins and discarded cardboard boxes were piled up below. He pushed open the window and climbed up to the windowsill. Taking a deep breath, he jumped down, crashing through 2 garbage bags upon landing. The stench of decomposing kitchen waste splattered all over him. A sharp pain shot through his ankle. He gritted his teeth to suppress a scream and staggered to his feet, limping toward the alley. A modified van was parked at the alley entrance. The headlights suddenly illuminated his face with a blinding white light. Several plainclothes officers stepped out of the vehicle, holding riot control batons. Jing Kong turned around. The headlights at the end of the alley also lit up. He was cornered in the alley, retreating to the wall. The plainclothes officers moved forward, pinning him against the wall and handcuffing him. As the hood was pulled down over his head, he heard someone say the one who jumped out of the window on the 3rd floor might have broken his leg. Call the medical team. Outside a designated hotel in a provincial capital in the northwest, a middle-aged monk was casually walking out. He had sensed something was amiss before the door was brushed open. It wasn't the sound of footsteps that alerted him. It was the smell of gunpowder wafting in from the corridor. The scent of gun oil mixed with the cold metallic air. Having served in the self-defense forces for many years, he was all too familiar with this smell. He used the excuse of getting scriptures from the car to retrieve the room card deposit from the reception. Carrying the monk's bag, he strolled leisurely through the lobby, a calm smile on his face. He nodded at the staff still working late in the lobby. His black sedan was parked outside the hotel entrance. There was spare cash, several passports, and a handgun in the trunk. He was just a few steps away from the car door when suddenly a door of another vehicle diagonally opposite was pushed open. 2 plainclothes officers stepped out, blocking his way from both sides. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed in the corridor. At least 3 directions were closing in. He stood by the car, loosening his grip on the monk's bag. He didn't look at the trunk. There were no unnecessary movements. He simply pressed his palms together and bowed to the plainclothes officers. Then he calmly extended his wrist. In the same hotel on the 5th floor, Zhu Ming was crouched under the bed, holding his breath. When the door was brushed open, he had already squeezed into the gap beneath the bedboards. His back pressed against the cold floor tiles. Several pairs of combat boots entered the room and stopped in front of the bed. Someone rummaged through the wardrobe, while another pushed open the bathroom door. Then several pairs of combat boots walked toward the door. The door closed. Zhu Ming remained motionless under the bed. He had received professional training and knew this could be a trap. The footsteps in the corridor gradually faded away until they completely disappeared. Only then did he crawl out from under the bed, tiptoeing to the door. He pressed his ear against the door panel. There was no sound outside. He took a deep breath and pulled open the door. Two plainclothes officers were standing outside. One leaned against the corridor wall smoking. The other squatted at the opposite wall's corner holding a tablet. Upon seeing Zhu Ming come out, the officer handed him the tablet and said, "You are Zhu Ming, right?" Zhu Ming took a step back and turned to run. The plainclothes officer extended his leg to trip him by the ankle. He fell to the ground, his nose hitting the tiles and drawing blood. The other officer pressed his knee against Zhu Ming's back and handcuffed his hands. In another designated hotel in the same city, Jing Xin was shaving in the bathroom when the action team broke down the door. Hearing the commotion outside, he immediately kicked off the windowsill and flipped out. Outside was the maintenance passage behind the hotel, a rusty iron staircase. He ran down the iron ladder barefoot. The steps clanged loudly under his feet. Below, the action team members looked up, seeing a figure in a gray monk's robe rushing down the stairs. Jing Xin slipped, his knee hitting the iron plate. The dull thud echoed in the narrow passage. He got up and continued running. He dove towards the smoke vent at the end of the passage. The vent led to the back door of the hotel's kitchen. He slammed his shoulder against the iron bars. Dust and rust fell all around. Just as he poked half his body out, two plainclothes officers were waiting outside the door. One grabbed his collar and dragged him out. Another officer stepped forward to press down on his shoulder. Jing Xin tried to struggle. The officer holding his collar whispered, "Don't move." He pressed his knee against the wall's base and handcuffed his hands. As the hood was pulled down, someone nearby said, "The one jumping out of the window on the second floor has been controlled." In another hotel in the same city, on the 10th floor, a burly middle-aged monk did not flee. He pulled out a short-handled monk's staff from beneath the mattress guarding the side wall by the door. The first plainclothes officer stepped into the room. The monk's staff struck down towards the officer's head. The officer sidestepped to avoid it, and the iron staff crashed against the door frame, sending wood chips flying in the dim light. The second plainclothes officer cut in from the other side, landing a hook punch to the monk's ribs. The burly monk let out a muffled grunt and staggered back, swinging the staff back at his opponent. The plainclothes officer raised his arm to block, grabbing the staff's handle in the process. Pulling forward, he disarmed the monk, causing the staff to fly out of his hands. The burly monk stumbled forward, falling. Before he could brace himself, the plainclothes officer had already pressed his knee into his back. His hands were twisted behind him and handcuffed. He was pinned to the ground, roaring loudly. The plainclothes officer did not respond, simply pulling the hood down over his head. He struggled violently, his legs kicking against the floor. His face was pressed against the tiles, biting his lip until it bled. Blood trickled from the corner of his mouth into the cracks of the tiles. He continued to howl, his voice muffled beneath the hood. The plainclothes officer tightened the hood. He desperately twisted his head, wanting to take one last look. But the fibers of the hood obscured all his vision. When he was dragged out of the room, he knocked over a trash can by the door. Cigarette ash scattered everywhere. On the same floor in another room, a lean, middle-aged monk climbed onto the windowsill. He gripped the window frame with both hands, his feet resting on the outer wall's brick ledge. Having learned climbing during training, this outer wall was not particularly difficult. The cold wind rushed in, causing his monk's robe to billow. He glanced down. At the bottom of the building, a plainclothes officer stood looking up at him, holding a walkie-talkie. "There's someone on the outer wall of the 11th floor. Call for the ladder truck." The lean monk hesitated for a moment before deciding to climb to the side. There was a row of metal brackets for air conditioning units on the outer wall. He reached out to grasp them. His fingertips just brushed the edge of the bracket when the brick ledge beneath him suddenly crumbled. He plummeted downwards, instinctively reaching for the window frame. His fingers scraped against the outer wall, leaving bloody marks, his nails breaking. He brushed past an air conditioning unit on his way down, causing the bracket to tilt to one side. He fell into a landscaped area. A broken branch pierced his shoulder. His leg was pinned beneath him at an unnatural angle. A fractured fibula pierced through his skin. He lay on his back in the dirt, staring at the window he had crawled out of. Plainclothes officers surrounded him from all directions. Some pressed down on his shoulders while others lifted his legs. Someone used scissors to cut open his dirt-stained monk's robe. He heard the walkie-talkie calling for an ambulance, and he lay on the stretcher, pain clouding his consciousness. The paramedics cut open his monk's robe, revealing an old scar on his chest. A plainclothes officer took a photo of the scar, annotating it with a line of text. In the 8 Min regions, at a branch of the ancient monastery, the meeting in the main hall was still proceeding normally. A banner for the preparatory meeting for the leadership election hung over the podium. The abbot sat in the back row, hands clasped together, his expression solemn. Chanting a scripture, his eyes were fixed on the podium. Several plainclothes officers pushed open the side door of the hall. All eyes in the room turned towards the entrance. The plainclothes officers displayed their identification. The team leader held a tablet checking the names one by one. When the first monk's name was called, he did not struggle. He stood up, adjusted his monk's robe, and followed the plainclothes officers out. The monk beside him silently shifted. The second monk accidentally knocked over a teacup on the table. Tea spilled across the table and onto the floor. He looked around in panic, ultimately bowing his head and walking out. The monk sitting in front of the abbot had his name called. He stiffened, glancing back at the abbot. The abbot nodded slightly. He withdrew his gaze and followed the plainclothes officers out. About an incense stick later, the arrests were complete. The team leader placed the collaboration document in front of the abbot. The abbot picked up the pen to sign. After setting it down, he pressed his palms together and said, "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." The plainclothes officers filed out of the main hall. The hall doors opened, and the night wind swept in. The everlasting lamp flickered. The abbot stood alone in the hall. Ginkgo leaves covered the courtyard, the sound of wind intertwined with the sound of bells. He watched the escort vehicle fade into the night. After a long while, a faint smile appeared on his lips. One must not act selfishly, or one will face divine punishment. He turned around, returning to the meditation room to recite scriptures for blessings. A few days later, after the meeting concluded, he became the advanced representative. He would smoothly enter the candidate list for the new president of the Buddhist Association. Those who were taken away would become the steps leading him to that position. On the third day after the nationwide operation in the Dragon Kingdom concluded, the interrogations began in earnest. Experienced interrogation experts from various provinces were dispatched to designated detention centers. The first to crack were those who had been injured during the arrests. The lean monk lying on a hospital bed with a fracture finally spoke during the second questioning. He did not disclose who his superior was, but admitted to another matter. Right from the onset of Yongsan's disappearance, someone had issued orders to them through encrypted channels consisting of only 8 words: cut the line, wait for the flowers to bloom. This directive continues to be sent regularly, rain or shine. The clue was quickly reported to the Coordination Command Center in the capital. Xin Huayuan read the summary report twice. The 8 words, cut the line, wait for the flowers to bloom, kept him silent at the window for a long time. Ichiro Yamamoto was already dead, as was Yongshin, yet someone was still issuing orders to this group of infiltrators, indicating that the Japanese nation had buried someone deeper within the Dragon Kingdom's religious system than Ichiro Yamamoto. Xin Huayuan wrote 6 words in the remarks section of the summary report, codename Fisherman, thorough investigation. Meanwhile, in Tokyo, Watanabe stood in the office where Ichiro Yamamoto had worked in the intelligence investigation room, holding a set of keys retrieved from the evidence department. This office had been sealed since Yamamoto's execution and had only recently completed the internal procedures to lift the ban. He spent a full 2 days sifting through all the paper files and encrypted hard drives left behind by Yamamoto. Deep within a folder labeled East Asian Religious Affairs, he found several drafts of encrypted communications. The sender was Yamamoto and the recipient was a terminal codenamed Fisherman. The earliest encrypted emails dated back 2 years, with the initial few being task directives concise and clear in tone. Subsequent email content gradually shifted to regular correspondence, with the last few becoming brief and bland, as if confirming each other's existence. In the final email, Yamamoto spelled out Fisherman's true identity using encrypted text, a spy who had undergone plastic surgery along with a backup encrypted communication method. Watanabe sent the documents to Binding, attaching a message. Fisherman is the spy who directly contacted Yamamoto before his death. This codename is used only in the highest level communications, and Yongshin was never involved. In Binding, at Longjiang 1, Lin Jiao was standing by the window in his study when he received the encrypted email from Watanabe. He read the email 3 times from start to finish. Fisherman plastic surgery. Yamamoto left behind this codebook and also the contact method for the fisherman. After verification and communication by the technical department, feedback was received about 2 incense sticks later. The signal's endpoint was locked onto an ancient temple in the provincial capital of Bamon. The corresponding identity was the temple's abbot Shi Yinjue, not on the arrest list, a standing council member of the Provincial Buddhist Association recently active during the re-election meeting. Have you checked the identity file? Yes, birth records, household registration, transfer, medical insurance payments, every step is accounted for. What about the person? He has always been at the temple, and he didn't leave during the re-election meeting. Lin Jiao set down the encrypted pen. Since Yamamoto left the encrypted method and codebook, let's bring the fisherman back and find a safe place in Bamon for interrogation. In the yard of Longjiang 1, who called Wei under the osmanthus tree and explained briefly, Brother Jiao said that the person has had plastic surgery, the face is fake, but the identity is real. When capturing him, do not alert the temple personnel, cover his face, and take him out through the back door. Arrange several vehicles with civilian license plates to leave separately, and do not let anyone notice. Wei said nothing more, entered the garage, started the modified van, and quietly slipped out through the side door. Bamon, ancient temple, deep into the night. The lights in the abbot's room were already off. The ginkgo leaves in the yard were swept up and fell again. The bluestone slabs glimmered coldly under the moonlight. As Shi Yinjue lay down on the bed, he heard a very faint sound coming from the direction of the temple's back door. It was neither the wind pushing the door nor a night bird stepping on tiles. It was the silence following the spring of a pried lock. He opened his eyes in the darkness, his hand reaching for the dagger hidden under his pillow. Just as his fingers brushed the hilt, a silenced pistol was gently pressed against his forehead. "Don't move." Several shadows surged into the room, one sealing his mouth with tape, while another pulled out ties to bind his wrists and ankles tightly, the movements brisk and decisive, leaving no room for struggle. Before the hood was placed over his head, Shi Yinjue caught the last glimpse of a scene illuminated by the moonlight filtering through the curtain. The teacup on the bedside tilted slightly, the tea swirled within, but did not spill. He was hoisted up by two men and dragged out of the temple through the back door, stuffed into a black van hidden behind the shadows of trees. The whole process took less than a few minutes. The engine started softly, the headlights remained off, gliding along the dirt road behind the temple into the depths of the night. An abandoned dock warehouse along the coast of Baman. The iron door swung open and Shi Yinjue was pushed inside and pressed onto an old wooden chair. Someone removed his hood from behind, and the glaring, incandescent light made him squint. Aoi stood behind the light holding a printed version of the encrypted email sent by Watanabe, looking at Shi Yinjue and asking how he had gotten in, who he was before the surgery, and what else Yamamoto had left him. Shi Yinjue shook his head, saying, "Amitabha, I am Shi Yinjue, a regular executive member of the Buddhist Association, and that they have arrested the wrong person." His tone was calm with kind eyes, as if sitting in a Zen room, facing a wandering monk seeking refuge. Aoi did not ask a second time. He nodded behind him, and someone walked in carrying a medical kit, opened the box, and took out a syringe. Upon seeing the syringe, Shi Yinjue's fingers bound to the chair's armrests tightened. This formula, commonly used by agents for coercive interrogation in the last century, involved mixing several ordinary drugs for intravenous injection capable of making the subject experience extreme physical pain in a short time without causing death or brain damage. The official ban on this method in the Dragon Kingdom has lasted for decades, yet the Tianchi Group's channels can always procure what others cannot. After the drug was injected into his veins, Shi Yinjue's body began to spasm uncontrollably. His teeth ground together with a creaking sound, and he let out broken sounds from his throat, while his fingers left blood marks on the armrests. The whole process lasted an unknown amount of time. When the pain subsided, he slumped in the chair, gasping for air, his monk robe soaked with cold sweat sticking to his body. Aoi asked him again who had sent him, who he was before the surgery, and how many infiltrators remained unexposed. Shi Yinjue lowered his head and appeared more honest. He spoke of being sent on a plane by Ichiro Yamamoto 3 years ago to Bangkok for plastic surgery, assuming the identity of Shi Yinjue, taking over this ancient temple affiliated with the Japanese Cabinet's Intelligence Investigation Room, codenamed Fisherman, responsible for the task allocation and intelligence transfer of Japanese infiltrators in multiple regions of the Dragon Kingdom. He claimed to only send and receive encrypted messages at specific times and never directly interacted with infiltrators. He ordered everyone to attend the re-election meeting, as usual, aiming to sacrifice them to avert suspicion. He mentioned that after Yamamoto's death, he had waited a long time without receiving new orders until recently, when he received that encrypted message. Aoi looked into his eyes. "Who is your superior?" Shi Yinjue's lips moved for a long time before he uttered 2 words. "Buddha Shrine." "Who is Buddha Shrine?" "I don't know, it's a code name." "Where is he?" "I don't know." "How do you contact him?" "He contacts me through encrypted signals. It's one way, and I don't have the authority to contact him actively." "Who is your superior?" Shi Yinjue's lips moved for a long time before he uttered 2 words. "Buddha Shrine." Aoi noted this code name on paper and exited the interrogation room to dial into the encrypted channel. The person on the other end was reviewing the progress summary of the concurrent interrogations in Longjiang 1 when he answered the phone and heard Aoi say 4 words. Lin Jiao remained silent for a moment, then said he understood, instructing to keep the person safe for continued interrogation, and he would personally fly over tomorrow. After hanging up, Lin Jiao leaned back in his chair, looking outside at the bare branches of the osmanthus tree. The Japanese had buried Yongshin, buried fishermen, and buried over 400 infiltrators in various offices within the Dragon Kingdom's religious system. These were merely the nets floating on the surface, while Buddha Shrine was the net caster submerged beneath. Yongshin did not know Buddha Shrine, nor did fishermen know who he was. All the spies personally selected and placed by Yamamoto were serving this codename without ever having seen him. This person's identity, age, gender, and hiding place were all blanks. Figuring out how to extract this most valuable Buddha Shrine was of utmost importance. Along the coast of Baman, at an abandoned dock warehouse, the iron door creaked open, allowing the sea breeze to rush and carrying a salty scent. As Lin Jiao entered the warehouse, Shi Yinjue was still handcuffed to an old wooden chair. The hood was removed, the monk's robe crumpled, and the marks on his wrists were clearly visible. Upon seeing Lin Jiao, his eyes flickered, not with the fear of being captured, but with the resignation of recognizing who stood before him. Lin Jiao pulled a chair to sit across from him. "Your superior," the Buddha Shrine repeated again. "Tell me everything you know." Shi Yinjue licked his cracked lips. After Yamamoto Ichiro's death, I severed all contacts. Until that night, a disciple knocked on the door to deliver a message. I was instructed to notify the others that the message from the Buddha was sent through encrypted channels using the password book left by Yamamoto Ichiro. This password book is only used for the highest level of communication. Upon receiving it, I immediately notified various teams to attend the meeting as usual without any unusual actions. Who sent the message? The Buddha Shrine. Who is the Buddha Shrine? I don't know, I've never seen him. How to contact him? I don't know. The encrypted signal is one way. I don't have the authority to contact him proactively. What level is he? I don't know. When Yamamoto Ichiro was alive, all documents related to the Buddha Shrine were handled personally by Yamamoto, never passing through anyone else's hands. I only know that this codename exists. Linjio leaned back in his chair, shifting position. Yongshin is responsible for the religious side. What part are you in charge of? Speak. Sure. Yanju's fingers instinctively tightened on the hem of his monk robe. He was silent for a moment, then began to speak, his voice lower than before, as if recounting something he was reluctant to mention. The intelligence network of the Wan Nation in the Dragon Country is not limited to just the religious system. Yongshin manages the temples while I oversee the intellectual community, those scattered across major universities, media organizations, and educational departments. Some hold the halo of returnees as professors in universities, some eloquently discuss on television, while others maintain an expert persona online. Emotional experts, educational experts, medical experts, lifestyle experts. Experts in every field exist. They do not need to connect with spies in the temples, nor meet with people from the Wan Nation's embassy. They only need to slowly infiltrate their own fields. Because true infiltration is not about stealing intelligence, but about stealing hearts. Data in laboratories, blueprints, and research institutes are indeed valuable, but what the Wan Nation truly desires is something else. To make the dragon people doubt themselves, deny themselves, and attack themselves. What have they done? The provocative comments online that incite gender conflict have behind-the-scenes orchestrators. Some so-called emotional experts openly advocate that men should unconditionally pamper women, while women should be supported, packaging selfishness as independence and freedom and rationality and responsibility as antiquated constraints. In a family where a woman is brainwashed daily by such rhetoric, believing her husband is not capable enough to match her, can this life continue? If life cannot go on, can men still have the will to strive? As families fall apart and children grow up in a cold environment, what will they become? This does not just ruin an individual, it destroys a generation. And what else? Toxic textbooks. Those rewritten texts and illustrations, the distorted historical narratives, the intentionally blurred guidance of values. Children grow up reading such textbooks. Their aesthetics will be distorted, their historical views altered, and their backbone will be stripped before it even develops. Some educational public service advertisements originally planned for long-term placement were blocked at the approval stage for various reasons, replaced with those devoid of nutrients, even carrying erroneous guidance. Many parents are completely oblivious as the textbooks their children read daily and the videos they watch gradually change their cognition. By the time they realize it will be too late. And more. Treatment of international students. Some universities arrange the best dormitories for Wan Nation students, provide dedicated cafeterias, and even secretly promote a buddy system. This is not organized by the students themselves. There are directives from above allowing Wan Nation students to enjoy supranational treatment in the Dragon Country. At the same time, they are also vigorously promoting the so-called innate advantages of African Americans in the university circles, arranging for Black international students to stay in the best apartments, providing buddies, and deliberately cultivating a popular image on social media. The goal is to create a sense of reverse racial inferiority among the youth, making Dragon Country women feel that foreigners are superior to their own men from their student days. This kind of infiltration is not achieved overnight, but once it takes root, it damages the sense of identity of entire generations. There are also several university presidents who are our people. Some were seduced during their early studies in the Wan Nation, while others were later recruited. In the name of academic exchange, talent introduction, and discipline construction, they are inserting our people one by one into the university system. These individuals are experts, professors, and leaders in their disciplines, wielding influence in their respective fields. Every word they say, every paper they publish, every student they mentor, serves the Wan Nation and endorses Wan. Linjio squinted slightly. This truly was an unexpected delight. The Wan Nation, their ambitions to destroy me are unyielding. Where's the list? The list is in the temple, hidden in a waterproof iron box under the ginkgo tree. Inside the box is a handwritten roster recording the code names, real names, current identities, and contact methods of all infiltrators. It is written in Sanskrit, similar to the habits of Yongshin. But regardless of their identities, Japan is not interested in how much intelligence they steal. What they want is to destroy this country from its roots. To break apart families, disrupt aesthetics, and strip away its backbone. A country where its own people are tearing each other apart does not need any external enemies to fight. It will crumble by itself. Linjio stood up and walked over to Aoi, whispering a few words. Aoi took his men back to the ancient temple overnight. In the backyard of the temple, they found the waterproof iron box mentioned by Shi Yanju under the ginkgo tree. The Sanskrit roster inside recorded all the infiltrators involved in various fields, such as education, culture, media, and healthcare. These names were encrypted and transmitted to the relevant sites of the Tianqi group the next morning. Lin Jiao turned around and walked back in front of Shi Yanju. The re-election meeting is a trap. You know it's a trap, but still let everyone attend the meeting. You sacrificed over 400 pawns just to avoid suspicion yourself. These people were arranged by you. You sent them into the meeting room watching as they were taken away. The Buddha shrine allowed you to attend the meeting normally, so you had everyone attend normally. Yet you were not on the list, and after the meeting you could withdraw unscathed while earning a reputation as a proactive member. The Buddha shrine protects you, and you protect the Buddha shrine. Shi Yanju remained silent. The only reason you are still alive is that your monk robes have not been stripped away. As long as you do not reveal any flaws, no one will suspect that you are the fisherman. Your only way to survive is to continue being the abbot. Lin Jiao turned around and walked to the door of the warehouse. Ahu was standing outside the door. Brother Jiao, how should we handle him? Send him back to the temple, return him the same way he came out. Do not disturb anyone, do not let the fact that he left the temple be exposed. Ahu hesitated for a moment. What if the Buddha shrine doesn't come looking for him? They will come. The Buddha shrine currently has no one they can use. Yongshin is missing, Yamamoto is dead, and over 400 pawns have been completely uprooted. In the religious system, only the fisherman remains as a lone survivor. The fisherman is now an executive council member of the Provincial Buddhist Association and has a high probability of entering the candidate list for the new president after the re-election meeting. If the Buddha shrine wants to rebuild the intelligence network, they must support the fisherman in climbing the ranks. Once the fisherman takes the position of president, it is equivalent to regaining control over the entire Buddhist system of Longwa. After the storm has passed, he will have enough space to slowly bring in new people. What if the Buddha shrine doesn't support him, but instead tries to silence him? That is also a possibility. But silencing him is not easy. The fisherman is the old abbot residing in the ancient temple, and that identity itself is a layer of protection. The Buddha shrine would need to make the fisherman's death appear accidental while ensuring that no one finds out he is the mastermind behind it. This requires time and opportunity. And what the Buddha shrine currently lacks the most is time. Lin Jiao turned to look at Ahu. So we paved the way for him, secretly helping Shi Yanju rise to power. Whether the Buddha shrine chooses to support or silence him, as long as he takes action, there will be traces left behind. The value of the fisherman does not lie in the names on his lips, but when he is used as bait. Whether we can lure the Buddha shrine depends on how lively this bait can be. Ahu nodded. Shi Yanju was changed into clean monk robes. When he was taken out of the warehouse, the marks on his wrist concealed by his sleeves. The black van drove back along the damaged stone path of the dock, quickly disappearing into the night. Lin Jiao stood at the warehouse door watching the taillights gradually swallowed by the sea mist. Tell Ah Wei to keep a close eye on him. Every person who contacts him must be investigated, every phone call recorded, and every encrypted signal intercepted. As long as anyone contacts him, reported immediately. The Buddha shrine will eventually take action. If he does not act, we will help him act. Once he surfaces, we will cast our net. Ahu responded and turned to dial Ah Wei's encrypted channel. Meanwhile, in the dirt road behind the 8-min ancient temple, the van stopped by a pine forest. Ah Wei opened the side door, and Shi Yanju got out of the car. The little novice at the mountain gate was still dozing, and no one noticed he had left. Shi Yanju walked alone into the abbot's room, gently closing the door. He stood by the window, gazing at the tightly closed mountain gate of the temple and the undulating mountain outlines in the distance, remaining silent for a long time. He knew what he was now. A bait that has been returned. He had no choice but to continue being the abbot. The ginkgo tree outside the abbot's room swayed gently in the night wind, its leaves already fallen, the bare branches pointing towards the night sky, as if waiting for something. Kyoto, the conference hall of the 6 major families. Zhao Taijun stood in front of the long table, with 2 photos displayed side by side on the projection screen. On the left is a middle-aged man wearing gold-rimmed glasses, the vice president of a well-known university enjoying special allowances. On the right is a woman in her 50s, a special commentator for an education TV station with millions of followers on social media, often speaking confidently as an emotional mentor on programs. These 2 individuals are among the first to emerge during the interrogations. The university vice president is named Zheng Onghua, and he was recruited while studying in Japan in his early years. After returning to the country, he took advantage of academic exchanges to successively insert multiple spies into the university system. The education expert is named Lu Shumin, who became famous on television as an emotional mentor. In reality, she is conducting organized public opinion guidance, spreading extreme gender opposition rhetoric, and creating societal rifts. Yu Zhenyuan asked, have they been controlled? Zhao Taijun shook his head. Not yet. When our people were preparing to act, they discovered that these 2 had already been targeted by another group. Upon investigation, the other party came from the Tianqi group. The conference hall fell silent for a few seconds. Yu Zhenyuan put down the incense bracelet in his hand. How could the Tianqi group be interested in these 2? The list was obtained from interrogations. How could Lin Jiao have the same intelligence? It is currently unclear how Lin Jiao obtained the information. However, it is certain that his people targeted the goal earlier than we did. Su Muji slammed the teacup heavily on the table. What exactly does this Lin Jiao want? Last time he used Yongxin's list to exchange for ballistic missiles. This time, he clearly has leads, but why is he silent? Bai Jingxing raised his hand to calm him down. Old Su, don't be anxious. Just because Lin Jiao is targeting these two doesn't mean he is opposing us. He is targeting Japanese spies, the same type of people we are capturing. Rong Heading set down his teacup. He remained silent. Either the intelligence is still incomplete, and he is investigating on his own, or the value of this information is greater than last time, and he hasn't figured out how to broach the subject yet. Last time he held much more than we estimated. This person never reveals his cards all at once. Su Muji leaned back against the chair and fell silent. Qin Huayuan paused for a moment. Then let's continue to observe. Inform Zhao Taijin's team not to engage with the people from the Tianqi group, but also not to relax their surveillance on the target. Once Lin Jiao makes a move, we need to know when he acted, how he acted, and whom he targeted. He paused, his gaze sweeping across everyone present. Those captured informants revealed that the code name for their superior giving orders is Fisherman Identity Unknown. The fact that this fisherman is still able to relay orders after Yamamoto's death indicates that the Japanese have an independent command chain in Long Country. The two lines Lin Jiao is focusing on, education and public opinion, are likely just the tip of the iceberg. Rong Heading lifted his teacup for a sip and suddenly turned to Yuzhen Yuan. Lao Yu, has your Yuling had any contact with Lin Jiao recently? Since that incident at the hospital, there hasn't been much contact. Linger said Lin Jiao has been shuttling between Singapore and Baining recently. Rong Heading nodded, not asking further. However, he had already formed some guesses in his heart. In his view, Lin Jiao possessed information and secrets that absolutely surpassed theirs. And this was inevitably chilling to consider. After all, this was not Southeast Asia. Baining Longjiang no. 1. Hua Mingyu leaned back on the sofa, his right hand's plaster cast already removed the scar on his forehead, faded to a mere line. He flipped through Su Yuan's chat history on his phone, growing increasingly uneasy. After the attack on Culture Street, he had recuperated in Singapore for a while, and upon returning he had tried to arrange several meetings with Su Yuan. During the first invitation to a hot pot, Su Yuan claimed her knee still hurt and didn't want to go out. For the second invitation to a movie, she said she felt unwell. For the third invitation, he chose a new place, a newly opened heated swimming pool with a good environment and few people plus professional coaches, and asked Su Yuan if she wanted to join. After sending the message, Su Yuan responded more decisively than the previous two times, I want go in the water. Hua Mingyu followed up with another question, what about a hot spring? The room had an independent hot spring pool. There was no need to go in the water, sitting and chatting would do. Su Yuan sent a voice message, Hua Mingyu, just go by yourself, I'm afraid of heat. Hua Mingyu tossed his phone onto the sofa, rolling his eyes. Afraid of water, afraid of heat, afraid of taking off her coat. Every time they met, she was bundled up like a rice dumpling with her collar pulled up to her chin and sleeves hiding her hands. He stared at Su Yuan's profile picture for a long time. It was still that illustrated-style photo of her in traditional Hanfu, showing no signs of flaws. But he was no longer fixated on gender. What troubled him was why Su Yuan was hiding. There must be a reason for someone to be wrapped up like that. He picked up his phone again and opened Su Yuan's livestream homepage. Her follower count had surpassed 4,000, with the signature, still reading, singing, chatting, no dating. The comments section was filled with the old and new fans arguing. Some asked when Su Yuan would wear that Meow silver outfit again to dance finding old friends, while others complained that Wild Boar Brother hadn't gifted recently, and below someone replied that Wild Boar Brother was injured and recuperating, with another adding that he wasn't just injured, but was quite handsome in reality, leading to a bunch of gossip. Hua Mingyu turned off the comments and typed a few words in the private message, then deleted them. He decided to wait a few days before asking again. No hot pot, no movies, no swimming, no hot springs. He would arrange something that would allow Su Yuan to sit down. Hua Mingyu chose a private restaurant in the Binjiang district. This restaurant was located in an old Western-style building with only 4 private rooms, each equipped with independent hot spring pools. He had informed the owner in advance and reserved the largest room by the river. When ordering, he flipped through the menu and asked the owner if there were any signature dishes to recommend. The owner recommended the restaurant's signature crab roe tofu and fish ma chicken. Hua Mingyu said, all right, just these, and please prepare the water in your hot spring pool. Keep the temperature not too high. When Su Yuan arrived, Hua Mingyu was already seated in the private room. She pushed the door open, and as soon as she stepped inside, she froze at the entrance. In the middle of the room stood a Japanese-style low table with a copper pot bubbling away with steam. A few steps behind the low table was a sliding door half open with mist swirling inside, revealing a hot spring pool large enough for 2 people, steaming water wafting outward. Without saying a word, Su Yuan turned to leave. Hua Mingyu, quick as lightning, grabbed the hood of her sweatshirt. Now that you've come, where are you running off to? Su Yuan turned her head, her gaze lingering on Hua Mingyu's face for a moment. You told me we were having hot pot. Isn't this pot already cooking? Fish ma chicken hot pot good for the stomach. Hua Mingyu pulled her one step closer. The hot spring is in another room separate from where we're eating. You're not going in. What are you afraid of? Sit down. The beef has just been sliced. It's very fresh. Su Yuan was pulled into the private room and sat down beside the low table. She placed her canvas bag beside her, sitting far away from the sliding door. Hua Mingyu threw in 2 slices of beef. Don't worry, you'll cover this meal today. You don't have to spend a dime. I'm not worried about that. Then what are you worried about? I'm afraid of heat. There's air conditioning in the room. If you feel hot, we can lower the temperature a few degrees. Su Yuan did not respond. The air conditioning was indeed on in the room, but the electromagnetic stove under the copper pot and the hot steam from the adjacent hot spring pool made the temperature in the entire room much higher than outside. After sitting for a while, a thin layer of sweat began to bead on her forehead. Hua Mingyu, while cooking beef, stole. Today Su Yuan wore a loose dark sweatshirt with sleeves long enough to cover half of her hands, the collar pulled up high, making her look like a comforter stuffed into a dryer. After 3 plates of beef were cooked, the fish maw chicken was nearly finished, and the temperature in the private room continued to rise due to the hot steam from the pool. Sweat started to run down Su Yuan's temples, but she still showed no intention of taking off her coat. Hua Mingyu put down his chopsticks. Aren't you hot? It's okay. You're sweating so much it's almost dripping into the pot. That's just my constitution. Ooh, I sweat, even in winter. Hua Mingyu stopped probing. He stood up and walked to the air conditioning panel, turning the temperature up a few degrees. I see you're cold. Let me warm you up a bit. Su Yuan lifted her eyes to look at him. Hua Mingyu returned to the low table without changing his expression, continuing to cook his beef. Minutes later, the temperature in the private room rose again. The hot air from the copper pot combined with the steam from the hot spring and the warm air from the air conditioning, making the entire room feel like a summer kitchen. Sweat had streamed down Su Yuan's temples to her chin, beads of sweat forming on the back of her hands, and the sleeves of her sweatshirt were unconsciously pushed up a bit, revealing a small section of her wrist. Hua Mingyu placed his chopsticks horizontally on the bowl, leaned back against the chair, and said nothing, just watching her. Su Yuan met his gaze for 2 seconds. She reached for the hem of her sweatshirt, lifted it up, and took off her outer layer. Hua Mingyu's eyes widened. Inside is a simple white short-sleeve t-shirt. It is neither tight-fitting nor transparent, just the most ordinary kind of cotton white tee. Yet even the plainest white tee cannot diminish the allure of Su Yuan wearing it. The neckline reveals a glimpse of her fair collarbone, while the fabric naturally contours her waist, and there is a noticeable rise and fall at her chest. Hua Mingyu's gaze lingered on that rise. Su Yuan. My, your chest muscles are quite exaggerated. Su Yuan paused her chopsticks that were picking up beef, then steadily placed the piece of beef into her mouth, chewed a couple of times, and looked up into Hua Mingyu's eyes. Exceptional talent. Exceptional talent. Hua Mingyu almost choked on his own saliva. Then your talent is indeed too exceptional, almost rivaling that of a personal trainer at the gym. Where do you usually train? Teach me. You can't train. Why? You have a short attention span. You swim once and never go again. You go to the hot springs once and never soak again. Training chest muscles requires not talent, but persistence. Hua Mingyu stared at her for a while, then suddenly burst into laughter. All right, Su Yuan, you win. He raised the sour plum soup on the table and drank it in one go, then placed the cup back on the table and continued to dip the beef. Su Yuan lowered her head and continued eating the vegetables. She did not put her jacket back on. Instead, she sat across from Hua Mingyu in the white tee, composed, as if to say, if you want to look, go ahead, I have nothing to hide. After finishing the hot pot, Hua Mingyu ordered a pot of pure tea. The two chatted casually while drinking tea. Su Yuan mentioned several recent illustration projects she had taken on, and Hua Mingyu complained that Dublin was much colder than Beijing. In the midst of this, a Kowloon messaged Hua Mingyu asking why he hadn't been gifting lately. Hua Mingyu replied with 3 words, eating hot pot. After an unknown amount of time, Hua Mingyu glanced at the time and said, let's go. Su Yuan replied, all right, and naturally put on her hoodie, zipping it up to her chest while slinging her canvas bag over her shoulder. Hua Mingyu followed her out of the private room, shaking his head as he watched her back. This woman is tough-tongued and strong-willed, her defenses as solid as a city wall. That night, in an old office building in a certain city, a desk lamp was lit in the office at the end of the corridor. This building was constructed in the last century, with ivy climbing its exterior, and the copper buttons in the elevator still had the old dial style. The furnishings in the office were very old, with a mahogany desk, a metal filing cabinet, and a banner hanging on the wall embroidered with the words teaching and educating. A person sat behind the desk, facing away from the door. The light illuminated only the documents spread out in front of him. Shurien Ju Dharma, name, date of birth, current abbot of the Ba Min Ancient Temple, and executive member of the Provincial Buddhist Association. In the upper right corner of the document was a pasted photo ID. The monk in the photo had his hands clasped together, his expression serene. He lightly tapped his fingers on the photo twice. Shurien Ju. Fisherman. The only people aware of the existence of this code name apart from Yongshin, who had already perished at the hands of Yamamoto Ichiro, were the old monks sitting in the Zen room of the ancient temple, twisting prayer beads. And now, with Yongshin dead and Yamamoto Ichiro deceased, hundreds of nails had been uprooted. The only one left capable of transforming this codename from an ethereal whisper into a wanted notice was the fisherman. Eliminating him would be the cleanest approach. Once he's gone, the clues will be severed. But a life cannot be taken with a provincial Buddhist Association executive, an active member of the election meeting, and the abbot of an ancient temple. If he were to have an accident right after the meeting, the Long Kingdom would surely be alerted. They would investigate, sift through, and go through every document on this person from birth until now. While the fisherman's face was originally taken from a deceased individual, the deeper they investigate, the more flaws will emerge. The desk lamp in the office was glowing, illuminating only a corner of the document on the table. Shi Yanju's ID photo smiled benevolently in the halo like a truly enlightened monk. His fingers paused on the photo, leaving him, allowing him to ascend, making him the second Yongshin. Japan's network within the Long Kingdom's religious system has been completely uprooted. A reconstruction requires time and a person with a sufficiently high position and a clean identity. The fisherman just happens to meet these conditions. But betting everything on him equates to handing the hope of reconstruction to someone who has already been exposed. Even if he has not yet been discovered by the Long Kingdom, he knows of the Buddha Shrine's existence, which is the greatest flaw. As long as the Long Kingdom pries open the fisherman's mouth, the Buddha Shrine cannot remain hidden. Killing him would arouse the Long Kingdom's vigilance. Leaving him would mean burying a ticking time bomb. Supporting him carries too much risk. Not supporting him would completely sever this web. He leaned back in his chair, silent for a long time. Then he twisted open a fountain pen and wrote a single character in the upper right corner of the document. Wait a little longer until the Long Kingdom believes they have achieved a great victory and their vigilance has dropped to the lowest point before making plans. The desk lamp went out and the office fell into darkness. Outside, the sound of the night shift bus pulling to a stop came from below the building. Once this storm passes, whether to kill or to spare will naturally have an answer. The Arctic Ocean Sea. The bow of the icebreaker crushed through ice nearly 2 meters thick, producing a continuous low-frequency rumble as the steel hull scraped against the ice surface. Shattered ice blocks were flipped over the sides of the ship, being churned into the depths by the propeller, leaving behind a dark trail swirling with ice shards. Behind the ship, the vast expanse of white ice stretched endlessly, merging at the horizon with the leaden gray clouds indistinguishable between sea and sky. The ship bore the flag of a Norwegian marine exploration company staffed entirely by personnel from the Tianchi Group, brought in from Southeast Asia and Eastern Europe. Each person's contract included a confidentiality clause. The price of breach was not monetary compensation, but a direct sinking in the Arctic Ocean. Lin Jiu stood in the cockpit, holding a cup of coffee that had gone cold. Outside the window was a white expanse of ice. The icebreaker had been sailing for several days, and ahead loomed an island covered with a thick ice cap. Brother Jiu, the island ahead is where the base is located. Chengdu is already waiting at the dock, Ahu said as he handed over a secure tablet. Lin Jiu took the tablet and flipped through it. The centrifuge array had experienced a bearing failure in Unit 3 last month. Due to ultra-low temperatures, it resumed operation after replacing the spare bearing, but the concentration progress was lagging behind the planned schedule. The raw material inventory could still be maintained for now, but the transportation route for upcoming shipments had been frequently scanned by M-country satellites, necessitating route adjustments. The weather window for the salvage area would briefly open in a few days. As the icebreaker approached the base dock, a figure bundled in heavy cold weather gear awaited at the end of the dock. Chengdu, in his 40s of average height, bore 2 deep red marks on his face from the polar winds. He had worked for the Tianchi Group for many years, following the smuggling ships from the Strait of Malacca all the way to the Arctic ice cap. 3 years ago, when the polar project was just starting, Lin Jiu had transferred him from Singapore, asking if he was willing to spend a few years in the Arctic. Chengdu had asked just one question: Brother Jiu, is there any smoke to smoke over there? Lin Jiu replied that there was. Chengdu said, that's good. As Lin Jiu descended the gangway, a cold wind whipped ice chips into his face. Chengdu approached, his voice somewhat muffled by the wind. Brother Jiu, let's talk inside. Standing out here too long will freeze your ears. The group walked along the ice-covered gangway into the interior of the island, arriving at the side of a mountain. Chengdu pressed a few buttons on the control panel, and a heavy blast door on the mountain wall slowly slid open, revealing a brightly lit tunnel illuminated by cold light. The tunnel extended downward with armed guards stationed every few steps. The walls were made of reinforced concrete, with de-icing equipment and ventilation ducts hanging from the ceiling. M-country has been keeping a close eye on us lately, Chengdu said as he walked. The satellite crossing frequency over the Arctic Ocean has increased from several times a day to over a dozen times. Last month, an M-country research vessel circled in waters far from the island, claiming to conduct an oceanic ecological survey, but the radar on board was constantly scanning the seabed topography, likely targeting us. We have hidden all ground equipment beneath the ice, disguising the heat signals from the nuclear reactor using the natural cooling of the ice cap. So far, there have been no signs of being locked in. However, the transportation route needs to be replanned. The last batch of raw materials was almost intercepted at the Norwegian port. Lin Jiao did not stop, continuing to follow Chengdu deeper into the tunnel. What's the progress? The key parameters for the concentration phase are still lacking somewhat. The stability of the centrifuge array operating in ultra-low temperatures was worse than expected. Unit 3 had a bearing failure last month and had its spare parts replaced, while the vacuum sealing ring of Unit 5 was aging and was just replaced last month. Currently, the separation power of the entire array barely maintains the required level, but we are still far from obtaining enough weapon-grade materials. How long will it take? If the raw material supply is stable, we can cross that threshold within a few months. If not, we'll find. Chengdu swallowed the latter part of his sentence. The group passed through the last blast door at the end of the tunnel and entered the core area of the base. A vast domed space was illuminated as bright as day by cold light, with the centrifuge array lined up in 2 rows extending along both sides of the corridor, emitting a continuous low-frequency hum as they operated. Several technicians in white lab coats were conducting routine inspections. Upon seeing Lin Jiao and his group enter, they merely nodded slightly before returning to their work. There was no need for salutes or reports here. Everyone knew what they were supposed to do. Chengdu led Lin Jiao through the centrifuge room and into a sealed experimental chamber. Inside, several technicians were gathered around a testing platform, which held a long conical shell that had not yet been loaded with explosives. The warhead structure has completed several rounds of simulation testing, but its reliability in the extreme polar low-temperature environment still requires more verification data. Chengdu pointed to a tightly closed blast door at the back of the experimental chamber. Once the concentration reaches the critical value, the assembly will take place in the blast room behind. The matching interface with the ballistic missile already has a design draft, but we need more detailed adaptation data from Long Country for final verification. This last stretch is harder than all the previous steps combined, but once we complete it, the Tianchi group will truly have it. Lin Jiao stood in front of the testing platform for a long time, then turned to Chengdu. What about other nuclear activities? While M Country is watching us, have they noticed anyone else? Chengdu pulled out a briefing from his pocket and handed it over. Japan. Their enrichment laboratory experienced a leak last month. It had been silent before the incident. If it weren't for this leak, we might still be unaware that they were doing the same thing. Taking advantage of the gaps when Long Country and M Country were monitoring each other in relevant waters, we dispatched several disguised fishing boats to collect seawater samples near their nuclear power plant's cooling water discharge outlet. Ultra-trace radioactive isotope analysis indicated they were engaging in high-abundance enrichment activities. Chengdu added, the incident was minor and did not attract international attention, but our analysis team can basically confirm that they are secretly conducting high-abundance enrichment activities, and it has been ongoing for quite some time. Lin Jiao took the briefing and read it from start to finish. Japan has always claimed to be a non-nuclear state, but they began preparations decades ago. The plutonium stockpiled at their nuclear power plants far exceeds civilian needs. The enrichment technology has also been quietly advancing. Previously, M Country had suppressed them, preventing them from openly developing. However, in recent years, M Country's control over them has loosened, allowing them to gradually bring previously hidden activities to light. Let's set this matter aside for now. Lin Jiao returned the briefing to him and looked up at him. Japan's nuclear project cannot be caught up within a day or two, but their existence is useful to us. When necessary, we can divert M Country's attention to them, giving us time and space. Lin Jiao stared silently at the direction of the blast door for a moment, then changed the subject. What about the salvage? Chengdu flipped to the next page of the tablet, revealing a seabed topography map marked with dozens of red dots and several differently colored search trajectory lines. In the last century, when M Country was transporting nuclear bombs, globally one transport plane crashed into the sea near the Arctic Circle. The nuclear bomb on board has been missing ever since. Using the last communications records of the crew from that year, the weather data from the day of the crash, and ocean current models, we have narrowed down the potential submerged area to a fan-shaped range. He drew a circle on the screen with his finger. This area is not too deep, and the thickness of the ice layer changes with the seasons. There is a brief operational window every summer. We have already scanned it several times with deep-sea detectors, identifying several suspected metallic reaction points. One of the points has the strongest signal, matching in size and weight with one of the nuclear bombs lost back then. Are you sure it's that one? This time we need to confirm it. The sonar images show that the metal shell is still intact, but after more than half a century, no one can guarantee whether the explosives inside are still usable. If luck is on our side, the shell is intact, and the explosives can be reprocessed. Even if they cannot be used, the nuclear material from that warhead is enough for us to cross the most critical threshold. What if luck is not on our side? If luck is not on our side, that warhead has been lying on the seabed for decades. The shell has corroded through, and the nuclear material has reacted with seawater, turning into a pile of waste. In that case, we can only continue waiting for the centrifuge to turn slowly. Lin Jiao handed the tablet back to Chengdu. When does the salvage window open? In a few days, the sea surface will be relatively calm for several consecutive days, and the ice layer will also thin out somewhat. Prepare for salvage. In the underground hangar of the Polar Project, a modified Gulfstream private jet is undergoing de-icing operations before takeoff. The ice shell on the leading edge of the wing is melting away due to the de-icing fluid flowing down the flaps and raising clouds of white mist within the hangar. Chengdu stands beside the boarding ladder. The brim of his cold-weather suit is covered with ice particles. Ninth brother, the salvage window is just in these few days. The detector has already been deployed. Currently, we are conducting close-range imaging on the locked metal reaction point. Once confirmed as the target, the salvage ship will immediately commence operations. Lin Jiao returned the briefing from the Japanese laboratory back to Chengdu. You keep an eye on the salvage, report any progress immediately. As for the Japanese matter, put it on hold until I notify you. Chengdu nodded without asking why. Lin Jiao turned and boarded the plane. The Gulf Stream took off from the ice cap. Outside the window, the polar base quickly shrank into a small dot engulfed in endless white. Who sat opposite him. The liquid in his coffee cup swayed slightly during takeoff. Lin Jiao leaned against the window, lightly tapping his fingers on the armrest. Japan is secretly developing nuclear weapons. This information holds little value for the Dragon Nation. The Dragon Nation will not take any substantial action, at most issuing a few condemnatory statements on the diplomatic front, and may not even gather enough votes for a Security Council proposal. In the hands of the Dragon Nation, this intelligence is equivalent to worthless paper. However, if it reaches those who need it, this worthless paper transforms into a bargaining chip that can sway international public opinion. The value of some intelligence lies not in the truth itself, but in who needs it. Those who need it will pay a high price. Lin Jiao opened a communication interface on his encrypted tablet that he had never used before and dialed a mysterious number. The Poker Organization, the largest intelligence broker in Southeast Asia, specializing in collecting and trading information that is inconvenient to go through regular channels. He knows they exist, and they know that he knows. But the two sides have never had direct contact. Now it is time. The signal connected, but there was no sound on the other end. All evidence of Japan's secret nuclear program has been compiled. What's the price? As we just discussed. The other side fell silent for a moment. Deal. The communication was terminated. Lin Jiao set the encrypted tablet aside, picked up his coffee cup, and found it had gone cold. He turned to look out the window where the clouds were swirling. The transaction was finalized, the Poker Organization received what they wanted, and he obtained the promise he desired. As for the specifics of that promise, only he and the Poker Organization knew. Meanwhile, in the Sahara Desert of Africa, the sun hangs overhead and the temperature in the desert approaches 50 degrees. In a camp surrounded by barbed wire, more than 30 ragged individuals are bound to wooden crosses. Shinqua is at the front. His lips are cracked like a parched riverbed and thick scabs form at the corners of his mouth. His skin has peeled several layers from the sun, revealing a multitude of sunspots on his shoulders and cheeks. Flies land on his eyelids. He lacks even the strength to shake them away. Next to him, Wang Kong is in an even worse state. The blisters that formed on his forehead burst and scab over only to bubble up again under the scorching sun, stacking upon each other like a piece of rotting leather. His head tilts to one side, and he mutters something repeatedly. Only by getting closer can one hear it clearly. Coke, coke, coke. One sign after another resembling some kind of life-saving scripture. Shin Ching kneels beneath the third cross. His knees have long been worn raw with blood mixed with sand crusted over the wounds. He hangs his head occasionally, letting out a few whimpers from his throat. He was once the mayor of Binhai City, signing countless documents while seated on a leather sofa. Now his greatest yearning is the droplets of water condensing on the bottle of ice-cold Coke, held by the guard as they walked past him yesterday. Zhang Guifan is bound to the fourth cross. Her hair has been pulled out in patches, exposing several bald spots. Her mind is becoming increasingly unclear. Her eyes are closed and her lips are moving as if speaking to someone or praying. 32 individuals are exposed to the blazing sun. The air is thick with the stench of sweat and rotting wounds. Under the shade next to the camp, several guards are leaning against folding chairs playing cards. One of them pulls a can of Coke from the ice bucket. The sound of bubbles erupting as the tab is pulled is particularly jarring in the sweltering air. The guard tilts his head back and takes a swig, shaking the ice cubes in his cup. Shin Kwa, bound to the cross, he looks at the can of Coke, recalling a long time ago in a private box at a nightclub when he never bothered to glance at the fruit platter and drinks brought over by the server. Those Cokes were often left unfinished and dumped in the trash. He gazes at the cup in the guard's hand, his lips moving for a long time, finally squeezing out a hoarse voice from his throat. Please, give me a sip. The guard did not hear him. Even if he did, he would not give him any. It's the rule. Several modified refrigerated trucks are parked around the camp. The truck compartments are equipped with makeshift cooling systems and several high-capacity water pumps. After dark, these more than 30 individuals will be taken down from the crosses. Each will have a bucket of ice water poured over them, then pushed into the refrigerated truck compartment and locked inside for the entire night. With daytime temperatures nearing 50 degrees and nighttime dropping below -10, the human body experiences immense physiological pain under extreme temperature differences, but as long as the time and temperature are controlled, well, they will not die. Yin Yi specifically instructed they can be tortured, but they cannot die. When Shin Kwa is taken down from the cross, his legs can no longer bend. A bucket of ice water is poured over his head, he twitches all over, letting out a whimper from his throat. He is then pushed into the refrigerated truck compartment, the iron door slamming shut behind him. The sound of teeth chattering echoes in the compartment mixed with low groans. Wong Kong huddles in a corner, still muttering about coke. Shin Kwa hears it, but he lacks the strength to respond. He closes his eyes, waiting for dawn in the darkness. When dawn arrives, he will be bound back to the cross. Day after day, there is no end. Bei Ning Longjiang no. 1. Hua Mingyu leaned back on the sofa with a tablet propped up on the coffee table. In the screen, Su Yuan's live stream had just started less than 20 minutes ago. Tonight, she wore a custom empress costume, a deep red robe adorned with dragon patterns with gold thread embroidery at the cuffs and collar. The 12 tassels of the imperial crown hung down, obscuring half of her brows and eyes, as she sang a recently popular ancient-style song. The barrage of comments flew by rapidly. The carnival effects appeared one after another, and the top contributor was a newcomer whose speed of gifting was even more fervent than when Hua Mingyu first followed Su Yuan. Hua Mingyu held a cola and watched for a while, then put down his cup ready to send a comment for some teasing when the screen suddenly went black. He thought it was a network issue on his end, glancing at the Wi-Fi signal, which was full. He re-entered Su Yuan's homepage, which showed that the streamer was live, but entering it displayed only a black screen, and even the barrage had stopped. He turned the volume up to the maximum and heard a short, sharp scream from Su Yuan through the black screen, as if she had seen something, then the audio cut off. Hua Mingyu turned off the tablet and grabbed his phone to dial Su Yuan's number. Beep, beep, beep. He dialed again, but still no one answered. He stood up and paced around the living room for a couple of circles, then dialed De Liu's number. Prepare the car, go to Su Yuan's house. De Liu hesitated for a moment, didn't ask for the address, just said, got it. Hua Mingyu indeed did not know where Su Yuan lived. Su Yuan had never told him her address. Every time they met for meals, it was either at Cultural Street or in front of a noodle shop. Occasionally, when it rained heavily and Hua Mingyu offered to take her home, she always took a taxi instead. However, Hua Mingyu had Ahu check Su Yuan's background report a long time ago, which contained her residential. He pulled up the address screenshot he had taken earlier on his phone. Shanghai Garden in the high-tech zone of Beining, not far from Cultural Street, about a 10-minute bike ride, but Su Yuan had never mentioned it. De Liu had already driven the car to Longjiang No. 1. A black Audi slid to a stop in front of Hua Mingyu, who opened the door and got into the back seat. Shanghai Garden in the high-tech zone. Hurry up. Xiao Sun, sitting in the passenger seat, turned to look at him, wanting to ask something, but was silenced by De Liu's glance. The car sped through the streets at night, the streetlights flashing past the windows, casting shadows that danced across Hua Mingyu's face. He leaned back in the seat, his fingers unconsciously tapping his knee. 10 minutes later, the Audi stopped at the entrance of Shanghai Garden. The gate of the community was quite impressive, separating pedestrians and vehicles, with a security guard in uniform sitting in a booth at the entrance looking down at his phone. De Liu parked the car in front of the barrier and honked the horn. The security guard looked up, gave a glance at the black Audi with a leopard license plate, and immediately sprang into action to open the barrier. The Audi drove in, and De Liu parked in front of the building where Su Yuan lived. Hua Mingyu pushed open the car door and quickly walked into the corridor, followed closely by 2 bodyguards. In the elevator, De Liu used a chip key to bypass the elevator control and pressed the button for the 19th floor as the numbers ascended one by one. He adjusted his collar in the reflection of the elevator door, then messed it up again. Exiting the elevator, he turned left. Su Yuan's door was at the end of the hallway. Hua Mingyu stood at the door and pressed the doorbell several times, but there was no response from inside. He called out Su Yuan, but still no one answered. De Liu glanced at Xiao Sun, who took a pen and a folding knife from his tool bag, squatted down in front of the door lock, and fiddled for a while, then pulled the spring to open the latch with a click. Hua Mingyu pushed the door open. A faint scent of laundry detergent mixed with a sweet aroma rushed towards him. The living room was not large, but very tidy, furnished with a fabric sofa, a low coffee table, a laptop, and several illustrated magazines spread out on the table. On the balcony, a drying rack held several plain garments, gently swaying in the night breeze. A selfie stick lay horizontally on the floor beside the sofa. Its light stood crookedly against the leg of the coffee table. Still emitting a faint glow, his gaze fell upon the floor beside the sofa. Su Yuan was lying on the ground. She was dressed in the deep red robe of the empress, the crown tilted to one side, her makeup still intact, but her face was as pale as paper, with her lips almost devoid of color. Her eyes were closed, eyelashes casting a small shadow under the light. One hand rested on her chest while the other hung down towards the floor, fingertips just a few inches away from the fallen light. Hua Mingyu crouched down and patted Su Yuan's cheek. Her skin felt ice cold to the touch, and there was a thin layer of cold sweat on her forehead. He patted her a couple more times, but still no response, and De Liu crouched down. Low blood sugar, it's not serious. Hua Mingyu stood up and looked around, seeing a canvas bag beside the coffee table. He grabbed it and dumped all its contents onto the sofa, finding a portable blood glucose meter, then dashed into the kitchen to open the fridge and grab a bottle of orange juice. He poured the orange juice into a cup, and De Liu had already come over with a glass of warm water. Hua Mingyu propped Su Yuan up against his shoulder, holding her neck with one hand while bringing the cup to her lips. After a few sips of warm water, Su Yuan frowned, her eyelashes fluttered, and then she slowly opened her eyes. She saw Hua Mingyu's face close to hers, the distance between them less than an arm's length. Hua Mingyu was holding her neck with one hand while the other held the blood glucose meter ready to prick her fingertip. Su Yuan blinked twice, her gaze gradually focusing from a daze. "Why are you at my house?" Her voice was soft, her throat a bit hoarse. "Your live stream cut off, and when I called you, you didn't answer. How could I not come?" Hua Mingyu spoke rapidly, as if reciting, helping her sit up as he spoke. Don't move. Just drink this first." He handed her the orange juice and helped her lean against the leg of the sofa. Su Yuan took the cup and slowly drank a few sips, the color returning to her face gradually. Hua Mingyu breathed a sigh of relief, sitting down on the floor beside her. Only then did he remember to observe He scanned the living room, his gaze landing on a row of custom wardrobes against the wall filled with various women's clothing. The Meow silver-style dance costume from Exploring Old Friends also hung there, its headdress and silver pieces glimmering faintly under the light. Low blood sugar. Su Yuan leaned against the leg of the sofa, her voice still somewhat weak, but she was trying to regain her calm tone. "I've had this before, it's not serious." After saying this, she instinctively tried to stand up to tidy up the open illustrated magazines on the coffee table. That was her habitual gesture of tidying up, but her body hadn't fully recovered yet. When she stood up, her legs went weak, and she stumbled forward a half step. Hua Mingyu reacted quickly and caught her arm. The other hand reflexively wrapped around her back to stabilize her balance, but his palm inadvertently pressed on a place it shouldn't have. Soft slightly, rising warm to the touch. Time seemed to have hit the pause button. Both of them froze in place. Su Yuan lowered her head, the tassels of the imperial crown obscuring her expression. Hua Mingyu's hand froze in place, his mind racing. Soft. Su Yuan slowly brushed aside the tassels of her crown, looking up at him, her tone calm, as if nothing had just happened. "Have you had enough of touching?" Hua Mingyu swiftly withdrew his hand, his expression shifting from panic to forced composure in just a second. "Enough." He stood up and cleared his throat, pointing at the orange juice on the coffee table. "Drink the orange juice first. You've been fasting for so long without food. How can your blood sugar not drop? You artists are always like this, forgetting to eat when you get caught up in your work." Su Yuan slowly drank the orange juice without responding. Hua Mingyu took this opportunity to turn his head away, his gaze wandering around the living room, deliberately avoiding looking at Su Yuan. "How did you know I lived here?" Su Yuan put down the cup, her voice still a bit hoarse, but her tone had returned to her usual. Hua Mingyu's mind raced. "Last time when I helped you move, you forgot. No, that time we met in front of the noodle shop. You mentioned it during your live stream." No, Su Yuan had never mentioned the name of the community in her live streams. He opened his mouth and then closed it, ultimately giving up the struggle. "I checked." Su Yuan raised an eyebrow, a slight smile playing on her lips, as if she had smiled, but also hadn't. "Hua Mingyu, you checked on me. I was just concerned about you." Hua Mingyu replied confidently. Seeing Su Yuan not respond, he added, "If you had told me where you lived, would I have needed to check? You don't even tell me your address. If I hadn't checked, who would have looked after you tonight? Just think about it, a power outage, a scream, and no one answering the phone. If it were someone else, fine, but it's you. You always want to shoulder everything alone." Su Yuan lowered her head, unable to hide the smile at the corner of her mouth. She played with the edge of the cup with her fingers, falling into silence for a moment. "Thank you. Don't mention it. Just remember to tell me where you live from now on." Su Yuan did not respond, only lowered her head to continue drinking the orange juice. Hua Mingyu's gaze drifted back to the row of wardrobes, scanning the neatly hung women's clothing, the illustrated magazines spread out on the coffee table, the neatly folded lighting equipment in the corner, and finally landing on Su Yuan's profile in the Empress robe. He understood everything, but since Su Yuan did not speak, he did not bring it up. The two of them sat on the floor of the living room, separated by a coffee table and half a cup of unfinished orange juice. Delu and Xiao Sun stood in the corridor outside, resting with their eyes closed. Hua Mingyu stood up to wash his hands in the kitchen, helping Su Yuan to right the light that had fallen beside the leg of the coffee table. "The light isn't broken, or it can still be used." Su Yuan responded from the floor, her voice carrying a hint of an imperceptible smile. After learning this news, Lin Jiao frowned slightly and instructed Ahu to arrange for someone to investigate and monitor Su Yuan specifically. In the Starsea Garden, the night was enchanting. Su Yuan and Hua Mingyu sat across from each other, a gentle breeze carrying the faint scent of laundry detergent, causing Hua Mingyu to feel a bit restless. Su Yuan removed her crown, her long hair flowing, exuding a somewhat melancholic beauty. Hua Mingyu felt his throat dry. He was neither a paragon of virtue nor a naive young man. Although he couldn't claim to have had countless romantic encounters like Lin Jiao, he was still a roguish young master who had wandered through the flower beds. Thus he was certainly not an inexperienced virgin. Su Yuan was indeed very beautiful, but there were many who were more beautiful than her in this world, and the number of beautiful people was even greater. However, while attractive faces are common, interesting souls are rare. It is curiosity that leads one to be captivated. Everyone inevitably feels curious about a mysterious person, wanting to explore and understand. Just like Su Yuan, now every movement she made seemed natural, yet Huo Mingyu was keenly attentive, still unsure whether the person before him was male or female. Su Yuan, I have a question that I'm not sure whether I should ask or not. Upon hearing this, Su Yuan turned her beautiful eyes toward the man before her. Since you're unsure whether you should ask, then you definitely shouldn't. Huo Mingyu unfazed pressed on. I want to know, are you male or female? Upon hearing this, Su Yuan was not particularly surprised. I have made it very clear that I am male, can't you tell from this deep voice? Huo Mingyu furrowed his brow, sizing Su Yuan up from head to toe. When you sing, why is it in a female voice? Su Yuan wore a look of helplessness. That's just a voice changer for contrast. Huo Mingyu stood up and walked to Su Yuan's side. So you're saying you— Su Yuan nodded seriously before she could respond further. Huo Mingyu pressed her down onto the couch. A wave of warm breath lingered at her neck. Seeing the slightly protruding Adam's apple, Huo Mingyu couldn't help but feel disappointed. Just as his gaze began to drift downwards, Su Yuan spoke up. Hey my friend, you're acting strangely. Don't be deceived by my delicate appearance. In some aspects, I'm better than you. Hearing this, Huo Mingyu was momentarily taken aback, the previously ambiguous atmosphere dissipating in an instant. Looking at the lovely face so close to him, Huo Mingyu shook his head and stood up. Su Yuan secretly sighed with relief. It was not yet time. The fish had not taken the bait. A hunter must possess enough patience to allow the prey to lower its guard and step into the trap. What comes too easily to be uncovered and obtained is often not cherished. Just like success, if one does not endure hardship and trials, but instead becomes a deity in one step, it will always feel cheap. But in the next moment, Su Yuan's heart skipped a beat. She saw Huo Mingyu stand up, placing his hand on his belt. What you hear may be false, what you see is real. Anyone can brag. Now let's compare. Su Yuan was instantly frozen in place. No, Huo Mingyu, are you out of your mind? What are you trying to compare in broad daylight? This is outrageous, utterly inappropriate. With a loud bang, the door slammed shut. Two bodyguards stood silently at the entrance. Huo Mingyu rubbed his nose, muttering, if you don't want to compare, then don't be so fierce. Clearly you're not as good as me. Behind the door, Su Yuan's previously shy and angry expression instantly disappeared. The turn of events was somewhat unexpected, even a bit out of control, and the progress was too rapid. What Su Yuan was truly worried about was not Huo Mingyu, but rather the person behind him, specifically Lin Jiu. She knew this person was not to be trifled with, someone who would rather kill than let anyone go. If he began to have doubts about her because of this incident, it would be troublesome. Hence, she needed to maintain a distance from Huo Mingyu during this time, avoiding drawing Lin Jiu's attention. However, Su Yuan was unaware that due to her intentional fainting and Huo Mingyu's anxious reaction, Lin Jiu had already taken notice of her. In the sky, a bombardier private jet was flying steadily. Inside the cabin, Lin Jiu was reviewing detailed information about Su Yuan. He had previously investigated her, but found nothing amiss. This new information was even more detailed, and Lin Jiu was deep in thought. Su Yuan had entered the world of internet streaming before Huo Mingyu's return. It seemed unrelated, yet their meeting offline was quite coincidental. Furthermore, the incident involving Shi Yin and the switch of identities raised Lin Jiu's concerns. Indeed, everything in the documents was verifiable. But was Su Yuan truly the original Su Yuan? Or was she someone else using his name? With this thought, Lin Jiu instructed Ahu to arrange for some MCN organizations to begin contacting her. However, for him, this matter was not of great importance. It was merely a precaution. Anyone who appeared beside Huo Mingyu and became friends with him would need thorough investigation. Moreover, Lin Jiu's plane was not headed back home, but rather towards the neighboring country. 2 years ago, the Tianqi group had made contact with that country regarding technology and military armaments. Compared to other countries, the situation there offered a relatively favorable trading environment. After all, they were in desperate need of money, compounded by ongoing events leading to a substantial funding gap. Additionally, they had always had lax regulations on technology and weapons. As long as there was money, there was nothing that couldn't be sold. What couldn't be sold was simply due to insufficient price. The Tianqi group, while a capital entity, straddled the line between capital and state. With strength, one will not be treated coldly anywhere. However, some matters are bound to remain inconspicuous and not widely known. Being unable to be seen in the light is not necessarily a bad thing at times. As the bombardier descended onto a military airfield surrounded by a birch forest, a thin layer of frost formed on the cabin window. There was no welcoming convoy, no red carpet, only a few old searchlights casting a dim yellow glow in the twilight along the runway. On the tarmac stood a solitary black bulletproof car, beside which 2 figures stood wrapped in heavy military overcoats, their fur hats pulled low. Lin Jiu descended the cabin stairs with Ahu following closely behind. The cold wind whipped through, carrying snowflakes from the birch forest infused with the unique scent of coniferous resin and the distinctive smell of aviation fuel from the military airfield. One of the men by the black car approached. He was a middle-aged man in his 50s with high cheekbones and deep-set eyes, his handshake brief but strong. Welcome, Mr. Lin. You may call me Ivanov. Lin Jiu shook his hand. The name Ivanov had only appeared a few times in the Dragon Kingdom's intelligence system files, with no photographs or detailed records, known only as the head of the Kremlin's Foreign Cooperation Bureau. Not a diplomat nor a military representative, but someone who reports directly to the Kremlin. Those who report directly to the Kremlin do not require titles. Please. The car door opened and Lin Jiao and Ahu took their seats in the back. The sedan glided silently off the runway, turning onto a military road flanked by birch trees. Outside the window, dusk deepened. The birch trunks glowed gray-white in the fading light, reminiscent of giant bones stuck in the snow. More than 2 hours earlier, in a windowless office at the Kremlin, a large map of Eurasia hung on the wall, and on the desk lay a freshly printed briefing, its cover emblazoned with the emblem of the Apocalypse Group. The person seated behind the desk flipped to the last page of the briefing, lifted his head, and gazed at Ivanov, standing opposite him. Ballistic missile technology has been provided by the Dragon Kingdom. The semiconductor technology was delivered on a silver platter by the Yamato nation. Peterson from the United States personally attempted to negotiate, but was turned down. Since the Yongshin incident, every step has been under his control. How old is this person this year? Ivanov stood in front of the desk. In Southeast Asia, several locations have begun replacing local police forces with the security systems of the Apocalypse Group. Their military base expansion in Cambodia is occurring at least twice as fast as we anticipated. The deepwater port in the South Pacific is now operational, and the positions in the Middle East are also expanding. This person has handed over the group to Lin Jiao not as a temporary decision. He has set up a scheme in Southeast Asia requiring someone to execute it on the front lines. Lin Jiao is that executor. But what we're discussing isn't Hua Tianxi, it's Lin Jiao. This is intriguing. Hua Tianxi is watching from backstage, allowing a young man under 30 to negotiate with us at the forefront. What is our bottom line? There is no bottom line. The man stood up and walked to the map. Engine technology and standard weaponry can all be negotiated. Whatever he wants, we provide. But we also have needs. The armed forces of the Apocalypse Group in Southeast Asia have already surpassed many national armies. The distribution of bases in the Middle East, South Pacific, and Cambodia aligns perfectly with our strategic points. We require the Apocalypse Group to assist us in actions we cannot take directly in these regions. No need to write it in the contract, no written commitments. He knows what to do. Therefore, I will give you just one principle for this meeting: operate economically. Items can be given, technology can be sold, prices can be negotiated. But all transactions will not be formally acknowledged. What is given is given. There will be no record, no file. In the future, if anyone asks, we will not acknowledge it. Ivanov nodded, turned, and walked toward the door. He paused at the entrance without looking back. It's about time. Then he pushed the door open. The black sedan stopped in front of an old-fashioned manor surrounded by pine trees. The manor was small, with several stone buildings scattered about, yellow light glowing from the windows. There were no roads, no signposts, and the nearest town was marked on the map as a few small villages dozens of kilometers away. Ivanov led Lin Jiao and Ahu through a stone corridor and into a study furnished with thick carpets. The fire crackled in the fireplace, and a yellowed oil painting of a Siberian landscape hung on the wall. A heavy oak table stood in the center of the study, on which rested a bottle of unlabeled vodka, 2 glass cups, and a crystal ashtray. There was no projector, no PPT, no negotiation table. Just one chair and another chair. Lin Jiao sat down on one side of the oak table, while Ahu stood against the wall behind him. Ivanov sat down opposite him, poured 2 glasses of vodka. Mr. Lin, we have noticed that the military deployments of the Apocalypse Group in Southeast Asia have significantly accelerated. The expansions of the Cambodian base, the operational deepwater port in the South Pacific, and the expansion of positions in the Middle East are all within our purview. At the same time, we also observe that the air force capabilities of the Apocalypse Group have shortcomings compared to the Army and Navy. You possess ballistic missiles and ground armored forces, but there is still considerable room for improvement in air superiority. Lin Jiao raised the vodka in front of him and took a sip. The liquid was icy and the entry was spicy, carrying the unique pure taste filtered through birch charcoal. Mr. Ivanov, the Apocalypse Group indeed needs to address the shortfall in air force capabilities. What we are here to discuss is engine technology. Not finished products, but RD technology, from design blueprints to material processes, from turbine blades to combustion chambers, the complete technology for combat aircraft engines. The wood in the fireplace crackled sharply. Ivanov's fingers traced the rim of the glass. Engine technology is a core secret of any nation. Even if we are willing to open up, the price will not be low. Price is not an issue. The Apocalypse Group wants not only engine technology, but also standard weaponry, including medium-range air-to-air missiles, precision-guided bombs, and accompanying ground maintenance systems. These weapons do not need to be the latest models. Stability and reliability are sufficient. Technology can be delivered in batches, with each stage accepted separately. Delivery cycles, training arrangements, and subsequent upgrades and maintenance can all be negotiated. Ivanov fell silent for a moment. Mr. Lin, I have a general understanding of your conditions. However, before we further discuss the technical details, there is something I need to clarify first. The influence of the Apocalypse Group in Southeast Asia is rapidly expanding, particularly in Cambodia, Myanmar, and southern Thailand. Your armed deployments and business networks in these regions have already surpassed some regional powers. You are also aware of our current predicament internationally. The West is exerting pressure in Eastern Europe, and the situation in the Middle East remains unstable, continuously compressing our strategic space. Against this backdrop, we need a reliable partner in Southeast Asia. No written agreements, no formal commitment, just a tacit cooperation between both parties. Lin Jiao set down his glass, lightly tapping his fingers on the oak table. In what specific areas? Material transit, personnel, rest, intelligence sharing. There is no need for the Apocalypse Group to publicly take sides. We just need specific conveniences at specific times. We can discuss the specific details at another time. I will note this down. Now back to the engine technology and standard weaponry. What models of technology can I obtain? What are the delivery timelines? And when can the first delivery commence? Lin Jiao looked into Ivanov's eyes. Engine technology will be delivered in phases, with the first phase including design blueprints and material formulas for turbine blades. As for standard weaponry, medium-range air-to-air missiles can be directly allocated from existing inventory, with the first batch of deliveries starting after the agreement is signed. Ivanov filled the glasses again. However, as for stealth materials for fighter jets and active phased array radar technology, I must respectfully say that these are not within the scope of this transaction. Therefore, the technology within the scope of this transaction can be fully obtained by the Apocalypse Group. Those outside the scope can be discussed later. Lin Jiao raised his glass and took a sip, agreed. Let's set the general direction today. The next morning, Ivanov's deputy waited at the gate of the estate. A camouflaged off-road vehicle was parked by the birch forest with a thin layer of snow accumulated on the roof. Lin Jiao and Ivanov got into the back seat, while Ahu sat in the front passenger seat. The off-road vehicle passed through the pine forest and turned onto a military road. They went past several checkpoints, and the guards immediately lifted the barriers upon seeing the license plate. The vehicle drove for nearly an hour. Finally, it stopped in front of a military storage area surrounded by barbed wire. There were no signs or numbers at the entrance. There were only two concrete watchtowers flanking a cement road. Ivanov lowered the car window, and the guard saluted after verifying the license plate. The electric iron gate slowly slid open. The off-road vehicle continued down the main road. On both sides of the road were rows of gray warehouses. The outer walls of the warehouses were marked with numbers sprayed in white paint. Ivanov had the car stop in front of the door of the third row of warehouses. A warehouse manager in camouflage approached, holding a set of keys. The iron gate was pushed open and high-pressure sodium lights automatically lit up. Standard containers were neatly arranged in two rows extending from the entrance to the depths of the warehouse. Ivanov walked up to the nearest container. The manager broke the lead seal and opened the door. Inside were standard automatic rifles that had just come off the production line. The gun bodies were coated with matte black anti-rust oil, neatly arranged on a weapon rack. Each one was enclosed in moisture-proof sealed bags. Ahu picked one up and weighed it in his hand. He removed the magazine, pulled back the bolt, and glanced at the rifling under the light. The action was smooth, and he finished disassembling and inspecting it in just a few seconds. Ahu reassembled the gun and placed it back on the rack, nodding at Lin Jiao. The manager sequentially opened the second and third containers. There were squad machine guns, general-purpose machine guns, and grenade launchers. Anti-tank rocket launchers for individual soldiers, with each type of weapon categorized. Labels and QR codes were affixed to the outer sides of the boxes. Ahu checked several weapons and turned his movements practiced. Ivanov led Lin Jiao through the back door of the warehouse. In an outdoor parking area, several rows of main battle tanks stood in neat formation. The barrels were all facing forward, and the vehicle bodies were painted in digital camouflage. The ground crushed by the tracks bore deep impressions. The dust covers on the barrels had not yet been removed. Further away were rows of infantry fighting vehicles and armored personnel carriers. The bodies were covered with dark green tarpaulin, leaving only the load wheels of the chassis exposed. Ivanov patted the skirt of the nearest tank. Export model with slightly lower specifications than the domestic version, but with minimal performance differences. The power pack, fire control system, and protective armor are all up to current standards. If needed, adaptations can be made for Southeast Asian terrain. Lin Jiao walked around the tank. He observed the ground clearance and track width without commenting. In the afternoon, the convoy drove along the icy road towards the northern port. The convoy stopped in front of a military dock. Several gray-blue destroyers were moored on either side of the dock, their hulls well maintained. Ivanov did not linger by the destroyers. He directly led Lin Jiao to the deep-water berth at the end of the dock. Moored at the berth was an aircraft carrier. It was conventionally powered with a ski-jump takeoff and a medium displacement. The island was painted military gray, and several carrier-based aircraft were parked on the deck. The gangway had already been lowered, and two sailors were standing guard at the foot of the gangway. Kuznetsov-class with a standard displacement of over 50,000 tons. It can carry more than 20 fixed-wing carrier-based aircraft and over 10 helicopters. Ivanov walked ahead, climbing the gangway while turning back to say, "We are currently making strategic adjustments to the aircraft carrier fleet and this ship is currently available for sale. If the Apocalypse Group is interested, we can sit down and talk. Lin Jiao followed behind and boarded the ship without. On the deck, the anti-slip coating had turned white from the sea breeze. Several catapult tracks extended straight towards the bow of the ship. The sea breeze blew in from the direction of the Arctic Ocean. It carried a salty tang and the chill from the distant floating ice. The carrier-based aircraft on the deck had their wings folded. The bodies were covered with moisture-proof tarpaulin, leaving only the airspeed tube of the nose exposed. Ivanov led Lin Jiao across the flight deck. He also took him to see the hangar and the ammunition elevator. The tour lasted nearly an hour. After coming down from the aircraft carrier, Ivanov invited Lin Jiao back to the lounge by the dock. He poured a cup of hot tea and sat down to ask about Lin Jiao's thoughts on the aircraft carrier. Lin Jiao picked up the teacup. The Kuznetsov class was indeed impressive, with a displacement of 50,000 tons and more than 20 carrier-based aircraft. However, for an aircraft carrier to be effective, a complete set of combat formations is necessary. Destroyers, frigates, nuclear submarines, supply ships, and carrier-based aircraft squadrons. Lacking any one of these would render it a live target. The Apocalypse Group currently does not have a formation that can support this aircraft carrier. Even if they did, without a sufficient number of overseas bases and land-based airfields, the combat effectiveness of the aircraft carrier would be severely diminished. Moreover, the aircraft carrier is too large a target with too high maintenance costs. The cycle from purchase to combat readiness would take at least several years. He summarized these analyses into one sentence. An aircraft carrier is a good thing, but what the Apocalypse Group needs more right now is something that can submerge, not something that can surface. Ivanov set down his teacup. Something that can submerge submarines. The distribution of the Apocalypse Group's military bases in Southeast Asia dictates that they need weapon platforms that are stealthy and capable of independent operations. Submarines do not require a formation, nor do they need logistical support. They act like a mobile base that can sink to the ocean floor, capable of complete independent operations. Moreover, Lin Jiao's concept of submerging is not just about the tactical attributes of submarines. It aligns more closely with the Apocalypse Group's consistent operational style: low profile, unassuming, and striking decisively when truly needed. Conventional submarines or nuclear submarines. Conventional submarines are sufficient, but their performance must not be lower than current models. AIP systems, sound-absorbing tiles, onboard weapons, and endurance must all meet combat standards. Ivanov's fingers twirled around the edge of the teacup. The AIP system is the core technology of conventional submarines, allowing them to remain submerged for weeks. Sound-absorbing tiles are key to stealth technology. They directly determine the probability of a submarine being detected. These technologies are different from those of aircraft carriers. An aircraft carrier can be sold to you, but it still requires a complete formation to be combat ready. A submarine can be sold to you, and you can take it anywhere you want on the same day. Moreover, once a submarine is delivered, it completely detaches from the seller's control. Thus, an aircraft carrier can be sold, engine technology can be negotiated, and standard weapons can be discounted. But high-performance submarines are always subjected to the strictest export restrictions. Mr. Lin, conventional submarines can be discussed, but AIP systems and sound-absorbing tile technology are not included in this transaction. What we can offer is an upgraded version of the previous generation of conventionally powered submarines with improved stealth performance, but without an AIP system. In terms of onboard weapons, we can equip conventional torpedoes and submarine-launched anti-ship missiles, but the launch systems and hull structure. Lin Jiao placed the teacup on the table, the bottom of the cup making a soft sound against the surface. A conventional submarine without an AIP system cannot stay underwater for long before surfacing to breathe. It effectively reveals its position every time it does so. A submarine like that would be useless to me. In the lounge of the dock, the tea had completely cooled. Ivanov sat opposite Lin Jiao, gently tapping his fingers on the armrest of the sofa. AIP system, soundproof tiles, sonar system, and onboard weapons. Every item Lin Jiao requested was a core configuration of active main submarines. It's not a matter of money. It's something that ranks at the highest level on the export control list. Aircraft carriers can be sold, and engine technology can be negotiated. Standard weapons can be discounted, but high-performance submarines are different. An aircraft carrier still requires a complete set of formations to become combat effective after delivery. Engine technology can be delivered in batches, allowing control over the pace at each stage. Once a submarine is delivered, it is completely beyond the seller's control. No need for formation, no need for logistical support. No follow-up maintenance contracts are required. It is like a mobile base that can sink to the seabed, operating completely independently. Thus, high-performance submarines are always stuck at the strictest export restrictions. Ivanov had been in this business for most of his life and knew all too well the weight of this line. Mr. Lin, the AIP system involves export restrictions on some core technologies. It's not a matter of price, it's a question of approval authority. Within the range of what I can decide the best submarine is the upgraded version of the previous generation. He paused, observing Lin Jiao's expression. There was no sign of concession on that face. The stealth performance has improved, but it does not come with AIP. The onboard weapons can be equipped with conventional torpedoes and submarine-launched anti-ship missiles with the sonar system using the previous generation's products. This is the highest configuration I can offer. Then let the one who can decide take charge. Lin Jiao leaned back in his chair, his tone indicating no willingness to compromise. A conventional submarine without AIP cannot stay underwater for long before it has to surface for air. Each surfacing makes it a sitting target. Buying such a submarine is equivalent to not buying one at all. Ivanov did not respond immediately. He picked up his cup of cold tea and took a sip. The bitterness of the tea lingered on his tongue for a moment before he set the cup down. Mr. Lin, I need to consult regarding the configuration you requested. Go ahead. Ivanov stood up and walked to the corner of the lounge. He took out his phone and dialed a number using an encrypted line. After a few rings, the call was answered. Ivanov spoke in a low voice, his words coming quickly. He spoke entirely in Russian, occasionally mixing in some English abbreviations. Lin Jiao did not listen to what he was saying. He simply picked up the cup of cold tea and took a slow sip. The sea breeze from the Arctic Ocean flowed in from outside. A few sailors were inspecting the anchor chains of a destroyer at the dock. The sound of iron chains dragging across the concrete ground faintly came through the glass. Ahu stood behind Lin Jiao against the wall, his gaze fixed on Ivanov's back. After about the time it took to drink a cup of tea, Ivanov finished the call and walked back. He sat down again opposite Lin Jiao, still clutching the phone in his hand. He looked at Lin Jiao, his gaze heavier than the person on the other end of the line asked him a question. How many key nodes does the Apocalypse Group currently cover in Southeast Asia? Ivanov reported several place names. A military base in Cambodia, a deep-water port in the South Pacific, a supply base in the Middle East, and the expanding Arctic base. There was a moment of silence on the other end of the line. Then a statement came. Give it to him. Ivanov mentally noted this sentence before hanging up. Mr. Lin, the AIP system can be provided. His first sentence after sitting down. But the soundproof tile technology can only be delivered in phases. The material formula for the first phase will be initiated after the contract is signed, and the construction process and coding equipment for the second phase will be delivered within a year. Regarding onboard weapons, conventional torpedoes and submarine-launched anti-ship missiles can be equipped, but heavy torpedoes are not included in this transaction. Lin Jiao placed his teacup on the table. The bottom of the cup made a soft sound as it touched the table. The material formula and construction process for the soundproof tiles must be delivered simultaneously. Heavy torpedoes can be omitted, but the complementary sonar system must be upgraded to the latest model. The sonar system can use the previous generation's products. The latest model involves Mr. Ivanov. Lin Jiao interrupted him, his tone still calm. I just saw those submarines outside. They are docked, well maintained. However, the detection range of the previous generation's sonar system in shallow waters for stealth targets is half that of the current models. The water depth in Southeast Asia varies greatly with many shallow areas. What I need is a system that can detect the opponent's ears in such environments, not just a decorative piece. Ivanov remained silent for a while. This silence was longer than before. He knew Lin Jiao was speaking the truth. The waters surrounding the Apocalypse Group's bases in Southeast Asia are generally shallow. High salinity and high water temperature impose stricter requirements on sonar systems than cold water areas. The detection range of the previous generation sonar system in such environments is indeed inferior to that of current models. But once this door is opened, it won't be easy to close. If the AIP system is granted and the soundproof tile formula is provided, if the construction process is given, and if the current sonar system is granted, it would mean releasing all the core technologies of the current submarines. Having worked in this field for so many years, he had handled countless technology export negotiations. Every concession had always started with him yielding first. But this time the range of concessions exceeded his expectations. Give me a few minutes. Ivanov stood up again and walked to the corner to make a call. This conversation took longer than the previous one. There seemed to be a segment where the other party was asking something. Ivanov spoke in a low voice for quite a while, his speed quicker than before. Ahu stood behind Lin Jiao and whispered, "Brother Jiao, they are stalling internally." Lin Jiao did not turn around, simply responding with a soft Outside, the anchor chains of the destroyer at the dock had been repaired. The sailors were packing up their tools. The sea breeze had picked up a bit. Ice floes slowly drifted on the ocean surface, crashing into the concrete pier with a dull sound. When Ivanov hung up and sat down again, the clock on the wall had moved a notch. His expression was slightly more relaxed than before, but his brow had not completely unfurled. The sonar system will be upgraded to current models, but the software version for the data processing module can only be the stable version released last year. The latest version of the software cannot be given you. This is the bottom line. Lin Jiao picked up the teacup and took a sip. That's fine. The stable version released last year is sufficient. The material formula and construction process for the soundproof tiles will be delivered simultaneously. Heavy torpedoes are not included in this transaction, but the models of submarine-launched anti-ship missiles can be selected from the current inventory. After finishing his sentence, Ivanov paused. Add a clause. Apocalypse Group will be given priority supply rights for large vessels in Southeast Asian ports. No written agreement is needed, no formal commitments. Lin Jiao placed the teacup on the table. Deal. He stood up and extended his hand. Ivanov also stood up, their hands clasped above the tea table. The grip of the handshake was firmer than when they met yesterday. Ivanov looked into Lin Zhio's eyes. The young man had maintained a steady expression since sitting down. Every bottom line was firmly held. The AIP system must be included and the soundproof tiles must be delivered simultaneously. The sonar system must use current models. Any point of refusal would be enough to cause this transaction to fall through. Yet he had chosen to concede in the least important area. The software version, the stable version, is sufficient. This allowed Ivanov to provide an explanation during the call. It also made the other party feel that Ivanov had maintained the final bottom line. But in reality, Lin Zhio got everything he wanted. Ivanov released his grip and pushed the 2 cups of cold tea aside. He picked up the vodka bottle and poured 2 glasses. Mr. Lin, doing business with you is tiring but straightforward. Lin Zhio raised his glass to clink with Ivanov's. Pleasure doing business. Ahu stood behind Lin Zhio. He watched Ivanov down his drink in one go. He recalled what Brother Zhio had said before coming. When dealing with the big Russians, there's no need for detours. Their bottom line is not meant to be guarded, it is meant to be tested. The harder you are, the more they feel you have confidence. The more they feel you have confidence, the more willing they are to cooperate with you. After nightfall, the convoy departed from the military dock. The headlights illuminated the road flanked by white birch trees. Lin Zhio leaned back in his seat with his eyes closed, heading to the airport. To achieve the goal, everything done so far is just the beginning. In the ancient temple of Baman, dawn breaks. The candlelight in the abbot's chamber flickers as the night wind seeps through the window cracks. Shi Yinjue sits cross-legged on the mat, his fingers gently rubbing the prayer beads. Outside the window, the ginkgo tree's leaves have all fallen, leaving bare branches that cast slender shadows under the moonlight. Ever since he was released, he has been going to the hall daily, chanting scriptures, meeting guests, and managing temple affairs, without any abnormalities. On the second floor of the monk's dormitory across from the abbot's chamber, a curtain at one of the windows has never been fully drawn. The old lady selling incense and candles at the temple gate has never been seen, making a call on her old mobile phone. He knows someone is watching him, the altar awaits him, so he waits. Suddenly the signal light on the encrypted terminal in the corner flickers. Shi Yanju's fingers stop momentarily on the prayer beads as he rises and walks to the corner. The terminal receives an encrypted signal using the classic of mountains and sees cipher identical to the previous message. He translates 4 words: campaign for president. Shi Yanjue gazes at these 4 words, his fingers hovering over the terminal's keyboard for a moment. Then he exits the encrypted interface, deletes the receiving record, and picks up another special phone in the meditation room. He sends a very brief message through the prearranged encrypted channel to a number he has never contacted before. The altar has a new directive: campaign for president. In Baining, Longjiang No. 1. When Ahu pushed the door open, Lin Zhio was setting aside a report from the polar base. Brother Zhio, there's news from Shi Yanjue. The altar contacted him through an encrypted channel using the classic of mountains and sees cipher, the same encryption method as the previous broken kite message with 4 words: campaign for president. The altar chose to support him. Silencing him would be easy, but if Shi Yanjue encounters an accident, all leads would be cut off. However, the troubles that arise from silencing him are only bound to increase. Rather than silencing him, it's better to use the fisherman as a shield. Yongshin is missing, Yamamoto is dead, and hundreds of nails have been pulled out. The only usable person left is the fisherman. Moreover, the fisherman is now a standing executive member of the Provincial Buddhist Association, an active participant at the netting site, perfectly positioned at the starting line for the new president selection. The altar asking him to campaign at this time appears rather open. The Qingyuan operation has concluded, and Longwo believes all the nails have been pulled. Their vigilance is decreasing. Now, to come out and campaign, one must be innocent to dare to openly vie for this position. As long as Shi Yanjue does not reveal any flaws, Longwo will not investigate him. Ahu turns the screen of the encrypted tablet towards Lin Zhio. Shi Yanjue also asked how to coordinate the campaign and whether to proactively contact the Provincial Buddhist Association for votes. Let him proceed normally. Visit those who should be visited, build relationships where necessary without being deliberately low-key, and also avoid drawing too much attention. He needs to document every person he must contact, every call he must make, every pathway he must tread during the campaign. Lin Zhio hands the tablet back to Ahu. Tell Shi Yanjue that he should handle the campaign himself, or we will not intervene. The longer he takes, the more people he interacts with, the more flaws will emerge. The altar cannot remain hidden forever. As long as he continues to send directives to Shi Yanjue, there will be a day when they are intercepted. Ahu nods and turns to make arrangements. Meanwhile, in the conference hall of the 6 great families in Kyoto, Qin Huayuan sits at the head. A summary report just delivered by Zhao Taijun placed before him. The Qingyuan operation has concluded, with all involved personnel from various provinces being escorted to designated locations, and the interrogation work is ongoing. However, the Buddhist Association's election cannot be suppressed once initiated, and notifications have been sent, agendas set, and designated hotels arranged across provinces and cities with the arrow drawn and ready to fire. The choice of president must be determined as soon as possible. The election cannot be paused at our whim. Local branches are waiting to convey the spirit after the meeting concludes. The longer the delay, the more likely outside suspicions will arise. However, the identity of the new president must withstand scrutiny. A person like Yongshin must never appear a second time. I will have someone discreetly inquire about the list of candidates recommended by the provincial Buddhist associations. Several popular candidates have a long history, but were also those who were transferred from other places to engage in exchanges. They have interacted with Yongshin but are not his direct subordinates. Having connections is not a problem. Yongshin has held this position for so many years, there are more or less people across the country who have interacted with him. The key is whether there are any unclear dealings, money, people affairs. If any of these are tied to Wokaku, they can. Suddenly Rong Heading remembers someone. What was the name of the abbot who cooperated at the branch venue in the ancient temple during the netting operation? Zhao Taijun flips through the list. Shi Yinjue, abbot of the Bamin ancient temple, standing executive member of the Provincial Buddhist Association. Not on the netting list. Identity verification shows no abnormalities. On the day of the Qingyuan operations netting, he was one of the responsible persons at the branch venue cooperating with plainclothes to maintain order and signed on the follow-up collaboration document afterwards. Not on the list. Identity clean and has shown merit. Su Muji puts down his teacup. This kind of person can be reasonably placed on the candidate list. However, the fact that he is not on the list itself is a point of suspicion. Although the identity verification is fine during this critical period of election, the selected candidate must have no flaws whatsoever. Having shown merit is itself a plus. Qin Huayuan turns a page of the summary report. Old Zhao pull out Shi Yanju's file for a second round of background checks, focusing on his entry and exit records, overseas exchange experiences, and financial transactions over the past few years. Proceed with the election of first circle a few candidates. Shi Yinjue can be placed on the backup list and will decide after the results of the checks come in. Zhao Taijun nods, noting down these names in his notebook. The night outside is deepening and the heads of several families leave one after another. Rong Heading is the last to leave. He stands for a moment watching Qin Huayuan's back and says, "Old Qin, if Shi Yinjue passes the background check, what do you plan to do?" Qin Huayuan does not turn back, simply putting the summary report into a drawer. Let's wait for the results of the checks. When the background investigation report was laid on Qin Huayuan's desk, Zhao Taijun had deliberately scribbled a small note in red beside the name Shi Yinjue. There was an anomaly in the exit records. 3 years earlier, Shi Yinjue had traveled with a delegation to Southeast Asia for a Buddhist exchange. While staying in Bangkok, he once left the group alone one afternoon, saying he was going to visit a local senior monk. But the local immigration system's records for that day were blurred, and the flight information could not be verified. This irregularity had not been discovered in the first review because only domestic archives within Longwo were checked, overseas data had not been retrieved. In the second round of vetting conducted at Qin Huayuan's request, all entry and exit records and overseas exchange histories were examined, and this fuzzy record came to light. Can his whereabouts that day be confirmed? Zhao Taijun shook his head. Bangkok has no surveillance footage, and the senior monk passed away 2 years ago. However, there was a medical record that afternoon Shi Yinjue had indeed gone to a hospital near the temple, sought emergency treatment, and was diagnosed with mild heat stroke. He laid a yellowed photocopy of the hospital record on the table. The time, place, and signature on the file all correspond. He had left the delegation to seek medical attention. Perhaps he felt an episode of heat stroke need not be recorded in the exchange report, so the itinerary entry simply noted a visit to the senior monk. Qin Huayuan read the medical file from beginning to end. The hospital was authentic, the record genuine, and the diagnostic notes and prescription bore official stamps. The anomaly was thus explained. Yu Zhenyuan warned that even so, one should be cautious about letting someone with a blurred exit record assume the presidency of the Buddhist Association. Su Muji set the file down and argued that since there was a reasonable explanation, a single disproven doubt should not disqualify a suitable candidate. On the night the Qingyuan operation rounded up suspects, Shi Yinjue had cooperated at the scene with plainclothes officers to maintain order. He signed the aftermath paperwork and coordinated the sweep at the subvenues. A man like that could not be written off as one of Yongshin's men. No one would dare employ those plainly tied to Yongshin. So there is no one else to choose. Those with sufficient seniority have intersected with Yongshin, while those who haven't lacked the credentials. Shi Yinjue has the proper standing and a record of meritorious conduct. Though his background check encountered a hiccup, it ultimately has a reasonable explanation. Replacing him at this critical juncture would signal to the outside that we do not trust our own vetting results, Rong Heading said, leaning back with a steady tone. Qin Huayuan slipped the medical record into a folder. Use him, but with one condition: he will serve as acting president under a 1-year probationary review. Should any problems arise during the review period, he will be replaced immediately. Also, before the formal appointment, arrange a candid conversation to put the unpleasant matters on the table. The Yongshin affair must not be repeated, or let him understand the weight of this position. The day Shi Yinjue was summoned to the capital for the meeting, the weather was overcast. In the Religion Bureau's small conference room, the curtains were drawn tight. Besides the interviewer and the recorder, 2 plainclothes men sat in a corner and remained silent the whole time. The interview lasted more than 2 hours, covering Shi Yanju's view of the Yongxin affair, his plans for the Buddhist Association's future, and his personal assets and overseas contacts. Every question was pursued in painstaking detail. Shi Yanju sat upright and answered in an unhurried, measured voice. The Yongxin incident has sounded a warning for the Buddhist community. My stance is unequivocal, a thorough severance with no partiality. Those he promoted while in office, the projects he launched, the rules he framed. All must be reviewed one by one. Cleanse what must be cleansed, hold accountable where accountability is due. He paused and looked the interviewer in the eye. If the organization deems me unfit, I can step aside at any time. But as long as I occupy this post, I will not allow malicious forces to exploit religion to infiltrate. After the interview, he was asked to sign the transcript. He took the pen, his hand was as steady as ever, and he wrote his name stroke by deliberate stroke. After setting down the pen, he pressed his palms together, bowed slightly to those present, and followed the officials out of the room. At the end of the month, the Buddhist Association's leadership election was formally held. Shi Yanju was elected the new president with more than 2/3 of the vote, appointed as acting president for a 1-year evaluation period. The appointment notice was sent that day to the provincial Buddhist associations, and the official website simultaneously published the new president's resume and photograph. In the photograph, Shi Yanju wore his cassock, palms joined, his face suffused with compassion. When the news of his election reached the ancient monastery in Bamin, the temple's monks were in the midst of morning rites. In the Mahavira hall, bells and drums sounded together, the chanting slicing through the morning mist. Shi Yanju knelt before the Buddha image, palms joined, his expression solemn. Outside, the ginkgo branches trembled in the cold wind. After the morning service, he returned alone to the abbot's chamber, closed the door, and dialed an encrypted terminal. 3 characters already elected. Almost immediately came 4, proceed as planned. Shi Yanju deleted his Sindand receive logs and stood by the window for a long time. Outside, the pines sighed in ripples, and the ginkgo before the mountain gate swayed gently in the breeze. He pushed the window open a crack, cold wind rushed in, and the open sutra on the desk flipped several pages with a rustling sound. Then he used the landline to call Huiming's extension, his tone calm. Notify the Provincial Buddhist Association. Convene the first rectification meeting after the Yongxin affair tomorrow. The next day, the rectification meeting convened in the Provincial Buddhist Association's large hall. Heads of temples from across the province were all present. The long table's sides were filled with abbots and priors. Some faces were grave, others whispered among themselves. Shi Yanju sat at the head with a speech he had drafted the night before laid out before him. He wore a pristine cassock and a strand of agarwood beads around his neck. His voice was soft, but each word was unmistakably clear. Yongxin's treachery is a disgrace to the Buddhist order. His lingering poison still spreads in some temples. Those who were taken are merely the ones who have been discovered. How many others have been influenced, their minds tainted without their knowing? No one can say. Today's meeting is to unearth these problems from the root and lay them out plainly. Cleanse where cleansing is needed, rectify where rectification is required. The conference room fell silent save for the low hum of the air vent. Shi Yanju opened the document before him and read the rectification measures item by item. First, from this day forward, all temples shall carry out self-inspections. Abbots will personally oversee the ideological orientation of their monks, and any problems discovered must be reported without delay. Second, all overseas exchange projects are suspended, and the files of every monk who participated in overseas exchanges over the past 3 years shall be re-examined. Third, establish a province-wide unified audit system for temple finances. Every incense offering and every donation must be traceable. Fourth, provide concentrated education to monks already found to have inadequate ideological awareness and dismiss those whose offenses are serious. After reading, he closed the document and let his gaze pass over every face in the room. If any of you find these measures too harsh, you may speak now. No one did. A few days later, the relevant media ran focused reports. The Provincial Buddhist Association's official website published the full text of Shi Yanju's address under the headline, Acting President Strikes Hard, Buddhist Association Undergoes Radical Purge. The reports included several photos from the meeting. Shi Yanju at the head, the rectification document spread before him, and on the projection screen behind him, the large characters reading self-examination and rectification and restore the original source. Another outlet ran an interview in which Shi Yanju discussed the shock the Yongxin case had brought to the Buddhist community, calling it a disgrace to the Sangha, and vowing to lead by example in eradicating Yongxin's lingering poison and rebuilding the community's credibility. When the story was shared across major social platforms, the comment sections erupted. Some applauded it as the stance the Buddhist world should take, others checked Shi Yanju's record and found he had assisted during the Qingyuan operation, arguing that such an abbot rightly deserved the presidency. There were a few skeptical comments tucked away, but they were soon drowned out by the rest. Lin Jiu placed a tablet on the table. Its screen displayed the full text of Shi Yanju's speech. Ahu stood beside him. Brother Jiu, Shi Yanju has struck some ruthless blows, he said. Lin Jiu leaned back in his chair and let a corner of his mouth lift into a smile. One blow was dealt to Yongsan's old cadres, another to doubts surrounding the altar, and a third to Longwo's suspicions. After those 3 strokes his position will be secure. Longwo will no longer investigate him, and the altars will trust him more. Isn't he afraid of making enemies with such sweeping reforms? Hey, he's not alienating his own people. He is cutting away Yongsan's remaining branches. Those people are not under his jurisdiction. The harder he cuts, the more his innocence is made to appear. That's precisely the posture the higher-ups want. A clean break from Yongxin and an alignment with their side. Who now dares claim he has ties to Yongxin? He himself is the one purging Yongsan's remnants. Lin Jiao picked up the tablet and read the headline again, acting president 1-year evaluation period. During this year he will be cleaner than anyone. Just wait and see.